HarperCollins presents Unfinished Tales of Númenor and Middle-earth by J.R.R. Tolkien. Edited by Christopher Tolkien.
Read by Timothy West and Samuel West.
Introduction. The problems that confront one given responsibility for the writings of a dead author are hard to resolve. Some persons in this position may elect to make no material whatsoever available for publication, save perhaps for work that was in a virtually finished state at the time of the author's death. In the case of the unpublished writings of J.R.R. Tolkien, this might seem at first sight the proper course, since my father, peculiarly critical and exacting of his own work, would not have dreamt of allowing even the more completed narratives in this book to appear without much further refinement. On the other hand, the nature and scope of his invention seems to me to place even his abandoned stories in a peculiar position. That the Silmarillion should remain unknown was for me out of the question, despite its disordered state and despite my father's known, if very largely unfulfilled, intentions for its transformation, and in that case I presumed, after long hesitation, to present the work not in the form of an historical study, a complex of divergent texts interlinked by commentary, but as a completed and cohesive entity. The narratives in this book are indeed on an altogether different footing. Taken together, they constitute no whole, and the book is no more than a collection of writings, disparate in form, intent, finish, and date of composition, and in my own treatment of them, concerned with Númenor and Middle-earth. But the argument for their publication is not different in its nature, though it is of lesser force, from that which I held to justify the publication of the Silmarillion. Those who would not have foregone the images of Melkor with Ungoliant, looking down from the summit of Hyamentir upon the fields and pastures of Yavanna, gold beneath the tall wheat of the gods, of the shadows of Fingolfin's host, cast by the first moonrise in the west, of Beren, lurking in wolf's shape beneath the throne of Morgoth, or of the light of the Silmaril suddenly revealed in the darkness of the forest of Neldareth. They will find, I believe, that imperfections of form in these tales are much outweighed by the voice, heard now for the last time, of Gandalf, teasing the lordly Saruman at the meeting of the White Council in the year 2851, or describing in Minas Tirith, after the end of the War of the Ring, how it was that he came to send the dwarves to the celebrated party at Bag End. By the arising of Ulmo, Lord of Waters, out of the sea at Vinyamar, by Mablang of Doriath, hiding like a vole beneath the ruins of the bridge at Nargothrond, or by the death of Isildur, as he floundered up out of the mud of Anduin. Many of the pieces in this collection are elaborations of matters told more briefly, or at least referred to, elsewhere, and it must be said at once that much in the book will be found unrewarding by readers of The Lord of the Rings, who, holding that the historical structure of Middle-earth is a means and not an end, the mode of the narrative and not its purpose, feel small desire of further exploration for its own sake, do not wish to know how the riders of the Mark of Rohan were organized, and would leave the wild men of the Druadan forest firmly where they found them. My father would certainly not have thought them wrong. He said in a letter written in March 1955, before the publication of the third volume of The Lord of the Rings,
I now wish that no appendices had been promised, for I think their appearance in truncated and compressed form will satisfy nobody, certainly not me. Clearly, from the appalling mass of letters I receive, not those people who like that kind of thing, astonishingly many, while those who enjoy the book as an heroic romance only, and find unexplained vistas part of the literary effect, will neglect the appendices very properly. I am now not at all sure that the tendency to treat the whole thing as a kind of vast game is really good. Certainly not for me, who find that kind of thing only too fatally attractive. It is, I suppose, a tribute to the curious effect that story has, when based on very elaborate and detailed workings of geography, chronology, and language, that so many should clamour for sheer information or lore.
In a letter of the following year, he wrote,
"While many like you demand maps, others wish for geological indications rather than places. Many want elvish grammars, phonologies, and specimens. Some want metrics and prosodies. Musicians want tunes and musical notation. Archaeologists want ceramics and metallurgy. Botanists want a more accurate description of the Malorn, of Eleanor, Nifredil, Alfirin, Malos, and Cymbalmuna. Historians want more details about the social and political structure of Gondor. General inquirers want information about the Wainriders, the Harad, dwarvish origins, the dead men, the Beornings, and the missing 2 wizards, out of 5.
But whatever view may be taken of this question, for some, as for myself, there is a value greater than the mere uncovering of curious detail in learning that Veantur the Númenorian brought his ship and Tulesse, the Return, into the grey havens on the spring winds of the 600th year of the Second Age. That the tomb of Elendil the Tall was set by Isildur his son on the summit of the beacon hill Halifirion, that the Black Rider whom the hobbits saw in the foggy darkness on the far side of Bucklebury Ferry was Hamel, chief of the Ringwraiths of Dol Guldur, or even that the childlessness of Taranon, 12th King of Gondor, a fact recorded in an appendix to The Lord of the Rings, was associated with the hitherto wholly mysterious cats of Queen Beruthiel. The construction of the book has been difficult, and in the result is somewhat complex. The narratives are all unfinished, but to a greater or lesser degree, and in different senses of the word, and have required different treatment. I shall say something below about each one in turn, and here only call attention to some general features. The most important is the question of consistency, best illustrated from the section entitled The History of Galadriel and Celeborn. This is an unfinished tale in a larger sense, not a narrative that comes to an abrupt halt, as in Of Tuor and His Coming to Gondolin, nor a series of fragments, as in Cirion and Eol, but a primary strand in the history of Middle-earth that never received a settled definition, let alone a final written form. The inclusion of the unpublished narratives and sketches of narrative on this subject therefore entails at once the acceptance of the history not as a fixed, independently existing reality, which the author reports, in his persona as translator and redactor, but as a growing and shifting conception in his mind. When the author has ceased to publish his works himself, after subjecting them to his own detailed criticism and comparison, the further knowledge of Middle-earth to be found in his unpublished writings will often conflict with what is already known, and new elements set into the existing edifice will in such cases tend to contribute less to the history of the invented world itself than to the history of its invention. In this book I have accepted from the outset that this must be so, and except in minor details, such as shifts in nomenclature, where retention of the manuscript form would lead to disproportionate confusion, or disproportionate space in elucidation, I have made no alterations for the sake of consistency with published works, but rather drawn attention throughout to conflicts and variations. In this respect, therefore, Unfinished Tales is essentially different from the Silmarillion, where a primary, though not exclusive, objective in the editing was to achieve cohesion both internal and external. And, except in a few specified cases, I have indeed treated the published form of the Silmarillion as a fixed point of reference, of the same order as the writings published by my father himself, without taking into account the innumerable unauthorized decisions between variants and rival versions that went into its making. In content, the book is entirely narrative or descriptive. I have excluded all writings about Middle-earth and Aman that are of a primarily philosophic or speculative nature, and where such matters from time to time arise, I've not pursued them. I have imposed a simple structure of convenience by dividing the texts into parts corresponding to the first 3 ages of the world, there being in this inevitably some overlap, as with the legend of Amroth and its discussion in the history of Galadriel and Celeborn. The 4th part is an appendage, and may require some excuse in a book called Unfinished Tales, since the pieces it contains are generalized and discursive essays, with little or no element of story. The section on the Druidine did indeed owe its original inclusion to the story of the Faithful Stone, which forms a small part of it, and this section led me to introduce those on the Istari and the Palantiri, since they, especially the former, are matters about which many people have expressed curiosity, and this book seemed a convenient place to expound what there is to tell. The notes may seem to be, in some places, rather thick on the ground, but it will be seen that where clustered most densely, as in the disaster of the Gladden Fields, they are due less to the editor than to the author, who in his later work tended to compose in this way, driving several subjects abreast by means of interlaced notes. I have throughout tried to make it clear what is editorial and what is not, and because of this abundance of original material appearing in the notes and appendices, I have thought it best not to restrict the page references in the index to the texts themselves, but to cover all parts of the book, except the introduction. I have throughout assumed on the reader's part a fair knowledge of the published works of my father, more especially The Lord of the Rings, for to have done otherwise would have greatly enlarged the editorial element, which may well be thought quite sufficient already. If I have been inadequate in explanation or unintentionally obscure, Mr. Robert Foster's Complete Guide to Middle-earth supplies, as I have found through frequent use, an admirable work of reference. References to the Silmarillion are by chapter, to the Lord of the Rings by title of the volume, book and chapter. There follow now primarily bibliographical notes on the individual pieces. Part 1. 1. Of Tuor and his coming to Gondolin. My father said more than once that the fall of Gondolin was the first of the tales of the First Age to be composed, and there is no evidence to set against his recollection. In a letter of 1964, he declared that he wrote it out of my head during a sick leave from the army in 1917, and at other times he gave the date as 1916 or 1916 to 17. In a letter to me, written in 1944, he said, "I first began to write the Silmarillion in army huts, crowded, filled with the noise of gramophones, and indeed some lines of verse in which appear the 7 names of Gondolin are scribbled on the back of a piece of paper, setting out the chain of responsibility in a battalion." The earliest manuscript is still in existence. Filling 2 small school exercise books, it was written rapidly in pencil, and then, for much of its course, overlaid with writing in ink, and heavily amended. On the basis of this text, my mother, apparently in 1917, wrote out a fair copy, but this in turn was further substantially amended, at some time that I cannot determine, but probably in 1919 to 20, when my father was in Oxford, on the staff of the then still uncompleted dictionary. In the spring of 1920, he was invited to read a paper to the essay club of his college, Exeter, and he read The Fall of Gondolin. The notes of what he intended to say by way of introduction to his essay still survive. In these he apologized for not having been able to produce a critical paper, and went on,
"Therefore I must read something already written, and in desperation I have fallen back on this tale. It has, of course, never seen the light before. A complete cycle of events in an elfinessa of my own imagining has for some time past grown up, rather than been constructed, in my mind. Some of the episodes have been scribbled down. This tale is not the best of them, but it is the only one that has so far been revised at all, and that, insufficient as that revision has been, I dare read aloud.
The tale of Tuor and the exiles of Gondolin, as The Fall of Gondolin is entitled in the early manuscripts, remained untouched for many years, though my father, at some stage, probably between 1926 and 1930, wrote a brief, compressed version of the story, to stand as part of the Silmarillion, a title which incidentally first appeared in his letter to the Observer of the 20th of February 1938, and this was changed subsequently to bring it into harmony with altered conceptions in other parts of the book. Much later he began work on an entirely refashioned account, entitled Of Tuor and the Fall of Gondolin. It seems very likely that this was written in 1951, when The Lord of the Rings was finished, but its publication doubtful. Deeply changed in style and bearings, yet retaining many of the essentials of the story written in his youth, Of Tuor and the Fall of Gondolin would have given in fine detail the whole legend that constitutes the brief 23rd chapter of the published Silmarillion. But, grievously, he went no further than the coming of Tuor and Varonwe to the last gate, and Tuor's sight of Gondolin across the plain of Tumladen. To his reasons for abandoning it, there is no clue. This is the text that is given here. To avoid confusion, I have retitled it Of Tuor and His Coming to Gondolin, since it tells nothing of the fall of the city. As always with my father's writings, there are variant readings, and in one short section, the approach to and passage of the river Sirion by Tuor and Varonwe, several competing forms. Some minor editorial work has therefore been necessary. It is thus the remarkable fact that the only full account that my father ever wrote of the story of Tuor's sojourn in Gondolin, his union with Idril Celebrimbor, the birth of Eärendil, the treachery of Maeglin, the sack of the city and the escape of the fugitives, a story that was a central element in his imagination of the First Age, was the narrative composed in his youth. There is no question, however, that that most remarkable narrative is not suitable for inclusion in this book. It is written in the extreme archaistic style that my father employed at that time, and it inevitably embodies conceptions out of keeping with the world of the Lord of the Rings and the Silmarillion in its published form. It belongs with the rest of the earliest phase of the mythology, the Book of Lost Tales, itself a very substantial work, of the utmost interest to one concerned with the origins of Middle-earth, but requiring to be presented in a lengthy and complex study, if at all. 2. The Tale of the Children of Húrin. The development of the legend of Turin Turambar is in some respects the most tangled and complex of all the narrative elements in the story of the First Age. Like the tale of Tuor and the fall of Gondolin, it goes back to the very beginnings, and is extant in an early prose narrative, one of the lost tales, and in a long unfinished poem in alliterative verse. But whereas the later long version of Tuor never proceeded very far, my father carried the later long version of Turin much nearer completion. This is called Narn I Hin Húrin, and this is the narrative that is given in the present book. There are, however, great differences in the course of the Long Narn in the degree to which the narrative approaches a perfected or final form. The concluding section, from the return of Turin to Dor Lomin to the death of Turin, has undergone only marginal editorial alteration, while the first section, to the end of Turin in Doriath, required a good deal of revision and selection, and in some places some slight compression, the original texts being scrappy and disconnected. But the central section of the narrative, Turin among the outlaws, Mime the petty dwarf, the land of Dor Coathol, the death of Beleg at Turin's hand, and Turin's life in Nargothrond, constituted a much more difficult editorial problem. The Narn is here at its least finished, and in places diminishes to outlines of possible turns in the story. My father was still evolving this part when he ceased to work on it, and the shorter version for the Silmarillion was to wait on the final development of the Narn. In preparing the text of the Silmarillion for publication, I derived, by necessity, much of this section of the tale of Turin from these very materials, which are of quite extraordinary complexity in their variety and interrelations. For the first part of this central section, as far as the beginning of Turin's sojourn in Mim's dwelling on Amon Ruth, I have contrived a narrative, in scale commensurate with other parts of the Narn, out of the existing materials, with one gap. See the note at the end of Turin among the outlaws. But from that point onwards, see the note preceding the return of Turin to Dor Lomin, until Turin's coming to Ifrin after the fall of Nargothrond, I have found it unprofitable to attempt it. The gaps in the Narn are here too large and could only be filled from the published text of the Silmarillion. But, in an appendix, I have cited isolated fragments from this part of the projected larger narrative. In the third section of the Narn, beginning with the return of Turin to Dor Lomin, a comparison with the Silmarillion, chapter 21, will show many close correspondences and even identities of wording, while in the first section there are two extended passages, the sojourn of Hurin and Huor in Gondolin, and an account of the Nirnaeth Arnoediad, that I have excluded from the present text, since they are close variants of passages that appear elsewhere, and are included in the published Silmarillion. This overlapping and interrelation between one work and another may be explained in different ways from different points of view. My father delighted in retelling on different scales, but some parts did not call for more extended treatment in a larger version, and there was no need to rephrase for the sake of it. Again, when all was still fluid, and the final organisation of the distinct narratives still a long way off, the same passage might be experimentally placed in either. But an explanation can be found at a different level. Legends like that of Turin Turambar had been given a particular poetic form long ago. In this case, the Narni Hin Hurin of the poet Dirhavel, and phrases or even whole passages from it, especially at moments of great rhetorical intensity, such as Turin's address to his sword before his death, would be preserved intact by those who afterwards made condensations of the history of the elder days, as the Silmarillion is conceived to be. Part 2. 1. A description of the island of Númenor. Although descriptive rather than narrative, I have included selections from my father's account of Númenor, more especially as it concerns the physical nature of the island, since it clarifies and naturally accompanies the tale of Aldarion and Eärendis. This account was probably in existence by 1965, and was probably written not long before that. To be found in the printed edition of this book is the map I have redrawn from a little rapid sketch, the only one, as it appears, that my father ever made of Númenor. Only names or features found in the original have been entered on the redrawing. In addition, the original shows another haven on the Bay of Andunier, not far to the westward of Andunier itself. The name is hard to read, but is almost certainly Almeida. This does not, so far as I am aware, occur elsewhere. 2. Aldarion and Eärendis. This story was left in the least developed state of all the pieces in this collection, and has, in places, required a degree of editorial rehandling that made me doubt the propriety of including it. However, its very great interest as the single story, as opposed to records and annals that survived at all from the long ages of Númenor before the narrative of its end, the Akallabeth, and as a story unique in its content among my father's writings, persuaded me that it would be wrong to omit it from this collection of unfinished tales. To appreciate the necessity for such editorial treatment, it must be explained that my father made much use in the composition of narrative of plot outlines, paying meticulous attention to the dating of events, so that these outlines have something of the appearance of annal entries in a chronicle. In the present case, there are no less than 5 of these schemes, varying constantly in their relative fullness at different points, and not infrequently disagreeing with each other, at large and in detail. But these schemes always had a tendency to move into pure narrative, especially by the introduction of short passages of direct speech, and in the 5th and latest of the outlines for the story of Aldarion and Erendis, the narrative element is so pronounced that the text runs to some 60 manuscript pages. This movement away from a staccato analytic style in the present tense into full-blown narrative was, however, very gradual, as the writing of the outline progressed, and in the earlier part of the story I have rewritten much of the material in the attempt to give some degree of stylistic homogeneity throughout its course. This rewriting is entirely a matter of wording, and never alters meaning or introduces unauthentic elements. The latest scheme, the text primarily followed, is entitled The Shadow of the Shadow, the Tale of the Mariner's Wife and the Tale of the Queen Shepherdess. The manuscript ends abruptly, and I can offer no certain explanation of why my father abandoned it. A typescript made to this point was completed in January 1965. There exists also a typescript of 2 pages that I judge to be the latest of all these materials. It is evidently the beginning of what was to be a finished version of the whole story, and provides the opening 8 paragraphs, where the plot outlines are at their most scanty. It is entitled Indis I Ceriamo, the Mariner's Wife, a tale of ancient Númenor, which tells of the first rumour of the shadow. At the end of this narrative, I have set out such scanty indications as can be given of the further course of the story. 3. The Line of Elros, Kings of Númenor. Though in form purely a dynastic record, I have included this because it is an important document for the history of the Second Age, and a great part of the extant material concerning that age finds a place in the texts and commentary in this book. It is a fine manuscript, in which the dates of the kings and queens of Númenor and of their reigns have been copiously, and sometimes obscurely, amended. I have endeavoured to give the latest formulation. The text introduces several minor chronological puzzles, but also allows clarification of some apparent errors in the appendices to The Lord of the Rings. The genealogical table of the earlier generations of the line of Elros is taken from several closely related tables that derive from the same period as the discussion of the laws of succession in Númenor, as told in Aldarion and Erendis. There are some slight variations in minor names. Thus Vardilme appears also as Vardillier, and Yavien as Yavier. The forms given in my table I believe to be later. 4. The History of Galadriel and Celeborn. This section of the book differs from the others, save those in Part 4, in that there is here no single text, but rather an essay incorporating citations. This treatment was enforced by the nature of the materials. As is made clear in the course of the essay, a history of Galadriel can only be a history of my father's changing conceptions, and the unfinished nature of the tale is not in this case that of a particular piece of writing. I have restricted myself to the presentation of his unpublished writings on the subject, and foregone any discussion of the larger questions that underlie the development, for that would entail consideration of the entire relation between the Valar and the Elves, from the initial decision, described in the Silmarillion, to summon the Eldar to Valinor, and many other matters besides, concerning which my father wrote much that falls outside the scope of this book. The history of Galadriel and Celeborn is so interwoven with other legends and histories, of Lothlorien and the Sylvan Elves, of Amroth and Nimrodel, of Celebrimbor and the making of the Rings of Power, of the war against Sauron and the Númenorian intervention, that it cannot be treated in isolation. And thus this section of the book, together with its 5 appendices, brings together virtually all the unpublished materials for the history of the Second Age in Middle-earth, and the discussion in places inevitably extends into the Third. It is said in the Tale of Years given in Appendix B to The Lord of the Rings, "These were the dark years for men of Middle-earth, but the years of the glory of Númenor." Of events in Middle-earth, the records are few and brief, and their dates are often uncertain. But even that little surviving from the dark years changed as my father's contemplation of it grew and changed, and I have made no attempt to smooth away inconsistency, but rather exhibited it and drawn attention to it. Divergent versions need not indeed always be treated solely as a question of settling the priority of composition, and my father, as author or inventor, cannot always in these matters be distinguished from the recorder of ancient traditions handed down in diverse forms among different peoples through long ages. When Frodo met Galadriel in Lorien, more than 60 centuries had passed since she went east over the Blue Mountains from the ruin of Beleriand. Of this 2 things are said, though which is true, only those wise could say, who now are gone. In his last years, my father wrote much concerning the etymology of names in Middle-earth. In these highly discursive essays, there is a good deal of history and legend embedded, but being ancillary to the main philological purpose, and introduced as it were in passing, it has required extraction. It is for this reason that this part of the book is largely made up of short citations, with further material of the same kind, placed in the appendices. Part 3, 1. The Disaster of the Gladden Fields. This is a late narrative, by which I mean no more, in the absence of any indication of precise date, than that it belongs in the final period of my father's writing on Middle-earth, together with Cirion and Eorl, the battles of the fords of Iceland, the Druidine, and the philological essays excerpted in the history of Galadriel and Celeborn, rather than to the time of the publication of The Lord of the Rings and the years following it. There are 2 versions, a rough typescript of the whole, clearly the first stage of composition, and a good typescript incorporating many changes that breaks off at the point where Elendor urged Isildur to flee. The editorial hand has here had little to do. 2. Cirion and Eorl, and the friendship of Gondor and Rohan. I judge these fragments to belong to the same period as the disaster of the Gladden Fields, when my father was greatly interested in the earlier history of Gondor and Rohan. They were doubtless intended to form parts of a substantial history, developing in detail the summary accounts given in Appendix A to The Lord of the Rings. The material is in the first stage of composition, very disordered, full of variants, breaking off into rapid jottings that are in part illegible. 3. The Quest of Erebor. In a letter written in 1964, my father said,
There are, of course, quite a lot of links between The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings that are not clearly set out. They were mostly written, or sketched out, but cut out to lighten the boat, such as Gandalf's exploratory journeys, his relations with Aragorn and Gondor, all the movements of Gollum until he took refuge in Moria, and so on. I actually wrote in full an account of what really happened before Gandalf's visit to Bilbo and the subsequent unexpected party, as seen by Gandalf himself. It was to have come in during a looking-back conversation in Minas Tirith, but it had to go, and is only represented in brief in Appendix A, though the difficulties that Gandalf had with Thorin are omitted.
This account of Gandalf's is given here. The complex textual situation is described in the appendix to this narrative, where I have given substantial extracts from an earlier version. 4. The Hunt for the Ring. There is much writing bearing on the events of the year 3018 of the Third Age, which are otherwise known from the Tale of Years, and the reports of Gandalf and others to the Council of Elrond. And these writings are clearly those referred to as sketched out in the letter just cited. I have given them the title The Hunt for the Ring. The manuscripts themselves, in great though hardly exceptional confusion, are sufficiently described in the second element, other versions of the story, but the question of their date, for I believe them all, and also those of concerning Gandalf, Saruman, and the Shire, given as the third element in this section, to derive from the same time, may be mentioned here. They were written after the publication of The Lord of the Rings, for there are references to the pagination of the printed text, but they differ in the dates they give for certain events, from those in the Tale of Years in Appendix B. The explanation is clearly that they were written after the publication of the first volume, but before that of the third, containing the appendices. 5. The Battles of the Fords of Isen. This, together with the account of the military organisation of the Rohirrim, and the history of Isengard, given in an appendix to the text, belongs with other late pieces of severe historical analysis. It presented relatively little difficulty of a textual kind, and is only unfinished in the most obvious sense. Part 4. 1. The Druidine. Towards the end of his life, my father revealed a good deal more about the wild men of the Druidan forest in Anorion, and the statues of the Pukil men on the road up to Dunharrow. The account given here, telling of the Druidine in Beleriand in the First Age, and containing the story of the Faithful Stone, is drawn from a long, discursive and unfinished essay, concerned primarily with the interrelations of the languages of Middle-earth. As will be seen, the Druidine were to be drawn back into the history of the earlier ages, but of this there is necessarily no trace in the published Silmarillion. 2. The Istari. It was proposed, soon after the acceptance of The Lord of the Rings for publication, that there should be an index at the end of the third volume, and it seems that my father began to work on it in the summer of 1954, after the first 2 volumes had gone to press. He wrote of the matter in a letter of 1956.
An index of names was to be produced, which by etymological interpretation would also provide quite a large Elvish vocabulary. I worked at it for months, and indexed the first 2 volumes. It was the chief cause of the delay of Volume 3, until it became clear that size and cost were ruinous.
In the event, there was no index to The Lord of the Rings until the second edition of 1966, but my father's original rough draft has been preserved. From it I derived the plan of my index to the Silmarillion, with translation of names and brief explanatory statements, and also both there and in the index to this book some of the translations and the wording of some of the definitions. From it comes also the essay on the Istari, with which this section of the book opens, an entry wholly uncharacteristic of the original index in its length, if characteristic of the way in which my father often worked. For the other citations in this section, I have given in the text itself such indications of date as can be provided. 3. The Palantiri. For the second edition of The Lord of the Rings in 1966, my father made substantial emendations to a passage in The Two Towers, Book 3, Chapter 11, The Palantir, and some others in the same connection in The Return of the King, Book 5, Chapter 7, The Pyre of Denethor, though these emendations were not incorporated in the text until the second impression of the revised edition in 1967. This section of the present book is derived from writings on the Palantiri associated with this revision. I have done no more than assemble them into a continuous essay. This brings to a close the general introduction to the tales in this audiobook. In what follows, my father's voice will tell the tales, with occasional interjections from me to make editorial comments.
Part 1. The First Age. 1. Of Tuor and his coming to Gondolin. Rhiann, wife of Huor, dwelt with the people of the house of Hador. But when rumour came to Dor-lomin of the Nearneath Arnoediad, and yet she could hear no news of her lord, she became distraught and wandered forth into the wild alone. There she would have perished, but the grey elves came to her aid. For there was a dwelling of this people in the mountains westward of Lake Mithrim, and thither they led her, and she was there delivered of a son before the end of the year of lamentation. And Rhiann said to the elves, "Let him be called Tuor, for that name his father chose ere war came between us. And I beg of you to foster him, and to keep him hidden in your care, for I forebode that great good for elves and men shall come from him. But I must go in search of Huor, my lord." Then the elves pitied her, but one Anael, who alone of all that went to war from that people had returned from the Nearneath, said to her, "Alas, lady, it is known now that Huor fell at the side of Hurin his brother, and he lies, I deem, in the great hill of slain that the orcs have raised upon the field of battle." Therefore Rhiann arose and left the dwelling of the elves, and she passed through the land of Mithrim, and came at last to the Houth en Ndengin, in the waste of Anfauglith, and there she laid her down and died. But the elves cared for the infant son of Huor, and Tuor grew up among them, and he was fair of face, and golden-haired after the manner of his father's kin, and he became strong and tall and valiant, and being fostered by the elves he had lore and skill no less than the princes of the Edain, ere ruin came upon the north. But with the passing of the years the life of the former folk of Hithlum, such as still remained, elves or men, became ever harder and more perilous. For, as is elsewhere told, Morgoth broke his pledges to the Easterlings that had served him, and he denied to them the rich lands of Beleriand which they had coveted, and he drove away these evil folk into Hithlum, and there commanded them to dwell. And though they loved Morgoth no longer, they served him still in fear, and hated all the elven folk, and they despised the remnant of the house of Hador, the aged in women and children for the most part, and they oppressed them, and wedded their women by force, and took their lands and goods, and enslaved their children. Orcs came and went about the land as they would, pursuing the lingering elves into the fastnesses of the mountains, and taking many captive to the mines of Angband, to labour as the thralls of Morgoth. Therefore Anael led his small people to the caves of Androth, and there they lived a hard and wary life, until Tuor was 16 years of age and was become strong and able to wield arms, the axe and bow of the grey elves. And his heart grew hot within him at the tale of the griefs of his people, and he wished to go forth and avenge them on the Orcs and Easterlings. But Anael forbade this. "Far hence, I deem, your doom lies, Tuor, son of Huor," he said. "And this land shall not be freed from the shadow of Morgoth until Thangorodrim itself be overthrown. Therefore we are resolved at last to forsake it, and to depart into the south, and with us you shall go." "But how shall we escape the net of our enemies?" said Tuor. "For the marching of so many together will surely be marked." "We shall not march through the land openly," said Anael. "And if our fortune is good, we shall come to the secret way which we call Anon in Gelith, the gate of the Noldor, for it was made by the skill of that people long ago in the days of Turgon." At that name Tuor was stirred, though he knew not why. And he questioned Anael concerning Turgon. "He is a son of Fingolfin," said Anael, "and is now accounted High King of the Noldor since the fall of Fingon. For he lives yet, most feared of the foes of Morgoth, and he escaped from the ruin of the Nearneath, when Hurin of Dor-lomin and Huor your father held the passes of Sirion behind him." "Then I will go and seek Turgon," said Tuor, "for surely he will lend me aid for my father's sake." "That you cannot," said Anael, "for his stronghold is hidden from the eyes of elves and men, and we know not where it stands. Of the Noldor some, may be, know the way thither, but they will speak of it to none. Yet if you would have speech with them, then come with me as I bid you, for in the far havens of the south you may meet with wanderers from the hidden kingdom." Thus it came to pass that the elves forsook the caves of Androth, and Tuor went with them. But their enemies kept watch upon their dwellings, and were soon aware of their march, and they had not gone far from the hills into the plain before they were assailed by a great force of orcs and easterlings, and they were scattered far and wide, fleeing into the gathering night. But Tuor's heart was kindled with the fire of battle, and he would not flee. But boy as he was, he wielded the axe as his father before him. And for long he stood his ground and slew many that assailed him. But at the last he was overwhelmed and taken captive, and led before Lorgan the Easterling. Now this Lorgan was held the chief of the Easterlings, and claimed to rule all Dor-lomin as a fief under Morgoth. And he took Tuor to be his slave. Hard and bitter then was his life, for it pleased Lorgan to treat Tuor the more evilly as he was of the kin of the former lords, and he sought to break, if he could, the pride of the house of Hador. But Tuor saw wisdom, and endured all pains and taunts with watchful patience, so that in time his lot was somewhat lightened, and at the least he was not starved, as were many of Lorgan's unhappy thralls. For he was strong and skilful, and Lorgan fed his beasts of burden well, while they were young and could work. But after 3 years of thraldom, Tuor saw at last a chance of escape. He was come now almost to his full stature, taller and swifter than any of the Easterlings, and being sent with other thralls on an errand of labour into the woods, he turned suddenly on the guards and slew them with an axe, and fled into the hills. The Easterlings hunted him with dogs, but without avail, for well-nigh all the hounds of Lorgan were his friends, and if they came up with him they would fawn upon him, and then run homeward at his command. Thus he came back at last to the caves of Androth, and dwelt there alone. And for 4 years he was an outlaw in the land of his fathers, grim and solitary, and his name was feared, for he went often abroad, and slew many of the Easterlings that he came upon. Then they set a great price upon his head, but they did not dare to come to his hiding place, even with strength of men, for they feared the elven folk, and shunned the caves where they had dwelt. Yet it is said that Tuor's journeys were not made for the purpose of vengeance. Rather he sought ever for the gate of the Noldor, of which Anael had spoken. But he found it not, for he knew not where to look, and such few of the elves as lingered in the mountains had not heard of it. Now Tuor knew that though fortune still favoured him, yet in the end the days of an outlaw are numbered, and are ever few and without hope. Nor was he willing to live thus for ever a wild man in the houseless hills, and his heart urged him ever to great deeds. Herein, it is said, the power of Ulmo was shown, for he gathered tidings of all that passed in Beleriand, and every stream that flowed from Middle-earth to the great sea was to him a messenger both to and fro. And he remained also in friendship, as of old, with Círdan and the shipwrights at the mouths of Sirion.
In the Silmarillion, chapter 20, it is said that when the havens of Brithombar and Eglarest were destroyed, in the year after the Nerniath Arnoidead, those of the elves of the Faras that escaped went with Círdan to the Isle of Balar, and they made a refuge for all that could come thither, for they kept a foothold also at the mouths of Sirion, and there many light and swift ships lay hid in the creeks and waters, where the reeds were dense as a forest.
And at this time, most of all, Ulmo gave heed to the fates of the house of Hador. For in his deep counsels he purposed that they should play great part in his designs for the succour of the exiles. And he knew well of the plight of Tuor, for Anael and many of his folk had indeed escaped from Dor Lomin, and come at last to Círdan in the far south. Thus it came to pass that on a day in the beginning of the year, 23 since the Nearneath, Tuor sat by a spring that trickled forth near to the door of the cave where he dwelt, and he looked out westward towards the cloudy sunset. Then suddenly it came into his heart that he would wait no longer, but would arise and go. "I will leave now the grey land of my kin that are no more," he cried, "and I will go in search of my doom. But whither shall I turn? Long have I sought the gate, and found it not." Then he took up the harp which he bore ever with him, being skilled in playing upon its strings, and heedless of the peril of his clear voice alone in the waste, he sang an elven song of the north for the uplifting of hearts. And even as he sang, the well at his feet began to boil with great increase of water, and it overflowed, and a rill ran noisily down the rocky hillside before him. And Tuor took this as a sign, and he arose at once and followed after it. Thus he came down from the tall hills of Mithrim, and passed out into the northward plain of Dor Lomin. And ever the stream grew as he followed it westward, until after 3 days he could descry in the west the long grey ridges of Ered Lomin, that in those regions marched north and south, fencing off the far coastlands of the western shores. To those hills in all his journeys Tuor had never come. Now the land became more broken and stony again as it approached the hills, and soon it began to rise before Tuor's feet, and the stream went down into a cloven bed. But even as dim dusk came on the 3rd day of his journey, Tuor found before him a wall of rock, and there was an opening therein like a great arch, and the stream passed in and was lost. Then Tuor was dismayed, and he said, "So my hope has cheated me. The sign in the hills has led me only to a dark end in the midst of the land of my enemies." And grey at heart he sat among the rocks on the high bank of the stream, keeping watch through a bitter, fireless night. For it was yet but the month of Sulimeh, and no stir of spring had come to that far northern land, and a shrill wind blew from the east. But even as the light of the coming sun shone pale in the far mists of Mithrim, Tuor heard voices, and looking down he saw in amazement 2 elves that waded in the shallow water, and as they climbed up steps hewn in the bank, Tuor stood up and called to them. At once they drew their bright swords and sprang towards him. Then he saw that they were grey-cloaked, but mail-clad under, and he marvelled, for they were fairer and more fell to look upon because of the light of their eyes than any of the elven folk that he yet had known. He stood to his full height and awaited them. But when they saw that he drew no weapon, but stood alone and greeted them in the elven tongue, they sheathed their swords and spoke courteously to him. And one said, "Gelmir and Armenas we are, of Finarfin's people. Are you not one of the Edain of old, that dwelt in these lands ere the Nearneath? And indeed of the kindred of Hador and Hurin I deem you, for so the gold of your head declares you." And Tuor answered, "Yea, I am Tuor, son of Huor, son of Galdor, son of Hador. But now at last I desire to leave this land where I am outlawed and kinless." "Then," said Gelmir, "if you would escape and find the havens in the south, already your feet have been guided on the right road." "So I thought," said Tuor, "for I followed a sudden spring of water in the hills until it joined this treacherous stream. But now I know not whither to turn, for it has gone into darkness." "Through darkness one may come to the light," said Gelmir. "Yet one will walk under the sun while one may," said Tuor. "But since you are of that people, tell me if you can where lies the gate of the Noldor, for I have sought it long, ever since Anael, my foster-father of the Grey Elves, spoke of it to me."
Then the elves laughed and said, "Your search is ended, for we have ourselves just passed that gate. There it stands before you." And they pointed to the arch into which the water flowed. "Come now, through darkness you shall come to the light. We will set your feet on the road, but we cannot guide you far, for we are sent back to the lands whence we fled upon an urgent errand." "But fear not," said Gelmir. "A great doom is written upon your brow, and it shall lead you far from these lands, far indeed from Middle-earth, as I guess." Then Tuor followed the Noldor down the steps and waded in the cold water, until they passed into the shadow beyond the arch of stone. And then Gelmir brought forth one of those lamps for which the Noldor were renowned, for they were made of old in Valinor, and neither wind nor water could quench them, and when they were unhooded, they sent forth a clear blue light from a flame imprisoned in white crystal.
The blue shining lamps of the Noldorin elves are referred to elsewhere, though they do not appear in the published text of the Silmarillion. In earlier versions of the Tale of Turin, Gwyndor, the elf of Nargothrond, who escaped from Angband and was found by Beleg in the forest of Tower na Fuin, possessed one of these lamps, and it was the overturning and uncovering of Gwyndor's lamp, so that its light shone out, that showed Turin the face of Beleg, whom he had killed. In a note on the story of Gwyndor, they are called Feanorian lamps, of which the Noldor themselves did not know the secret, and they are there described as crystals hung in a fine chain net, the crystals being ever shining with an inner blue radiance.
Now by the light that Gelmir held above his head, Tuor saw that the river began to go suddenly down a smooth slope into a great tunnel. But beside its rock-hewn course there ran long flights of steps, leading on and downward into a deep gloom beyond the beam of the lamp. When they had come to the foot of the rapids, they stood under a great dome of rock, and there the river rushed over a steep fall with a great noise that echoed in the vault, and it passed then on again under another arch into a further tunnel. Beside the falls the Noldor halted and bade Tuor farewell. "Now we must return and go our ways with all speed," said Gelmir, "for matters of great peril are moving in Beleriand." "Is then the hour come when Turgon shall come forth?" said Tuor. Then the elves looked at him in amazement. "That is a matter which concerns the Noldor rather than the sons of men," said Arminas. "What know you of Turgon?" "Little," said Tuor, "save that my father aided his escape from the Nirnaeth, and that in his stronghold dwells the hope of the Noldor. Yet, though I know not why, ever his name stirs in my heart and comes to my lips. And had I my will, I would go in search of him rather than tread this dark way of dread, unless perhaps this secret road is the way to his dwelling." "Who shall say?" answered the elf. "For since the dwelling of Turgon is hidden, so also are the ways thither. I know them not, though I have sought them long. Yet if I knew them, I would not reveal them to you, nor to any among men." But Gelmir said, "I have heard that your house has the favour of the Lord of Waters, and if his counsels lead you to Turgon, then surely shall you come to him, whithersoever you turn. Follow now the road to which the water has brought you from the hills, and fear not. You shall not walk long in darkness. Farewell, and think not that our meeting was by chance, for the dweller in the deep moves many things in this land still. Anar Kaluva ti Eliana."
The sun shall shine upon your path. In the very much briefer story told in the Silmarillion, there is no account of how Tuor found the gate of the Noldor, nor any mention of the elves Gelmir and Arminas. They appear, however, in the Tale of Turin, the Silmarillion, chapter 21, as the messengers who brought Ulmo's warning to Nargothrond. And there they are said to be of the people of Finarfin's son Angrod, who, after the Dagor Bragolach, dwelt in the south with Círdan the shipwright. In a longer version of the story of their coming to Nargothrond, Arminas, comparing Turin unfavourably with his kinsman, speaks of having met Tuor in the wastes of Dor-Lomin.
With that the Noldor turned and went back up the long stairs. But Tuor stood still until the light of their lamp was lost, and he was alone in a darkness deeper than night amid the roaring of the falls. Then, summoning his courage, he set his left hand to the rock wall, and felt his way forward, slowly at first, and then more quickly, as he became more used to the darkness and found nothing to hinder him. And after a great while, as it seemed to him, when he was weary and yet unwilling to rest in the black tunnel, he saw far before him a light. And hastening on, he came to a tall and narrow cleft, and followed the noisy stream between its leaning walls, out into a golden evening. For he was come into a deep ravine with tall, sheer sides, and it ran straight towards the west. And before him the setting sun, going down through a clear sky, shone into the ravine and kindled its walls with yellow fire, and the waters of the river glittered like gold as they broke and foamed upon many gleaming stones. In that deep place Tuor went on now in great hope and delight, finding a path beneath the southern wall, where there lay a long and narrow strand, and when night came, and the river rushed on unseen, save for a glint of high stars mirrored in dark pools, then he rested and slept, for he felt no fear beside that water, in which the power of Ulmo ran. With the coming of day he went on again without haste. The sun rose behind his back and set before his face, and where the water foamed among the boulders or rushed over sudden falls, at morning and evening rainbows were woven across the stream, wherefore he named that stream Cirith Niniach. Thus Tuor journeyed slowly for 3 days, drinking the cold water but desiring no food, though there were many fish that shone as gold or silver, or gleamed with colours like to the rainbows in the spray above. And on the 4th day the channel grew wider, and its walls lower and less sheer, but the river ran deeper and more strongly, for high hills now marched on either side, and fresh waters spilled from them into Cirith Niniach over shimmering falls. There long while Tuor sat, watching the swirling of the stream and listening to its endless voice, until night came again, and stars shone cold and white in the dark lane of sky above him. Then he lifted up his voice and plucked the strings of his harp, and above the noise of the water the sound of his song and the sweet thrilling of the harp were echoed in the stone and multiplied, and went forth and rang in the night-clad hills, until all the empty land was filled with music beneath the stars. For though he knew it not, Tuor was now come to the echoing mountains of Lamoth, about the firth of Drengist. There once long ago Feanor had landed from the sea, and the voices of his host were swelled to a mighty clamour upon the coasts of the north, ere the rising of the moon.
In the Silmarillion, chapter 9, it is told that when Morgoth and Ungoliant struggled in this region for possession of the Silmarils, Morgoth sent forth a terrible cry that echoed in the mountains. Therefore that region was called Lamoth, for the echoes of his voice dwelt there ever after, so that any who cried aloud in that land awoke them. And all the waste between the hills and the sea was filled with a clamour as of voices in anguish. Here, on the other hand, the conception is rather that any sound uttered there was magnified in its own nature, and this idea is clearly also present at the beginning of chapter 13 of the Silmarillion, where, in a passage very similar to the present, even as the Noldor set foot upon the strand, their cries were taken up into the hills and multiplied, so that a clamour as of countless mighty voices filled all the coasts of the north. It seems that according to the one tradition, Lamoth and Ered Lomin echoing mountains, were so named from their retaining the echoes of Morgoth's dreadful cry in the toils of Ungoliant, while, according to the other, the names are simply descriptive of the nature of sounds in that region.
Then Tuor was filled with wonder and stayed his song, and slowly the music died in the hills, and there was silence. And then amid the silence he heard in the air above him a strange cry, and he knew not of what creature that cry came. Now, he said, it is a fey voice. Now, nay, it is a small beast that is wailing in the waste. And then hearing it again, he said, surely it is the cry of some night-faring bird that I know not. And it seemed to him a mournful sound, and yet he desired none the less to hear it and follow it, for it called him, he knew not whither. The next morning he heard the same voice above his head, and looking up he saw 3 great white birds beating down the ravine against the westerly wind, and their strong wings shone in the new-risen sun, and as they passed over him they wailed aloud. Thus for the first time he beheld the great gulls, beloved of the Teleri. Then Tuor arose to follow them, and so that he might better mark whither they flew, he climbed the cliff upon his left hand and stood upon the top, and felt a great wind out of the west rush against his face, and his hair streamed from his head, and he drank deep of that new air, and said, this uplifts the heart like the drinking of cool wine. But he knew not that the wind came fresh from the great sea. Now Tuor went on once more, seeking the gulls high above the river, and as he went the sides of the ravine drew together again, and he came to a narrow channel, and it was filled with a great noise of water. And looking down, Tuor saw a great marvel, as it seemed to him. For a wild flood came up the narrows and strove with the river that would still press on, and a wave like a wall rose up almost to the cliff-top, crowned with foam crests flying in the wind. Then the river was thrust back, and the incoming flood swept roaring up the channel, drowning it in deep water, and the rolling of the boulders was like thunder as it passed. Thus Tuor was saved by the call of the sea-birds from death in the rising tide, and that was very great, because of the season of the year and of the high wind from the sea. But now Tuor was dismayed by the fury of the strange waters, and he turned aside and went away southward, and so came not to the long shores of the firth of Drengist, but wandered still for some days in a rugged country bare of trees, and it was swept by a wind from the sea, and all that grew there, herb or bush, leaned ever to the dawn because of the prevalence of that wind from the west. In this way Tuor passed into the borders of Nevrast, where once Turgon had dwelt, and at last, at unawares, for the cliff-tops at the margin of the land were higher than the slopes behind, he came suddenly to the black brink of Middle-earth, and saw the great sea, Belagea the shoreless. And at that hour the sun went down beyond the rim of the world as a mighty fire, and Tuor stood alone upon the cliff with outspread arms, and a great yearning filled his heart. It is said that he was the first of men to reach the great sea, and that none save the Eldar have ever felt more deeply the longing that it brings. Tuor tarried many days in Nevrast, and it seemed good to him, for that land, being fenced by mountains from the north and east, and nigh to the sea, was milder and more kindly than the plains of Hithlum. He was long used to dwell alone as a hunter in the wild, and he found no lack of food, for spring was busy in Nevrast, and the air was filled with the noise of birds, both those that dwelt in multitudes upon the shores, and those that teemed in the marshes of Linaowen in the midst of the hollow land. But in those days no voice of elves or men was heard in all the solitude. To the borders of the great mere Tuor came, but its waters were beyond his reach, because of the wide mires and the pathless forests of reeds that lay all about. And soon he turned away and went back to the coast, for the sea drew him, and he was not willing to dwell long where he could not hear the sound of its waves. And in the shorelands Tuor first found traces of the Noldor of old, for among the tall and sea-hewn cliffs south of Drengist there were many coves and sheltered inlets, with beaches of white sand among the black gleaming rocks, and leading down to such places Tuor found often winding stairs cut in the living stone, and by the water edge were ruined quays, built of great blocks hewn from the cliffs, where elven ships had once been moored. In those regions Tuor long remained, watching the ever-changing sea, while through spring and summer the slow year wore on, and darkness deepened in Beleriand, and the autumn of the doom of Nargothrond drew near. And, maybe, birds saw from afar the fell winter that was to come, for those that were wont to go south gathered early to depart, and others that used to dwell in the north came from their homes to Nevrast.
Compare with the Silmarillion, chapter 21. And Turin hastened along the ways to the north, through the lands now desolate between Narog and Teiglin, and the fell winter came down to meet him, for in that year snow fell ere autumn was past, and spring came late and cold.
And one day, as Tuor sat upon the shore, he heard the rush and whine of great wings, and he looked up and saw 7 white swans flying in a swift wedge southward. But as they came above him, they wheeled and flew suddenly down, and alighted with a great plash and churning of water. Now Tuor loved swans, which he knew on the grey pools of Mithrim, and the swan moreover had been the token of Anael and his foster folk. He rose therefore to greet the birds, and called to them, marvelling to behold that they were greater and prouder than any of their kind that he had seen before. But they beat their wings and uttered harsh cries, as if they were wroth with him, and would drive him from the shore. Then with a great noise they rose again from the water, and flew above his head, so that the rush of their wings blew upon him as a whistling wind, and wheeling in a wide circle they ascended into the high air, and went away south. Then Tuor cried aloud, "Here now comes another sign that I have tarried too long." And straightway he climbed to the cliff-top, and there he beheld the swans still wheeling on high. But when he turned southward and set out to follow them, they flew swiftly away. Now Tuor journeyed south along the coast for full 7 days, and each morning he was aroused by the rush of wings above him in the dawn, and each day the swans flew on as he followed after. And as he went the great cliffs became lower, and their tops were clothed deep with flowering turf, and away eastward there were woods turning yellow in the waning of the year. But before him, drawing ever nearer, he saw a line of great hills that barred his way, marching westward until they ended in a tall mountain, a dark and cloud-helmed tower reared upon mighty shoulders, above a great green cape thrust out into the sea. Those grey hills were indeed the western outliers of Ered Wethrin, the north fence of Beleriand, and the mountain was Mount Taras, westernmost of all the towers of that land, whose head a mariner would first descry across the miles of the sea as he drew near to the mortal shores. Beneath its long slopes in bygone days Turgon had dwelt in the halls of Vinyamar, eldest of all the works of stone that the Noldor built in the lands of their exile. There it still stood, desolate but enduring, high upon great terraces that looked towards the sea. The years had not shaken it, and the servants of Morgoth had passed it by, but wind and rain and frost had graven it, and upon the coping of its walls and the great shingles of its roof there was a deep growth of grey-green plants that, living upon the salt air, throve even in the cracks of barren stone. Now Tuor came to the ruins of a lost road, and he passed amid green mounds and leaning stones, and so came, as the day was waning, to the old hall and its high and windy courts. No shadow of fear or evil lurked there, but an awe fell upon him, thinking of those that had dwelt there and had gone, none knew whither. The proud people, deathless but doomed, from far beyond the sea. And he turned and looked, as often their eyes had looked, out across the glitter of the unquiet waters to the end of sight. Then he turned back again, and saw that the swans had alighted on the highest terrace, and stood before the west door of the hall. And they beat their wings, and it seemed to him that they beckoned him to enter. Then Tuor went up the wide stairs, now half hidden in thrift and campion, and he passed under the mighty lintel, and entered the shadows of the house of Turgon. And he came at last to a high-pillared hall. If great it had appeared from without, now vast and wonderful it seemed to Tuor from within. And for awe he wished not to awake the echoes in its emptiness. Nothing could he see there, save at the eastern end a high seat upon a dais, and softly as he might he paced towards it. But the sound of his feet rang upon the paved floor as the steps of doom, and echoes ran before him along the pillared aisles. As he stood before the great chair in the gloom, and saw that it was hewn of a single stone, and written with strange signs, the sinking sun drew level with a high window under the westward gable, and a shaft of light smote the wall before him, and glittered as it were upon burnished metal. Then Tuor, marvelling, saw that on the wall behind the throne there hung a shield and a great hauberk, and a helm and a longsword in a sheath. The hauberk shone as it were wrought of silver untarnished, and the sunbeam gilded it with sparks of gold. But the shield was of a shape strange to Tuor's eyes, for it was long and tapering, and its field was blue, in the midst of which was wrought an emblem of a white swan's wing. Then Tuor spoke, and his voice rang as a challenge in the roof. "By this token I will take these arms unto myself, and upon myself whatsoever doom they bear."
In the Silmarillion, chapter 15, it is told that when Ulmo appeared to Turgon at Vinyamar, and bade him go to Gondolin, he said, "Thus it may come to pass that the curse of the Noldor shall find thee too ere the end, and treason awake within thy walls. Then they shall be in peril of fire. But if this peril draweth nigh indeed, then even from Nevrast one shall come to warn thee, and from him, beyond ruin and fire, hope shall be born for elves and men. Leave, therefore, in this house arms and a sword, that in years to come he may find them, and thus shalt thou know him, and not be deceived." And Ulmo declared to Turgon of what kind and stature should be the helm and mail and sword that he left behind.
And he lifted down the shield, and found it light and wieldy beyond his guess, for it was wrought, it seemed, of wood, but overlaid by the craft of elven smiths with plates of metal, strong yet thin as foil, whereby it had been preserved from worm and weather. Then Tuor arrayed himself in the hauberk, and set the helm upon his head, and he girt himself with the sword. Black were sheath and belt with clasps of silver. Thus armed he went forth from Turgon's hall, and stood upon the high terraces of Taras in the red light of the sun. None were there to see him, as he gazed westward, gleaming in silver and gold. And he knew not that in that hour he appeared as one of the mighty of the west, and fit to be the father of the kings of men beyond the sea, as it was indeed his doom to be. But in the taking of those arms a change came upon Tuor, son of Huor, and his heart grew great within him.
Tuor was the father of Earendil, who was the father of Elros Tar-Miniatur, the first king of Númenor.
And as he stepped down from the doors, the swans did him reverence. And plucking each a great feather from their wings, they proffered them to him, laying their long necks upon the stone before his feet. And he took the 7 feathers, and set them in the crest of his helm. And straightway the swans arose and flew north in the sunset, and Tuor saw them no more. Now Tuor felt his feet drawn to the sea strand, and he went down by long stairs to a wide shore upon the north side of Taras Ness. And as he went he saw that the sun was sinking low into a great black cloud that came up over the rim of the darkening sea, and it grew cold, and there was a stirring and murmur as of a storm to come. And Tuor stood upon the shore, and the sun was like a smoky fire behind the menace of the sky, and it seemed to him that a great wave rose far off and rolled towards the land, but wonder held him, and he remained there unmoved, and the wave came towards him, and upon it lay a mist of shadow. Then suddenly as it drew near it curled and broke, and rushed forward in long arms of foam, but where it had broken there stood, dark against the rising storm, a living shape of great height and majesty. Then Tuor bowed in reverence, for it seemed to him that he beheld a mighty king. A tall crown he wore like silver, from which his long hair fell down as foam glimmering in the dusk. And as he cast back the grey mantle that hung about him like a mist, behold, he was clad in a gleaming coat, close-fitted as the mail of a mighty fish, and in a kirtle of deep green that flashed and flickered with sea fire as he strode slowly towards the land. In this manner the dweller of the deep, whom the Noldor name Ulmo, Lord of Waters, showed himself to Tuor, son of Huor, of the house of Hador, beneath Vinyamar. He set no foot upon the shore, but standing knee-deep in the shadowy sea he spoke to Tuor. And then, for the light of his eyes and for the sound of his deep voice that came, as it seemed, from the foundations of the world, fear fell upon Tuor, and he cast himself down upon the sand. "Arise, Tuor, son of Huor," said Ulmo. "Fear not my wrath, though long have I called to thee unheard. And setting out at last thou hast tarried on thy journey hither. In the spring thou shouldst have stood here, but now a fell winter cometh soon from the land of the enemy. Haste, thou must learn, and the pleasant road that I designed for thee must be changed, for my counsels have been scorned, and a great evil creeps upon the valley of Sirion, and already a host of foes is come between thee and thy goal."
This must refer to the warning of Ulmo, brought to Nargothrond by Gelmir and Arminas.
"What then is my goal, Lord?" said Tuor. "That which thy heart hath ever sought," answered Ulmo, "to find Turgon, and look upon the hidden city. For thou art arrayed thus to be my messenger, even in the arms which long ago I decreed for thee. Yet now thou must under shadow pass through peril. Wrap thyself therefore in this cloak, and cast it never aside until thou come to thy journey's end." Then it seemed to Tuor that Ulmo parted his grey mantle and cast to him a lappet, and as it fell about him it was for him a great cloak, wherein he might wrap himself over all from head to foot. "Thus thou shalt walk under my shadow," said Ulmo, "but tarry no more, for in the lands of Anar and in the fires of Melkor it will not endure. Wilt thou take up my errand?" "I will, Lord," said Tuor. "Then I will set words in thy mouth to say unto Turgon," said Ulmo. "But first I will teach thee, and some things thou shalt hear which no man else hath heard, nay, not even the mighty among the Eldar." And Ulmo spoke to Tuor of Valinor and its darkening, and the exile of the Noldor, and the doom of Mandos, and the hiding of the Blessed Realm. "But behold," said he, "in the armour of fate, as the children of earth name it, there is ever a rift, and in the walls of doom a breach until the full making, which ye call the end. So it shall be while I endure, a secret voice that gainsayeth, and a light where darkness was decreed. Therefore, though in the days of this darkness I seem to oppose the will of my brethren, the lords of the West, that is my part among them, to which I was appointed ere the making of the world. Yet doom is strong, and the shadow of the enemy lengthens, and I am diminished, until in Middle-earth I am become now no more than a secret whisper. The waters that run westward whither, and their springs, are poisoned, and my power withdraws from the land. For elves and men grow blind and deaf to me because of the might of Melkor. And now the curse of Mandos hastens to its fulfilment, and all the works of the Noldor shall perish, and every hope which they build shall crumble. The last hope alone is left, the hope that they have not looked for, and have not prepared. And that hope lieth in thee, for so I have chosen. Then shall Turgon not stand against Morgoth, as all the Eldar yet hope, said Tuor. And what wouldst thou of me, lord, if I come now to Turgon? For though I am indeed willing to do as my father, and stand by that king in his need, yet of little avail shall I be, a mortal man alone, among so many and so valiant of the high folk of the West. If I choose to send thee, Tuor, son of Huor, then believe not that thy one sword is not worth the sending. For the valour of the Edain the elves shall ever remember as the ages lengthen, marvelling that they gave life so freely of which on earth they had so little. But it is not for thy valour only that I send thee, but to bring into the world a hope beyond thy sight, and a light that shall pierce the darkness. And as Ulmo said these things, the mutter of the storm rose to a great cry, and the wind mounted, and the sky grew black, and the mantle of the Lord of Waters streamed out like a flying cloud. Go now, said Ulmo, lest the sea devour thee. For Ossé obeys the will of Mandos, and he is wroth, being a servant of the doom. As thou commandest, said Tuor. But if I escape the doom, what words shall I say unto Turgon? If thou come to him, answered Ulmo, then the words shall arise in thy mind, and thy mouth shall speak as I would. Speak, and fear not, and thereafter do as thy heart and valour lead thee. Hold fast to my mantle, for thus shalt thou be guarded, and I will send one to thee out of the wrath of Ossé, and thus shalt thou be guided. Yea, the last mariner of the last ship that shall seek into the west until the rising of the star. Go now back to the land. Then there was a noise of thunder, and lightning flared over the sea, and Tuor beheld Ulmo standing among the waves as a tower of silver flickering with darting flames. And he cried against the wind, I go, Lord! Yet now my heart yearneth rather to the sea. And thereupon Ulmo lifted up a mighty horn, and blew upon it a single great note, to which the roaring of the storm was but a wind-flaw upon a lake. And as he heard that note, and was encompassed by it, and filled with it, it seemed to Tuor that the coasts of Middle-earth vanished, and he surveyed all the waters of the world in a great vision, from the veins of the lands to the mouths of the rivers, and from the strands and estuaries out into the deep. The great sea he saw through its unquiet regions teeming with strange forms, even to its lightless depths, in which, amid the everlasting darkness, there echoed voices terrible to mortal ears. Its measureless plains he surveyed with the swift sight of the Valar, lying windless under the eye of Anar, or glittering under the horned moon, or lifted in hills of wrath that broke upon the shadowy isles, until remote upon the edge of sight, and beyond the count of leagues, he glimpsed a mountain, rising beyond his mind's reach into a shining cloud, and at its feet a long surf glimmering.
The shadowy isles are very probably the enchanted isles, described at the end of the Silmarillion Chapter 11, which were strung as a net in the shadowy seas from the north to the south, at the time of the hiding of Valinor.
And even as he strained to hear the sound of those far waves, and to see clearer that distant light, the note ended, and he stood beneath the thunder of the storm, and lightning many-branched rent asunder the heavens above him, and Ulmo was gone, and the sea was in tumult, as the wild waves of Osse rode against the walls of Nevrast. Then Tuor fled from the fury of the sea, and with labour he won his way back to the high terraces, for the wind drove him against the cliff, and when he came out upon the top it bent him to his knees. Therefore he entered again the dark and empty hall for shelter, and he sat night long in the stone seat of Turgon. The very pillars trembled for the violence of the storm, and it seemed to Tuor that the wind was full of wailing and wild cries. Yet being weary he slept at times, and his sleep was troubled with many dreams, of which naught remained in waking memory save one, a vision of an isle, and in the midst of it was a steep mountain, and behind it the sun went down, and shadows sprang into the sky, but above it there shone a single dazzling star. After this dream Tuor fell into a deep sleep, for before the night was over the tempest passed, driving the black clouds into the east of the world. He awoke at length in the grey light, and arose and left the high seat, and as he went down the dim hall he saw that it was filled with sea-birds driven in by the storm, and he went out as the last stars were fading in the west before the coming day. Then he saw that the great waves in the night had ridden high upon the land, and had cast their crests above the cliff-tops, and weed and shingle drift were flung even upon the terraces before the doors. And Tuor looked down from the lowest terrace, and saw, leaning against its wall among the stones and the sea-wrack, an elf, clad in a grey cloak sodden with the sea. Silent he sat, gazing beyond the ruin of the beaches out over the long ridges of the waves. All was still, and there was no sound save the roaring of the surf below. As Tuor stood and looked at the silent grey figure, he remembered the words of Ulmo, and a name untaught came to his lips, and he called aloud, "Welcome, Voronwe! I await you."
Compare with the Silmarillion, chapter 20. At the bidding of Turgon, after the Nernaeth Arnoediad, Círdan built 7 swift ships, and they sailed out into the west. But no tidings of them ever came back to Balar, save of one, and the last. The mariners of that ship toiled long in the sea, and returning at last in despair, they foundered in a great storm within sight of the coasts of Middle-earth. But one of them was saved by Ulmo from the wrath of Osse, and the waves bore him up and cast him ashore in Nevrast. His name was Voronwe, and he was one of those that Turgon sent forth as messengers from Gondolin. Compare also with the Silmarillion, chapter 23.
Then the elf turned and looked up, and Tuor met the piercing glance of his sea-grey eyes, and knew that he was of the high folk of the Noldor. But fear and wonder grew in his gaze as he saw Tuor standing high upon the wall above him, clad in his great cloak like a shadow out of which the elven mail gleamed upon his breast. A moment thus they stayed, each searching the face of the other, and then the elf stood up and bowed low before Tuor's feet. "Who are you, Lord?" he said. "Long have I laboured in the unrelenting sea. Tell me, have great tidings befallen since I walked the land? Is the shadow overthrown? Have the hidden people come forth?" "Nay," Tuor answered. "The shadow lengthens, and the hidden remain hid." Then Voronwe looked at him long in silence. "But who are you?" he asked again. "For many years ago my people left this land, and none have dwelt here since. and now I perceive that despite your raiment you are not of them, as I thought, but are of the kindred of men." "I am," said Tuor. "And are you not the last mariner of the last ship that sought the west from the havens of Círdan?" "I am," said the elf. "Voronwe, son of Oranwe, am I. But how you know my name and fate I understand not." "I know, for the Lord of Waters spoke to me yestereve," answered Tuor, "and he said that he would save you from the wrath of Osse, and send you hither to be my guide." Then in fear and wonder Voronwe cried, "You have spoken with Ulmo the Mighty? Then great indeed must be your worth and doom. But whither should I guide you, Lord? For surely a king of men you must be, and many must wait upon your word." "Nay, I am an escaped thrall," said Tuor, "and I am an outlaw alone in an empty land. But I have an errand to Turgon, the hidden king. Know you by what road I should find him?" "Many are outlaw and thrall in these days who were not born so," answered Voronwe. "A lord of men by right you are, I deem. But were you the highest of all your folk, no right would you have to seek Turgon, and vain would be your quest. For even were I to lead you to his gates, you could not enter in." "I do not bid you to lead me further than the gate," said Tuor. "There doom shall strive with the council of Ulmo, and if Turgon will not receive me, then my errand will be ended and doom shall prevail. But as for my right to seek Turgon, I am Tuor, son of Huor and kin to Hurin, whose names Turgon will not forget. And I seek also by the command of Ulmo. Will Turgon forget that which he spoke to him of old? Remember that the last hope of the Noldor cometh from the sea? Or again, when peril is nigh, one shall come from Nevrast to warn thee."
The words of Ulmo to Turgon appear in the Silmarillion chapter 15 in the form, "Remember that the true hope of the Noldor lieth in the west, and cometh from the sea." And, "But if this peril draweth nigh indeed, then even from Nevrast one shall come to warn thee."
I am he that should come, and I am arrayed thus in the gear that was prepared for me. Tuor marvelled to hear himself speak so, for the words of Ulmo to Turgon at his going from Nevrast were not known to him before, nor to any save the hidden people. Therefore the more amazed was Voronwe, but he turned away and looked toward the sea, and he sighed. "Alas," he said, "I wish never again to return. And often have I vowed in the deeps of the sea that if I ever set foot on land again, I would dwell at rest far from the shadow in the north, or by the havens of Círdan, or maybe in the fair fields of Nan Tathrin, where the spring is sweeter than the heart's desire. But if evil has grown while I have wandered, and the last peril approaches them, then I must go to my people." He turned back to Tuor. "I will lead you to the hidden gates," he said, "for the wise will not gainsay the counsels of Ulmo." "Then we will go together, as we are counselled," said Tuor. "But mourn not, Voronwe, for my heart says to you that far from the shadow your long road shall lead you, and your hope shall return to the sea."
Nothing is told in the Silmarillion of the further fate of Voronwe after his return to Gondolin with Tuor. But in the original story of Tuor and the exiles of Gondolin, he was one of those who escaped from the sack of the city, as is implied by the words of Tuor here.
"And yours also," said Voronwe. "But now we must leave it, and go in haste." "Yea," said Tuor. "But whither will you lead me, and how far? Shall we not first take thought how we may fare in the wild, or if the way be long, how pass the harbourless winter?" But Voronwe would answer nothing clearly concerning the road. "You know the strength of men," he said. "As for me, I am of the Noldor, and long must be the hunger and cold the winter that shall slay the kin of those who passed the grinding ice. Yet how think you that we could labour countless days in the salt wastes of the sea? Or have you not heard of the waybread of the elves? And I keep still that which all mariners hold until the last. Then he showed beneath his cloak a sealed wallet clasped upon his belt. No water nor weather will harm it while it is sealed. But we must husband it until great need, and doubtless an outlaw and hunter may find other food ere the year worsens. Maybe, said Tuor, but not in all lands is it safe to hunt, be the game never so plentiful, and hunters tarry on the road. Now Tuor and Voronwë made ready to depart. Tuor took with him the small bow and arrows that he had brought, beside the gear that he had taken from the hall, but his spear, upon which his name was written in the elven runes of the north, he set upon the wall in token that he had passed. No arms had Voronwë, save a short sword only. Before the day was broad, they left the ancient dwelling of Turgon, and Voronwë led Tuor about, westward of the steep slopes of Taras, and across the great cape. There once the road from Nevrast to Brithombar had passed, that now was but a green track between old turf-clad dykes. So they came into Beleriand, and the north region of the Falas, and turning eastward they sought the dark eaves of Ered Wethrin, and there they lay hid and rested until day had waned to dusk. For though the ancient dwellings of the Falathrim, Brithombar and Eglarest, were still far distant, orcs now dwelt there, and all the land was infested by the spies of Morgoth. He feared the ships of Círdan that would come at times raiding to the shores, and join with the forays sent forth from Nargothrond. Now as they sat shrouded in their cloaks as shadows under the hills, Tuor and Voronwë spoke much together, and Tuor questioned Voronwë concerning Turgon. But Voronwë would tell little of such matters, and spoke rather of the dwellings upon the Isle of Balar, and of the Lisgarth, the land of reeds at the mouths of Sirion. There now the numbers of the Eldar increase, he said, for evermore flee thither of either kin from the fear of Morgoth, weary of war. But I forsook not my people of my own choice. For after the Bragolach and the breaking of the siege of Angband, doubt first came into Turgon's heart that Morgoth might prove too strong. In that year he sent out the first of his folk that passed his gates from within, a few only, upon a secret errand. They went down Sirion to the shores about the mouths, and there built ships, but it availed them nothing, save to come to the great Isle of Balar and there establish lonely dwellings far from the reach of Morgoth. For the Noldor have not the art of building ships that will long endure the waves of Belegea the Great.
Compared with the Silmarillion, chapter 18, Turgon believed also that the ending of the siege was the beginning of the downfall of the Noldor, unless aid should come. And he sent companies of the Gondolindrim in secret to the mouths of Sirion and the Isle of Balar. There they built ships, and set sail into the uttermost west, upon Turgon's errand, seeking for Valinor to ask for pardon and aid of the Valar. And they besought the birds of the sea to guide them, but the seas were wild and wide, and shadow and enchantment lay upon them, and Valinor was hidden. Therefore none of the messengers of Turgon came into the west, and many were lost, and few returned. In one of the constituent texts of the Silmarillion, it is said that although the Noldor had not the art of shipbuilding, and all the craft that they built foundered or were driven back by the winds, yet after the Dagor Bragolach, Turgon ever maintained a secret refuge upon the Isle of Balar. And when, after the Nerniath Arnoediad, Círdan and the remnant of his people fled from Brithombar and Eglarest to Balar, they mingled with Turgon's outpost there. But this element in the story was rejected, and thus, in the published text of the Silmarillion, There is no reference to the establishment of dwellings on Valar by elves from Gondolin.
But when later Turgon heard of the ravaging of the Falas and the sack of the ancient havens of the shipwrights that lie away there before us, and it was told that Círdan had saved a remnant of his people and sailed away south to the Bay of Balar, then he sent out messengers anew. That was but a little while ago, yet it seems in memory the longest portion of my life. For I was one of those that he sent, being young in years among the Eldar. I was born here in Middle-earth in the land of Nevrast. My mother was of the grey elves of the Falas, and akin to Círdan himself. There was much mingling of the peoples in Nevrast in the first days of Turgon's kingship. And I have the sea heart of my mother's people. Therefore I was among the chosen, since our errand was to Círdan to seek his aid in our shipbuilding, that some message and prayer for aid might come to the lords of the West ere all was lost. But I tarried on the way, for I had seen little of the lands of Middle-earth, and we came to Nan Tathrin in the spring of the year. Lovely to heart's enchantment is that land, Tuor, as you shall find, if ever your feet go upon the southward roads down Sirion. There is the cure of all sea-longing, save for those whom doom will not release. There Ulmo is but the servant of Yavanna, and the earth has brought to life a wealth of fair things that is beyond the thought of hearts in the hard hills of the north. In that land Narog joins Sirion, and they haste no more, but flow broad and quiet through living meads. And all about the shining river are flag-lilies like a blossoming forest, and the grass is filled with flowers like gems, like bells, like flames of red and gold, like a waste of many-coloured stars in a firmament of green. Yet fairest of all are the willows of Nan Tathrin, pale green or silver in the wind, and the rustle of their innumerable leaves is a spell of music. Day and night would flicker by uncounted, while still I stood knee-deep in grass and listened. There I was enchanted, and forgot the sea in my heart. There I wandered, naming new flowers, or lay a dream amid the singing of the birds and the humming of bees and flies. And there I might still dwell in delight, forsaking all my kin, whether the ships of the Teleri or the swords of the Noldor. But my doom would not so. Or the Lord of Waters himself, may be, for he was strong in that land. Thus it came into my heart to make a raft of willow boughs and move upon the bright bosom of Sirion. And so I did, and so I was taken. For on a day, as I was in the midst of the river, a sudden wind came and caught me, and bore me away out of the land of willows down to the sea. Thus I came last of the messengers to Círdan, and of the 7 ships that he built at Turgon's asking, all but one were then full wrought, and one by one they set sail into the west, and none yet has ever returned, nor has any news of them been heard. But the salt air of the sea now stirred anew the heart of my mother's kin within me, and I rejoiced in the waves, learning all ship-lore, as were it already stored in the mind. So when the last ship, and the greatest, was made ready, I was eager to be gone, saying within my thought, if the words of the Noldor be true, then in the west there are meads with which the land of willows cannot compare. There is no withering, nor any end of spring, and perhaps even I, Voronwë, may come thither. And at the worst to wander on the waters is better far than the shadow in the north. And I feared not, for the ships of the Teleri no water may drown. But the great sea is terrible, Tuor, son of Huor, and it hates the Noldor, for it works the doom of the Valar. Worse things it holds than to sink into the abyss and so perish. Loathing and loneliness and madness, terror of wind and tumult, and silence, and shadows where all hope is lost and all living shapes pass away, and many shores evil and strange it washes, and many islands of danger and fear infest it. I will not darken your heart, son of Middle-earth, with the tale of my labour 7 years in the great sea from the north even into the south, but never to the west, for that is shut against us. At the last, in black despair, weary of all the world, we turned and fled from the doom that so long had spared us, only to strike us more cruelly. For even as we descried a mountain from afar, and I cried, "Lo, there is Taras, the land of my birth," the wind awoke, and great clouds thunder-laden came up from the west. Then the waves hunted us like living things filled with malice, and the lightning smote us, and when we were broken down to a helpless hull, the seas leaped upon us in fury. But as you see, I was spared. For it seemed to me that there came a wave, greater and yet calmer than all the others, and it took me and lifted me from the ship, and bore me high upon its shoulders, and rolling to the land it cast me upon the turf, and then drained away, pouring back over the cliff in a great waterfall. There but 1 hour had I sat when you came upon me, still dazed by the sea, and still I feel the fear of it, and the bitter loss of all my friends that went with me so long and so far, beyond the sight of mortal lands. Veronwë sighed, and spoke then softly as if to himself. But very bright were the stars upon the margin of the world, when at times the clouds about the west were drawn aside. Yet whether we saw only clouds still more remote, or glimpsed indeed, as some held, the mountains of the Pelori about the lost strands of our long home, I know not. Far, far away they stand, and none from mortal lands shall come there ever again, I deem. Then Veronwë fell silent, for night had come, and the stars shone white and cold. Soon after, Tuor and Veronwë arose and turned their backs toward the sea, and set out upon their long journey in the dark, of which there is little to tell, for the shadow of Ulmo was on Tuor, and none saw them pass, by wood or stone, by field or fen, between the setting and the rising of the sun. But ever warily they went, shunning the night-eyed hunters of Morgoth, and forsaking the trodden ways of elves and men. Veronwë chose their path, and Tuor followed. He asked no vain questions, but noted well that they went ever eastward along the march of the rising mountains, and turned never southward, at which he wondered, for he believed, as did well-nigh all elves and men, that Turgon dwelt far from the battles of the north. Slow was their going by twilight or by night in the pathless wilds, and the fell winter came down swiftly from the realm of Morgoth. Despite the shelter of the hills, the winds were strong and bitter, and soon the snow lay deep upon the heights, or whirled through the passes, and fell upon the woods of Nuath, ere the full shedding of their withered leaves.
The woods of Nuath are not mentioned in the Silmarillion, and are not marked on the map that accompanies it. They extended westward from the upper waters of the Narog, towards the source of the river Nenning.
Thus, though they set out before the middle of Narqueliae, the Hissime came in with biting frost, even as they drew nigh to the sources of Narog. There, at the end of a weary night in the grey of dawn, they halted, and Veronwë was dismayed, looking about him in grief and fear. Where once the fair pool of Ivrin had lain in its great stone basin carved by falling waters, and all about it had been a tree-clad hollow under the hills, now he saw a land defiled and desolate. The trees were burned or uprooted, and the stone marges of the pool were broken, so that the waters of Ivrin strayed and wrought a great barren marsh amid the ruin. All now was but a welter of frozen mire, and a reek of decay lay like a foul mist upon the ground. "Alas, has the evil come even here?" Veronwë cried. "Once far from the threat of Angband was this place, but ever the fingers of Morgoth grope further. It is even as Ulmo spoke to me, said Tuor. The springs are poisoned, and my power withdraws from the waters of the land. Yet, said Veronwe, a malice has been here with strength greater than that of orcs. Fear lingers in this place. And he searched about the edges of the mire, until suddenly he stood still and cried again, Yea, a great evil! And he beckoned to Tuor, and Tuor coming saw a slot like a huge furrow that passed away southward, and at either side, now blurred, now sealed hard and clear by frost, the marks of great clawed feet. See, said Veronwe, and his face was pale with dread and loathing. Here not long since was the great worm of Angband, most fell of all the creatures of the enemy. Late already is our errand to Turgon. There is need of haste. Even as he spoke thus, they heard a cry in the woods, and they stood still as grey stones, listening. But the voice was a fair voice, though filled with grief, and it seemed that it called ever upon a name, as one that searches for another who is lost. And as they waited, one came through the trees, and they saw that he was a tall man, armed, clad in black, with a long sword drawn. And they wondered, for the blade of the sword also was black, but the edges shone bright and cold. Woe was graven in his face, and when he beheld the ruin of Ivrin, he cried aloud in grief, saying, Ivrin, Fey Livrin, Gwyndor and Beleg, here once I was healed, but now never shall I drink the draught of peace again. Then he went swiftly away towards the north, as one in pursuit or on an errand of great haste, and they heard him cry, Fey Livrin, Finduilas, until his voice died away in the woods.
Compare with the Silmarillion, chapter 21. Finduilas, daughter of Orodreth the king, knew Gwyndor and welcomed him, for she had loved him before the Nirnaeth. And so greatly did Gwyndor love her beauty, that he named her Fey Livrin, which is the gleam of the sun on the pools of Ivrin.
But they knew not that Nargothrond had fallen, and this was Turin, son of Húrin the Black Sword. Thus only for a moment, and never again, did the paths of those kinsmen, Turin and Tuor, draw together. When the Black Sword had passed, Tuor and Veronwe held on their way for a while, though day had come. For the memory of his grief was heavy upon them, and they could not endure to remain beside the defilement of Ivrin. But before long they sought a hiding place, for all the land was filled now with a foreboding of evil. They slept little and uneasily, and as the day wore it grew dark and a great snow fell, and with the night came a grinding frost. Thereafter the snow and ice relented not at all, and for 5 months the fell winter, long remembered, held the north in bonds. Now Tuor and Veronwe were tormented by the cold, and feared to be revealed by the snow to hunting enemies, or to fall into hidden dangers treacherously cloaked. 9 days they held on, ever slower and more painfully, and Veronwe turned somewhat north, until they crossed the 3 well streams of Teiglin, and then he bore eastward again, leaving the mountains, and went warily until they passed Glithowy and came to the stream of Malduin, and it was frozen black.
The river Glithowy is not mentioned in the Silmarillion, and is not named on the map, though it is shown, a tributary of the Teiglin, joining that river some way north of the inflowing of the Balduin.
Then Tuor said to Veronwe, Fell is this frost, and death draws near to me, if not to you. For they were now in evil case. It was long since they had found any food in the wild, and the waybread was dwindling, and they were cold and weary. Ill is it to be trapped between the doom of the Valar and the malice of the enemy, said Veronwe. Have I escaped the mouths of the sea but to lie under the snow? But Tuor said, How far is now to go?
For at last, Veronwe, you must forego your secrecy with me. Do you lead me straight, and whither? For if I must spend my last strength, I would know to what that may avail." "I have led you as straight as I safely might," answered Veronwe. "Know then now that Turgon dwells still in the north of the land of the Eldar, though that is believed by few. Already we draw nigh to him, yet there are many leagues still to go, even as a bird might fly, and for us Sirion is yet to cross, and great evil, may be, lies between. For we must come soon to the highway that ran of old down from the Minas of King Finrod to Nargothrond."
This road is referred to in the Silmarillion, chapter 21. The ancient road that led through the long defile of Sirion past the isle where Minas Tirith of Finrod had stood, and so through the land between Malduin and Sirion, and on, through the eaves of Brethil to the crossings of Teiglin.
There the servants of the enemy will walk and watch. "I counted myself the hardiest of men," said Tuor, "and I have endured many winters' woe in the mountains. But I had a cave at my back and fire then, and I doubt now my strength to go much further thus hungry through the fell weather. But let us go on as far as we may before hope fails." "No other choice have we," said Veronwe, "unless it be to lay us down here and seek the snow sleep." Therefore all through that bitter day they toiled on, deeming the peril of foes less than the winter. But ever as they went they found less snow, for they were now going southward again down into the vale of Sirion, and the mountains of Dorlomin were left far behind. In the deepening dusk they came to the highway at the bottom of a tall wooded bank. Suddenly they were aware of voices, and looking out warily from the trees they saw a red light below. A company of orcs was encamped in the midst of the road, huddled about a large wood fire. "Gurthan Glamhoth," Tuor muttered.
"Death to the Glamhoth." This name, though it does not occur in the Silmarillion or in the Lord of the Rings, was a general term in the Sindarin language for orcs. The meaning is Din Hord, host of tumult. Compare with Gandalf's sword, Glamdring, and Tol Ingarhoth, the host of werewolves.
"Now the sword shall come from under the cloak. I will risk death for mastery of that fire, and even the meat of orcs would be a prize." "Nay," said Veronwe, "on this quest only the cloak will serve. You must forego the fire, or else forego Turgon. This band is not alone in the wild. Cannot your mortal sight see the far flame of other posts to the north and to the south? A tumult will bring a host upon us. Hearken to me, Tuor. It is against the law of the hidden kingdom that any should approach the gates with foes at their heels, and that law I will not break, neither for Ulmo's bidding nor for death. Rouse the orcs, and I leave you." "Then let them be," said Tuor. "But may I live yet to see the day when I need not sneak aside from a handful of orcs like a cowed dog." "Come then," said Veronwe. "Debate no more, or they will scent us. Follow me." He crept then away through the trees, southward down the wind, until they were midway between that orc fire and the next upon the road. There he stood a long while, listening. "I hear none moving on the road," he said, "but we know not what may be lurking in the shadows." He peered forward into the gloom and shuddered. "The air is evil," he muttered. "Alas, yonder lies the land of our quest and hope of life, but death walks between." "Death is all about us," said Tuor, "but I have strength left only for the shortest road. Here I must cross or perish. I will trust to the mantle of Ulmo, and you also it shall cover. Now I will lead." So saying, he stole to the border of the road. Then, clasping Veronwe close, he cast about them both the folds of the grey cloak of the Lord of Waters, and stepped forth. All was still.
The cold wind sighed as it swept down the ancient road. Then suddenly it too fell silent. In the pause, Tuor felt a change in the air, as if the breath from the land of Morgoth had failed a while. And faint as a memory of the sea came a breeze from the west. As a grey mist on the wind, they passed over the stony street and entered a thicket on its eastern brink. All at once from near at hand there came a wild cry, and many others along the borders of the road answered it. A harsh horn blared, and there was the sound of running feet. But Tuor held on. He had learned enough of the tongue of the orcs in his captivity to know the meaning of those cries. The watchers had scented them and heard them, but they were not seen. The hunt was out. Desperately he stumbled and crept forward with Voronwë at his side, up a long slope deep in whin and whortleberry among knots of rowan and low birch. At the top of the ridge they halted, listening to the shouts behind and the crashing of the orcs in the undergrowth below. Beside them was a boulder that reared its head out of a tangle of heath and brambles, and beneath it was such a lair as a hunted beast might seek and hope there to escape pursuit, or at the least, with its back to stone, to sell its life dearly. Down into the dark shadow Tuor drew Voronwë, and side by side under the grey cloak they lay and panted like tired foxes. No word they spoke. All their heed was in their ears. The cries of the hunters grew fainter, for the orcs thrust never deep into the wild lands at either hand, but swept rather down and up the road. They recked little of stray fugitives, but spies they feared, and the scouts of armed foes. For Morgoth had set a guard on the highway, not to ensnare Tuor and Voronwë, of whom as yet he knew nothing, nor any coming from the west, but to watch for the black sword, lest he should escape and pursue the captives of Nargothrond, bringing help, it might be, out of Doriath. The night passed, and the brooding silence lay again upon the empty lands. Weary and spent, Tuor slept beneath Ulmo's cloak, but Voronwë crept forth and stood like a stone, silent, unmoving, piercing the shadows with his elvish eyes. At the break of day he woke Tuor, and he, creeping out, saw that the weather had indeed for a time relented, and the black clouds were rolled aside. There was a red dawn, and he could see far before him the tops of strange mountains glinting against the eastern fire. Then Voronwë said in a low voice, "Allay, ered en Echoriath, ered embar nin."
Echoriath, the encircling mountains about the plain of Gondolin, the mountains of my home.
For he knew that he looked on the encircling mountains and the walls of the realm of Turgon. Below them, eastward in a deep and shadowy vale, lay Sirion the fair, renowned in song, and beyond, wrapped in mist, a grey land climbed from the river to the broken hills at the mountain's feet. "Yonder lies Dimbar," said Voronwë. "Would we were there, for there our foes seldom dare to walk, or so it was while the power of Ulmo was strong in Sirion. But all may now be changed, save the peril of the river. It is already deep and swift, and even for the Eldar dangerous to cross."
In the Silmarillion, chapter 21, Beleg of Doriath said to Turin, at a time some years before that of the present narrative, that orcs had made a road through the pass of Anach, and Dimbar, which used to be in peace, is falling under the Black Hand.
"But I have led you well, for there gleams the ford of Brithiach, yet a little southward, where the east road that of old ran all the way from Taras in the west made the passage of the river. None now dare to use it save in desperate need, neither elf nor man nor orc, since that road leads to Dungortheb, and the land of dread between the Gorgoroth and the girdle of Melian. And long since has it faded into the wild, or dwindled to a track among weeds and trailing thorns.
By this road Maeglin and Arethel fled to Gondolin, pursued by Eol, the Silmarillion, chapter 16, and afterwards Caligorm and Corofin took it when they were expelled from Nargothrond. Only in the present text is there any mention of its westward extension to Turgon's ancient home at Vinya Mar, under Mount Taras, and its course is not marked on the map, from its junction on the old south road to Nargothrond, at the northwestern edge of Brethil.
Then Tuor looked as Voronway pointed, and far away he caught the glimmer as of open waters under the brief light of dawn. But beyond loomed a darkness, where the great forest of Brethil climbed away southward into a distant highland. Now warily they made their way down the valley side, until at last they came to the ancient road descending from the waymeet on the borders of Brethil, where it crossed the highway from Nargothrond. Then Tuor saw that they were come close to Sirion. The banks of its deep channel fell away in that place, and its waters, choked by a great waste of stones, were spread out into broad shallows, full of the murmur of fretting streams.
The name Brithiach contains the element brith, gravel, and also in the river Brithon and the haven of Brithon Bar.
Then, after a little, the river gathered together again, and delving a new bed flowed away toward the forest, and far off vanished into a deep mist that his eye could not pierce. For there lay, though he knew it not, the north march of Doriath, within the shadow of the girdle of Melian. At once Tuor would hasten to the ford, but Voronway restrained him, saying, "Over the Brithiach we may not go in open day, nor while any doubt of pursuit remains." "Then shall we sit here and rot?" said Tuor. "For such doubt will remain while the realm of Morgoth endures. Come, under the shadow of the cloak of Ulmo we must go forward." Still Voronway hesitated, and looked back westward, but the track behind was deserted, and all about was quiet save for the rush of the waters. He looked up, and the sky was grey and empty, for not even a bird was moving. Then suddenly his face brightened with joy, and he cried aloud, "It is well. The Brithiach is guarded still by the enemies of the enemy. The orcs will not follow us here, and under the cloak we may pass now without more doubt." "What new thing have you seen?" said Tuor. "Short is the sight of mortal men," said Voronway. "I see the eagles of the Chrysaegrim, and they are coming hither. Watch a while." Then Tuor stood at gaze, and soon high in the air he saw 3 shapes beating on strong wings down from the distant mountain peaks now wreathed again in cloud. Slowly they descended in great circles, and then stooped suddenly upon the wayfarers. But before Voronway could call to them, they turned with a wide sweep and rush, and flew northward along the line of the river. "Now let us go," said Voronway. "If there be any orc nearby, he will lie cowering nose to ground until the eagles have gone far away." Swiftly down a long slope they hastened, and passed over the Brithiach, walking often dry-foot upon shelves of shingle, or wading in the shoals no more than knee-deep. The water was clear and very cold, and there was ice upon the shallow pools where the wandering streams had lost their way among the stones. But never, not even in the fell winter of the fall of Nargothrond, could the deadly breath of the north freeze the main flood of Sirion.
In a parallel version of the text at this point, almost certainly rejected in favour of the one printed, the travellers did not cross the Sirion by the ford of Brithiach, but reached the river several leagues to the north of it. They trod a toilsome path to the brink of the river, and there Voronway cried, "See a wonder! Both good and ill does it forebode. Sirion is frozen, though no tale tells of the like, since the coming of the Eldar out of the east. Thus we may pass and save many weary miles, too long for our strength. Yet thus also others may have passed, or may follow." They crossed the river on the ice unhindered, and thus did the counsels of Ulmo turn the malice of the enemy to avail, for the way was shortened, and at the end of their hope and strength, Tuor and Voronway came at last to the dry river, at its issuing from the skirts of the mountains.
On the far side of the ford they came to a gully, as it were the bed of an old stream, in which no water now flowed, Yet once it seemed a torrent had cloven its deep channel, coming down from the north out of the mountains of the Echoriath, and bearing thence all the stones of the Brithiach down into Sirion. "At last, beyond hope we find it," cried Veronwe. "See, here is the mouth of the dry river, and that is the road we must take."
Compare with the Silmarillion, chapter 15. But there was a deep way under the mountains, delved in the darkness of the world, by waters that flowed out to join the streams of Sirion. And this way Turgon found, and so came to the green plain amid the mountains, and saw the island hill that stood there of hard smooth stone, for the vale had been a great lake in ancient days.
Then they passed into the gully, and as it turned north and the slopes of the land went steeply up, so its sides rose on either hand, and Tuor stumbled in the dim light among the stones with which its rough bed was strewn. "If this is a road," he said, "it is an evil one for the weary." "Yet it is the road to Turgon," said Veronwe. "Then the more do I marvel," said Tuor, "that its entrance lies open and unguarded. I had looked to find a great gate and strength of guard." "That you shall yet see," said Veronwe. "This is but the approach. A road, I named it, yet upon it none have passed for more than 300 years, save messengers few and secret, and all the craft of the Noldor has been expended to conceal it, since the hidden people entered in. Does it lie open? Would you have known it, if you had not had one of the hidden kingdom for a guide? Or would you have guessed it to be but the work of the weathers and the waters of the wilderness? And are there not the eagles, as you have seen? They are the folk of Thorondor, who dwelt once even on Thangorodrim, ere Morgoth grew so mighty, and dwell now in the mountains of Turgon since the fall of Fingolfin."
It is not said in the Silmarillion that the great eagles ever dwelt on Thangorodrim. In chapter 13, Manwë sent forth the race of eagles, commanding them to dwell in the crags of the north and to keep watch upon Morgoth. While in chapter 18, Thorondor came hasting from his eyrie among the peaks of the Chrysaegrim, for the rescue of Fingolfin's body before the gates of Angband. Compare with also the Return of the King, Book 6, Chapter 4, old Thorondor, who built his eyries in the inaccessible peaks of the encircling mountains when Middle-earth was young. In all probability, the conception of Thorondor's dwelling at first upon Thangorodrim, which is found also in an early Silmarillion text, was later abandoned.
They alone save the Noldor know the hidden kingdom and guard the skies above it, though as yet no servant of the enemy has dared to fly into the high airs. And they bring much news to the king of all that moves in the lands without. Had we been orcs, doubt not that we should have been seized, and cast from a great height upon the pitiless rocks. "I doubt it not," said Tuor. "But it comes into my mind to wonder also whether news will now not come to Turgon of our approach swifter than we. And if that be good or ill, you alone can say." "Neither good nor ill," said Veronwe. "For we cannot pass the guarded gate unmarked, be we looked for or no. And if we come there, the guards will need no report that we are not orcs. But to pass we shall need a greater plea than that. For you do not guess, Tuor, the peril that we then shall face. Blame me not as one unwarned for what may then betide. May the power of the Lord of Waters be shown indeed. For in that hope alone have I been willing to guide you, and if it fails, then more surely shall we die than by all the perils of wild and winter." But Tuor said, "Forebode no more. Death in the wild is certain, and death at the gate is yet in doubt to me for all your words. Lead me still on." Many miles they toiled on in the stones of the dry river, until they could go no further, and the evening brought darkness into the deep cleft. They climbed out then onto the east bank, and they had now come into the tumbled hills that lay at the feet of the mountains. And looking up, Tuor saw that they towered up in a fashion other than that of any mountains that he had seen. for their sides were like sheer walls, piled each one above and behind the lower, as were they great towers of many-storied precipices. But the day had waned, and all the lands were grey and misty, and the vale of Sirion was shrouded in shadow. Then Voronwë led him to a shallow cave in a hillside that looked out over the lonely slopes of Dimbar, and they crept within, and there they lay hid, and they ate their last crumbs of food, and were cold and weary, but slept not. Thus did Tuor and Voronwë come in the dusk of the 18th day of Hisime, the 37th of their journey, to the towers of the Echoriath and the threshold of Turgon, and by the power of Ulmo escaped both the doom and the malice. When the first glimmer of day filtered grey amid the mists of Dimbar, they crept back into the dry river, and soon after its course turned eastward, winding up to the very walls of the mountains, and straight before them there loomed a great precipice, rising sheer and sudden from a steep slope upon which grew a tangled thicket of thorn trees. Into this thicket the stony channel entered, and there it was still dark as night, and they halted, for the thorns grew far down the sides of the gully, and their lacing branches were a dense roof above it, so low that often Tuor and Voronwë must crawl under like beasts stealing back to their lair. But at last, as with great labour they came to the very foot of the cliff, they found an opening, as it were the mouth of a tunnel worn in the hard rock by waters flowing from the heart of the mountains. They entered, and within there was no light, but Voronwë went steadily forward, while Tuor followed with his hand upon his shoulder, bending a little, for the roof was low. Thus for a time they went on blindly, step by step, until presently they felt the ground beneath their feet had become level and free from loose stones. Then they halted and breathed deeply, as they stood listening. The air seemed fresh and wholesome, and they were aware of a great space around and above them, but all was silent, and not even the drip of water could be heard. It seemed to Tuor that Voronwë was troubled and in doubt, and he whispered, "Where, then, is the guarded gate? Or have we indeed now passed it?" "Nay," said Voronwë, "yet I wonder, for it is strange that any incomer should creep thus far unchallenged. I fear some stroke in the dark." But their whispers aroused the sleeping echoes, and they were enlarged and multiplied, and ran in the roof and the unseen walls, hissing and murmuring as the sound of many stealthy voices. And even as the echoes died in the stone, Tuor heard out of the darkness a voice speak in the elven tongues, first in the high speech of the Noldor, which he knew not, and then in the tongue of Beleriand, though in a manner somewhat strange to his ears, as of a people long sundered from their kin.
In the Silmarillion, nothing is said specifically concerning the speech of the elves of Gondolin, but this passage suggests that for some of them the high speech, Quenya, was in ordinary use. It is stated in a late linguistic essay that Quenya was in daily use in Turgon's house, and was the childhood speech of Eärendil, but that for most of the people of Gondolin it had become a language of books, and, as the other Noldor, they used Sindarin in daily speech. Compare with the Silmarillion, chapter 15. After the Edict of Thingol, the exiles took the Sindarin tongue in all their daily uses, and the high speech of the West was spoken only by the lords of the Noldor among themselves. Yet that speech lived ever as a language of law, wherever any of that people dwelt.
"Stand," it said. "Stir not, or you will die, be you foes or friends." "We are friends," said Voronwë. "Then do as we bid," said the voice. The echo of their voices rolled into silence. Voronwë and Tuor stood still, and it seemed to Tuor that many slow minutes passed, and a fear was in his heart such as no other peril of his road had brought. Then there came the beat of feet, growing to a tramping loud as the march of trolls in that hollow place. Suddenly an elven lantern was unhooded, and its bright ray was turned upon Voronway before him. But nothing else could Tuor see save a dazzling star in the darkness, and he knew that while that beam was upon him, he could not move, neither to flee nor to run forward. For a moment they were held thus in the eye of the light, and then the voice spoke again, saying, "Show your faces!" And Voronway cast back his hood, and his face shone in the ray, hard and clear, as if graven in stone, and Tuor marvelled to see its beauty. Then he spoke proudly, saying, "Know you not whom you see? I am Voronway, son of Oranway of the house of Fingolfin. Or am I forgotten in my own land after a few years? Far beyond the thought of Middle-earth I have wandered, yet I remember your voice, Elemachiel." "Then Voronway will remember also the laws of his land," said the voice. "Since by command he went forth, he has the right to return, but not to lead hither any stranger. By that deed his right is void, and he must be led as a prisoner to the king's judgment. As for the stranger, he shall be slain or held captive at the judgment of the guard. Lead him hither that I may judge." Then Voronway led Tuor towards the light, and as they drew near, many Noldor, mail-clad and armed, stepped forward out of the darkness and surrounded them with drawn swords. And Elemachiel, captain of the guard, who bore the bright lamp, looked long and closely at them. "This is strange in you, Voronway," he said. "We were long friends. Why then would you set me thus cruelly between the law and my friendship? If you had led hither unbidden one of the other houses of the Noldor, that were enough. But you have brought to knowledge of the way a mortal man, for by his eyes I perceive his kin. Yet free can he never again go, knowing the secret. And as one of alien kin that has dared to enter, I should slay him, even though he be your friend and dear to you. In the wide lands without Elemachiel, many strange things may befall one, and tasks unlooked for be laid on one," Voronway answered. "Other shall the wanderer return than as he set forth. What I have done under command greater than the law of the guard. The king alone should judge me, and him that comes with me." Then Tuor spoke, and feared no longer. "I come with Voronway, son of Oranway, because he was appointed to be my guide by the Lord of Waters. To this end was he delivered from the wrath of the sea and the doom of the Valar. For I bear from Ulmo an errand to the son of Fingolfin, and to him will I speak it." Thereat Elemachiel looked in wonder upon Tuor. "Who then are you?" he said. "And whence come you?" "I am Tuor, son of Huor of the house of Hador and the kindred of Hurin. And these names, I am told, are not unknown in the hidden kingdom. From Nevrast I have come through many perils to seek it." "From Nevrast?" said Elemachiel. "It is said that none dwell there since our people departed." "It is said truly," answered Tuor. "Empty and cold stand the courts of Vinyamar. Yet thence I come. Bring me now to him that built those halls of old." "In matters so great judgment is not mine," said Elemachiel. "Therefore I will lead you to the light where more may be revealed, and I will deliver you to the warden of the great gate." Then he spoke in command, and Tuor and Voronway were set between tall guards, 2 before and 3 behind them, and their captain led them from the cavern of the outer guard, and they passed, as it seemed, into a straight passage, and there walked long upon a level floor until a pale light gleamed ahead. Thus they came at length to a wide arch with tall pillars upon either hand, hewn in the rock, and between hung a great portcullis of crossed wooden bars, marvellously carved and studded with nails of iron. Elemachiel touched it, and it rose silently, and they passed through. And Tuor saw that they stood at the end of a ravine, the like of which he had never before beheld or imagined in his thought, long though he had walked in the wild mountains of the north. For beside the Orfalk Echor, Cirith Niniach was but a groove in the rock. Here the hands of the Valar themselves, in ancient wars of the world's beginning, had wrested the great mountains asunder, and the sides of the rift were sheer as if axe-cloven, and they towered up to heights unguessable. There far aloft ran a ribbon of sky, and against its deep blue stood black peaks and jagged pinnacles, remote but hard, cruel as spears. Too high were those mighty walls for the winter sun to overlook, and though it was now full morning, faint stars glimmered above the mountain tops, and down below all was dim, but for the pale light of lamps set beside the climbing road. For the floor of the ravine sloped steeply up, eastward, and upon the left hand Tuor saw beside the stream bed a wide way, laid and paved with stone, winding upward till it vanished into shadow. "You have passed the first gate, the gate of wood," said Elamachil. "There lies the way. We must hasten." How far that deep road ran, Tuor could not guess, and as he stared onward a great weariness came upon him like a cloud. A chill wind hissed over the faces of the stones, and he drew his cloak about him. "Cold blows the wind from the hidden kingdom," he said. "Yea, indeed," said Veronwe. "To a stranger it might seem that pride has made the servants of Turgon pitiless. Long and hard seem the leagues of the seven gates to the hungry and way-worn. If our law were less stern, long ago guile and hatred would have entered and destroyed us. That you know well," said Elamachil. "But we are not pitiless. Here there is no food, and the stranger may not go back through a gate that he has passed. Endure then a little, and at the second gate you shall be eased." "It is well," said Tuor, and he went forward as he was bidden. After a little he turned and saw that Elamachil alone followed with Veronwe. "There is no need more of guards," said Elamachil, reading his thought. "From the Orfalk there is no escape for elf or man, and no returning." Thus they went on up the steep way, sometimes by long stairs, sometimes by winding slopes, under the daunting shadow of the cliff, until some half-league from the wooden gate, Tuor saw that the way was barred by a great wall built across the ravine from side to side, with stout towers of stone at either hand. In the wall was a great archway above the road, but it seemed that masons had blocked it with a single mighty stone. As they drew near, its dark and polished face gleamed in the light of a white lamp that hung above the midst of the arch. "Here stands the second gate, the gate of stone," said Elamachil, and going up to it he thrust lightly upon it. It turned upon an unseen pivot until its edge was towards them, and the way was open upon either side, and they passed through into a court where stood many armed guards clad in grey. No word was spoken, but Elamachil led his charges to a chamber beneath the northern tower, and there food and wine was brought to them, and they were permitted to rest a while. "Scant may the fare seem," said Elamachil to Tuor, "but if your claim be proved, hereafter it shall richly be amended." "It is enough," said Tuor. Faint were the heart that needed better healing. And indeed such refreshment did he find in the drink and food of the Noldor, that soon he was eager to go on. After a little space they came to a wall yet higher and stronger than before, and in it was set the third gate, the gate of bronze, a great twofold door hung with shields and plates of bronze, wherein were wrought many figures and strange signs. Upon the wall above its lintel were 3 square towers, roofed and clad with copper, that by some device of smithcraft were ever bright, and gleamed as fire in the rays of the red lamps ranged like torches along the wall. Again silently they passed the gate, and saw in the court beyond a yet greater company of guards in mail that glowed like dull fire, and the blades of their axes were red. Of the kindred of the Sindar of Nevrast, for the most part, were those that held this gate. Now they came to the most toilsome road, for in the midst of the Orfalch the slope was at the steepest, and as they climbed, Tuor saw the mightiest of the walls looming dark above him. Thus, at last, they drew near the fourth gate, the gate of writhen iron. High and black was the wall, and lit with no lamps. 4 towers of iron stood upon it, and between the 2 inner towers was set an image of a great eagle wrought in iron, even the likeness of King Thorondor himself, as he would alight upon a mountain from the high airs. But as Tuor stood before the gate, it seemed to his wonder that he was looking through boughs and stems of imperishable trees into a pale glade of the moon. For a light came through the traceries of the gate, which were wrought and hammered into the shapes of trees with writhing roots and woven branches, laden with leaves and flowers. And as he passed through, he saw how this could be, for the wall was of great thickness, and there was not 1 grille, but 3 in line, so set that to one who approached in the middle of the way, each formed part of the device. But the light beyond was the light of day, for they had climbed now to a great height above the lowlands where they began, and beyond the iron gate the road ran almost level. Moreover, they had passed the crown and heart of the Echoriath, and the mountain towers now fell swiftly down towards the inner hills, and the ravine opened wider, and its sides became less sheer. Its long shoulders were mantled with white snow, and the light of the sky, snow-mirrored, came white as moonlight through a glimmering mist that filled the air. Now they passed through the lines of the iron guards that stood behind the gate. Black were their mantles and their mail and long shields, and their faces were masked with visors bearing each an eagle's beak. Then Elamachiel went before them, and they followed him into the pale light. And Tuor saw beside the way a sward of grass, where like stars bloomed the white flowers of Uilos, the evermind that knows no season and withers not. And thus, in wonder and lightening of heart, he was brought to the gate of silver.
These were the flowers that bloomed abundantly on the burial mounds of the kings of Rohan below Edoras. Gandalf named them in the language of the Rohirrim, as translated into Old English, Simbelmerna, that is, evermind, for they blossom in all the seasons of the year and grow where dead men rest. The 2 Towers, Book 3, Chapter 6. The Elvish name Uilos is only given in this passage, but the word is also found in Amon Uilos, as the Quenya name Oyolose. Ever snow-white, the mountain of Manwë, was rendered into Sindarin. In Cirion and Eorl, the flower is given another Elvish name, Alfirin.
The wall of the 5th gate was built of white marble, and was low and broad, and its parapet was a trellis of silver between 5 great globes of marble, and there stood many archers robed in white. The gate was in shape as 3 parts of a circle, and wrought of silver and pearl of Nevrast in likeness of the moon. But above the gate, upon the midmost globe, stood an image of the white tree Telperion, wrought of silver and malachite, with flowers made of great pearls of Balar.
In the Silmarillion, Chapter 10, it is said that Thingol rewarded the dwarves of Belegost with many pearls. These Círdan gave to him, for they were got in great number in the shallow waters about the Isle of Balar.
And beyond the gate, in a wide court paved with marble, green and white, stood archers in silver mail and white-crested helms, 100 upon either hand. Then Elamachiel led Tuor and Veronwë through their silent ranks, and they entered upon a long white road that ran straight towards the 6th gate. And as they went, the grass sward became wider, and among the white stars of Uilos there opened many small flowers like eyes of gold. So they came to the Golden Gate, the last of the ancient gates of Turgon that were wrought before the Nirnaeth. And it was much like the Gate of Silver, save that the wall was built of yellow marble, and the globes and parapet were of red gold, and there were 6 globes, and in the midst upon a golden pyramid was set an image of laurelin, the tree of the sun, with flowers wrought of topaz in long clusters upon chains of gold. And the gate itself was adorned with discs of gold many-rayed, in likenesses of the sun, set amid devices of garnet and topaz and yellow diamonds. In the court beyond were arrayed 300 archers with long bows, and their mail was gilded, and tall golden plumes rose from their helmets, and their great round shields were red as flame. Now sunlight fell upon the further road, for the walls of the hills were low on either side, and green, but for the snows upon their tops. And Elamachiel hastened forward, for the way was short to the 7th gate, named the Great, the gate of steel that Maeglin wrought after the return from the Near Naiath, across the wide entrance to the Orfalch Echo. No wall stood there, but on either hand were 2 round towers of great height, many-windowed, tapering in 7 stories to a turret of bright steel. And between the towers there stood a mighty fence of steel that rusted not, but glittered cold and white. 7 great pillars of steel there were, tall with the height and girth of strong young trees, but ending in a bitter spike that rose to the sharpness of a needle. And between the pillars were 7 crossbars of steel, and in each space 7 times 7 rods of steel upright with heads like the broad blades of spears. But in the centre, above the midmost pillar and the greatest, was raised a mighty image of the king helm of Turgon, the crown of the hidden kingdom, set about with diamonds. No gate or door could Tuor see in this mighty hedge of steel, but as he drew near through the spaces between the bars, there came, as it seemed to him, a dazzling light, and he shaded his eyes and stood still in dread and wonder. But Elamachiel went forward, and no gate opened to his touch, but he struck upon a bar, and the fence rang like a harp of many strings, giving forth clear notes in harmony that ran from tower to tower. Straightway there issued riders from the towers, but before those of the north tower came one upon a white horse, and he dismounted and strode towards them. And high and noble as was Elamachiel, greater and more lordly was Ecthelion, lord of the fountains, at that time warden of the great gate.
Ecthelion of the Fountain is mentioned in the Silmarillion as one of Turgon's captains who guarded the flanks of the host of Gondolin in their retreat down Sirion from the Near Naiath Arnoiliad, and as the slayer of Gothmog, lord of Balrogs, by whom he himself was slain in the assault on the city.
All in silver was he clad, and upon his shining helm was set a spike of steel pointed with a diamond, and as his esquire took his shield, it shimmered as if it were bedewed with drops of rain, that were indeed 1,000 studs of crystal. Elamachiel saluted him and said, "Here have I brought Voronwe Aranwion, returning from Balar, and here is the stranger that he has led hither, who demands to see the king." Then Ecthelion turned to Tuor, but he drew his cloak about him and stood silent, facing him. And it seemed to Voronwe that a mist mantled Tuor, and his stature was increased, so that the peak of his high hood overtopped the helm of the elf lord, as it were the crest of a grey sea-wave riding to the land. But Ecthelion bent his bright glance upon Tuor, and after a silence he spoke gravely, saying,
"From this point the carefully written, though much amended, manuscript ceases, and the remainder of the narrative is hastily scribbled on a scrap of paper.
You have come to the last gate. Know then that no stranger who passes it shall ever go out again, save by the door of death. Speak not ill-boding. If the messenger of the Lord of Waters go by that door, then all those who dwell here will follow him. Lord of the Fountains, hinder not the messenger of the Lord of Waters." Then Voronwe and all those who stood near looked again in wonder at Tuor, marvelling at his words and voice. And to Voronwë it seemed as if he heard a great voice, but as of one who called from afar off. But to Tuor it seemed that he listened to himself speaking, as if another spoke with his mouth. For a while Ecthelion stood silent, looking at Tuor, and slowly awe filled his face, as if in the grey shadow of Tuor's cloak he saw visions from far away. Then he bowed, and went to the fence and laid hands upon it, and gates opened inward on either side of the pillar of the crown. Then Tuor passed through, and coming to a high sward that looked out over the valley beyond, he beheld a vision of Gondolin amid the white snow. And so entranced was he that for long he could look at nothing else. For he saw before him at last the vision of his desire out of dreams of longing. Thus he stood and spoke no word. Silent upon either hand stood a host of the army of Gondolin. All of the 7 kinds of the 7 gates were there represented, but their captains and chieftains were upon horses, white and grey. Then, even as they gazed on Tuor in wonder, his cloak fell, and he stood there before them in the mighty livery of Nevrast. And many were there who had seen Turgon himself set these things upon the wall behind the high seat of Vinyamar. Then Ecthelion said at last, "Now no further proof is needed, and even the name he claims as son of Huor matters less than this clear proof that he comes from Ulmo himself."
Here the narrative finally comes to an end, and there remain only some hasty jottings indicating the course of the story. Tuor asked the name of the city, and was told its 7 names. It is notable, and no doubt intentional, that the name Gondolin is never once used in the narrative until the very end. Always it is called the Hidden Kingdom, or the Hidden City. Ecthelion gave orders for the sounding of the signal, and trumpets were blown on the towers of the great gate, echoing in the hills. After a hush, they heard far-off answering trumpets blown upon the city walls. Horses were brought, a grey horse for Tuor, and they rode to Gondolin. A description of Gondolin was to follow, of the stairs up to its high platform and its great gate, of the mounds, this word is uncertain, of malorns, birches and evergreen trees, of the place of the fountain, the king's tower on a pillared arcade, the king's house, and the banner of Fingolfin. Now Turgon himself would appear, tallest of all the children of the world, save Thingol, with a white and gold sword in a rual bone ivory sheath, and welcome Tuor. Maeglin would be seen standing on the right of the throne, and Idril, the king's daughter, seated on the left, and Tuor would speak the message of Ulmo, either in the hearing of all or in the council chamber. Other disjointed notes indicate that there was to be a description of Gondolin as seen by Tuor from far off, that Ulmo's cloak would vanish when Tuor spoke the message of Turgon, that it would be explained why there was no queen of Gondolin, and that it was to be emphasized, either when Tuor first set eyes upon Idril or at some earlier point, that he had known or even seen few women in his life. Most of the women and all the children of Anael's company in Mithrim were sent away south, and as a thrall Tuor had only seen the proud and barbaric women of the Easterlings, who treated him as a beast, or the unhappy slaves forced to labour from childhood, for whom he had only pity. It may be noted that later mentions of Malorns in Númenor, Lindon, and Lothlorien do not suggest, though they do not deny, that those trees flourished in Gondolin in the elder days. Refer here to a description of the island of Númenor, and that the wife of Turgon, Elenwe, was lost long before, in the crossing of the Helcaraxe, by the host of Fingolfin. The Silmarillion, Chapter 9.
2. Narn I Hin Húrin. The Tale of the Children of Húrin.
In an introductory note, existing in different forms, it is said that, though made in Elvish speech and using much Elvish lore, especially of Doriath, the Narn I Hin Húrin was the work of a mannish poet, J.R.R, who lived at the havens of Sirion in the days of J.R.R, and there gathered all the tidings that he could of the house of Hador, whether among men or elves, remnants and fugitives of Dor Lomin, of Nargothrond, of Gondolin, or of Doriath. In one version of this note, J.R.R is said to have come himself of the house of Hador. This lay, longest of all the lays of Beleriand, was all that he ever made, but it was prized by the Eldar, for J.R.R used the grey elven tongue, in which he had great skill. He used that mode of elvish verse which was called Minlamed Thent Estent, and was, of old, proper to the Narn, a tale that is told in verse, but to be spoken and not sung. J.R.R perished in the raid of the sons of Feanor upon the havens of Sirion.
The Childhood of Turin. Hador Goldenhead was a lord of the Edain, and well beloved by the Eldar. He dwelt while his days lasted under the lordship of Fingolfin, who gave to him wide lands in that region of Hithlum which was called Dor Lomin. His daughter Glorithel wedded Haldir son of Halmir, lord of the men of Brethil, and at the same feast his son Galdor the Tall wedded Hareth, the daughter of Halmir. Galdor and Hareth had 2 sons, Húrin and Húr. Húrin was by 3 years the elder, but he was shorter in stature than other men of his kin. In this he took after his mother's people, but in all else he was like Hador his grandfather, fair of face and golden-haired, strong in body and fiery of mood. But the fire in him burned steadily, and he had great endurance of will. Of all men of the north, he knew most of the counsels of the Noldor. Huor his brother was tall, the tallest of all the Edain save his own son Tuor only, and a swift runner. But if the race were long and hard, Húrin would be the first home, for he ran as strongly at the end of the course as at the beginning. There was great love between the brothers, and they were seldom apart in their youth. Húrin wedded Morwen, the daughter of Baragan, son of Bregalas of the house of Beor, and she was thus of close kin to Beren one hand. Morwen was dark-haired and tall, and for the light of her glance and the beauty of her face men called her Elethwen, the Elven Fair. But she was somewhat stern of mood and proud. The sorrows of the house of Beor saddened her heart, for she came as an exile to Dor Lomin from Dorthonion, after the ruin of the Bragalach. Turin was the name of the eldest child of Húrin and Morwen, and he was born in that year in which Beren came to Doriath and found Luthien Tinuviel, Thingol's daughter. Morwen bore a daughter also to Húrin, and she was named Urwen, but she was called Lalaith, which is laughter, by all that knew her in her short life. Huor wedded Rian, the cousin of Morwen. She was the daughter of Belagund, son of Bregalas. By hard fate was she born into such days, for she was gentle of heart and loved neither hunting nor war. Her love was given to trees and to the flowers of the wild, and she was a singer and a maker of songs. 2 months only had she been wedded to Huor, when he went with his brother to the Nirnaeth Arnoediad, and she never saw him again.
At this point in the text of the Narn, there is a passage describing the sojourn of Húrin and Huor in Gondolin. This is very closely based on the story told in one of the constituent texts of the Silmarillion, so closely as to be no more than a variant, and I have not given it again here. The story can be found in the Silmarillion, chapter 18.
In the years after the Dagor Bragollach and the fall of Fingolfin, the shadow of the fear of Morgoth lengthened. But in the 469th year after the return of the Noldor to Middle-earth, there was a stirring of hope among elves and men. For the rumour ran among them of the deeds of Beren and Luthien, and the putting to shame of Morgoth even upon his throne in Angband. And some said that Beren and Luthien yet lived, or had returned from the dead. In that year also the great councils of Maedhros were almost complete, and with the reviving strength of the Eldar and the Edain, the advance of Morgoth was stayed, and the orcs were driven back from Beleriand. Then some began to speak of victories to come, and of redressing the battle of the Bragollach, when Maedhros should lead forth the united hosts, and drive Morgoth underground, and seal the doors of Angband. But the wiser were uneasy still, fearing that Maedhros revealed his growing strength too soon, and that Morgoth would be given time enough to take counsel against him. Ever will some new evil be hatched in Angband beyond the guess of elves and men, they said. And in the autumn of that year, to point their words, there came an ill wind from the north under leaden skies. The evil breath it was called, for it was pestilent. And many sickened and died in the fall of the year in the northern lands that bordered on the Anfauglith, and they were for the most part the children or the rising youth in the houses of men. In that year Turin son of Hurin was yet only 5 years old, and Orwen his sister was 3 in the beginning of spring. Her hair was like the yellow lilies in the grass as she ran in the fields, and her laughter was like the sound of the merry stream that came singing out of the hills past the walls of her father's house. Nen Lalaith it was named, and after it all the people of the household called the child Lalaith, and their hearts were glad while she was among them. But Turin was loved less than she. He was dark-haired as his mother, and promised to be like her in mood also, for he was not merry, and spoke little, though he learned to speak early and ever seemed older than his years. Turin was slow to forget injustice or mockery, but the fire of his father was also in him, and he could be sudden and fierce. Yet he was quick to pity, and the hurts or sadness of living things might move him to tears, and he was like his father in this also, for Morwen was stern with others as with herself. He loved his mother, for her speech to him was forthright and plain, but his father he saw little, for Hurin was often long away from home with the host of Fingon that guarded Hithlum's eastern borders. And when he returned, his quick speech full of strange words and jests and half-meanings bewildered Turin and made him uneasy. At that time all the warmth of his heart was for Lalaith his sister, but he played with her seldom, and liked better to guard her unseen, and to watch her going upon grass or under tree, as she sang such songs as the children of the Edain made long ago, when the tongue of the elves was still fresh upon their lips. Fair as an elf child is Lalaith, said Hurin to Morwen, but briefer, alas, and so fairer may be, or dearer. And Turin, hearing these words, pondered them, but could not understand them, for he had seen no elf children. None of the Eldar at that time dwelt in his father's lands, and once only had he seen them, when King Fingon and many of his lords had ridden through Dorlomin and passed over the bridge of Nen Lalaith, glittering in silver and white. But before the year was out, the truth of his father's words was shown, for the evil breath came to Dorlomin, and Turin took sick, and lay long in a fever and dark dream. And when he was healed, for such was his fate and the strength of life that was in him, he asked for Lalaith, but his nurse answered, Speak no more of Lalaith, son of Húrin, but of your sister Orwen you must ask tidings of your mother." And when Morwen came to him, Turin said to her, "I am no longer sick, and I wish to see Orwen. But why must I not say Lalaith any more?" "Because Orwen is dead, and laughter is stilled in this house," she answered. "But you live, son of Morwen, and so does the enemy who has done this to us." She did not seek to comfort him any more than herself, for she met her grief in silence and coldness of heart. But Húrin mourned openly, and he took up his harp and would make a song of lamentation. But he could not, and he broke his harp, and going out he lifted up his hand towards the north, crying, "Mara of Middle-earth! Would that I might see thee face to face, and mar thee as my lord Fingolfin did." But Turin wept bitterly at night alone, though to Morwen he never again spoke the name of his sister. To one friend only he turned at that time, and to him he spoke of his sorrow and the emptiness of the house. This friend was named Sador, a houseman in the service of Húrin. He was lame and of small account. He had been a woodman, and by ill luck or the mishandling of his axe he had hewn his right foot, and the footless leg had shrunken. And Turin called him Labadal, which is hopper-foot, though the name did not displease Sador, for it was given in pity and not in scorn. Sador worked in the outbuildings to make or mend things of little worth that were needed in the house, for he had some skill in the working of wood, and Turin would fetch him what he lacked to spare his leg. And sometimes he would carry off secretly some tool or piece of timber that he found unwatched, if he thought his friend might use it. Then Sador smiled, but bade him return the gifts to their places. "Give with a free hand, but give only your own," he said. He rewarded as he could the kindness of the child, and carved for him the figures of men and beasts. But Turin delighted most in Sador's tales, for he had been a young man in the days of the Bragolach, and loved now to dwell upon the short days of his full manhood, before his maiming. "That was a great battle, they say, son of Húrin. I was called from my tasks in the wood in the need of that year, but I was not in the Bragolach, or I might have got my hurt with more honour. For we came too late, save to bear back the bier of the old lord Hador, who fell in the guard of King Fingolfin. I went for a soldier after that, and I was in Sirion, the great fort of the elf kings, for many years, or so it seems now, and the dull years since have little to mark them. In Sirion I was when the Black King assailed it, and Galdor, your father's father, was the captain there in the king's stead. He was slain in that assault, and I saw your father take up his lordship and his command, though but new come to manhood. There was a fire in him that made the sword hot in his hand, they said. Behind him we drove the orcs into the sand, and they have not dared to come within sight of the walls since that day. But alas, my love of battle was sated, for I had seen spilled blood and wounds enough, and I got my leave to come back to the woods that I yearned for. And there I got my hurt, for a man that flies from his fear may find that he has only taken a short cut to meet it. In this way Sador would speak to Turin as he grew older, and Turin began to ask many questions that Sador found hard to answer, thinking that others nearer akin should have had the teaching. And one day Turin said to him, "Was Lalaith indeed like an elf child, as my father said? And what did he mean when he said that she was briefer?" "Very like," said Sador, "for in their first youth the children of men and elves seem close akin. But the children of men grow more swiftly, and their youth passes soon. Such is our fate." Then Turin asked him, "What is fate?" "As to the fate of men," said Sador, "you must ask those that are wiser than Labadal. But as all can see, we weary soon and die. And by mischance many meet death even sooner. But the elves do not weary, and they do not die save by great hurt. From wounds and griefs that would slay men they may be healed, and even when their bodies are marred they return again, some say. It is not so with us." "Then Lalaith will not come back," said Turin. "Where has she gone?" "She will not come back," said Sador. "But where she has gone, no man knows, or I do not." "Has it always been so? Or do we suffer some curse of the wicked king, perhaps, like the evil breath?" "I do not know. But darkness lies behind us, and out of it few tales have come. The fathers of our fathers may have had things to tell, but they did not tell them. Even their names are forgotten. The mountains stand between us and the life that they came from, flying from no man now knows what." "Were they afraid?" said Turin. "It may be," said Sador. "It may be that we fled from the fear of the dark, only to find it here before us, and nowhere else to fly to but the sea." "We are not afraid any longer," said Turin. "Not all of us. My father is not afraid, and I will not be. Or at least, as my mother, I will be afraid and not show it." It seemed then to Sador that Turin's eyes were not like the eyes of a child, and he thought, "Grief is a hone to a hard mind." But aloud he said, "Son of Hurin and Morwen, how it will be with your heart Labadal cannot guess, but seldom and to few will you show what is in it." Then Turin said, "Perhaps it is better not to tell what you wish, if you cannot have it. But I wish, Labadal, that I were one of the Eldar. Then Lalaith might come back, and I should still be here, even if she were long away. I shall go as a soldier with an elf king as soon as I am able, as you did, Labadal." "You may learn much of them," said Sador, and he sighed. "They are a fair folk, and wonderful, and they have a power over the hearts of men. And yet I think sometimes that it might have been better if we had never met them, but had walked in lowlier ways. For already they are ancient in knowledge, and they are proud and enduring. In their light we are dimmed, or we burn with too quick a flame, and the weight of our doom lies the heavier on us." "But my father loves them," said Turin, "and he is not happy without them. He says that we have learned nearly all that we know from them, and have been made a nobler people. And he says that the men that have lately come over the mountains are hardly better than orcs." "That is true," answered Sador. "True at least of some of us. But the up-climbing is painful, and from high places it is easy to fall low." At this time Turin was almost 8 years old, in the month of Gwairon in the reckoning of the Edain, in the year that cannot be forgotten. Already there were rumours among his elders of a great mustering and gathering of arms, of which Turin heard nothing. And Hurin, knowing her courage and her guarded tongue, often spoke with Morwen of the designs of the elven kings, and of what might befall if they went well or ill. His heart was high with hope, and he had little fear for the outcome of the battle, for it did not seem to him that any strength in Middle-earth could overthrow the might and splendour of the Eldar. "They have seen the light in the west," he said, "and in the end darkness must flee from their faces." Morwen did not gainsay him, for in Hurin's company the hopeful ever seemed the more likely. But there was knowledge of elven lore in her kindred also, and to herself she said, "And yet did they not leave the light? And are they not now shut out from it? It may be that the lords of the West have put them out of their thought. And how then can even the elder children overcome one of the powers?" No shadow of such doubt seemed to lie upon Hurin Thalion. Yet one morning in the spring of that year he awoke heavy as after unquiet sleep, and a cloud lay on his brightness that day, and in the evening he said suddenly, "When I am summoned, Morwen Elethwen, I shall leave in your keeping the heir of the house of Hador. The lives of men are short, and in them there are many ill chances even in time of peace." "That has ever been so," she answered. "But what lies under your words?" "Prudence, not doubt," said Hurin. Yet he looked troubled. "But one who looks forward must see this, that things will not remain as they were. This will be a great throw, and one side must fall lower than it now stands. If it be the elven kings that fall, then it must go evilly with the Edain, and we dwell nearest to the enemy. But if things do go ill, I will not say to you, do not be afraid, for you fear what should be feared, and that only, and fear does not dismay you. But I say, do not wait. I shall return to you as I may, but do not wait. Go south as swiftly as you can. If I live, I shall follow, and I shall find you, though I have to search through all Beleriand. Beleriand is wide and houseless for exiles, said Morwen. Whither should I flee, with few or with many? Then Hurin thought for a while in silence. There is my mother's kin in Brethil, he said. That is some 30 leagues as the eagle flies. If such an evil time should indeed come, what help would there be in men? Said Morwen. The house of Beor has fallen. If the great house of Hador falls, in what holes shall the little folk of Halath creep? They are few and unlearned, but do not doubt their valour, said Hurin. Where else is hope? You do not speak of Gondolin, said Morwen. No, for that name has never passed my lips, said Hurin. Yet the word is true that you have heard. I have been there. But I tell you now truly as I have told no other and will not. I do not know where it stands. But you guess, and guess near, I think, said Morwen. It may be so, said Hurin. But unless Turgon himself released me from my oath, I could not tell that guess even to you, and therefore your search would be vain. But were I to speak to my shame, you would at best but come at a shut gate, for unless Turgon comes out to war, and of that no word has been heard, and it is not hoped, no one will come in. Then if your kin are not hopeful and your friends deny you, said Morwen, I must take counsel for myself. And to me now comes the thought of Doriath. Last of all defences will the girdle of Melian be broken, I think, and the house of Beor will not be despised in Doriath. Am I not now kin of the king? For Beren, son of Barahir, was grandson of Bregor, as was my father also. My heart does not lean to Thingol, said Hurin. No help will come from him to King Fingon, and I know not what shadow falls on my spirit when Doriath is named. At the name of Brethil my heart also is darkened, said Morwen. Then suddenly Hurin laughed, and he said, Here we sit, debating things beyond our reach, and shadows that come out of dream. Things will not go so ill. But if they do, then to your courage and counsel all is committed. Do then what your heart bids you, but do it swiftly. and if we gain our ends, then the elven kings are resolved to restore all the fiefs of Beor's house to his heirs, and a high inheritance will come to our son." That night Turin half woke, and it seemed to him that his father and mother stood beside his bed, and looked down on him in the light of the candles that they held, but he could not see their faces. On the morning of Turin's birthday, Húrin gave his son a gift, an elf-wrought knife, and the hilt and the sheath were silver and black. And he said, "Heir of the house of Hador, here is a gift for the day. But have a care, it is a bitter blade, and steel serves only those that can wield it. It will cut your hand as willingly as aught else." And setting Turin on a table, he kissed his son and said, "You overtop me already, son of Morwen. Soon you will be as high on your own feet. In that day, many may fear your blade." Then Turin ran from the room and went away alone. And in his heart there was a warmth like the warmth of the sun upon the cold earth that sets growth astir. He repeated to himself his father's words, "Heir of the house of Hador." But other words came also to his mind. "Give with a free hand, but give of your own." And he went to Sador and cried, "Labadal, it is my birthday, the birthday of the heir of the house of Hador, and I have brought you a gift to mark the day. Here is a knife, just such as you need. It will cut anything that you wish, as fine as a hair." Then Sador was troubled, for he knew well that Turin had himself received the knife that day. But men held it a grievous thing to refuse a free given gift from any hand. He spoke then to him gravely. "You come of a generous kin, Turin, son of Húrin. I have done nothing to equal your gift, and I cannot hope to do better in the days that are left to me. But what I can do, I will." And when Sador drew the knife from the sheath, he said, "This is a gift indeed, a blade of elven steel. Long have I missed the feel of it." Húrin soon marked that Turin did not wear the knife, and he asked him whether his warning had made him fear it. Then Turin answered, "No, but I gave the knife to Sador the woodwright." "Do you then scorn your father's gift?" said Morwen. And again Turin answered, "No, but I love Sador, and I feel pity for him." Then Húrin said, "All three gifts were your own to give, Turin. Love, pity, and the knife the least." "Yet I doubt if Sador deserves them," said Morwen. "He is self-maimed by his own want of skill, and he is slow with his tasks, for he spends much time on trifles, unbidden." "Give him pity none the less," said Húrin. "An honest hand and a true heart may hew amiss, and the harm may be harder to bear than the work of a foe." "But you must wait now for another blade," said Morwen. "Thus the gift shall be a true gift, and at your own cost." None the less, Turin saw that Sador was treated more kindly thereafter, and was set now to the making of a great chair for the Lord to sit on in his hall. There came a bright morning in the month of Lothron, when Turin was roused by sudden trumpets, and running to the doors he saw in the court a great press of men on foot and on horse, and all fully armed as for war. There also stood Húrin, and he spoke to the men and gave commands, and Turin learned that they were setting out that day for Barad Eithel. These were Húrin's guards and household men, but all the men of his land were summoned. Some had gone already with Huor his father's brother, and many others would join the Lord of Dorlomen on the road, and go behind his banner to the great muster of the king. Then Morwen bade farewell to Húrin without tears, and she said, "I will guard what you leave in my keeping, both what is and what shall be." And Húrin answered her, "Farewell, Lady of Dor-lómin. We ride now with greater hope than ever we have known before. Let us think that at this midwinter the feast shall be merrier than in all our years yet, with a fearless spring to follow after." Then he lifted Turin to his shoulder, and cried to his men, "Let the heir of the house of Hador see the light of your swords." And the sun glittered on 50 blades as they leapt forth, and the court rang with the battle cry of the Edain of the north. "Lacho Kalad, Drago Morn, flame light, flee night." Then at last Húrin sprang into his saddle, and his golden banner was unfurled, and the trumpets sang again in the morning, and thus Húrin Thalion rode away to the Nirnaeth Arnoediad. But Morwen and Turin stood still by the doors, until far away they heard the faint call of a single horn on the wind. Húrin had passed over the shoulder of the hill, beyond which he could see his house no more. The words of Húrin and Morgoth. Many songs are sung and many tales are told by the elves of the Nirnaeth Arnoediad, the battle of unnumbered tears, in which Fingon fell and the flower of the Eldar withered. If all were retold, a man's life would not suffice for the hearing. But now is to be told only of what befell Húrin, son of Galdor, lord of Dor-lómin, when beside the stream of Rivil he was taken at last alive by the command of Morgoth, and carried off to Angband.
Here in the text of the Narn, there is a passage giving an account of the Nirnaeth Arnoediad that I have excluded, as it is so close as to be no more than a variant of that which can be found in the Silmarillion, chapter 20.
Húrin was brought before Morgoth, for Morgoth knew by his arts and his spies that Húrin had the friendship of the king of Gondolin, and he sought to daunt him with his eyes. But Húrin could not yet be daunted, and he defied Morgoth. Therefore Morgoth had him chained and set in slow torment. But after a while he came to him, and offered him his choice to go free whither he would, or to receive power and rank as the greatest of Morgoth's captains, if he would but reveal where Turgon had his stronghold, and aught else that he knew of the king's counsels. But Húrin the steadfast mocked him, saying, "Blind you are, Morgoth Bauglir, and blind shall ever be, seeing only the dark. You know not what rules the hearts of men, and if you knew, you could not give it. But a fool is he who accepts what Morgoth offers. You will take first the price and then withhold the promise, and I should get only death if I told you what you ask." Then Morgoth laughed, and he said, "Death you may yet crave from me as a boon." Then he took Húrin to the Howthen Nirnaeth, and it was then new built, and the reek of death was upon it. And Morgoth set Húrin upon its top, and bade him look west towards Hithlum, and think of his wife and his son and other kin. "For they dwell now in my realm," said Morgoth, "and they are at my mercy." "You have none," answered Húrin, "but you will not come at Turgon through them, for they do not know his secrets." Then wrath mastered Morgoth, and he said, "Yet I may come at you, and all your accursed house, and you shall be broken on my will, though you were all made of steel." And he took up a long sword that lay there, and broke it before the eyes of Húrin, and a splinter wounded his face. But Húrin did not blench. Then Morgoth, stretching out his long arm towards Dor-lómin, cursed Húrin and Morwen and their offspring, saying, "Behold, the shadow of my thought shall lie upon them wherever they go, and my hate shall pursue them to the ends of the world." But Húrin said, "You speak in vain, for you cannot see them, nor govern them from afar, not while you keep this shape, and desire still to be a king visible upon earth." Then Morgoth turned upon Húrin, and he said, "Fool, little among men, and they are the least of all that speak. Have you seen the Valar, or measured the power of Manwë and Varda? Do you know the reach of their thought? Or do you think perhaps that their thought is upon you, and that they may shield you from afar?" "I know not," said Húrin, "yet so it might be, if they willed. For the elder king shall not be dethroned while Arda endures." "You say it," said Morgoth. "I am the elder king, Melkor, first and mightiest of all the Valar, who was before the world and made it. The shadow of my purpose lies upon Arda, and all that is in it bends slowly and surely to my will. But upon all whom you love, my thought shall weigh as a cloud of doom, and it shall bring them down into darkness and despair. Wherever they go, evil shall arise. Whenever they speak, their words shall bring ill counsel. Whatsoever they do shall turn against them. They shall die without hope, cursing both life and death." But Húrin answered, "Do you forget to whom you speak? Such things you spoke long ago to our fathers, but we escaped from your shadow. And now we have knowledge of you, for we have looked on the faces that have seen the light, and heard the voices that have spoken with Manwë. Before Arda you were, but others also, and you did not make it. Neither are you the most mighty, for you have spent your strength upon yourself, and wasted it in your own emptiness. No more are you now than an escaped thrall of the Valar, and their chain still awaits you. You have learned the lessons of your masters by rote," said Morgoth. "But such childish lore will not help you, now they are all fled away." "This last, then, I will say to you, thrall Morgoth," said Húrin, "and it comes not from the lore of the Eldar, but is put into my heart in this hour. You are not the lord of men, and shall not be, though all Arda and Menel fall in your dominion. Beyond the circles of the world, you shall not pursue those who refuse you." "Beyond the circles of the world I will not pursue them," said Morgoth, "for beyond the circles of the world there is nothing. But within them they shall not escape me until they enter into nothing." "You lie," said Húrin. "You shall see, and you shall confess that I do not lie," said Morgoth. And taking Húrin back to Angband, he set him in a chair of stone upon a high place of Thangorodrim, from which he could see afar the land of Hithlum in the west, and the lands of Beleriand in the south. There he was bound by the power of Morgoth, and Morgoth, standing beside him, cursed him again, and set his power upon him, so that he could not move from that place, nor die, until Morgoth should release him. "Sit now there," said Morgoth, "and look out upon the lands where evil and despair shall come upon those whom you have delivered to me. For you have dared to mock me, and have questioned the power of Melkor, master of the fates of Arda. Therefore with my eyes you shall see, and with my ears you shall hear, and nothing shall be hidden from you." The departure of Turin. To Brethil 3 men only found their way back at last through Tower Nufuin, an evil road, and when Glorithel, Hador's daughter, learned of the fall of Haldir, she grieved and died. To Dorlomin no tidings came. Rhiann, wife of Huor, fled into the wild distraught. But she was aided by the grey elves of the hills of Mithrim, and when her child Tuor was born, they fostered him. But Rhiann went to the Howth en Nirnaeth, and laid herself down there, and died. Morwen Elethwen remained in Hithlum, silent in grief. Her son Turin was only in his 9th year, and she was again with child. Her days were evil. The Easterlings came into the land in great numbers, and they dealt cruelly with the people of Hador, and robbed them of all that they possessed and enslaved them. All the people of Hurin's homelands that could work or serve any purpose they took away, even young girls and boys, and the old they killed or drove out to starve. But they dared not yet lay hands on the lady of Dor-lomin, or thrust her from her house, for the word ran among them that she was perilous, and a witch who had dealings with the white fiends, for so they named the elves, hating them, but fearing them more.
In another version of the text, it is made explicit that Morwen did indeed have dealings with the Eldar, who had secret dwellings in the mountains, not far from her house. But they could tell her no news. None had seen Hurin's fall. He was not with Fingon, they said. He was driven south with Turgon, but if any of his folk escaped, it was in the wake of the host of Gondolin. But who knows? For the orcs have piled all the slain together, and search is vain, even if any dared to go to the Howth en Nirnaeth.
For this reason they also feared and avoided the mountains, in which many of the Eldar had taken refuge, especially in the south of the land. And after plundering and harrying, the Easterlings drew back northwards. For Hurin's house stood in the southeast of Dor-lomin, and the mountains were near. Nen Lalaith, indeed, came down from a spring under the shadow of Amon Darthir, over whose shoulder there was a steep pass. By this the hardy could cross Ered Wethrin, and come down by the wells of Glithui into Beleriand. But this was not known to the Easterlings, nor to Morgoth yet, for all that country, while the house of Fingolfin stood, was secure from him, and none of his servants had ever come there. He trusted that Ered Wethrin was a wall insurmountable, both against escape from the north and against assault from the south. And there was indeed no other pass, for the unwinged, between Serech and far westward, where Dor-lomin marched with Nevrast. Thus it came to pass that after the first inroads Morwen was let be, though there were men that lurked in the woods about, and it was perilous to stir far abroad. There still remained under Morwen's shelter Sador the Woodwright, and a few old men and women, and Turin, whom she kept close within the garth. But the homestead of Hurin soon fell into decay, and though Morwen laboured hard, she was poor, and would have gone hungry but for the help that was sent to her secretly by Eärinn, Hurin's kinswoman. For a certain Brodda, one of the Easterlings, had taken her by force to be his wife. Alms were bitter to Morwen, but she took this aid for the sake of Turin and her unborn child, and because, as she said, it came of her own. For it was this Brodda who had seized the people, the goods, and the cattle of Hurin's homelands, and carried them off to his own dwellings. He was a bold man, but of small account among his own people before they came to Hithlum, and so, seeking wealth, he was ready to hold lands that others of his sort did not covet. Morwen he had seen once when he rode to her house on a foray, but a great dread of her had seized him. He thought that he had looked in the fell eyes of a white fiend, and he was filled with a mortal fear lest some evil should overtake him, and he did not ransack her house, nor discover Turin, else the life of the heir of the true lord would have been short. Brodda made thralls of the Strawheads, as he named the people of Hador, and set them to build him a wooden hall in the land to the northward of Hurin's house. And within a stockade his slaves were herded like cattle in a byre, but ill-guarded. Among them some could still be found uncowed and ready to help the lady of Dor-lomin, even at their peril, and from them came secretly tidings of the land to Morwen, though there was little hope in the news they brought. But Brodda took Eirin as a wife and not a slave, for there were few women amongst his own following, and none to compare with the daughters of the Edain, and he hoped to make himself a lordship in that country, and have an heir to hold it after him. Of what had happened, and of what might happen in the days to come, Morwen said little to Turin, and he feared to break her silence with questions. When the Easterlings first came into Dor-lómin, he said to his mother, "When will my father come back, to cast out these ugly thieves? Why does he not come?" Morwen answered, "I do not know. It may be that he was slain, or that he is held captive. Or again it may be that he was driven far away, and cannot yet return through the foes that surround us." "Then I think that he is dead," said Turin, and before his mother he restrained his tears. "For no one could keep him from coming back to help us, if he were alive." "I do not think that either of those things are true, my son," said Morwen. As the time lengthened, the heart of Morwen grew darker with fear for her son Turin, heir of Dor-lómin and Ladros, for she could see no hope for him better than to become a slave of the Easterling men before he was much older. Therefore she remembered her words with Hurin, and her thought turned again to Doriath, and she resolved at last to send Turin away in secret if she could, and to beg King Thingol to harbour him. And as she sat and pondered how this might be done, she heard clearly in her thought the voice of Hurin saying to her, "Go swiftly. Do not wait for me." But the birth of her child was drawing near, and the road would be hard and perilous. The more that went, the less hope of escape. And her heart still cheated her with hope unadmitted. Her inmost thought foreboded that Hurin was not dead, and she listened for his footfall in the sleepless watches of the night, or would wake thinking that she had heard in the courtyard the neigh of Arroch, his horse. Moreover, though she was willing that her son should be fostered in the halls of another, after the manner of that time, she would not yet humble her pride to be an alms guest, not even of a king. Therefore the voice of Hurin, or the memory of his voice, was denied, and the first strand of the fate of Turin was woven. Autumn of the year of lamentation was drawing on before Morwen came to this resolve, and then she was in haste, for the time of journeying was short, but she dreaded that Turin would be taken if she waited over winter. Easterlings were prowling round the garth and spying on the house. Therefore she said suddenly to Turin, "Your father does not come, so you must go, and go soon. It is as he would wish." "Go?" cried Turin. "Whither shall we go? Over the mountains?" "Yes," said Morwen. "Over the mountains, away south. South, that way some hope may lie. But I did not say we, my son. You must go, but I must stay." "I cannot go alone," said Turin. "I will not leave you. Why should we not go together?" "I cannot go," said Morwen. "But you will not go alone. I shall send Gethron with you, and Grythnir too, perhaps." "Will you not send Labadal?" said Turin. "No, for Sador is lame," said Morwen, "and it will be a hard road. And since you are my son and the days are grim, I will not speak softly. You may die on that road. The year is getting late. But if you stay, you will come to a worse end, to be a thrall. If you wish to be a man when you come to a man's age, you will do as I bid, bravely." "But I shall leave you only with Sador and blind Ragnir and the old women," said Turin. "Did not my father say that I am the heir of Hador? The heir should stay in Hador's house to defend it. Now I wish that I still had my knife. The heir should stay, but he cannot, said Morwen. But he may return one day. Now take heart, I will follow you if things grow worse. If I can. But how will you find me? Lost in the wild, said Turin. And suddenly his heart failed him, and he wept openly. If you wail, other things will find you first, said Morwen. But I know whither you are going, and if you come there, and if you remain there, there I will find you, if I can. For I am sending you to King Thingol in Doriath. Would you not rather be a king's guest than a thrall? I do not know, said Turin. I do not know what a thrall is. I am sending you away so that you need not learn it, Morwen answered. Then she set Turin before her and looked into his eyes as if she were trying to read some riddle there. It is hard, Turin, my son, she said at length. Not hard for you only. It is heavy on me in evil days to judge what is best to do. But I do as I think right. For why else should I part with the thing most dear that is left to me? They spoke no more of this together, and Turin was grieved and bewildered. In the morning he went to find Sador, who had been hewing sticks for firing, of which they had little, for they dared not stray out in the woods. And now he leant on his crutch and looked at the great chair of Hurin, which had been thrust unfinished in a corner. It must go, he said, for only bare needs can be served in these days. Do not break it yet, said Turin. Maybe he will come home, and then it will please him to see what you have done for him while he was away. False hopes are more dangerous than fears, said Sador, and they will not keep us warm this winter. He fingered the carving on the chair and sighed. I wasted my time, he said, though the hours seemed pleasant. But all such things are short-lived, and the joy in the making is their only true end, I guess. And now I might as well give you back your gift. Turin put out his hand and quickly withdrew it. A man does not take back his gifts, he said. But if it is my own, may I not give it as I will? Said Sador. Yes, said Turin. To any man but me. But why should you wish to give it? I have no hope of using it for worthy tasks, Sador said. There will be no work for Labadal in days to come but thrall work. What is a thrall? Said Turin. A man who was a man, but is treated as a beast, Sador answered. Fed only to keep alive, kept alive only to toil, toiling only for fear of pain or death. And from these robbers he may get pain or death just for their sport. I hear they pick some of the fleet-footed and hunt them with hounds. They have learned quicker from the orcs than we learnt from the fair folk. Now I understand things better, said Turin. It is a shame that you should have to understand such things so soon, said Sador. Then seeing the strange look on Turin's face, what do you understand now? Why my mother is sending me away, said Turin, and tears filled his eyes. Ah, said Sador, and he muttered to himself, but why so long delayed? Then turning to Turin, he said, That does not seem news for tears to me. But you should not speak your mother's counsels aloud to Labadal or to anyone. All walls and fences have ears these days, ears that do not grow on fair heads. But I must speak with someone, said Turin. I have always told things to you. I do not want to leave you, Labadal. I do not want to leave this house or my mother. But if you do not, said Sador, Soon there will be an end of the House of Hador forever, as you must understand now. Labadal does not want you to go, but Sador, servant of Húrin, will be happier when Húrin's son is out of the reach of the Easterlings. Well, well, it cannot be helped. We must say farewell. Now will you not take my knife as a parting gift? No, said Turin. I am going to the elves, to the king of Doriath, my mother says. There I may get other things like it. But I shall not be able to send you any gifts, Labadal. I shall be far away, and all alone. Then Turin wept. But Sador said to him, Hey now, where is Húrin's son? For I heard him say not long ago, I shall go as a soldier with an elf king as soon as I am able. Then Turin stayed his tears, and he said, Very well, if those were the words of the son of Húrin, he must keep them and go. But whenever I say that I will do this or that, it looks very different when the time comes. Now I am unwilling. I must take care not to say such things again. It would be best indeed, said Sador. So most men teach and few men learn. Let the unseen days be. Today is more than enough. Now Turin was made ready for the journey, and he bade farewell to his mother, and departed in secret with his 2 companions. But when they bade Turin turn and look back upon the house of his father, then the anguish of parting smote him like a sword, and he cried, Morwen! Morwen! When shall I see you again? But Morwen, standing on her threshold, heard the echo of that cry in the wooded hills, and she clutched the post of the door so that her fingers were torn. This was the first of the sorrows of Turin. Early in the year after Turin was gone, Morwen gave birth to her child, and she named her Númenor, which is mourning. But Turin was already far away when she was born. Long and evil was his road, for the power of Morgoth was ranging far abroad. But he had as guides Gethron and Grythnir, who had been young in the days of Hador, and though they were now aged, they were valiant, and they knew well the lands, for they had journeyed often through Beleriand in former times. Thus, by fate and courage, they passed over the shadowy mountains, and coming down into the vale of Sirion, they passed into the forest of Brethil, and at last, weary and haggard, they reached the confines of Doriath. But there they became bewildered, and were enmeshed in the mazes of the Queen, and wandered lost amid the pathless trees, until all their food was spent. There they came near to death, for winter came cold from the north, but not so light was Turin's doom. Even as they lay in despair, they heard a horn sounded. Beleg the Strongbow was hunting in that region, for he dwelt ever upon the marches of Doriath, and he was the greatest woodsman of those days. He heard their cries and came to them, and when he had given them food and drink, he learned their names and whence they came, and he was filled with wonder and pity. And he looked with liking upon Turin, for he had the beauty of his mother and the eyes of his father, and he was sturdy and strong. What boon would you have of King Thingol? Said Beleg to the boy. I would be one of his knights, to ride against Morgoth and avenge my father, said Turin. That may well be, when the years have increased you, said Beleg. For though you are yet small, you have the makings of a valiant man, worthy to be a son of Húrin the Steadfast, if that were possible. For the name of Húrin was held in honour in all the lands of the elves. Therefore Beleg gladly became the guide of the wanderers, and he led them to a lodge where he dwelt at that time with other hunters, and there they were housed while a messenger went to Menegroth. And when word came back that Thingol and Melian would receive the son of Húrin and his guardians, Beleg led them by secret ways into the hidden kingdom. Thus Turin came to the great bridge over the Esgalduin, and passed the gates of Thingol's halls. And as a child he gazed upon the marvels of Menegroth, which no mortal man before had seen, save Beren only. Then Gethron spoke the message of Morwen before Thingol and Melian, and Thingol received them kindly, and set Turin upon his knee in honour of Hurin, mightiest of men, and of Beren his kinsman. And those that saw this marvelled, for it was a sign that Thingol took Turin as his foster son, and that was not at that time done by kings, nor ever again by elf lord to a man. Then Thingol said to him, "Here, son of Hurin, shall your home be, and in all your life you shall be held as my son, man though you be. Wisdom shall be given you beyond the measure of mortal men, and the weapons of the elves shall be set in your hands. Perhaps the time may come when you shall regain the lands of your father in Hithlum. But dwell now here in love." Thus began the sojourn of Turin in Doriath. With him for a while remained Gethron and Grithne his guardians, though they yearned to return again to their lady in Dorlomin. Then age and sickness came upon Grithne, and he stayed beside Turin until he died. But Gethron departed, and Thingol sent with him an escort to guide him and guard him, and they brought words from Thingol to Morwen. They came at last to Hurin's house, and when Morwen learned that Turin was received with honour in the halls of Thingol, her grief was lightened. And the elves brought also rich gifts from Melian, and a message bidding her return with Thingol's folk to Doriath. For Melian was wise and foresighted, and she hoped thus to avert the evil that was prepared in the thought of Morgoth. But Morwen would not depart from her house, for her heart was yet unchanged and her pride still high. Moreover, Nienor was a babe in arms. Therefore she dismissed the elves of Doriath with her thanks, and gave them in gift the last small things of gold that remained to her, concealing her poverty. And she bade them take back to Thingol the helm of Hador. But Turin watched ever for the return of Thingol's messengers, and when they came back alone, he fled into the woods and wept, for he knew of Melian's bidding, and he had hoped that Morwen would come. This was the second sorrow of Turin. When the messenger spoke Morwen's answer, Melian was moved with pity, perceiving her mind, and she saw that the fate which she foreboded could not lightly be set aside. The helm of Hador was given into Thingol's hands. That helm was made of grey steel adorned with gold, and on it were graven runes of victory. A power was in it that guarded any who wore it from wound or death, for the sword that hewed it was broken, and the dart that smote it sprang aside. It was wrought by Telchar, the smith of Nogrod, whose works were renowned. It had a visor, after the manner of those that the dwarves used in their forges for the shielding of their eyes, and the face of one that wore it struck fear into the hearts of all beholders, but was itself guarded from dart and fire. Upon its crest was set in defiance a gilded image of the head of Glaurung the dragon, for it had been made soon after he first issued from the gates of Morgoth. Often Hador and Galdor after him had borne it in war, and the hearts of the host of Hithlum were uplifted when they saw it towering high amid the battle, and they cried, "Of more worth is the dragon of Dorlomin than the gold worm of Angband." But in truth this helm had not been made for men, but for Azaghal, lord of Belegost, he who was slain by Glaurung in the year of lamentation.
With this description of the helm of Hador, Compare the great masks hideous to look upon, worn by the dwarfs of Belegost in the Nanaeth Arnoediad, which stood them in good stead against the dragons. The Silmarillion, chapter 20. Turin afterwards wore a dwarf mask when he went into battle out of Nargothrond, and his enemies fled before his face, in chapter 21.
It was given by Azaghal to Maithros as guerdon for the saving of his life and treasure, when Azaghal was waylaid by orcs upon the dwarf road in East Beleriand.
The orc raid into East Beleriand, in which Maithros saved Azaghal, is nowhere else referred to.
Maithros afterwards sent it as a gift to Fingon, with whom he often exchanged tokens of friendship, remembering how Fingon had driven Glaurung back to Angband. But in all Hithlum no head and shoulders were found stout enough to bear the dwarf helm with ease, save those of Hador and his son Galdor. Fingon therefore gave it to Hador when he received the lordship of Dor-Lomin. By ill fortune, Galdor did not wear it when he defended Aethel-Sirion, for the assault was sudden, and he ran barehead to the walls, and an orc arrow pierced his eye. But Hurin did not wear the dragon helm with ease, and in any case he would not use it, for he said, "I would rather look on my foes with my true face." Nonetheless he accounted the helm among the greatest heirlooms of his house. Now Thingol had in Menegroth deep armouries filled with great wealth of weapons, metal wrought like fish's mail, and shining like water in the moon, swords and axes, shields and helms, wrought by Telchar himself, or by his master Gamel-Zirak the Old, or by elven wrights more skilful still. For some things he had received in gift that came out of Valinor, and were wrought by Feanor in his mastery, than whom no craftsman was greater in all the days of the world. Yet Thingol handled the helm of Hador as though his hoard were scanty, and he spoke courteous words, saying, "Proud were the head that bore this helm, which the sires of Hurin bore." Then a thought came to him, and he summoned Turin, and told him that Morwen had sent to her son a mighty thing, the heirloom of his fathers. "Take now the dragon head of the north," he said, "and when the time comes, wear it well." But Turin was yet too young to lift the helm, and he heeded it not, because of the sorrow of his heart. Turin in Doriath. In the years of his childhood in the kingdom of Doriath, Turin was watched over by Melian, though he saw her seldom. But there was a maiden named Nellas, who lived in the woods, and at Melian's bidding she would follow Turin if he strayed in the forest, and often she met him there, as it were by chance. From Nellas Turin learned much concerning the ways and the wild things of Doriath, and she taught him to speak the Sindarin tongue after the manner of the ancient realm, older and more courteous, and richer in beautiful words.
Elsewhere, my father remarked that the speech of Doriath, whether of the king or others, was even in the days of Turin more antique than that used elsewhere, and also that Mime observed, though the extant writings concerning Mime do not mention this, that one thing of which Turin never rid himself, despite his grievance against Doriath, was the speech he had acquired during his fostering.
Thus for a little while his mood was lightened, until he fell again under shadow, and that friendship passed like a morning of spring. For Nellas did not go to Menegroth, and was unwilling ever to walk under roofs of stone, so that as Turin's boyhood passed and he turned his thoughts to the deeds of men, he saw her less and less often, and at last called for her no more. But she watched over him still, though now she remained hidden.
A marginal note in one text says here, "Always he sought in all faces of women, the face of Lalaith."
9 years Turin dwelt in the halls of Menegroth. His heart and thought turned ever to his own kin, and at times he had tidings of them for his comfort. For Thingol sent messengers to Morwen as often as he might, and she sent back words for her son. Thus Turin heard that his sister Númenor grew in beauty, a flower in the grey north, and that Morwen's plight was eased. And Turin grew in stature until he became tall among men, and his strength and hardihood were renowned in the realm of Thingol. In those years he learned much lore, hearing eagerly the histories of ancient days, and he became thoughtful and sparing in speech. Often Beleg Strongbow came to Menegroth to seek him, and led him far afield, teaching him woodcraft and archery, and, which he loved best, the handling of swords. But in crafts of making he had less skill, for he was slow to learn his own strength, and often marred what he made with some sudden stroke. In other matters also it seemed that fortune was unfriendly to him, so that often what he designed went awry, and what he desired he did not gain. Neither did he win friendship easily, for he was not merry, and laughed seldom, and a shadow lay on his youth. Nonetheless he was held in love and esteem by those who knew him well, and he had honour as the fosterling of the king. Yet there was one that begrudged him this, and ever the more as Turin drew nearer to manhood. Cyros, son of Ithilbor, was his name. He was of the Nandor, being one of those who took refuge in Doriath after the fall of their lord Denethor upon Amon Ereb in the first battle of Beleriand. These elves dwelt for the most part in Arthorien, between Aros and Kellon in the east of Doriath, wandering at times over Kellon into the wild lands beyond. And they were no friends to the Edain since their passage through Assyriand and settlement in Estelad. But Cyros dwelt mostly in Menegroth, and won the esteem of the king, and he was proud, dealing haughtily with those whom he deemed of lesser state and worth than himself. He became a friend of Dairon the minstrel, for he also was skilled in song, and he had no love for men, and least of all for any kinsman of Beren Erchamion.
In one variant text of this section of the narrative, Cyros is said to have been the kinsman of Dairon, and in another, Dairon's brother. The text printed is probably the latest.
"Is it not strange," said he, "that this land should be opened to yet another of this unhappy race? Did not the other do enough harm in Doriath?" Therefore he looked askance on Turin and on all that he did, saying what ill he could of it. But his words were cunning, and his malice veiled. If he met with Turin alone, he spoke haughtily to him and showed plain his contempt, and Turin grew weary of him, though for long he returned ill words with silence. For Cyros was great among the people of Doriath and a counsellor of the king. But the silence of Turin displeased Cyros as much as his words. In the year that Turin was 17 years old, his grief was renewed, for all tidings from his home ceased at that time. The power of Morgoth had grown yearly, and all Hithlum was now under his shadow. Doubtless he knew much of the doings of Húrin's kin, and had not molested them for a while so that his design might be fulfilled. But now in pursuit of this purpose he set a close watch upon all the passes of the shadowy mountains, so that none might come out of Hithlum nor enter it, save at great peril. And the orcs swarmed about the sources of Narog and Teglin, and the upper waters of Sirion. Thus there came a time when the messengers of Thingol did not return, and he would send no more. He was ever loath to let any stray beyond the guarded borders, and in nothing had he shown greater goodwill to Húrin and his kin than in sending his people on the dangerous roads to Morwen in Dorlomin. Now Turin grew heavy-hearted, not knowing what new evil was afoot, and fearing that an ill fate had befallen Morwen and Númenor. and for many days he sat silent, brooding on the downfall of the house of Hador and the men of the north. Then he rose up and went to seek Thingol, and he found him sitting with Melian under Hirilorn, the great beech of Menegroth. Thingol looked on Turin in wonder, seeing suddenly before him in the place of his fosterling a man and a stranger, tall, dark-haired, looking at him with deep eyes and a white face. Then Turin asked Thingol for mail, sword, and shield, and he reclaimed now the dragon helm of Dor Lomin, and the king granted him what he sought, saying, "I will appoint you a place among my knights of the sword, for the sword will ever be your weapon. With them you may make trial of war upon the marches, if that is your desire." But Turin said, "Beyond the marches of Doriath my heart urges me. I long rather for assault upon the enemy than for defence of the borderlands." "Then you must go alone," said Thingol. "The part of my people in the war with Angband I rule according to my wisdom, Turin, son of Hurin. No force in the arms of Doriath will I send out at this time, nor in any time that I can yet foresee." "Yet you are free to go as you will, son of Morwen," said Melian. "The girdle of Melian does not hinder the going of those that passed in with our leave." "Unless wise counsel will restrain you," said Thingol. "What is your counsel, lord?" said Turin. "A man you seem in stature," Thingol answered. "But nonetheless you have not come to the fullness of your manhood that shall be. When that time comes, then, may be, you can remember your kin. But there is little hope that one man alone can do more against the Dark Lord than to aid the Elf Lords in their defence, as long as that may last." Then Turin said, "Beren, my kinsman, did more." "Beren and Luthien," said Melian. "But you are overbold to speak so to the father of Luthien. Not so high is your destiny, I think, Turin, son of Morwen, though your fate is twined with that of the elven folk for good or for ill. Beware of yourself, lest it be ill." Then after a silence she spoke to him again, saying, "Go now, foster son, and heed the counsel of the king. Yet I do not think that you will long abide with us in Doriath after the coming of manhood. If in days to come you remember the words of Melian, it will be for your good. Fear both the heat and the cold of your heart." Then Turin bowed before them and took his leave. And soon after he put on the dragon helm and took arms, and went away to the north marches, and was joined to the elven warriors who there waged unceasing war upon the orcs and all servants and creatures of Morgoth. Thus, while yet scarcely out of his boyhood, his strength and courage were proved. And remembering the wrongs of his kin, he was ever forward in deeds of daring, and he received many wounds by spear or arrow or the crooked blades of the orcs. But his doom delivered him from death, and word ran through the woods, and was heard far beyond Doriath, that the dragon helm of Dor Lomin was seen again. Then many wondered, saying, "Can the spirit of Hador or of Galdor the Tall return from death? Or has Hurin of Hithlum escaped indeed from the pits of Angband?" One only was mightier in arms among the march wardens of Thingol at that time than Turin, and that was Beleg Cuthalion. And Beleg and Turin were companions in every peril, and walked far and wide in the wild woods together. Thus 3 years passed, and in that time Turin came seldom to Thingol's halls, and he cared no longer for his looks or his attire, but his hair was unkempt, and his mail covered with a grey cloak stained with the weather. But it chanced in the 3rd summer, when Turin was 20 years old, that, desiring rest and needing smith-work for the repair of his arms, he came unlooked for to Menegroth in the evening, and he went into the hall. Thingol was not there, for he was abroad in the greenwood with Melian, as was his delight at times in the high summer. Turin went to a seat without heed, for he was wayworn and filled with thought. And by ill luck he set himself at a board among the elders of the realm, and in that very place where Seiros was accustomed to sit. Seiros, entering late, was angered, believing that Turin had done this in pride, and with intent to affront him. And his anger was not lessened to find that Turin was not rebuked by those that sat there, but welcomed among them. For a while, therefore, Seiros feigned to be of like mind, and took another seat facing Turin across the board. "Seldom does the March Warden favour us with his company," he said, "and I gladly yield my accustomed seat for the chance of speech with him." And much else he said to Turin, questioning him concerning the news from the borders and his deeds in the wild. But though his words seemed fair, the mockery in his voice could not be mistaken. Then Turin became weary, and he looked about him and knew the bitterness of exile. And for all the light and laughter of the elven halls, his thought turned to Beleg and their life in the woods, and thence far away to Morwen in Dorlomin in the house of his father. And he frowned because of the darkness of his thoughts, and made no answer to Seiros. At this, believing the frown aimed at himself, Seiros restrained his anger no longer, and he took out a golden comb and cast it on the board before Turin, saying, "Doubtless, man of Hithlum, you came in haste to this table, and may be excused your ragged cloak. But you have no need to leave your head untended as a thicket of brambles, and perhaps if your ears were uncovered, you would hear better what is said to you." Turin said nothing, but turned his eyes upon Seiros, and there was a glint in their darkness. But Seiros did not heed the warning, and returned the gaze with scorn, saying for all to hear, "If the men of Hithlum are so wild and fell, of what sort are the women of that land? Do they run like deer, clad only in their hair?" Then Turin took up a drinking vessel and cast it in Seiros's face, and he fell backward with great hurt. And Turin drew his sword and would have run at him, but Mablung the hunter who sat at his side restrained him. Then Seiros, rising, spat blood upon the board, and spoke from a broken mouth. "How long shall we harbour this Woodwoes?"
Woodwose, wild man of the woods. This is discussed later, in the chapter concerning the Druidine.
"Who rules here tonight? The king's law is heavy upon those who hurt his lieges in the hall, and for those who draw blades there, outlawry is the least doom. Outside the hall I could answer you, Woodwoes." But when Turin saw the blood upon the table, his mood became cold, and releasing himself from Mablung's grasp, he left the hall without a word. Then Mablung said to Seiros, "What ails you tonight? For this evil I hold you to blame, and it may be that the king's law will judge a broken mouth a just return for your taunting." "If the cub has a grievance, let him bring it to the king's judgment," answered Seiros. "But the drawing of swords here is not to be excused for any such cause. Outside the hall, if the Woodwoes draws on me, I shall kill him." "That seems to me less certain," said Mablung. "But if either be slain, it will be an evil deed more fit for Angband than Doriath, and more evil will come of it. Indeed, I think that some shadow of the north has reached out to touch us tonight. Take heed, Seiros, son of Ithilbor, lest you do the will of Morgoth in your pride, and remember that you are of the Eldar." "I do not forget it," said Seiros. But he did not abate his wrath, and through the night his malice grew, nursing his injury. In the morning, when Turin left Menegroth to return to the north marches, Seiros waylaid him, running out upon him from behind with drawn sword and shield on arm. But Turin, trained in the wild to wariness, saw him from the corner of his eye, and leaping aside he drew swiftly and turned upon his foe. "Morwen," he cried, "now your mocker shall pay for his scorn." And he clove Cyros's shield, and then they fought together with swift blades. But Turin had been long in a hard school, and had grown as agile as any elf, but stronger. He soon had the mastery, and wounding Cyros's sword-arm, he had him at his mercy. Then he set his foot on the sword that Cyros had let fall. "Cyros," he said, "there is a long race before you, and clothes will be a hindrance. Hair must suffice." And suddenly throwing him to the ground, he stripped him, and Cyros felt Turin's great strength, and was afraid. But Turin let him up, and then, "Run!" he cried. "Run! And unless you go as swift as the deer, I shall prick you on from behind." And Cyros fled into the wood, crying wildly for help. But Turin came after him like a hound, and however he ran or swerved, still the sword was behind him to egg him on. The cries of Cyros brought many others to the chase, and they followed after, but only the swiftest could keep up with the runners. Mablung was in the forefront of these, and he was troubled in mind, for though the taunting had seemed evil to him, malice that wakes in the morning is the mirth of Morgoth ere night. And it was held moreover a grievous thing to put any of the elven folk to shame, self-willed, without the matter being brought to judgment. None knew at that time that Turin had been assailed first by Cyros, who would have slain him. "Hold, hold, Turin," he cried. "This is orc work in the woods." But Turin called back, "Orc work in the woods for orc words in the hall," and sprang again after Cyros. And he, despairing of aid and thinking his death close behind, ran wildly on, until he came suddenly to a brink where a stream that fed Esgalduin flowed in a deep cleft through high rocks, and it was wide for a deer leap. There Cyros, in his great fear, attempted the leap. But he failed of his footing on the far side, and fell back with a cry, and was broken on a great stone in the water. So he ended his life in Doriath, and long would Mandos hold him. Turin looked down on his body lying in the stream, and he thought, "Unhappy fool. From here I would have let him walk back to Menegroth. Now he has laid a guilt upon me, undeserved." And he turned and looked darkly on Mablung and his companions, who now came up and stood near him on the brink. Then after a silence Mablung said, "Alas! But come back now with us, Turin, for the king must judge these deeds." But Turin said, "If the king were just, he would judge me guiltless." But was not this one of his counsellors? Why should a just king choose a heart of malice for his friend? I abjure his law and his judgment. "Your words are unwise," said Mablung, though in his heart he felt pity for Turin. "You shall not turn runagate. I bid you return with me as a friend, and there are other witnesses. When the king learns the truth, you may hope for his pardon." But Turin was weary of the elven halls, and he feared lest he be held captive, and he said to Mablung, "I refuse your bidding. I will not seek King Thingol's pardon for nothing, and I will go now where his doom cannot find me. You have but two choices, to let me go free or to slay me, if that would fit your law, for you are too few to take me alive." They saw in his eyes that this was true, and they let him pass, and Mablung said, "One death is enough." "I did not will it, but I do not mourn it," said Turin. "May Mandos judge him justly, and if ever he return to the lands of the living, may he prove wiser. Farewell." "Fare free," said Mablung, "for that is your wish. But well I do not hope for. if you go in this way. A shadow is on your heart. When we meet again, may it be no darker." To that Turin made no answer, but left them, and went swiftly away, none knew whither. It is told that when Turin did not return to the north marches of Doriath, and no tidings could be heard of him, Beleg Strongbow came himself to Menegroth to seek him, and with heavy heart he gathered news of Turin's deeds and flight. Soon afterwards Thingol and Melian came back to their halls, for the summer was waning. And when the king heard report of what had passed, he sat upon his throne in the great hall of Menegroth, and about him were all the lords and councillors of Doriath. Then all was searched and told, even to the parting words of Turin, and at the last Thingol sighed, and he said, "Alas, how has this shadow stolen into my realm? Cyros I accounted faithful and wise, but if he lived he would feel my anger, for his taunting was evil, and I hold him to blame for all that chanced in the hall. So far, Turin has my pardon. But the shaming of Cyros and the hounding of him to his death were wrongs greater than the offence, and these deeds I cannot pass over. They show a hard heart, and proud." Then Thingol fell silent, but at last he spoke again in sadness. "This is an ungrateful foster son, and a man too proud for his state. How shall I harbour one who scorns me and my law, or pardon one who will not repent? Therefore I will banish Turin son of Hurin from the kingdom of Doriath. If he seeks entry, he shall be brought to judgment before me, and until he sues for pardon at my feet, he is my son no longer. If any here accounts this unjust, let him speak." Then there was silence in the hall, and Thingol lifted up his hand to pronounce his doom. But at that moment Beleg entered in haste and cried, "Lord, may I yet speak?" "You come late," said Thingol. "Were you not bidden with the others?" "Truly, Lord," answered Beleg, "but I was delayed. I sought for one whom I knew. Now I bring at last a witness who should be heard ere your doom falls." "All were summoned who had aught to tell," said the king. "What can he tell now of more weight than those to whom I have listened?" "You shall judge when you have heard," said Beleg. "Grant this to me if I have ever deserved your grace." "To you I grant it," said Thingol. Then Beleg went out, and led in by the hand the maiden Nellas, who dwelt in the woods and came never into Menegroth. And she was afraid, both for the great pillared hall and the roof of stone, and for the company of many eyes that watched her. And when Thingol bade her speak, she said, "Lord, I was sitting in a tree." But then she faltered in awe of the king, and could say no more. At that the king smiled and said, "Others have done this also, but have felt no need to tell me of it." "Others indeed," said she, taking courage from his smile. "Even Luthien. And of her I was thinking that morning, and of Beren, the man." To that Thingol said nothing, and he smiled no longer, but waited until Nellas should speak again. "For Turin reminded me of Beren," she said at last. "They are akin, I am told, and their kinship can be seen by some that look close." Then Thingol grew impatient. "That may be," he said, "but Turin son of Hurin is gone in scorn of me, and you will see him no more to read his kindred. For now I will speak my judgment." "Lord King," she cried then, "bear with me and let me speak first. I sat in a tree to look on Turin as he went away, and I saw Cyros come out of the wood with sword and shield, and spring on Turin at unawares." At that there was a murmur in the hall, and the king lifted his hand, saying, you bring graver news to my ear than seemed likely. Take heed now to all that you say, for this is a court of doom." "So Beleg has told me," she answered, "and only for that have I dared to come here, so that Turin shall not be ill-judged. He is valiant, but he is merciful. They fought, Lord, these two, until Turin had bereft Cyros of both shield and sword, but he did not slay him. Therefore I do not believe that he willed his death in the end. If Cyros were put to shame, it was shame that he had earned." "Judgment is mine," said Thingol, "but what you have told shall govern it." Then he questioned Nellas closely, and at last he turned to Mablung, saying, "It is strange to me that Turin said nothing of this to you." "Yet he did not," said Mablung, "and had he spoken of it, otherwise would my words have been to him at parting." "And otherwise shall my doom now be," said Thingol. "Hear me! Such fault as can be found in Turin, I now pardon, holding him wronged and provoked. And since it was indeed, as he said, one of my council who so misused him, he shall not seek for this pardon, but I will send it to him, wherever he may be found, and I will recall him in honour to my halls." But when the doom was pronounced, suddenly Nellas wept. "Where can he be found?" she said. "He has left our land, and the world is wide." "He shall be sought," said Thingol. Then he rose, and Beleg led Nellas forth from Menegroth. And he said to her, "Do not weep, for if Turin lives or walks still abroad, I shall find him, though all others fail." On the next day Beleg came before Thingol and Melian, and the king said to him, "Counsel me, Beleg, for I am grieved. I took Hurin's son as my son, and so he shall remain unless Hurin himself should return out of the shadows to claim his own. I would not have any say that Turin was driven forth unjustly into the wild, and gladly would I welcome him back, for I loved him well." And Beleg answered, "I will seek Turin until I find him, and I will bring him back to Menegroth, if I can, for I love him also." Then he departed, and far across Beleriand he sought in vain for tidings of Turin, through many perils, and that winter passed away, and the spring after. Turin among the outlaws. Now the tale turns again to Turin. He, believing himself an outlaw whom the king would pursue, did not return to Beleg on the north marches of Doriath, but went away westward, and passing secretly out of the guarded realm came into the woodlands south of Teiglin. There, before the Nirnaeth, many men had dwelt in scattered homesteads. They were of Haleth's folk for the most part, but owned no lord, and they lived both by hunting and by husbandry, keeping swine in the marstlands, and tilling clearings in the forest which were fenced from the wild. But most were now destroyed or had fled into Brethil, and all that region lay under the fear of orcs and of outlaws. For in that time of ruin, houseless and desperate men went astray, remnants of battle and defeat and lands laid waste, and some were men driven into the wild for evil deeds. They hunted and gathered such food as they could, but in winter, when hunger drove them, they were to be feared as wolves, and Gowerwaith, the wolfmen they were called by those who still defended their homes. Some 50 of these men had joined in one band, wandering in the woods beyond the western marches of Doriath, and they were hated scarcely less than orcs, for there were among them outcasts hard of heart, bearing a grudge against their own kind. The grimmest among them was one named Androge, hunted from Dorlomin for the slaying of a woman, and others also came from that land, old Algund, the oldest of the fellowship, who had fled from the Nirnaeth, and Forweg, as he named himself, the captain of the band, a man with fair hair and unsteady glittering eyes, big and bold, but far fallen from the ways of the Edain of the people of Hador. They were become very wary, and they set scouts or a watch about them, whether moving or at rest, and thus they were quickly aware of Turin when he strayed into their haunts. They trailed him, and they drew a ring about him, and suddenly, as he came out into a glade beside a stream, he found himself within a circle of men with bent bows and drawn swords. Then Turin halted, but he showed no fear. "Who are you?" he said. "I thought that only orcs waylaid men, but I see that I am mistaken." "You may rue the mistake," said Forweg, "for these are our haunts, and we do not allow other men to walk in them. We take their lives as forfeit unless they can ransom them." Then Turin laughed. "You will get no ransom from me," he said, "an outcast and an outlaw. You may search me when I am dead, but it will cost you dearly to prove my words true." None the less his death seemed near, for many arrows were notched to the string, waiting for the word of the captain, and none of his enemies stood within reach of a leap with drawn sword. But Turin, seeing some stones at the stream's edge before his feet, stooped suddenly, and in that instant one of the men, angered by his words, let fly a shaft. But it passed over Turin, and he, springing up, cast a stone at the bowman with great force and true aim, and he fell to the ground with broken skull. "I might be of more service to you alive in the place of that luckless man," said Turin, and turning to Forweg, he said, "If you are the captain here, you should not allow your men to shoot without command." "I do not," said Forweg, "but he has been rebuked swiftly enough. I will take you in his stead if you will heed my words better." Then two of the outlaws cried out against him, and one was a friend of the fallen man. Ulrad was his name. "A strange way to gain entry to a fellowship," he said, "the slaying of one of the best men." "Not unchallenged," said Turin. "But come then. I will endure you both together, with weapons or with strength alone, and then you shall see if I am fit to replace one of your best men." Then he strode towards them, but Ulrad gave back and would not fight. The other threw down his bow and looked Turin up and down, and this man was Androge of Dorlomin. "I am not your match," he said at length, shaking his head. "There is none here, I think. You may join us for my part. But there's a strange look about you. You are a dangerous man. What's your name?" "Nathan the Wronged, I call myself," said Turin. And Nathan he was afterwards called by the outlaws. But though he told them that he had suffered injustice, and to any who claimed the like he ever lent too ready an ear, no more would he reveal concerning his life or his home. Yet they saw that he had fallen from some high state, and that though he had nothing but his arms, those were made by elven smiths. He soon won their praise, for he was strong and valiant, and had more skill in the woods than they, and they trusted him, for he was not greedy, and took little thought for himself. But they feared him, because of his sudden angers, which they seldom understood. To Doriath, Turin could not, or in pride would not, return. To Nargothrond, since the fall of Felagund, none were admitted. To the lesser folk of Haleth in Brethil he did not deign to go, and to Dorlomin he did not dare, for it was closely beset, and one man alone could not hope at that time, as he thought, to come through the passes of the Mountains of Shadow. Therefore Turin abode with the outlaws, since the company of any men made the hardship of the wild more easy to endure. And because he wished to live, and could not be ever at strife with them, he did little to restrain their evil deeds. Yet at times pity and shame would wake in him, and then he was perilous in his anger. In this way he lived to that year's end, and through the need and hunger of winter, until stirring came, and then a fair spring. Now in the woods south of Teiglin, as has been told, there were still some homesteads of men, hardy and wary, though now few in number. Though they loved them not at all and pitied them little, they would in bitter winter put out such food as they could well spare where the Gower wife might find it, and so they hoped to avoid the banded attack of the famished. But they earned less gratitude so from the outlaws than from beasts and birds, and they were saved rather by their dogs and their fences. For each homestead had great hedges about its cleared land, and about the houses was a ditch and a stockade, and there were paths from stead to stead, and men could summon help at need by horn calls. But when spring was come, it was perilous for the Gower wife to linger so near to the houses of the woodmen, who might gather and hunt them down, and Turin wondered therefore that Forweg did not lead them away. There was more food and game and less peril away south where no men remained. Then one day Turin missed Forweg, and also Androge his friend, and he asked where they were, but his companions laughed. "Away on business of their own, I guess," said Ulrad. "They will be back before long, and then we shall move. In haste, may be, but we shall be lucky if they do not bring the hive bees after them." The sun shone and the young leaves were green, and Turin was irked by the squalid camp of the outlaws, and he wandered away alone far into the forest. Against his will he remembered the hidden kingdom, and he seemed to hear the names of the flowers of Doriath as echoes of an old tongue almost forgotten. But on a sudden he heard cries, and from a hazel thicket a young woman ran out. Her clothes were rent by thorns, and she was in great fear, and stumbling she fell gasping to the ground. Then Turin, springing towards the thicket with drawn sword, hewed down a man that burst from the hazels in pursuit, and he saw only in the very stroke that it was Forweg. But as he stood looking down in amaze at the blood upon the grass, Androge came out, and halted, also astounded. "Evil work, Nathan," he cried, and drew his sword. But Turin's mood ran cold, and he said to Androge, "Where are the orcs, then? Have you outrun them to help her?" "Orcs," said Androge. "Fool, you call yourself an outlaw. Outlaws know no law but their needs. Look to your own, Nathan, and leave us to mind ours." "I will do so," said Turin. "But today our paths have crossed. You will leave the woman to me, or you will join Forweg." Androge laughed. "If that is the way of it, have your will," he said. "I make no claim to match you alone, but our fellows may take this slaying ill." Then the woman rose to her feet and laid her hand on Turin's arm. She looked at the blood, and she looked at Turin, and there was delight in her eyes. "Kill him, Lord," she said. "Kill him too, and then come with me. If you bring their heads, Larnach my father will not be displeased. For 2 wolf heads he has rewarded men well." But Turin said to Androge, "Is it far to her home?" "A mile or so," he answered, "in a fenced homestead yonder. She was straying outside." "Go then quickly," said Turin, turning back to the woman. "Tell your father to keep you better. But I will not cut off the heads of my fellows to buy his favour, or aught else." Then he put up his sword. "Come," he said to Androge, "we will return. But if you wish to bury your captain, you must do so yourself. Make haste, for a hue and cry may be raised. Bring his weapons." Then Turin went on his way without more words, and Androge watched him go, and he frowned as one pondering a riddle. When Turin came back to the camp of the outlaws, he found them restless and ill at ease, for they had stayed too long already in one place, near to homesteads well guarded, and they murmured against Forweg. "He runs hazards to our cost," they said, "and others may have to pay for his pleasures." "Then choose a new captain," said Turin, standing before them. "Forweg can lead you no longer, for he is dead." "How do you know that?" said Ulrad. "Did you seek honey from the same hive? Did the bees sting him?" "No," said Turin. "One sting was enough. I slew him. But I spared Androge, and he will soon return." Then he told all that was done, rebuking those that did such deeds. And while he yet spoke, Androge returned bearing Forweg's weapons. "See, Nathan," he cried, "no alarm has been raised. Maybe she hopes to meet you again." "If you jest with me," said Turin, "I shall regret that I grudged her your head. Now tell your tale and be brief." Then Androge told truly enough all that had befallen. "What business Nathan had there, I now wonder," he said. "Not ours, it seems. For when I came up, he had already slain Forweg. The woman liked that well and offered to go with him, begging our heads as a bride price. But he did not want her and sped her off. So what grudge he had against the captain I cannot guess. He left my head on my shoulders, for which I am grateful, though much puzzled." "Then I deny your claim to come of the people of Hador," said Turin. "To Uldor the Accursed you belong rather, and should seek service with Angband. But hear me now," he cried to them all. "These choices I give you. You must take me as your captain in Forweg's place, or else let me go. I will govern this fellowship now, or leave it. But if you wish to kill me, set to. I will fight you all until I am dead. Or you." Then many men seized their weapons, but Androge cried out, "Nay, the head that he spared is not witless. If we fight, more than one will die needlessly before we kill the best man among us." Then he laughed. "As it was when he joined us, so it is again. He kills to make room. If it proved well before, so may it again, and he may lead us to better fortune than prowling about other men's middens." And old Algund said, "The best man among us. Time was when we would have done the same if we dared, but we have forgotten much. He may bring us home in the end." At that the thought came to Turin that from this small band he might rise to build himself a free lordship of his own. But he looked at Algund and Androge, and he said, "Home, do you say? Tall and cold stand the mountains of shadow between. Behind them are the people of Uldor, and about them the legions of Angband. If such things do not daunt you, 7 times 7 men, then I may lead you homewards. But how far before we die?" All were silent. Then Turin spoke again. "Do you take me to be your captain? Then I will lead you first away into the wild, far from the homes of men. There we may find better fortune, or not. But at the least we shall earn less hatred of our own kind." Then all those that were of the people of Hador gathered to him, and took him as their captain, and the others, with less goodwill, agreed. And at once he led them away out of that country.
In a variant text of this part of the story, Turin at this time declared to the outlaws his true name, and he claimed that, being by right the lord and judge of the people of Hador, he had slain Forweg justly, since he was a man of Dor-Lomin. Then Algund, the old outlaw who had flown down Sirion from the Nenaiath Arnoediad, said that Turin's eyes had long reminded him of another whom he could not recall, and that now he knew him for the son of Hurin. But he was a smaller man, small for his kin, though filled with fire, and his hair gold red. You are dark and tall. I see your mother in you now that I look closer. She was of Beor's people. What fate was hers, I wonder?" "I do not know," said Turin. "No word comes out of the north." In this version, it was the knowledge that Nathan was Turin, son of Hurin, that led those outlaws, who came originally from Dor-Lomin, to accept him as the leader of the band.
Many messengers had been sent out by Thingol to seek Turin within Doriath and in the lands near its borders. But in the year of his flight they searched for him in vain, for none knew or could guess that he was with the outlaws and enemies of men. When winter came on, they returned to the king, save Beleg only. After all others had departed, still he went on alone. But in Dimbar and along the north marches of Doriath, things had gone ill. The dragon helm was seen there in battle no longer, and the strong bow also was missed, and the servants of Morgoth were heartened and increased ever in numbers and in daring. Winter came and passed, and with spring their assault was renewed. Dimbar was overrun, and the men of Brethil were afraid, for evil roamed now upon all their borders, save in the south. It was now almost a year since Turin had fled, and still Beleg sought for him with ever-lessening hope. He passed northwards in his wanderings to the crossings of Teiglin, and there, hearing ill news of a new inroad of orcs out of Tower Nufuin, he turned back, and came, as it chanced, to the homes of the woodmen, soon after Turin had left that region. There he heard a strange tale that went among them. A tall and lordly man, or an elf warrior, some said, had appeared in the woods, and had slain one of the Gowerwyth, and rescued the daughter of Larnach, whom they were pursuing. Very proud he was, said Larnach's daughter to Beleg, with bright eyes that scarcely deigned to look at me. Yet he called the wolfmen his fellows, and would not slay another that stood by, and knew his name. Nathan, he called him. "Can you read this riddle?" asked Larnach of the elf. "I can, alas," said Beleg. "The man that you tell of is one whom I seek." No more of Turin did he tell the woodmen, but he warned them of evil gathering northwards. "Soon the orcs will come ravening in this country in strength too great for you to withstand," he said. "This year at last you must give up your freedom or your lives. Go to Brethil, while there is time." Then Beleg went on his way in haste, and sought for the lairs of the outlaws, and such signs as might show him whither they had gone. These he soon found, but Turin was now several days ahead, and moved swiftly, fearing the pursuit of the woodmen, and he used all the arts that he knew to defeat or mislead any that tried to follow them. Seldom did they remain 2 nights in one camp, and they left little trace of their going or staying. So it was that even Beleg hunted them in vain. Led by signs that he could read, or by the rumour of the passing of men among the wild things with whom he could speak, he came often near. But always their lair was deserted when he came to it, for they kept a watch about them by day and night, and at any rumour of approach they were swiftly up and away. "Alas," he cried, "too well did I teach this child of men craft in wood and field. An elvish band almost one might think this to be." But they, for their part, became aware that they were trailed by some tireless pursuer, whom they could not see and yet could not shake off, and they grew uneasy.
The last written versions of this part of the story agree that when Turin became captain of the outlaw band, he led them away from the homes of the woodmen in the forest south of Teiglin, and that Beleg came there soon after they had gone. But the geography is unclear, and the accounts of the outlaws' movements conflicting. It seems necessary to suppose, in view of the subsequent course of the narrative, that they remained in the Vale of Sirion, and indeed that they were not far from their previous haunts at the time of the orc raid on the homes of the woodmen. In one tentative version, they went away southwards and came to the country above the Isle in Uial and the fens of Sirion, but the men, becoming discontented in that harbourless land, Turin was persuaded to lead them back to the woodlands south of Teiglin, where he first encountered them. This would fit the requirements of the narrative.
Not long afterwards, as Beleg had feared, the orcs came across the Brithiac, and being resisted with all the force that he could muster by Handir of Brethil, they passed south over the crossings of Teiglin in search of plunder. Many of the woodmen had taken Beleg's counsel and sent their women and children to ask for refuge in Brethil. These and their escort escaped, passing over the crossings in time, but the armed men that came behind were met by the orcs, and the men were worsted. A few fought their way through and came to Brethil, but many were slain or captured, and the orcs passed on to the homesteads, and sacked them and burned them. Then at once they turned back westwards, seeking the road, for they wished now to return north as swiftly as they could with their booty and their captives. But the scouts of the outlaws were soon aware of them, and though they cared little enough for the captives, the plunder of the woodmen aroused their greed. To Turin it seemed perilous to reveal themselves to the orcs until their numbers were known, but the outlaws would not heed him, for they had need of many things in the wild, and already some began to regret his leading. Therefore, taking one Oleg as his only companion, Turin went forth to spy upon the orcs, and giving command of the band to Androge, he charged him to lie close and well hid while they were gone. Now the orc host was far greater than the band of the outlaws, but they were in lands to which orcs had seldom dared to come, and they knew also that beyond the road lay the Talath Dirnen, the guarded plain, upon which the scouts and spies of Nargothrond kept watch. And fearing danger they were wary, and their scouts went creeping through the trees on either side of the marching lines. Thus it was that Turin and Oleg were discovered, for 3 scouts stumbled upon them as they lay hid, and though they slew 2, the third escaped, crying as he ran, "Golag! Golag!" Now that was a name which they had for the Noldor. At once the forest was filled with orcs, scattering silently and hunting far and wide. Then Turin, seeing that there was small hope of escape, thought at least to deceive them and to lead them away from the hiding place of his men. And perceiving from the cry of Golag that they feared the spies of Nargothrond, he fled with Oleg westward. The pursuit came swiftly after them, until, turn and dodge as they would, they were driven at last out of the forest. And then they were espied, and as they sought to cross the road, Oleg was shot down by many arrows. But Turin was saved by his elven mail, and escaped alone into the wilds beyond, and by speed and craft he eluded his enemies, fleeing far into lands that were strange to him. Then the orcs, fearing that the elves of Nargothrond might be aroused, slew their captives, and made haste away into the north. Now when 3 days had passed, and yet Turin and Oleg did not return, some of the outlaws wished to depart from the cave where they lay hid, but Androge spoke against it. And while they were in the midst of this debate, suddenly a grey figure stood before them. Beleg had found them at last. He came forward with no weapon in his hands and held the palms turned towards them. But they leapt up in fear, and Androge coming behind cast a noose over him, and drew it so that it pinioned his arms. "If you do not wish for guests, you should keep better watch," said Beleg. "Why do you welcome me thus? I come as a friend, and seek only a friend. Nathan, I hear that you call him." "He is not here," said Allrad, "but unless you have long spied on us, how know you that name?" "He has long spied on us," said Androge. "This is the shadow that has dogged us. Now perhaps we shall learn his true purpose." Then he bade them tie Beleg to a tree beside the cave, and when he was hard bound hand and foot, they questioned him. But to all their questions Beleg would give one answer only. "A friend I have been to this Nathan since I first met him in the woods, and he was then but a child. I seek him only in love, and to bring him good tidings." "Let us slay him and be rid of his spying," said Androge in wrath. And he looked on the great bow of Beleg and coveted it, for he was an archer. But some of better heart spoke against him, and Algund said to him, "The captain may return yet, and then you will rue it if he learns that he has been robbed at once of a friend and of good tidings." "I do not believe the tale of this elf," said Androge. "He is a spy of the king of Doriath. But if he has indeed any tidings, he shall tell them to us, and we shall judge if they give us reason to let him live." "I shall wait for your captain," said Beleg. "You shall stand there until you speak," said Androge. Then, at the egging of Androge, they left Beleg tied to the tree without food or water, and they sat near, eating and drinking, but he said no more to them. When 2 days and nights had passed in this way, they became angry and fearful, and were eager to be gone, and most were now ready to slay the elf. As night drew down, they were all gathered about him, and Allrad brought a brand from the little fire that was lit in the cave mouth. But at that moment Turin returned, coming silently, as was his custom. He stood in the shadows beyond the ring of men, and he saw the haggard face of Beleg in the light of the brand. Then he was stricken as with a shaft, and as if at the sudden melting of a frost, tears long unshed filled his eyes. He sprang out and ran to the tree. "Beleg! Beleg!" he cried. "How have you come hither? And why do you stand so?" At once he cut the bonds from his friend, and Beleg fell forward into his arms. When Turin heard all that the men would tell, he was angry and grieved, but at first he gave heed only to Beleg. While he tended him with what skill he had, he thought of his life in the woods, and his anger turned upon himself. For often strangers had been slain when caught near the lairs of the outlaws or waylaid by them, and he had not hindered it. And often he himself had spoken ill of King Thingol and of the Grey Elves, so that he must share the blame if they were treated as foes. Then with bitterness he turned to the men. "You are cruel," he said, "and cruel without need. Never until now have we tormented a prisoner. But to such orc work such a life as we lead has brought us. Lawless and fruitless all our deeds have been, serving only ourselves and feeding hate in our hearts." But Androge said, "Whom shall we serve, if not ourselves? Whom shall we love, when all hate us?" "At least my hands shall not again be raised against elves or men," said Turin. "Angband has servants enough. If others will not take this vow with me, I will walk alone." Then Beleg opened his eyes and raised his head. "Not alone," he said. "Now at last I can tell my tidings. You are no outlaw, and Nathan is a name unfit. Such fault as was found in you is pardoned. For a year you have been sought to recall you to honour and to the service of the king. The dragon helm has been missed too long." But Turin showed no joy in this news, and sat long in silence. For at Beleg's words a shadow fell upon him again. "Let this night pass," he said at length. "Then I will choose. However it goes, we must leave this lair tomorrow, and not all who seek us wish us well." "Nay, none," said Androge, and he cast an evil look at Beleg. In the morning Beleg, being swiftly healed of his pains after the manner of the elven folk of old, spoke to Turin apart. "I looked for more joy at my tidings," he said. "Surely you will return now to Doriath." And he begged Turin to do this in all ways that he could, but the more he urged it, the more Turin hung back. Nonetheless he questioned Beleg closely concerning the judgment of Thingol. Then Beleg told him all that he knew, and at the last Turin said, "Then Mablung proved my friend, as he once seemed." "The friend of truth, rather," said Beleg, "and that was best in the end." "But why, Turin, Did you not speak to him of Cyros's assault upon you? All otherwise might things have gone. And, he said, looking at the men sprawled near the mouth of the cave, you might have held your helm still high and not fallen to this. That may be, if fall you call it, said Turin. That may be. But so it went, and words stuck in my throat. There was reproof in his eyes, without question asked of me, for a deed I had not done. My man's heart was proud, as the elf king said. And so it still is, Beleg Cuthalion. Not yet will it suffer me to go back to Menegroth and bear looks of pity and pardon, as for a wayward boy amended. I should give pardon, not receive it. And I am a boy no longer, but a man according to my kind, and a hard man by my fate. Then Beleg was troubled. What will you do, then? He asked. Fare free, said Turin. That wish Mablung gave me at our parting. The grace of Thingol will not stretch to receive these companions of my fall, I think. But I will not part with them now if they do not wish to part with me. I love them in my way, even the worst a little. They are of my own kind, and there is some good in each that might grow. I think that they will stand by me. You see with other eyes than mine, said Beleg. If you try to wean them from evil, they will fail you. I doubt them, and one most of all. How shall an elf judge of men? Said Turin. As he judges all deeds by whomsoever done, answered Beleg. But he said no more, and did not speak of Androge's malice, to which his evil handling had been chiefly due. For perceiving Turin's mood, he feared to be disbelieved and to hurt their old friendship, driving Turin back to his evil ways. Fare free, you say, Turin, my friend, he said. What is your meaning? I would lead my own men, and make war in my own way, Turin answered. But in this at least my heart is changed. I repent every stroke save those dealt against the enemy of men and elves. And above all else I would have you beside me. Stay with me. If I stayed beside you, love would lead me, not wisdom, said Beleg. My heart warns me that we should return to Doriath. None the less, I will not go there, said Turin. Then Beleg strove once more to persuade him to return to the service of King Thingol, saying that there was great need of his strength and valour on the north marches of Doriath. And he spoke to him of the new inroads of the orcs, coming down into Dimbar out of Tar na Fuin by the pass of Anach. But all his words were of no avail, and at last he said, A hard man you have called yourself, Turin. Hard you are, and stubborn. Now the turn is mine. If you wish indeed to have the strong bow beside you, look for me in Dimbar, for thither I shall return. Then Turin sat in silence, and strove with his pride, which would not let him turn back. And he brooded on the years that lay behind him. But coming suddenly out of his thought, he said to Beleg, The elf maiden, whom you named. I owe her well for her timely witness, yet I cannot recall her. Why did she watch my ways? Then Beleg looked strangely at him. Why indeed, he said. Turin, have you lived always with your heart and half your mind far away? You walked with Nellas in the woods of Doriath when you were a boy. That was long ago, said Turin. Or so my childhood now seems, and a mist is over it, save only the memory of my father's house in Dor Lomin. But why should I have walked with an elf maiden? To learn what she could teach, maybe, said Beleg. Alas, child of men, there are other griefs in Middle-earth than yours, and wounds made by no weapon. Indeed, I begin to think that elves and men should not meet or meddle." Turin said nothing, but looked long in Beleg's face, as if he would read in it the riddle of his words. But Nellas of Doriath never saw him again, and his shadow passed from her.
In the Silmarillion, chapter 21, the narrative continues with Beleg's farewell to Turin, Turin's strange foreknowledge that his fate would lead him to Amon-Ruth, Beleg's coming to Menegroth, where he received the sword Anchlachel from Thingol and Lembas from Melian, and his return to warfare against the orcs in Dimbar. There is no other text to supplement this, and the passage is omitted here.
Of Mime the Dwarf. After the departure of Beleg, and that was in the second summer after the flight of Turin from Doriath, things went ill for the outlaws.
Turin fled from Doriath in the summer. He passed the autumn and winter among the outlaws, and he slew Forweg and became their captain in the spring of the next year. The events described here took place in the summer following.
There were rains out of season, and orcs in greater numbers than before came down from the north and along the old south road over Teglin, troubling all the woods on the west borders of Doriath. There was little safety or rest, and the company were more often hunted than hunters. One night as they lay lurking in the fireless dark, Turin looked on his life, and it seemed to him that it might well be bettered. I must find some secure refuge, he thought, and make provision against winter and hunger. And the next day he led his men away, further than they had yet come from the Teglin and the marches of Doriath. After 3 days' journeying they halted at the western edge of the woods of Sirion's Vale. There the land was drier and more bare, as it began to climb up into the moorlands. Soon after, it chanced that as the grey light of a day of rain was failing, Turin and his men were sheltering in a holly thicket, and beyond it was a treeless space, in which there were many great stones leaning or tumbled together. All was still, save for the drip of rain from the leaves. Suddenly a watchman gave a call, and leaping up they saw 3 hooded shapes, grey-clad, going stealthily among the stones. They were burdened each with a great sack, but they went swiftly for all that. Turin cried out to them to halt, and the men ran out on them like hounds, but they held on their way, and though Androge shot arrows after them, 2 vanished in the dusk. One lagged behind, being slower or more heavily burdened, and he was soon seized and thrown down and held by many hard hands, though he struggled and bit like a beast. But Turin came up and rebuked his men. "What have you there?" he said. "What need to be so fierce? It is old and small. What harm is in it?" "It bites," said Androge, showing his hand that bled. "It is an orc, or of orc kin. Kill it." "It deserved no less for cheating our hope," said another, who had taken the sack. "There is nothing here but roots and small stones." "Nay," said Turin, "it is bearded. It is only a dwarf, I guess. Let him up and speak." So it was that Mime came into the tale of the children of Hurin. For he stumbled up on his knees before Turin's feet and begged for his life. "I am old," he said, "and poor. Only a dwarf, as you say, and not an orc. Mime is my name. Do not let them slay me, Lord, for no cause, as would the orcs." Then Turin pitied him in his heart, but he said, "Poor you seem, Mime, though that is strange in a dwarf. But we are poorer, I think, houseless and friendless men. If I said that we do not spare for pity's sake only, being in great need, what would you offer for ransom?" "I do not know what you desire, Lord," said Mime warily. "At this time, little enough," said Turin, looking about him bitterly with rain in his eyes. "A safe place to sleep in out of the damp woods. Doubtless you have such for yourself." "I have," said Mime, but I cannot give it in ransom. I am too old to live under the sky." "You need grow no older," said Androge, stepping up with a knife in his unharmed hand. "I can spare you that." "Lord," cried Mime, then in great fear, "if I lose my life, you will lose the dwelling, for you will not find it without Mime. I cannot give it, but I will share it. There is more room in it than once there was. So many have gone forever." And he began to weep. "Your life is spared, Mime," said Turin. "Till we come to his lair, at least," said Androge. But Turin turned upon him and said, "If Mime brings us to his home without trickery, and it is good, then his life is ransomed, and he shall not be slain by any man who follows me, so I swear." Then Mime clasped Turin about his knees, saying, "Mime will be your friend, Lord. At first I thought you were an elf by your speech and your voice, but if you are a man, that is better. Mime does not love elves." "Where is this house of yours?" said Androge. "It must be good indeed if Androge is to share it with a dwarf, for Androge does not like dwarves. His people brought few good tales of that race out of the east." "Judge my home when you see it," said Mime. "But you will need light on the way, you stumbling men. I will return in good time and lead you." "No, no," said Androge. "You will not allow this, surely, Captain. You would never see the old rascal again." "It is growing dark," said Turin. "Let him leave us some pledge. Shall we keep your sack and its load, Mime?" But at this the dwarf fell on his knees again in great trouble. "If Mime did not mean to return, he would not return for an old sack of roots," he said. "I will come back. Let me go." "I will not," said Turin. "If you will not part with your sack, you must stay with it. A night under the leaves will make you piteous in your turn, maybe." But he marked, and others also, that Mime set more value on his load than it seemed worth to the eye. They led the old dwarf away to their dismal camp, and as he went he muttered in a strange tongue that seemed harsh with ancient hatred. But when they put bonds on his legs, he went suddenly quiet, and those who were on the watch saw him sitting on through the night, silent and still as stone, save for his sleepless eyes that glinted as they roved in the dark. Before morning the rain ceased, and a wind stirred in the trees. Dawn came more brightly than for many days, and light airs from the south opened the sky, pale and clear about the rising of the sun. Mime sat on without moving, and he seemed as if dead, for now the heavy lids of his eyes were closed, and the morning light showed him withered and shrunken with age. Turin stood and looked down on him. "There is light enough now," he said. Then Mime opened his eyes and pointed to his bonds, and when he was released, he spoke fiercely. "Learn this, fools," he said. "Do not put bonds on a dwarf. He will not forgive it. I do not wish to die, but for what you have done my heart is hot. I repent my promise." "But I do not," said Turin. "You will lead me to your home. Till then we will not speak of death. That is my will." He looked steadfastly in the eyes of the dwarf, and Mime could not endure it. Few indeed could challenge the eyes of Turin in set will or in wrath. Soon he turned away his head and rose. "Follow me, Lord," he said. "Good," said Turin. "But now I will add this. I understand your pride. You may die, but you shall not be set in bonds again." Then Mime led them back to the place where he had been captured, and he pointed westward. "There is my home," he said. "You have often seen it, I guess, for it is tall. Sharp Hunt, we called it before the elves changed all the names." Then they saw that he was pointing to Amon Ruth, the bald hill, whose bare head watched over many leagues of the wild. "We have seen it, but never nearer," said Androge. "For what safe lair can be there? Or water, or any other thing that we need? I guess that there was some trick. Do men hide on a hilltop?" Long sight may be safer than lurking, said Turin. Amon-Ruth gazes far and wide. Well, Mim, I will come and see what you have to show. How long will it take us, stumbling men, to come thither? All this day until dusk, Mim answered. The company set out westward, and Turin went at the head with Mim at his side. They walked warily when they left the woods, but all the land was empty and quiet. They passed over the tumbled stones and began to climb, for Amon-Ruth stood upon the eastern edge of the high moorlands that rose between the vales of Sirion and Narog. And even above the stony heath at its base, its crown was reared up 1,000 feet and more. Upon the eastern side, a broken land climbed slowly up to the high ridges among knots of birch and rowan, and ancient thorn trees rooted in rock. About the lower slopes of Amon-Ruth there grew thickets of aigloss, but its steep grey head was bare, save for the red seragon that mantled the stone.
Aigloss, snowthorn, is said to have been like furze, gorse, but larger and with white flowers. Aigloss was also the name of the spear of Gil-galad. Seragon, blood of stone, was a plant of the kind called in English stonecrop. It had flowers of a deep red.
As the afternoon was waning, the outlaws drew near to the roots of the hill. They came now from the north, for so Mim had led them, and the light of the westering sun fell upon the crown of Amon-Ruth, and the seragon was all in flower. "See, there is blood on the hilltop," said Androge. "Not yet," said Turin. The sun was sinking and light was failing in the hollows. The hill now loomed up before them and above them, and they wondered what need there could be of a guide to so plain a mark. But as Mim led them on, and they began to climb the last steep slopes, they perceived that he was following some path by secret signs or old custom. Now his course wound to and fro, and if they looked aside they saw that at either hand dark dells and chines opened, or the land ran down into wastes of great stones, with falls and holes masked by bramble and thorn. There, without a guide, they might have laboured and clambered for days to find a way. At length they came to steeper but smoother ground. They passed under the shadows of ancient rowan trees into aisles of long-legged aigloss. A gloom filled with a sweet scent.
So also the yellow-flowered gorse bushes encountered by Frodo, Sam, and Gollum in Ithilien were gaunt and leggy below, but thick above, so that they could walk upright under them, passing through long dry aisles, and they bore flowers that glimmered in the gloom and gave a faint sweet scent. The Two Towers, Book 4, Chapter 7.
Then suddenly there was a rock wall before them, flat-faced and sheer, towering high above them in the dusk. "Is this the door of your house?" said Turin. "Dwarves love stone, it is said." He drew close to Mim, lest he should play them some trick at the last. "Not the door of the house, but the gate of the garth," said Mim. Then he turned to the right along the cliff foot, and after 20 paces halted suddenly, and Turin saw that by the work of hands or of weather there was a cleft so shaped that 2 faces of the wall overlapped, and an opening ran back to the left between them. Its entrance was shrouded by long trailing plants rooted in crevices above, but within there was a steep stony path going upwards in the dark. Water trickled down it, and it was dank. One by one they filed up. At the top the path turned right and south again, and brought them through a thicket of thorns out upon a green flat, through which it ran on into the shadows. They had come to Mim's house, Bar en Nibin Noig, which only ancient tales in Doriath and Nargothrond remembered, and no men had seen.
Elsewhere, the Sindarin name of the petty dwarves is given as Noigith Nibin. So in the Silmarillion, Chapter 21, and Nibin Nogrim. The high moorlands that rose between the vales of Sirion and Narog, northeast of Nargothrond, are more than once referred to as the moors of the Nibin Noyeg, or variants of this name.
But night was falling, and the east was starlit, and they could not yet see how this strange place was shaped. Amon Ruth had a crown, a great mass like a steep cap of stone with a bare flattened top. Upon its north side there stood out from it a shelf, level and almost square, which could not be seen from below, for behind it stood the hill crown like a wall, and west and east from its brink sheer cliffs fell. Only from the north, as they had come, could it be reached with ease by those who knew the way.
The tall cliff through which Mim led them, by the cleft that he called the Gate of the Garth, was, it appears, the north edge of the shelf. The cliffs on the eastern and western sides were much more precipitous.
From the cleft a path led, and passed soon into a little grove of dwarfed birches growing about a clear pool in a rock-hewn basin. This pool was fed by a spring at the foot of the wall behind, and through a runnel it spilled like a white thread over the western brink of the shelf. Behind the screen of the trees near the spring, between two tall buttresses of rock, there was a cave. No more than a shallow grot it looked, with a low, broken arch. But further in it had been deepened and bored far under the hill by the slow hands of the petty dwarves in the long years that they had dwelt there, untroubled by the grey elves of the woods. Through the deep dusk Mim led them past the pool, where now the faint stars were mirrored among the shadows of the birch boughs. At the mouth of the cave he turned and bowed to Turin. "Enter," he said, "Bar en Danweth, the house of ransom, for so it shall be called." "That may be," said Turin. "I will look first." Then he went in with Mim, and the others, seeing him unafraid, followed behind, even Androge, who most misdoubted the dwarf. They were soon in a black dark, but Mim clapped his hands and a little light appeared, coming round a corner. From the passage at the back of the outer grot there stepped another dwarf bearing a small torch. "Ha! I missed him, as I feared," said Androge. But Mim spoke quickly with the other in their own harsh tongue, and seeming troubled or angered by what he heard, he darted into the passage and disappeared. Then Androge was all for going forward. "Attack first," he said. "There may be a hive of them, but they're small." "3 only, I guess," said Turin, and he led the way, while behind him the outlaws groped along the passage by the feel of the rough walls. Many times it bent this way and that at sharp angles, but at last a faint light gleamed ahead, and they came into a small but lofty hall, dim lit by lamps hanging down out of the roof shadow upon fine chains. Mim was not there, but his voice could be heard, and led by it Turin came to the door of a chamber opening at the back of the hall. Looking in, he saw Mim kneeling on the floor. Beside him stood silent the dwarf with the torch, but on a stone couch by the further wall there lay another. "Came, came, came," the old dwarf wailed, tearing at his beard. "Not all your shafts went wild," said Turin to Androge. "But this may prove an ill hit. You loose shaft too lightly. But you may not live long enough to learn wisdom." Then entering softly, Turin stood behind Mim and spoke to him. "What is the trouble, Mim?" he said. "I have some healing arts. Can I give you aid?" Mim turned his head, and there was a red light in his eyes. "Not unless you can turn back time, and then cut off the cruel hands of your men," he answered. "This is my son, pierced by an arrow. Now he is beyond speech. He died at sunset. Your bonds held me from healing him." Again pity long hardened welled in Turin's heart as water from rock. "Alas," he said, "I would recall that shaft if I could. Now Bar en Danweth, house of ransom, shall this be called in truth. For whether we dwell here or no, I will hold myself in your debt, and if ever I come to any wealth, I will pay you a ransom of heavy gold for your son, in token of sorrow, though it gladden your heart no more." Then Mim rose and looked long at Turin. "I hear you," he said. "You speak like a dwarf lord of old, and at that I marvel. Now my heart is cooled, though it is not glad. My own ransom I will pay, therefore. You may dwell here, if you will. But this I will add. He that loosed the shaft shall break his bow and arrows and lay them at my son's feet, and he shall never take arrow nor bear bow again. If he does, he shall die by it. That curse I lay on him." Androge was afraid when he heard of this curse, and though he did so with great grudge, he broke his bow and his arrows and laid them at the dead dwarf's feet. But as he came out from the chamber, he glanced evilly at Mim and muttered, "The curse of a dwarf never dies, they say, but a man's too may come home. May he die with a dart in his throat."
Androge's curse is also recorded in the form, "May he lack a bow at need ere his end." In the event, Mim met his death from Hurin's sword before the doors of Nargothrond. The Silmarillion, Chapter 22.
That night they lay in the hall and slept uneasily for the wailing of Mim and of Ibun, his other son. When that ceased they could not tell, but when they woke at last the dwarves were gone, and the chamber was closed by a stone. The day was fair again, and in the morning sun the outlaws washed in the pool and prepared such food as they had, and as they ate, Mim stood before them. He bowed to Turin. "He is gone, and all is done," he said. "He lies with his fathers. Now we turn to such life as is left, though the days before us may be short. Does Mim's home please you? Is the ransom paid and accepted?" "It is," said Turin. "Then all is yours to order your dwelling here as you will, save this. The chamber that is closed, none shall open it but me." "We hear you," said Turin. "But as for our life here, we are secure, or so it seems. But still we must have food and other things. How shall we go out, or still more, how shall we return?" To their disquiet, Mim laughed in his throat. "Do you fear that you have followed a spider to the heart of his web?" he said. "Mim does not eat men, and a spider could ill deal with 30 wasps at a time. See, you are armed, and I stand here bare. No, we must share, you and I. House, food, and fire, and maybe other winnings. The house, I think, you will guard and keep secret for your own good, even when you know the ways in and out. You will learn them in time. But in the meanwhile, Mim must guide you, or Ibun, his son." To this Turin agreed, and he thanked Mim, and most of his men were glad, for under the sun of morning, while summer was yet high, it seemed a fair place to dwell in. Androge alone was ill content. "The sooner we are masters of our goings and comings, the better," he said. "Never before have we taken a prisoner with a grievance to and fro on our ventures." That day they rested, and cleaned their arms and mended their gear, for they had food to last for a day or two yet, and Mim added to what they had. 3 great cooking pots he lent to them, and firing also, and he brought out a sack. "Rubbish," he said, "not worth the stealing, only wild roots." But when they were cooked, these roots proved good to eat, somewhat like bread, and the outlaws were glad of them, for they had long lacked bread save when they could steal it. Wild elves know them not, grey elves have not found them. The proud ones from over the sea are too proud to delve, said Mime. What is their name? Said Turin. Mime looked at him sidelong. They have no name, save in the dwarf tongue, which we do not teach, he said. And we do not teach men to find them, for men are greedy and thriftless, and would not spare till all the plants had perished, whereas now they pass them by as they go blundering in the wild. No more will you learn of me, but you may have enough of my bounty as long as you speak fair and do not spy or steal. Then again he laughed in his throat. They are of great worth, he said, more than gold in a hungry winter, for they may be hoarded like the nuts of a squirrel, and already we were building our store from the first that are ripe. But you are fools if you think that I would not be parted from one small load even for the saving of my life. I hear you, said Alrad, who had looked in the sack when Mime was taken. Yet you would not be parted, and your words only make me wonder the more. Mime turned and looked at him darkly. You are one of the fools that spring would not mourn if you perished in winter, he said. I have spoken my word, and so must have returned, willing or not, with sack or without. Let a lawless and faithless man think what he will. But I like not to be parted from my own by force of the wicked, be it no more than a shoe thong. Do I not remember that your hands were among those that put bonds on me, and so held me that I did not speak again with my son? Ever when I deal out the earth bread from my store, you shall be counted out. And if you eat it, you shall eat by the bounty of your fellows, not of me. Then Mime went away, but Alrad, who had quailed under his anger, spoke to his back. High words. None the less, the old rogue had other things in his sack of like shape, but harder and heavier. Maybe there are other things beside earth bred in the wild which elves have not found and men must not know.
The mystery of the other things in Mime's sack is not explained. The only other statement on the subject is in a hastily scribbled note which suggests that there were ingots of gold disguised as roots, and refers to Mime seeking for old treasures of a dwarf house near the flat stones. These were, no doubt, those referred to in the text as great stones leaning or tumbled together, at the place where Mime was captured. But there is nowhere any indication of what part this treasure was to play in the story of Bar en Danweth.
That may be, said Turin. None the less the dwarf spoke the truth in one point at least, calling you a fool. Why must you speak your thoughts? Silence, if fair words stick in your throat, would serve all our ends better. The day passed in peace, and none of the outlaws desired to go abroad. Turin paced much upon the green sward of the shelf from brink to brink, and he looked out east and west and north, and wondered to find how far were the views in the clear air. Northward he looked, and descried the forest of Brethil climbing green about Amon Obel in its midst, and thither his eyes were drawn ever and again, he knew not why. For his heart was set rather to the northwest, where league upon league away on the skirts of the sky, it seemed to him that he could glimpse the mountains of shadow, the walls of his home. But at evening Turin looked west into the sunset, as the sun rode down red into the hazes above the distant coasts, and the vale of Narog lay deep in the shadows between. So began the abiding of Turin son of Hurin in the halls of Mime in Bar en Danweth, the house of ransom.
For the story of Turin, from his coming to Bar en Danweth to the fall of Nargothrond, see the Silmarillion, chapter 21, and the appendix which follows this tale.
The return of Turin to Dorlomin. At last, worn by haste and the long road, for 40 leagues and more had he journeyed without rest, Turin came with the first ice of winter to the pools of Ivrin, where before he had been healed. But they were now only a frozen mire, and he could drink there no more. Thence he came to the passes into Dorlomin, and snow came bitterly from the north, and the ways were perilous and cold.
It is said previously that the pass over the shoulder of Amon Darthier was the only pass between Serech and far westward, where Dorlomin marched with Nevrast.
Though 23 years were gone since he had trodden that path, it was graven in his heart, so great was the sorrow of each step at the parting from Morwen. Thus at last he came back to the land of his childhood. It was bleak and bare, and the people there were few and churlish, and they spoke the harsh tongue of the Easterlings, and the old tongue was become the language of serfs or of foes. Therefore Turin walked warily, hooded and silent, and he came at last to the house that he sought. It stood empty and dark, and no living thing dwelt near it, for Morwen was gone, and Brodda the incomer, he that took by force Eärinn Húrin's kinswoman to wife, had plundered her house, and taken all that was left to her of goods or of servants. Brodda's house stood nearest to the old house of Húrin, and thither Turin came, spent with wandering and grief, begging for shelter. And it was granted to him, for some of the kindlier manners of old were still kept there by Eärinn. He was given a seat by a fire among the servants, and a few vagabonds well nigh as grim and wayworn as he, and he asked news of the land. At that the company fell silent, and some drew away, looking askance at the stranger. But one old vagabond man with a crutch said, "If you must speak the old tongue, master, speak it softer and ask for no tidings. Would you be beaten for a rogue or hung for a spy? For both you may well be by the looks of you." "Which is but to say," he said, coming near and speaking low in Turin's ear, "one of the kindly folk of old that came with Hador in the days of gold before heads wore wolf hair. Some here are of that sort, though now made beggars and slaves, and but for the Lady Eärinn would get neither this fire nor this broth. Whence are you, and what news would you have?" "There was a lady called Morwen," answered Turin, "and long ago I lived in her house. Thither, after far wandering, I came to seek welcome, but neither fire nor folk are there now." "Nor have been this long year and more," answered the old man. "But scant were both fire and folk in that house since the deadly war, for she was of the old people, as doubtless you know, the widow of our lord Húrin Galdor's son. They dared not touch her, though, for they feared her. Proud and fair as a queen before sorrow marred her. Witch wife they called her, and shunned her. Witch wife. It is but elf friend in the new language. Yet they robbed her. Often would she and her daughter have gone hungry but for the Lady Eärinn. She aided them in secret, it is said, and was often beaten for it by the churl Brodda, her husband by need." "And this long year and more," said Turin, "are they dead or made thralls? Or have the orcs assailed her?" "It is not known for sure," said the old man, "but she is gone with her daughter, and this Brodda has plundered her and stripped what remained. Not a dog is left, and her few folk made his slaves, save some that have gone begging, as have I. I served her many a year, and the great master before, Sador Onefoot. A cursed axe in the woods long ago, or I would be lying in the great mound now. Well I remember the day Húrin's boy was sent away, and how he wept, and she, when he was gone. To the hidden kingdom he went, it was said." With that the old man stayed his tongue and eyed Turin doubtfully. "I am old and I babble," he said. "Mind me not." But though it is pleasant to speak the old tongue with one that speaks it fair as in time past, the days are ill, and one must be wary. Not all that speak the fair tongue are fair at heart. Truly, said Turin, my heart is grim. But if you fear that I am a spy of the north or the east, then you have little more wisdom than you had long ago, Sador Labadal. The old man eyed him agape. Then, trembling, he spoke. Come outside. It is colder, but safer. You speak too loud, and I too much for an Easterling's hall. When they were come into the court, he clutched at Turin's cloak. Long ago you dwelt in that house, you say. Lord Turin, son of Horin, why have you come back? My eyes are opened, and my ears at last. You have the voice of your father. But young Turin alone ever gave me that name, Labadal. He meant no ill, we were merry friends in those days. What does he seek here now? Few are we left, and we are old and weaponless. Happier are those in the great mound. I did not come with thought of battle, said Turin, though your words have waked the thought in me now, Labadal. But it must wait. I came seeking the Lady Morwen and Númenor. What can you tell me, and swiftly? Little, lord, said Sador. They went away secretly. It was whispered among us that they were summoned by the Lord Turin, for we did not doubt that he had grown great in the years, a king or a lord in some south country. But it seems that is not so. It is not, answered Turin. A lord I was in a south country, though now I am a vagabond. But I did not summon them. Then I know not what to tell you, said Sador. But the Lady J.R.R. will know, I doubt not. She knew all the counsel of your mother. How can I come to her? That I know not. It would cost her much pain were she caught whispering at a door with a wandering wretch of the downtrod people, even could any message call her forth. And such a beggar as you are will not walk far up the hill towards the high board before the Easterling sees him and beat him, or worse. Then in anger Turin cried, May I not walk up Brodda's hall, and will they beat me? Come and see. Thereupon he went into the hall, and cast back his hood, and thrusting aside all in his path, he strode towards the board where sat the master of the house and his wife, and other Easterling lords. Then some ran to seize him, but he flung them to the ground and cried, Does no one rule this house? Or is it an orc hold? Where is the master? Then Brodda rose in wrath. I rule this house, said he. But before he could say more, Turin said, Then you have not learned the courtesy that was in this land before you. Is it now the manner of men to let lackeys mishandle the kinsmen of their wives? Such am I, and I have an errand to the Lady J.R.R. Shall I come freely, or shall I come as I will? Come, said Brodda, and he scowled, but J.R.R. turned pale. Then Turin strode to the high board and stood before it, and bowed. Your pardon, Lady J.R.R., he said, that I break in upon you thus. But my errand is urgent and has brought me far. I seek Morwen, Lady of Dorlomin, and Númenor her daughter, but her house is empty and plundered. What can you tell me? Nothing, said J.R.R. in great fear, for Brodda watched her narrowly. Nothing, save that she is gone. That I do not believe, said Turin. Then Brodda sprang forth, and he was red with drunken rage. No more, he cried. Shall my wife be gainsaid before me by a beggar that speaks the serf tongue? There is no Lady of Dorlomin. But as for Morwen, she was of the thrall folk, and has fled as thralls will.
Do you likewise and swiftly, or I will have you hung on a tree."
Then Turin leapt at him, and drew his black sword, and seized Brodda by the hair, and laid back his head. "Let no one stir," said he, "or this head will leave its shoulders. Lady Eäryn, I would beg your pardon once more if I thought that this churl had ever done you anything but wrong. But speak now, and do not deny me. Am I not Turin, Lord of Dor Lomin? Shall I command you?" "Command me," she answered. "Who plundered the house of Morwen?" "Brodda," she answered. "When did she flee, and whither?" "A year and 3 months gone," said Eäryn. "Master Brodda and others of the incomers of the East hereabout oppressed her sorely. Long ago she was bidden to the hidden kingdom, and she went forth at last. For the lands between were then free of evil for a while because of the prowess of the Black Sword of the South Country, it is said. But that now is ended. She looked to find her son there awaiting her. But if you are he, then I fear that all has gone awry." Then Turin laughed bitterly. "Awry? Awry?" he cried. "Yes, ever awry, as crooked as Morgoth." And suddenly a black wrath shook him, for his eyes were opened, and the spell of Glaurung loosed its last threads, and he knew the lies with which he had been cheated. "Have I been cozened, that I might come and die here dishonoured, who might at least have ended valiantly before the doors of Nargothrond?" And out of the night about the hall, it seemed to him that he heard the cries of Finduilas. "Not first will I die here," he cried. And he seized Brodda, and with the strength of his great anguish and wrath, he lifted him on high and shook him as if he were a dog. "Morwen of the thrall folk, did you say? You son of dastards, thief, slave of slaves!" Thereupon he flung Brodda head foremost across his own table, full in the face of an Easterling that rose to assail Turin. In that fall, Brodda's neck was broken, and Turin leapt after his cast and slew 3 more that cowered there, for they were caught weaponless. There was tumult in the hall. The Easterlings that sat there would have come against Turin, but many others were gathered there of the elder people of Dor Lomin. Long had they been tame servants, but now they rose with shouts in rebellion. Soon there was great fighting in the hall, and though the thralls had but meat knives and such things as they could snatch up against daggers and swords, many were quickly slain on either hand, before Turin leapt down among them and slew the last of the Easterlings that remained in the hall. Then he rested, leaning against a pillar, and the fire of his rage was as ashes. But old Sador crept up to him and clutched him about the knees, for he was wounded to the death. "Thrice 7 years and more. It was long to wait for this hour," he said. "But now go, Lord, go, and do not come back unless with greater strength. They will raise the land against you. Many have run from the hall. Go, or you will end here. Farewell." Then he slipped down and died. "He speaks with the truth of death," said Eäryn. "You have learned what you would. Now go swiftly. But go first to Morwen and comfort her, or I will hold all the wrack you have wrought here hard to forgive. For ill though my life was, you have brought death to me with your violence. The incomers will avenge this night on all that were here. Rash are your deeds, son of Húrin, as if you were still but the child that I knew. And faint heart is yours, Eäryn Indor's daughter, as it was when I called you aunt and a rough dog frightened you," said Turin. "You were made for a kinder world. But come away, I will bring you to Morwen." "The snow lies on the land, but deeper upon my head," she answered. I should die as soon in the wild with you as with the brute Easterlings. You cannot mend what you have done. Go. To stay will make all the worse, and rob Morwen to no purpose. Go, I beg you." Then Turin bowed low to her, and turned and left the hall of Brodda. But all the rebels that had the strength followed him. They fled towards the mountains, for some among them knew well the ways of the wild, and they blessed the snow that fell behind them and covered their trail. Thus, though soon the hunt was up, with many men and dogs and braying of horses, they escaped south into the hills. Then, looking back, they saw a red light far off in the land they had left. "They have fired the hall," said Turin. "To what purpose is that?" "They? No, lord. She, I guess," said one, Asgon by name. "Many a man of arms misreads patience and quiet. She did much good among us at much cost. Her heart was not faint, and patience will break at the last." Now some of the hardiest that could endure the winter stayed with Turin and led him by strange paths to a refuge in the mountains, a cave known to outlaws and runagates, and some store of food was hidden there. There they waited until the snow ceased, and then they gave him food and took him to a pass little used that led south to Sirion's Vale, where the snow had not come. On the downward path they parted. "Farewell now, Lord of Dorlomin," said Asgon. "But do not forget us. We shall be hunted men now, and the wolf folk will be crueler because of your coming. Therefore go, and do not return, unless you come with strength to deliver us. Farewell." The coming of Turin into Brethil. Now Turin went down towards Sirion, and he was torn in mind. For it seemed to him that whereas before he had 2 bitter choices, now there were 3, and his oppressed people called him, upon whom he had brought only increase of woe. This comfort only he had, that beyond doubt Morwen and Númenor had come long since to Doriath, and only by the prowess of the black sword of Nargothrond had their road been made safe. And he said in his thought, "Where else better might I have bestowed them, had I come indeed sooner? If the girdle of Melian be broken, then all is ended. Nay, it is better as things be, for by my wrath and rash deeds I cast a shadow wherever I dwell. Let Melian keep them, and I will leave them in peace, unshadowed, for a while." But too late Turin now sought for Finduilas, roaming the woods under the eaves of Ered Wethrin, wild and wary as a beast. And he waylaid all the roads that went north to the pass of Sirion. Too late. For all trails had been washed away by the rains and the snows. But thus it was that Turin, passing down Teglin, came upon some of the people of Haleth from the forest of Brethil. They were dwindled now by war to a small people, and dwelt for the most part secretly within a stockade upon Amon Obel, deep in the forest. Ethil Brandir that place was named, for Brandir son of Handir was now their lord, since his father was slain. And Brandir was no man of war, being lamed by a leg broken in a misadventure in childhood. And he was moreover gentle in mood, loving wood rather than metal, and the knowledge of things that grow in the earth rather than other lore. But some of the woodmen still hunted the orcs on their borders, and thus it was that as Turin came thither he heard the sound of an affray. He hastened towards it, and coming warily through the trees he saw a small band of men surrounded by orcs. They defended themselves desperately with their backs to a knot of trees that grew apart in a glade, but the orcs were in great number, and they had little hope of escape unless help came. Therefore, out of sight in the underwood, Turin made a great noise of stamping and crashing, and then he cried in a loud voice as if leading many men, "Ha! Here we find them! Follow me all! Out now and slay!" At that many of the orcs looked back in dismay, and then out came Turin, leaping, waving as if to men behind, and the edges of Gurthang flickered like flame in his hand. Too well was that blade known to the orcs, and even before he sprang among them many scattered and fled. Then the woodmen ran to join him, and together they hunted their foes into the river. Few came across. At last they halted on the bank, and Dorlas, leader of the woodmen, said, "You are swift in the hunt, lord, but your men are slow to follow." "Nay," said Turin, "we all run together as one man, and will not be parted." Then the men of Brethil laughed and said, "Well, one such is worth many, and we owe you great thanks. But who are you, and what do you here?" "I do but follow my trade, which is orc-slaying," said Turin, "and I dwell where my trade is. I am wild man of the woods." "Then come and dwell with us," said they, "for we dwell in the woods, and we have need of such craftsmen. You would be welcome." Then Turin looked at them strangely and said, "Are there then any left who will suffer me to darken their doors? But, friends, I have still a grievous errand, to find Finduilas, daughter of Orodreth of Nargothrond, or at least to learn news of her. Alas, many weeks is it since she was taken from Nargothrond, but still I must go seeking." Then they looked on him with pity, and Dorlas said, "Seek no more, for an orc host came up from Nargothrond towards the crossings of Teiglin, and we had long warning of it. It marched very slow because of the number of captives that were led. Then we thought to deal our small stroke in the war, and we ambushed the orcs with all the bowmen we could muster and hoped to save some of the prisoners. But alas, as soon as they were assailed, the foul orcs slew first the women among their captives, and the daughter of Orodreth they fastened to a tree with a spear." Turin stood as one mortally stricken. "How do you know this?" he said. "Because she spoke to me before she died," said Dorlas. "She looked upon us as though seeking one whom she had expected, and she said, 'Mormegil, tell the Mormegil that Finduilas is here.' She said no more, but because of her latest words we laid her where she died. She lies in a mound beside Teiglin. It is a month now ago." "Bring me there," said Turin. And they led him to a hillock by the crossings of Teiglin. There he laid himself down, and a darkness fell on him, so that they thought he was dead. But Dorlas looked down at him as he lay, and then he turned to his men and said, "Too late. This is a piteous chance. But see, here lies the Mormegil himself, the great captain of Nargothrond. By his sword we should have known him, as did the orcs." For the fame of the black sword of the south had gone far and wide, even into the deeps of the wood. Now therefore they lifted him with reverence and bore him to Brandir. And Brandir, coming out to meet them, wondered at the bier that they bore. Then drawing back the coverlet he looked on the face of Turin, son of Hurin, and a dark shadow fell on his heart. "O cruel men of Haleth," he cried, "why did you hold back death from this man? With great labour you have brought hither the last bane of our people." But the woodman said, "Nay, it is the Mormegil of Nargothrond, a mighty orc-slayer, and he shall be a great help to us if he lives. And were it not so, should we leave a man woe-stricken to lie as carrion by the way?"
In the story as told in the Silmarillion, chapter 21, Brandir's foreboding of evil came upon him after he had heard the tidings that Dorlas brought, and therefore, as it appears, after he knew that the man on the bier was the black sword of Nargothrond, rumoured to be the son of Hurin of Dor-Lomin.
"You should not indeed," said Brandir. "Doom willed it not so." And he took Turin into his house, and tended him with care. But when at last Turin shook off the darkness, spring was returning, and he awoke and saw sun on the green buds. Then the courage of the house of Hador awoke in him also, and he arose and said in his heart, All my deeds and past days were dark and full of evil, but a new day is come. Here I will stay at peace, and renounce name and kin, and so I will put my shadow behind me, or at the least not lay it upon those that I love. Therefore he took a new name, calling himself Turambar, which in the High Elven speech signified Master of Doom. And he dwelt among the woodmen, and was loved by them. And he charged them to forget his name of old, and to count him as born in Brethil. Yet with the change of a name he could not change wholly his temper, nor wholly forget his old griefs against the servants of Morgoth. And he would go hunting the orcs with a few of the same mind, though this was displeasing to Brandir, for he hoped rather to preserve his people by silence and secrecy. The Mormegil is no more, said he, yet have a care lest the valour of Turambar bring a like vengeance on Brethil. Therefore Turambar laid his black sword by, and took it no more to battle, and wielded rather the bow and the spear. But he would not suffer the orcs to use the crossings of Teiglin, or draw near the mound where Finduilas was laid. Houth and Elith it was named, the mound of the elf-maid. And soon the orcs learned to dread that place, and shunned it. And Dorlas said to Turambar, You have renounced the name, but the black sword you are still. And does not rumour say truly that he was the son of Hurin of Dor-Lomin, lord of the house of Hador? And Turambar answered, So I have heard, but publish it not, I beg you, as you are my friend. The Journey of Morwen and Númenor to Nargothrond. When the fell winter withdrew, new tidings of Nargothrond came to Doriath. For some that escaped from the sack and had survived the winter in the wild came at last seeking refuge with Thingol, and the marchwoods brought them to the king. And some said that all the enemy had withdrawn northwards, and others that Glaurung abode still in the halls of Felagund, and some said that the Mormegil was slain, and others that he was cast under a spell by the dragon and dwelt there yet as one changed to stone. But all declared that it was known in Nargothrond ere the end, that the black sword was none other than Turin, son of Hurin of Dor-Lomin. Then great was the fear and sorrow of Morwen and of Númenor, and Morwen said, Such doubt is the very work of Morgoth. May we not learn the truth and know surely the worst that we must endure? Now Thingol himself desired greatly to know more of the fate of Nargothrond, and had in mind already the sending out of some that might go warily thither. But he believed that Turin was indeed slain or beyond rescue, and he was loath to see the hour when Morwen should know this clearly. Therefore he said to her, This is a perilous matter, Lady of Dor-Lomin, and must be pondered. Such doubt may in truth be the work of Morgoth, to draw us on to some rashness. But Morwen, being distraught, cried, Rashness, lord! If my son lurks in the woods hungry, if he lingers in bonds, if his body lies unburied, then I would be rash. I would lose no hour to go to seek him. Lady of Dor-Lomin, said Thingol, that surely the son of Hurin would not desire. Here would he think you better bestowed than in any other land that remains, in the keeping of Melian. For Hurin's sake and Turin's, I will not have you wander abroad in the black peril of these days. You did not hold Turin from peril, but me you will hold from him, cried Morwen. In the keeping of Melian? Yes, a prisoner of the girdle. Long did I hold back before I entered it. and now I rue it." "Nay, if you speak so, Lady of Dorlomin," said Thingol, "know this, the girdle is open. Free you came hither, free you shall stay, or go." Then Melian, who had remained silent, spoke. "Go not hence, Morwen. A true word you said, this doubt is of Morgoth. If you go at his will." "Fear of Morgoth will not withhold me from the call of my kin," Morwen answered. "But if you fear for me, lord, then lend me some of your people." "I command you not," said Thingol, "but my people are my own to command. I will send them at my own advice." Then Morwen said no more, but wept, and she left the presence of the king. Thingol was heavy-hearted, for it seemed to him that the mood of Morwen was fey, and he asked Melian whether she would not restrain her by her power. "Against the coming in of evil I may do much," she answered. "But against the going out of those who will go, nothing. That is your part. If she is to be held here, you must hold her with strength. Yet maybe thus you will overthrow her mind." Now Morwen went to Númenor and said, "Farewell, daughter of Húrin. I go to seek my son, or true tidings of him, since none here will do aught but will tarry until too late. Await me here until haply I return." Then Númenor in dread and distress would restrain her, but Morwen answered nothing, and went to her chamber, and when morning came she had taken horse and gone. Now Thingol had commanded that none should stay her, or seem to waylay her. But as soon as she went forth, he gathered a company of the hardiest and most skilled of his marchwards, and he set Mablung in charge. "Follow now speedily," he said, "yet let not her be aware of you. But when she is come into the wild, if danger threatens, then show yourselves, and if she will not return, then guard her as you may. But some of you I would have go forward as far as you can, and learn all that you may." Thus it was that Thingol sent out a larger company than he had at first intended, and there were 10 riders among them with spare horses. They followed after Morwen, and she went south through Region, and so came to the shores of Sirion above the twilit meres. There she halted, for Sirion was wide and swift, and she did not know the way. Therefore now the guards must needs reveal themselves, and Morwen said, "Will Thingol stay me? Or late does he send me the help that he denied?" "Both," answered Mablung. "Will you not return?" "No," she said. "Then I must help you," said Mablung, "though it is against my own will. Wide and deep here is Sirion, and perilous to swim for beast or man." "Then bring me over by whatever way the elven folk are used to cross," said Morwen, "or else I will try the swimming." Therefore Mablung led her to the twilit meres. There amid the creeks and reeds ferries were kept hidden and guarded on the east shore, for by that way messengers would pass to and fro between Thingol and his kin in Nargothrond.
In the appendix to this tale, it refers to Orodreth's exchanging messages with Thingol by secret ways.
Now they waited until the starlit night was late, and they passed over in the white mists before the dawn. And even as the sun rose red beyond the blue mountains, and a strong morning wind blew and scattered the mists, the guards went up onto the west shore, and left the girdle of Melian. Tall elves of Doriath they were, grey-clad and cloaked over their mail. Morwen from the ferry watched them as they passed silently, and then suddenly she gave a cry and pointed to the last of the company that went by. "Whence came he?" she said. "Thrice 10 you came to me. Thrice 10 and 1 you go ashore." Then the others turned and saw that the sun shone upon a head of gold, for it was Númenor, and her hood was blown back by the wind. Thus it was revealed that she had followed the company, and joined them in the dark before they crossed the river. They were dismayed, and none more than Morwen. "Go back! Go back, I command you, she cried. If the wife of Húrin can go forth against all counsel at the call of kindred, said Nienor, then so also can Húrin's daughter. Mourning you named me, but I will not mourn alone, for father, brother, and mother. But of these you only have I known, and above all do I love. And nothing that you fear not do I fear. In truth, little fear was seen in her face or her bearing. Tall and strong she seemed, for of great stature were those of Hador's house, and thus clad in elvish raiment she matched well with the guards, being smaller only than the greatest among them. What would you do? Said Morwen. Go where you go, said Nienor. This choice indeed I bring. To lead me back and bestow me safely in the keeping of Melian, for it is not wise to refuse her counsel, or to know that I shall go into peril if you go. For in truth Nienor had come most in the hope that for fear and love of her, her mother would turn back, and Morwen was indeed torn in mind. It is one thing to refuse counsel, said she. It is another to refuse the command of your mother. Go now back. No, said Nienor. It is long since I was a child. I have a will and wisdom of my own, though until now it has not crossed yours. I go with you. Rather to Doriath, for reverence of those that rule it, but if not, then westward. Indeed, if either of us should go on, it is I, rather, in the fullness of strength. Then Morwen saw in the grey eyes of Nienor the steadfastness of Húrin, and she wavered, but she could not overcome her pride, and would not seem thus, save the fair words, to be led back by her daughter as one old and doting. I go on as I have purposed, she said. Come you also, but against my will. Let it be so, said Nienor. Then Mablung said to his company, Truly it is by lack of counsel, not of courage, that Húrin's folk bring woe to others. Even so with Turin, yet not so with his fathers. But now they are all fey, and I like it not. More do I dread this errand of the king than the hunting of the wolf. What is to be done? But Morwen, who had come ashore and now drew near, heard the last of his words. Do as you are bidden by the king, said she. Seek for tidings of Nargothrond and of Turin. For this end are we all come together. It is yet a long way, and dangerous, said Mablung. If you go further, you shall both be horsed and go among the riders, and stray no foot from them. Thus it was that with the full day they set forth, and passed slowly and warily out of the country of reeds and low willows, and came to the grey woods that covered much of the southern plain before Nargothrond. All day they went due west, and saw nothing but desolation, and heard nothing, for the lands were silent, and it seemed to Mablung that a present fear lay upon them. That same way had Beren trodden years before, and then the woods were filled with the hidden eyes of the hunters. But now all the people of Narog were gone, and the orcs, as it seemed, were not yet roaming so far southward. That night they encamped in the grey wood, without fire or light. The next 2 days they went on, and by evening of the third day from Sirion they were come across the plain and were drawing near to the east shores of Narog. Then so great an unease came upon Mablung that he begged Morwen to go no further. But she laughed and said, You will be glad soon to be rid of us, as is likely enough. But you must endure us a little longer. We are come too near now to turn back in fear. Then Mablung cried, Fey are you both, and foolhardy. You help not but hinder any gathering of news. Now hear me. I was bidden not to stay you with strength, but I was bidden also to guard you as I might. In this pass, one only can I do, and I will guard you. Tomorrow I will lead you to Amon Ethia, the spy hill, which is near, and there you shall sit under guard and go no further while I command here." Now Amon Ethia was a mound as great as a hill that long ago Felagund had caused to be raised with great labour in the plain before his doors, a league east of Narog. It was tree-grown, save on the summit, where a wide view might be had all ways of the roads that led to the great bridge of Nargothrond, and of the lands round about. To this hill they came late in the morning, and climbed up from the east. Then looking out towards the high Faroth, brown and bare beyond the river.
In the Silmarillion, chapter 14, the High Faroth, or Tower en Faroth, are great wooded highlands. The description of them here as brown and bare perhaps refers to the leaflessness of the trees in the beginning of spring.
Mablung saw with elven sight the terraces of Nargothrond on the steep west bank, and as a small black hole in the hill wall, the gaping doors of Felagund. But he could hear no sound, and he could see no sign of any foe, nor any token of the dragon, save the burning about the doors that he had wrought in the day of the sack. All lay quiet under a pale sun. Now therefore Mablung, as he had said, commanded his 10 riders to keep Morwen and Númenor on the hilltop, and not to stir thence until he returned, unless some great peril arose. And if that befell, the riders should set Morwen and Númenor in their midst and flee as swiftly as they might, east away towards Doriath, sending one ahead to bring news and seek aid. Then Mablung took the other score of his company, and they crept down from the hill, and then passing into the fields westward where trees were few, they scattered and made each his way, daring but stealthy, to the banks of Narog. Mablung himself took the middle way, going towards the bridge, and so came to its hither end and found it all broken down, and the deep cloven river, running wild after rains far away northward, was foaming and roaring among the fallen stones. But Glaurung lay there, just within the shadow of the great passage that led inward from the ruined doors, and he had long been aware of the spies, though few other eyes in Middle-earth would have discerned them. But the glance of his fell eyes was keener than that of eagles, and outreached the far sight of the elves, and indeed he knew also that some remained behind and sat upon the bare top of Amon Ethia. Thus, even as Mablung crept among the rocks, seeking whether he could ford the wild river upon the fallen stones of the bridge, suddenly Glaurung came forth with a great blast of fire, and crawled down into the stream. Then, straightway, there was a vast hissing, and huge vapours arose, and Mablung and his followers that lurked near were engulfed in a blinding steam and foul stench, and the most fled as best they could guess towards the spy hill. But as Glaurung was passing over Narog, Mablung drew aside and lay under a rock and remained, for it seemed to him that he had an errand yet to do. He knew now indeed that Glaurung abode in Nargothrond, but he was bidden also to learn the truth concerning Hurin's son, if he might. And in the stoutness of his heart, therefore, he purposed to cross the river as soon as Glaurung was gone, and search the halls of Felagund. For he thought that all had been done that could be for the keeping of Morwen and Númenor. The coming of Glaurung would be marked, and even now the riders should be speeding towards Doriath. Glaurung therefore passed Mablung by, a vast shape in the mist, and he went swiftly, for he was a mighty worm, and yet lithe. Then Mablung behind him forded Narog in great peril, but the watchers upon Amon Ethia beheld the issuing of the dragon, and were dismayed. At once they bade Morwen and Númenor mount without debate, and prepared to flee eastward as they were bidden. But even as they came down from the hill into the plain, an ill wind blew the great vapours upon them, bringing a stench that no horses would endure. Then, blinded by the fog and in mad terror of the dragon reek, the horses soon became ungovernable, and went wildly this way and that, and the guards were dispersed and were dashed against trees to great hurt, or sought vainly one for another. The neighing of the horses and the cries of the riders came to the ears of Glaurung, and he was well pleased. One of the elf riders, striving with his horse in the fog, saw the Lady Morwen passing near, a grey wraith upon a mad steed, but she vanished into the mist, crying, "Númenor!" and they saw her no more. But when the blind terror came upon the riders, Númenor's horse, running wild, stumbled, and she was thrown. Falling softly into grass, she was unhurt, but when she got to her feet, she was alone, lost in the mist without horse or companion. Her heart did not fail her, and she took thought. And it seemed to her vain to go towards this cry or that, for cries were all about her, but growing ever fainter. Better it seemed to her in such case to seek again for the hill. Thither doubtless Mablung would come before he went away, if only to be sure that none of his company had remained there. Therefore, walking at guess, she found the hill, which was indeed close at hand, by the rising of the ground before her feet, and slowly she climbed the path that led up from the east, and as she climbed, so the fog grew thinner, until she came at last out into the sunlight on the bare summit. Then she stepped forward and looked westward, and there, right before her, was the great head of Glaurung, who had even then crept up from the other side. And before she was aware, her eyes looked in his eyes, and they were terrible, being filled with the fell spirit of Morgoth, his master. Then Númenor strove against Glaurung, for she was strong in will, but he put forth his power against her. "What seek you here?" he said. And constrained to answer, she said, "I do but seek one Turin that dwelt here a while, but he is dead, maybe." "I know not," said Glaurung. "He was left here to defend the women and weaklings, but when I came he deserted them and fled. A boaster but a craven, it seems. Why seek you such a one?" "You lie," said Númenor. "The children of Húrin at least are not craven. We fear you not." Then Glaurung laughed, for so was Húrin's daughter revealed to his malice. "Then you are fools, both you and your brother," said he, "and your boast shall be made vain, for I am Glaurung." Then he drew her eyes unto his, and her will swooned. And it seemed to her that the sun sickened and all became dim about her, and slowly a great darkness drew down on her, and in that darkness there was emptiness. She knew nothing, and heard nothing, and remembered nothing. Long Mablung explored the halls of Nargothrond, as well he might for the darkness and the stench, but he found no living thing there. Nothing stirred amid the bones, and none answered his cries. At last, being oppressed by the horror of the place, and fearing the return of Glaurung, he came back to the doors. The sun was sinking west, and the shadows of the Faroth behind lay dark on the terraces and the wild river below. But away beneath Amon Ethia he descried, as it seemed, the evil shape of the dragon. Harder and more perilous was the return over Narog in such haste and fear, and scarcely had he reached the east shore and crept aside under the bank when Glaurung drew nigh. But he was slow now and stealthy, for all the fires in him were burned low. Great power had gone out of him, and he would rest and sleep in the dark. Thus he writhed through the water, and slunk up to the doors like a huge snake, ashen grey, sliming the ground with his belly. But he turned before he went in and looked back eastward, and there came from him the laughter of Morgoth, dim but horrible, as an echo of malice out of the black depths far away. And this voice, cold and low, came after. "There you lie like a vole under the bank, Mablung the mighty. Ill do you run the errands of Thingol. Haste you now to the hill, and see what is become of your charge." Then Glaurung passed into his lair, and the sun went down and grey evening came chill over the land. But Mablung hastened back to Amon Ethir, and as he climbed to the top, the stars came out in the east. Against them he saw there standing, dark and still, a figure as it were an image of stone. Thus Númenor stood, and heard nothing that he said, and made him no answer. But when at last he took her hand, she stirred, and suffered him to lead her away. And while he held her she followed, but if he loosed her, she stood still. Then great was Mablung's grief and bewilderment. But no other choice had he but to lead Númenor so upon the long eastward way, without help or company. Thus they passed away, walking like dreamers, out into the night-shadowed plain. And when morning returned, Númenor stumbled and fell, and lay still. And Mablung sat beside her in despair. "Not for nothing did I dread this errand," he said. "For it will be my last, it seems. With this unlucky child of men I shall perish in the wilderness, and my name shall be held in scorn in Doriath, if any tidings indeed are ever heard of our fate. All else doubtless are slain, and she alone spared, but not in mercy." Thus they were found by 3 of the company that had fled from Narog at the coming of Glaurung, and after much wandering when the mist had passed went back to the hill, and finding it empty they had begun to seek their way home. Hope then returned to Mablung, and they went on now together steering northward and eastward, for there was no road back into Doriath in the south, and since the fall of Nargothrond the ferry wards were forbidden to set any across save those that came from within. Slow was their journey, as for those that lead a weary child. But ever as they passed further from Nargothrond and drew nearer to Doriath, so little by little strength returned to Númenor, and she would walk hour by hour obediently, led by the hand. Yet her wide eyes saw nothing, and her ears heard no words, and her lips spoke no words. And now at last, after many days, they came nigh to the west border of Doriath, somewhat south of Teiglin, for they intended to pass the fences of the little land of Thingol beyond Sirion, and so come to the guarded bridge near the inflowing of Esgalduin. There a while they halted, and they laid Númenor on a couch of grass, and she closed her eyes as she had not yet done, and it seemed that she slept. Then the elves rested also, and for very weariness were unheedful. Thus they were assailed at unawares by a band of orc hunters, such as now roamed much in that region, as nigh to the fences of Doriath as they dared to go. In the midst of the affray suddenly Númenor leapt up from her couch as one waking out of sleep to an alarm by night, and with a cry she sped away into the forest. Then the orcs turned and gave chase, and the elves after them. But a strange change came upon Númenor, and now she outran them all, flying like a deer among the trees, with her hair streaming in the wind of her speed. The orcs, indeed, Mablung and his companions swiftly overtook, and they slew them one and all and hastened on. But by then Númenor had passed away like a wraith, and neither sight nor slot of her could they find, though they hunted for many days. Then at last Mablung returned to Doriath, bowed with grief and with shame. "Choose you a new master of your hunters, lord," he said to the king, "for I am dishonoured." But Melian said, "It is not so, Mablung. You did all that you could, and none other among the king's servants would have done so much. But by ill chance you were matched against a power too great for you, too great indeed for all that now dwell in Middle-earth. I sent you to win tidings, and that you have done," said Thingol. "It is no fault of yours that those whom the tidings touch nearest are now beyond hearing. Grievous indeed is this end of all Húrin's kin, but it lies not at your door. For not only was Númenor now run witless into the wild, but Morwen also was lost. Neither then nor after did any certain news of her fate come to Doriath or to Dor-lómin. None the less Mablung would not rest, and with a small company he went out into the wild, and for 3 years wandered far, from Ered-wethrin even to the mouths of Sirion, seeking for sign or tidings of the lost. Númenor in Brethil. But as for Númenor, she ran on into the wood, hearing the shouts of pursuit come behind, and her clothing she tore off, casting away her garments as she fled, until she went naked. And all that day still she ran, as a beast that is hunted to heart-bursting, and dare not stay or draw breath. But at evening suddenly her madness passed. She stood still a moment as in wonder, and then in a swoon of utter weariness she fell as one stricken down into a deep brake of fern. And there, amid the old bracken and the swift fronds of spring, she lay and slept, heedless of all. In the morning she woke, and rejoiced in the light as one first called to life. And all things that she saw seemed to her new and strange, and she had no names for them. For behind her lay only an empty darkness, through which came no memory of anything she had ever known, nor any echo of any word. A shadow of fear only she remembered, and so she was wary, and sought ever for hidings. She would climb into trees or slip into thickets, swift as squirrel or fox, if any sound or shadow frightened her, and thence she would peer long through the leaves before she went on again. Thus, going forward in the way she first ran, she came to the river Teiglin, and stayed her thirst. But no food she found, nor knew how to seek it, and she was famished and cold. And since the trees across the water seemed closer and darker, as indeed they were, being the eaves of Brethil forest, she crossed over at last, and came to a green mound, and there cast herself down, for she was spent, and it seemed to her that the darkness that lay behind her was overtaking her again, and the sun going dark. But indeed it was a black storm that came up out of the south, laden with lightning and great rain, and she lay there cowering in terror of the thunder, and the dark rain smote her nakedness. Now it chanced that some of the woodmen of Brethil came by in that hour from a foray against orcs, hastening over the crossings of Teiglin to a shelter that was near. And there came a great flash of lightning, so that Howth-en-Eleth was lit as with a white flame. Then Turambar, who led the men, started back and covered his eyes and trembled, for it seemed that he saw the wraith of a slain maiden that lay upon the grave of Finduilas. But one of the men ran to the mound and called to him, "Hither, lord! Here is a young woman lying, and she lives." And Turambar, coming, lifted her, and the water dripped from her drenched hair, but she closed her eyes and quivered and strove no more. Then, marvelling that she lay thus naked, Turambar cast his cloak about her and bore her away to the hunter's lodge in the woods. There they lit a fire and wrapped coverlets about her. and she opened her eyes and looked upon them. And when her glance fell on Turambar, a light came in her face, and she put out a hand towards him, for it seemed to her that she had found at last something that she had sought in the darkness, and she was comforted. But Turambar took her hand and smiled and said, "Now, lady, will you not tell us your name and your kin, and what evil has befallen you?" Then she shook her head and said nothing, but began to weep, and they troubled her no more, until she had eaten hungrily of what food they could give her. And when she had eaten, she sighed, and laid her hand again in Turambar's, and he said, "With us you are safe. Here you may rest this night, and in the morning we will lead you to our homes up in the high forest. But we would know your name and your kin, so that we may find them, maybe, and bring them news of you. Will you not tell us?" But again she made no answer, and wept. "Do not be troubled," said Turambar. "Maybe the tale is too sad yet to tell. But I will give you a name, and call you Niniel, Maid of Tears." And at that name she looked up, and she shook her head, but said, "Niniel." And that was the first word that she spoke after her darkness, and it was her name among the woodmen ever after. In the morning they bore Niniel towards Brandir, and the road went steeply upward towards Amon Obel, until it came to a place where it must cross the tumbling stream of Celebros. There a bridge of wood had been built, and below it the stream went over a lip of worn stone, and fell down by many foaming steps into a rocky bowl far below, and all the air was filled with spray like rain. There was a wide greensward at the head of the falls, and birches grew about it. But over the bridge there was a wide view towards the ravines of Teglin, some 2 miles to the west. There the air was cool, and there wayfarers in summer would rest and drink of the cold water. Dimrost, the rainy stair, those falls were called. But after that day, Nen Girith, the shuddering water. For Turambar and his men halted there, but as soon as Niniel came to that place, she grew cold and shivered, and they could not warm her or comfort her.
One might suppose that it was only when all was over and Turin and Númenor dead that her shuddering fit was recalled and its meaning seen, and Dimrost renamed Nen Girith. But in the legend, Nen Girith is used as the name throughout.
Therefore they hastened on their way, but before they came to Brandir, Niniel was already wandering in a fever. Long she lay in her sickness, and Brandir used all his skill in her healing, and the wives of the woodmen watched over her by night and by day. But only when Turambar stayed near her would she lie at peace or sleep without moaning. And this thing all marked that watched her. Throughout all her fever, though often she was much troubled, she murmured never a word in any tongue of elves or of men. And when health slowly returned to her, and she walked and began to eat again, then as with a child the women of Brethil must teach her to speak, word by word. But in this learning she was quick and took great delight, as one that finds again treasures great and small that were mislaid. And when at length she had learned enough to speak with her friends, she would say, "What is the name of this thing? For in my darkness I lost it." And when she was able to go about again, she would seek the house of Brandir, for she was most eager to learn the names of all living things, and he knew much of such matters, and they would walk together in the gardens and the glades. Then Brandir grew to love her, and when she grew strong she would lend him an arm for his lameness, and she called him her brother. But to Turambar her heart was given, and only at his coming would she smile, and only when he spoke gaily would she laugh. One evening of the golden autumn they sat together, and the sun set the hillside and the houses of Brandir aglow, and there was a deep quiet. Then Niniel said to him, "Of all things I have now asked the name, save you. What are you called?" "Turambar," he answered. Then she paused as if listening for some echo, but she said, "And what does that say? Or is it just the name for you alone?" "It means," said he, "Master of the Dark Shadow. For I also, Niniel, had my darkness, in which dear things were lost. But now I have overcome it, I deem." "And did you also flee from it, running, until you came to these fair woods?" she said. "And when did you escape, Turambar?" "Yes," he answered, "I fled for many years, and I escaped when you did so. For it was dark when you came, Niniel. But ever since it has been light. And it seems to me that what I long sought in vain has come to me." And as he went back to his house in the twilight, he said to himself, "Houth and Aleph. From the green mound she came. Is that a sign? And how shall I read it?" Now that golden year waned and passed to a gentle winter, and there came another bright year. There was peace in Brethil, and the woodmen held themselves quiet and went not abroad, and they heard no tidings of the lands that lay about them. For the orcs that at that time came southward to the dark reign of Glaurung, or were sent to spy on the borders of Doriath, shunned the crossings of Teglin, and passed westward far beyond the river. And now Niniel was fully healed, and was grown fair and strong, and Turambar restrained himself no longer, but asked her in marriage. Then Niniel was glad. But when Brandir learned of it, his heart was sick within him, and he said to her, "Be not in haste. Think me not unkindly if I counsel you to wait." "Nothing that you do is done unkindly," she said. "But why then do you give me such counsel, wise brother?" "Wise brother," he answered. "Lame brother, rather, unloved and unlovely. And I scarce know why. Yet there lies a shadow on this man, and I am afraid." "There was a shadow," said Niniel, "for so he told me. But he has escaped from it, even as I. And is he not worthy of love? Though he now holds himself at peace, was he not once the greatest captain from whom all our enemies would flee if they saw him?" "Who told you this?" said Brandir. "It was Dorlas," she said. "Does he not speak truth?" "Truth indeed," said Brandir, but he was ill-pleased, for Dorlas was chief of that party that wished for war on the orcs. And yet he sought still for reasons to delay Niniel, and he said therefore, "The truth, but not the whole truth. For he was the captain of Nargothrond, and came before out of the north, and was, it is said, son of Húrin of Dorlomin, of the warlike house of Hador." And Brandir, seeing the shadow that passed over her face at that name, misread her and said more. "Indeed, Niniel, well may you think that such a one is likely ere long to go back to war, far from this land, may be. And if so, how will you endure it? Have a care. For I forebode that if Turambar goes again to battle, then not he but the shadow shall have the mastery." "Ill would I endure it," she answered, "but unwedded no better than wedded, and a wife, may be, would better restrain him, and hold off the shadow." None the less she was troubled by the words of Brandir, and she bade Turambar wait yet a while. And he wondered and was downcast, but when he learned from Niniel that Brandir had counselled her to wait, he was ill-pleased. But when the next spring came, he said to Niniel, "Time passes. We have waited, and now I will wait no longer. Do as your heart bids you, Niniel most dear. But see, this is the choice before me. I will go back now to war in the wild, or I will wed you and go never to war again, save only to defend you, if some evil assails our home." Then she was glad indeed, and she plighted her troth, and at the midsummer they were wedded. And the woodmen made a great feast, and they gave them a fair house which they had built for them upon Amon Obel. There they dwelt in happiness. But Brandir was troubled, and the shadow on his heart grew deeper. The coming of Glaurung. Now the power and malice of Glaurung grew apace, and he waxed fat, and he gathered orcs to him, and ruled as a dragon king, and all the realm of Nargothrond that had been was laid under him. And before this year ended, the third of Turambar's dwelling among the woodmen, he began to assail their land, which for a while had had peace. For indeed it was well known to Glaurung and to his master, that in Brethil there abode still a remnant of free men, the last of the 3 houses to defy the power of the north. And this they would not brook. For it was the purpose of Morgoth to subdue all Beleriand, and to search out its every corner, so that none in any hole or hiding might live that were not thrall to him. Thus, whether Glaurung guessed where Turin was hidden, or whether, as some hold, he had indeed for that time escaped from the eye of evil that pursued him, is of little matter. For in the end the counsels of Brandir must prove vain, and at the last 2 choices only could there be for Turambar: to sit deedless until he was found, driven forth like a rat, or to go forth soon to battle and be revealed. But when tidings of the coming of the orcs were first brought to Æthilbrandir, he did not go forth, and yielded to the prayers of Niniel. For she said, "Our homes are not yet assailed, as your word was. It is said that the orcs are not many, and Dorlas has told me that before you came such affrays were not seldom, and the woodmen held them off." But the woodmen were worsted, for these orcs were of a fell breed, fierce and cunning, and they came indeed with a purpose to invade the forest of Brethil, not as before passing through its eaves on other errands, or hunting in small bands. Therefore Dorlas and his men were driven back with loss, and the orcs came over Teiglin and roamed far into the woods. And Dorlas came to Turambar and showed his wounds, and he said, "See, Lord, now is the time of our need come upon us, after a false peace, even as I foreboded. Did you not ask to be counted one of our people, and no stranger? Is this peril not yours also? For our homes will not remain hidden, if the orcs come further into our land." Therefore Turambar arose, and took up again his sword Gurthang, and he went to battle. And when the woodmen learned this, they were greatly heartened, and they gathered to him till he had a force of many hundreds. Then they hunted through the forest and slew all the orcs that crept there, and hung them on the trees near the crossings of Teiglin. And when a new host came against them, they trapped it, and being surprised both by the numbers of the woodmen and by the terror of the black sword that had returned, the orcs were routed and slain in great number. Then the woodmen made great pyres, and burned the bodies of the soldiers of Morgoth in heaps, and the smoke of their vengeance rose black into heaven, and the wind bore it away westward. But few living went back to Nargothrond with these tidings. Then Glaurung was wrathful indeed, but for a while he lay still and pondered what he had heard. Thus the winter passed in peace, and men said, "Great is the black sword of Brethil, for all our enemies are overcome." and Niniel was comforted, and she rejoiced in the renown of Torambar. But he sat in thought, and he said in his heart, "The die is cast. Now comes the test, in which my boast shall be made good, or fail utterly. I will flee no more. Torambar indeed I will be, and by my own will and prowess I will surmount my doom, or fall. But falling or riding, Glaurung at least I will slay." Nonetheless he was unquiet, and he sent out men of daring as scouts far afield. For indeed, though no word was said, he now ordered things as he would as if he were lord of Brethil, and no man heeded Brandir. Spring came hopefully, and men sang at their work. But in that spring Niniel conceived, and she became pale and wan, and all her happiness was dimmed. And soon there came strange tidings from the men that had gone abroad beyond Teiglin, that there was a great burning far out in the woods of the plain towards Nargothrond, and men wondered what it might be. Before long there came more reports that the fires drew ever northward, and that indeed Glaurung himself made them, for he had left Nargothrond, and was abroad again on some errand. Then the more foolish or more hopeful said, "His army is destroyed, and now at last he sees wisdom and is going back whence he came." And others said, "Let us hope that he will pass us by." But Torambar had no such hope, and knew that Glaurung was coming to seek him. Therefore, though he masked his mind because of Niniel, he pondered ever by day and by night what counsel he should take. And spring turned towards summer. A day came when 2 men returned to Brandir in terror, for they had seen the great worm himself. "In truth, Lord," they said to Torambar, "he draws now near to Teiglin, and turns not aside. He lay in the midst of a great burning, and the trees smoked about him. The stench of him is scarce to be endured. And all the long leagues back to Nargothrond his foul swath lies, we deem, in a line that swerves not, but points straight to us. What is to be done?" "Little," said Torambar, "but to that little I have already given thought. The tidings you bring give me hope rather than dread. For if indeed he goes straight, as you say, and will not swerve, then I have some counsel for hardy hearts." The men wondered, for he said no more at that time. But they took heart from his steadfast bearing.
If Glaurung's intention had indeed been to return to Angband, it might be thought that he would have taken the old road to the crossings of Teiglin, a course not greatly different from that which brought him to Cabed and Arras. Perhaps the assumption was that he would return to Angband by the way that he came, south to Nargothrond, going up Narog to Ivrin. Compare with also Mablung's words. "I watched the coming forth of Glaurung, and I thought that he was returning to his master. But he turned towards Brethil." When Torambar spoke of his hope that Glaurung would go straight and not swerve, he meant that if the dragon went up along Teiglin to the crossings, he would be able to enter Brethil without having to pass over the gorge, where he would be vulnerable. Refer to his words to the men at Nengirith.
Now the river Teiglin ran in this manner. It flowed down from Eredwethrin swift as Narog, but at first between low shores, until after the crossings, gathering power from other streams, it clove away through the feet of the highlands upon which stood the forest of Brethil. Thereafter it ran in deep ravines, whose great sides were like walls of rock, but pent at the bottom the waters flowed with great force and noise. And right in the path of Glaurung there lay now one of these gorges, by no means the deepest, but the narrowest, just north of the inflow of Celebros. Therefore Turambar sent out 3 hardy men to keep watch from the brink on the movements of the dragon. But he himself would ride to the high fall of Nengirith, where news could find him swiftly, and whence he himself could look far across the lands. But first he gathered the woodmen together in Efelbrandir and spoke to them, saying, Men of Brethil, a deadly peril has come upon us which only great hardihood shall turn aside. But in this matter numbers will avail little. We must use cunning, and hope for good fortune. If we went up against the dragon with all our strength as against an army of orcs, we should but offer ourselves all to death, and so leave our wives and kin defenceless. Therefore I say that you should stay here, and prepare for flight. For if Glaurung comes, then you must abandon this place and scatter far and wide, and so may some escape and live. For certainly if he can, he will come to our stronghold and dwelling, and he will destroy it and all that he espies. But afterwards he will not abide here. In Nargothrond lies all his treasure, and there are the deep halls in which he can lie safe and grow. Then the men were dismayed, and were utterly downcast, for they trusted in Turambar and had looked for more hopeful words. But he said, Nay, that is the worst, and it shall not come to pass if my counsel and fortune is good. For I do not believe that this dragon is unconquerable, though he grows greater in strength and malice with the years. I know somewhat of him. His power is rather in the evil spirit that dwells within him than in the might of his body, great though that be. For hear now this tale that I was told by some that fought in the year of the Nearniath, when I and most that hear me were children. In that field the dwarves withstood him, and Azaghal of Belegost pricked him so deep that he fled back to Angband. But here is a thorn sharper and longer than the knife of Azaghal. And Turambar swept Gurthang from its sheath and stabbed with it above his head. And it seemed to those that looked on that a flame leapt from Turambar's hand many feet into the air. Then they gave a great cry, The Black Thorn of Brethil! The Black Thorn of Brethil, said Turambar. Well may he fear it. For know this, it is the doom of this dragon, and all his brood, it is said, that how great soever be his armour of horn, harder than iron, below he must go with the belly of a snake. Therefore, men of Brethil, I go now to seek the belly of Glaurung, by what means I may. Who will come with me? I need but a few with strong arms and stronger hearts. Then Dorlas stood forth and said, I will go with you, Lord, for I would ever go forward rather than wait for a foe. But no others were so swift to the call, for the dread of Glaurung lay on them, and the tale of the scouts that had seen him had gone about and grown in the telling. Then Dorlas cried out, Hearken, men of Brethil! It is now well seen that for the evil of our times the counsels of Brandir were vain. There is no escape by hiding. Will none of you take the place of the son of Handir, that the house of Haleth be not put to shame? Thus Brandir, who sat indeed in the high seat of the Lord of the Assembly, but unheeded, was scorned, and he was bitter in his heart, for Turambar did not rebuke Dorlas. But one Hunthor, Brandir's kinsman, arose and said, You do evilly, Dorlas, to speak thus to the shame of your lord, whose limbs by ill hazard cannot do as his heart would. Beware, lest the contrary be seen in you at some turn. And how can it be said that his counsels were vain when they were never taken? You, his liege, have ever set them at naught. I say to you that Glaurung comes now to us, as to Nargothrond before, because our deeds have betrayed us, as he feared. But since this woe is now come, with your leave, son of Handir, I will go on behalf of Haleth's house." Then Turambar said, "3 is enough. You twain will I take. But, Lord, I do not scorn you. See, we must go in great haste, and our task will need strong limbs. I deem that your place is with your people, for you are wise and are a healer. And it may be that there will be great need of wisdom and healing ere long." But these words, though fair spoken, did but embitter Brandir the more. And he said to Hunthor, "Go then, but not with my leave. For a shadow lies on this man, and it will lead you to evil." Now Turambar was in haste to go, but when he came to Niniel to bid her farewell, she clung to him, weeping grievously. "Go not forth, Turambar, I beg," she said. "Challenge not the shadow that you have fled from. Nay, nay, flee still, and take me with you, far away." "Niniel, most dear," he answered, "we cannot flee further, you and I. We are hemmed in this land. And even should I go, deserting the people that befriended us, I could but take you forth into the houseless wild, to your death and the death of our child. 100 leagues lie between us and any land that is yet beyond the reach of the shadow. But take heart, Niniel. For I say to you, neither you nor I shall be slain by this dragon, nor by any foe of the north." Then Niniel ceased to weep and fell silent, but her kiss was cold as they parted. Then Turambar with Dorlas and Hunthor went away hot-foot to Nen Girith. And when they came there, the sun was westering and shadows were long, and the last 2 of the scouts were there, awaiting them. "You come not too soon, Lord," said they, "for the dragon has come on, and already when we left he had reached the brink of Teglin and glared across the water. He moves ever by night, and we may look then for some stroke before tomorrow's dawn." Turambar looked out over the falls of Celebros and saw the sun going down to its setting, and black spires of smoke rising by the borders of the river. "There is no time to lose," he said. "Yet these tidings are good, for my fear was that he would seek about, and if he passed northward and came to the crossings and so to the old road in the lowland, then hope would be dead. But now some fury of pride and malice drives him headlong." But even as he spoke, he wondered and mused in his mind, or can it be that one so evil and fell shuns the crossings, even as the orcs? Houth and Eleth? Does Finduilas lie still between me and my doom? Then he turned to his companions and said, "This task now lies before us. We must wait yet a little, for too soon in this case were as ill as too late. When dusk falls, we must creep down with all stealth to Teglin. But beware, for the ears of Glaurung are as keen as his eyes, and they are deadly. If we reach the river unmarked, we must climb then down into the ravine and cross the water, and so come in the path that he will take when he stirs." "But how can he come forward so?" said Dorlas. "Lithe he may be, but he is a great dragon. And how shall he climb down the one cliff and up the other, when part must again be climbing before the hinder is yet descended? And if he can so, what will it avail us to be in the wild water below?" "Maybe he can so," answered Turambar, "and indeed if he does it will go ill with us. But it is my hope from what we learn of him, and from the place where he now lies, that his purpose is otherwise. He is come to the brink of Cabed and Arras, over which, as you tell, a deer once leapt from the huntsman of Haleth. So great is he now, that I think he will seek to cast himself across there. That is all our hope, and we must trust to it." Dorlas's heart sank at these words, for he knew better than any all the land of Brethil, and Cabed en Arras was a grim place indeed. On the east side was a sheer cliff of some 40 feet, bare but tree-grown at the crown. On the other side was a bank somewhat less sheer and less high, shrouded with hanging trees and bushes. But between them, the water ran fiercely among rocks, and though a man bold and sure-footed might ford it by day, it was perilous to dare it at night. But this was the counsel of Turambar, and it was useless to gainsay him. They set out therefore at dusk, and they did not go straight towards the dragon, but took first the path to the crossings. Then, before they came so far, they turned southward by a narrow track, and passed into the twilight of the woods above Teiglin. And as they drew near to Cabed en Arras, step by step, halting often to listen, the reek of burning came to them, and a stench that sickened them. But all was deadly still, and there was no stir of air. The first stars glimmered in the east behind them, and faint spires of smoke rose straight and unwavering against the last light in the west. Now when Turambar was gone, Niniel stood silent as stone. But Brandir came to her and said, "Niniel, fear not the worst until you must. But did I not counsel you to wait?" "You did so," she answered. "Yet how would that profit me now? For love may abide and suffer, unwedded." "That I know," said Brandir. "Yet wedding is not for nothing." "I am 2 months gone with his child," said Niniel. "But it does not seem to me that my fear of loss is the more heavy to bear." "I understand you not." "Nor I myself," said he. "And yet I am afraid." "What a comforter are you!" she cried. "But Brandir, friend, wedded or unwedded, mother or maid, my dread is beyond enduring. The Master of Doom is gone to challenge his doom far hence, and how shall I stay here and wait for the slow coming of tidings, good or ill? This night, it may be, he will meet with the dragon, and how shall I stand or sit or pass the dreadful hours?" "I know not," said he, "but somehow the hours must pass, for you and for the wives of those that went with him." "Let them do as their hearts bid," she cried. "But for me, I shall go. The miles shall not lie between me and my lord's peril. I will go to meet the tidings." Then Brandir's dread grew black at her words, and he cried, "That you shall not do, if I may hinder it, for thus you will endanger all counsel. The miles that lie between may give time for escape if ill befall." "If ill befall, I shall not wish to escape," she said. "And now your wisdom is vain, and you shall not hinder me." And she stood forth before the people that were still gathered in the open place of the Ephel, and she cried, "Men of Brethil, I will not wait here. If my lord fails, then all hope is false. Your land and woods shall be burned utterly, and all your houses laid in ashes, and none shall escape. Therefore why tarry here? Now I go to meet the tidings and whatever doom may send. Let all those of like mind come with me." Then many were willing to go with her. The wives of Dorlas and Hunthor, because those whom they loved were gone with Turambar. Others for pity of Niniel and desire to befriend her. And many more that were lured by the very rumour of the dragon, in their hardihood or their folly, knowing little of evil, thinking to see strange and glorious deeds. For indeed so great in their minds had the black sword become, that few could believe that even Glaurung could conquer him. Therefore they set forth soon in haste, a great company, towards a peril that they did not understand. And going with little rest, they came wearily at last, just at nightfall, to Nen Girith but a little while after Turambar had departed. But night is a cold counsellor, and many were now amazed at their own rashness. And when they heard from the scouts that remained there how near Glaurung was come, and the desperate purpose of Turambar, their hearts were chilled, and they dared go no further. Some looked out towards Cabed and Arras with anxious eyes, but nothing could they see, and nothing hear save the cold voice of the falls. And Niniel sat apart, and a great shuddering seized her. When Niniel and her company had gone, Brandir said to those that remained, "Behold how I am scorned, and all my counsel disdained. Let Turambar be your lord in name, since already he has taken all my authority. For here I renounce both lordship and people. Let none seek of me ever again either counsel or healing." And he broke his staff. To himself he thought, "Now nothing is left to me, save only my love of Niniel. Therefore, where she goes in wisdom or folly, I must go. In this dark hour nothing can be foreseen. But it may well chance that even I could ward off some evil from her, if I were near." He girt himself therefore with a short sword, as seldom before, and took his crutch, and went with what speed he might out of the gate of the Ephel, limping after the others down the long path to the west march of Brethil. The death of Glaurung. At last, even as full night closed over the land, Turambar and his companions came to Cabed and Arras, and they were glad of the great noise of the water, for though it promised peril below, it covered all other sounds. Then Dorlas led them a little aside, southwards, and they climbed down by a cleft to the cliff foot. But there his heart quailed, for many rocks and great stones lay in the river, and the water ran wild about them, grinding its teeth. "This is a sure way to death," said Dorlas. "It is the only way, to death or to life," said Turambar, "and delay will not make it seem more hopeful. Therefore follow me." And he went on before them, and by skill and hardihood, or by fate, he came across, and in the deep dark he turned to see who came after. A dark form stood beside him. "Dorlas?" he said. "No, it is I," said Hunthor. "Dorlas failed at the crossing, for a man may love war and yet dread many things. He sits shivering on the shore, I guess, and may shame take him for his words to my kinsman." Now Turambar and Hunthor rested a little, but soon the night chilled them, for they were both drenched with water, and they began to seek a way along the stream northwards towards the lodgment of Glaurung. There the chasm grew darker and narrower, and as they felt their way forward they could see a flicker above them as of smouldering fire, and they heard the snarling of the great worm in his watchful sleep. Then they groped for a way up to come nigh under the brink, for in that lay all their hope to come at their enemy beneath his guard. But so foul now was the reek that their heads were dizzy, and they slipped as they clambered and clung to the tree stems, and retched, forgetting in their misery all fear save the dread of falling into the teeth of Teighlin. Then Turambar said to Hunthor, "We spend our waning strength to no avail, for till we be sure where the dragon will pass, it is vain to climb." "But when we know," said Hunthor, "then there will be no time to seek a way up out of the chasm." "Truly," said Turambar, "but where all lies on chance, to chance we must trust." They halted, therefore, and waited, and out of the dark ravine they watched a white star far above creep across the faint strip of sky. And then slowly Turambar sank into a dream, in which all his will was given to clinging, though a black tide sucked and gnawed at his limbs. Suddenly there was a great noise, and the walls of the chasm quivered and echoed. Turambar roused himself and said to Hunthor, He stirs. The hour is upon us. Strike deep, for 2 must strike now for 3. And with that Glaurung began his assault upon Brethil. And all passed much as Turambar had hoped. For now the dragon crawled with slow weight to the edge of the cliff, and he did not turn aside, but made ready to spring over the chasm with his great forelegs and then draw his bulk after. Terror came with him, for he did not begin his passage right above, but a little to the northward, and the watchers from beneath could see the huge shadow of his head against the stars, and his jaws gaped, and he had 7 tongues of fire. Then he sent forth a blast, so that all the ravine was filled with a red light, and black shadows flying among the rocks. But the trees before him withered and went up in smoke, and stones crashed down into the river. And thereupon he hurled himself forward, and grappled the further cliff with his mighty claws, and began to heave himself across. Now there was need to be bold and swift, for though Turambar and Hunthor had escaped the blast since they were not standing right in Glaurung's path, they yet had to come at him before he passed over, or all their hope failed. Heedless of peril, Turambar clambered along the water edge to come beneath him, but there so deadly was the heat and the stench that he tottered and would have fallen if Hunthor, following stoutly behind, had not seized his arm and steadied him. "Great heart," said Turambar, "happy was the choice that took you for a helper." But even as he spoke, a great stone hurtled from above and smote Hunthor on the head, and he fell into the water, and so ended, not the least valiant of the house of Haleth. Then Turambar cried, "Alas, it is ill to walk in my shadow. Why did I seek aid? For now you are alone, O Master of Doom, as you should have known it must be. Now conquer alone." Then he summoned to him all his will, and all his hatred of the dragon and his master. And it seemed that suddenly he found a strength of heart and of body that he had not known before, and he climbed the cliff from stone to stone and root to root, until he seized at last a slender tree that grew a little beneath the lip of the chasm, and though its top was blasted, it held still fast by its roots. And even as he steadied himself in a fork of its boughs, the midmost parts of the dragon came above him, and swayed down with their weight almost upon his head, ere Glaurung could heave them up. Pale and wrinkled was their underside, and all dank with a grey slime to which clung all manner of dropping filth, and it stank of death. Then Turambar drew the black sword of Beleg, and stabbed upwards with all the might of his arm and of his hate, and the deadly blade, long and greedy, went into the belly even to its hilts. Then Glaurung, feeling his death pang, gave forth a scream, whereat all the woods were shaken, and the watchers at Nen Girith were aghast. Turambar reeled as from a blow, and slipped down, and his sword was torn from his grasp and clave to the belly of the dragon. For Glaurung, in a great spasm, bent up all his shuddering bulk and hurled it over the ravine, and there upon the further shore he writhed screaming, lashing and coiling himself in his agony, until he had broken a great space all about him, and lay there at last in a smoke and a ruin, and was still. Now Turambar clung to the roots of the tree, stunned and well-nigh overcome. But he strove against himself and drove himself on, and half sliding and half climbing he came down to the river, and dared again the perilous crossing, crawling now on hands and feet, clinging, blinded with spray, until he came over at last, and climbed wearily up by the cleft by which they had descended. Thus he came at length to the place of the dying dragon, and he looked on his stricken enemy without pity, and was glad. There now Glaurung lay, with jaws agape, but all his fires were burned out, and his evil eyes were closed. He was stretched out in his length, and had rolled upon one side, and the hilts of Gurthang stood in his belly. Then the heart of Turambar rose high within him, and though the dragon still breathed, he would recover his sword, which, if he prized it before, was now worth to him all the treasure of Nargothrond. True proved the words spoken at its forging, that nothing, great or small, should live that once it had bitten. Therefore, going up to his foe, he set foot upon his belly, and seizing the hilts of Gurthang, he put forth his strength to withdraw it. And he cried in mockery of Glaurung's words at Nargothrond, "Hail, worm of Morgoth! Well met again! Die now, and the darkness have thee! This is Turin, son of Hurin, avenged!" Then he wrenched out the sword, and even as he did so, a spout of black blood followed it and fell upon his hand, and his flesh was burned by the venom, so that he cried aloud at the pain. Thereat Glaurung stirred, and opened his baleful eyes, and looked upon Turambar with such malice that it seemed to him that he was smitten by an arrow. And for that, and for the anguish of his hand, he fell in a swoon, and lay as one dead beside the dragon, and his sword was beneath him. Now the screams of Glaurung came to the people at Nen Girith, and they were filled with terror. And when the watchers beheld from afar the great breaking and burning that the dragon made in his throes, they believed that he was trampling and destroying those that had assailed him. Then indeed they wished the miles longer that lay between them. But they dared not leave the high place where they were gathered, for they remembered the words of Turambar, that if Glaurung conquered, he would go first to Ethelbrandir. Therefore they watched in fear for any sign of his movement, but none were so hardy as to go down and seek for tidings in the place of the battle. And Niniel sat and did not move, save that she shuddered and could not still her limbs. For when she heard the voice of Glaurung, her heart died within her, and she felt her darkness creeping upon her again. Thus Brandir found her. For he came at last to the bridge over Celebros, slow and weary. All the long way alone he had limped on his crutch, and it was 5 leagues at the least from his home. Fear for Niniel had driven him on, and now the tidings that he learned were no worse than he had dreaded. "The dragon has crossed the river," men told him, "and the black sword is surely dead, and those that went with him." Then Brandir stood by Niniel, and guessed her misery, and he yearned to her. But he thought, none the less, the black sword is dead, and Niniel lives. And he shuddered, for suddenly it seemed cold by the waters of Nen Girith, and he cast his cloak about Niniel. But he found no words to say, and she did not speak. Time passed, and still Brandir stood silent beside her, peering into the night and listening, but he could see nothing, and could hear no sound but the falling of the waters of Nen Girith, and he thought, now surely Glaurung is gone and has passed into Brethil. But he pitied his people no more, fools that had flouted his counsel and had scorned him. Let the dragon go to Amon Obel, and there will be time then to escape, to lead Niniel away. Whither he scarce knew, for he had never journeyed beyond Brethil. At last he bent down and touched Niniel on the arm, and said to her, "Time passes, Niniel. Come, it is time to go. If you will let me, I will lead you." Then silently she arose and took his hand, and they passed over the bridge and went down the path that led to the crossings of Teglin. But those that saw them moving as shadows in the dark knew not who they were, and cared not. And when they had gone some little way through the silent trees, the moon rose beyond Amon Obel, and the glades of the forest were filled with a grey light. Then Niniel halted and said to Brandir, "Is this the way?" And he answered, "What is the way? For all our hope in Brethil is ended. We have no way save to escape the dragon, and flee far from him while there is yet time." Niniel looked at him in wonder and said, "Did you not offer to lead me to him? Or would you deceive me? The black sword was my beloved and my husband, and only to find him do I go. What else could you think? Now do as you will, but I must hasten." And even as Brandir stood a moment amazed, she sped from him, and he called after her, crying, "Wait, Niniel, go not alone. You know not what you will find. I will come with you." But she paid no heed to him, and went now as though her blood burned her, which before had been cold. And though he followed as he could, she passed soon out of his sight. Then he cursed his fate and his weakness, but he would not turn back. Now the moon rose white in the sky and was near the full, and as Niniel came down from the upland towards the land near the river, it seemed to her that she remembered it, and feared it. For she was come to the crossings of Teiglin, and Howth and Eleth stood there before her, pale in the moonlight, with a black shadow cast athwart it. And out of the mound came a great dread. Then she turned with a cry and fled south along the river, and cast her cloak as she ran, as though casting off a darkness that clung to her, and beneath she was all clad in white, and she shone in the moon as she flitted among the trees. Thus Brandir above on the hillside saw her, and turned to cross her course if he could, and finding by fortune the narrow path that Turambar had used, for it left the more beaten road and went steeply down southward to the river, he came at last close behind her again. But though he called, she did not heed, or did not hear. And soon once more she passed on ahead, and so they drew near to the woods beside Cabed and Aras, and the place of the agony of Glaurung. The moon then was riding in the south unclouded, and the light was cold and clear. Coming to the edge of the ruin that Glaurung had wrought, Niniel saw his body lying there, and his belly grey in the moon sheen. But beside him lay a man. Then, forgetting her fear, she ran on amid the smouldering wrack, and so came to Turambar. He was fallen on his side, and his sword lay beneath him, but his face was wan as death in the white light. Then she threw herself down by him weeping, and kissed him. And it seemed to her that he breathed faintly. But she thought it but a trickery of false hope, for he was cold, and did not move, nor did he answer her. And as she caressed him, she found that his hand was blackened as if it had been scorched, and she washed it with her tears, and tearing a strip from her raiment she bound it about. But still he did not move at her touch, and she kissed him again and cried aloud, "Turambar! Turambar, come back! Hear me! Awake! For it is Niniel! The dragon is dead! Dead! And I alone am here by you." But he answered nothing. Her cry Brandir heard, for he had come to the edge of the ruin. But even as he stepped forward towards Niniel, he was halted and stood still. For at the cry of Niniel, Glaurung stirred for the last time, and a quiver ran through all his body, and he opened his baleful eyes a slit, and the moon gleamed in them, as gasping he spoke.
"Hail, Númenor, daughter of Húrin. We meet again ere the end. I give thee joy that thou hast found thy brother at last. And now thou shalt know him. A stabber in the dark, treacherous to foes, faithless to friends, and a curse unto his kin, Túrin, son of Húrin. but the worst of all his deeds thou shalt feel in thyself.
Then Númenor sat as one stunned, but Glaurung died. And with his death the veil of his malice fell from her, and all her memory grew clear before her, from day unto day. Neither did she forget any of those things that had befallen her since she lay on Howth and Eleth. And her whole body shook with horror and anguish. But Brandir, who had heard all, was stricken and leaned against a tree. Then suddenly Númenor started to her feet, and stood pale as a wraith in the moon, and looked down on Turin, and cried, "Farewell, O twice beloved, a Turin Turambar Turun Ambartanen, master of doom by doom mastered. O happy to be dead." Then, distraught with woe and the horror that had overtaken her, she fled wildly from that place, and Brandir stumbled after her, crying, "Wait! Wait! Niniel!" One moment she paused, looking back with staring eyes. "Wait!" she cried. "Wait! That was ever your counsel. Would that I had heeded. But now it is too late. And now I will wait no more upon Middle-earth." And she sped on before him.
The phrases "fled wildly from that place" and "sped on before him" suggest that there was some distance between the place where Turin lay beside Glaurung's corpse and the edge of the ravine. It may be that the dragon's death leap carried him some way beyond the further brink.
Swiftly she came to the brink of Cabed and Aras, and there stood and looked on the loud water, crying, "Water! Water! Take now Niniel Númenor, daughter of Húrin, mourning, mourning daughter of Morwen, take me and bear me down to the sea." With that she cast herself over the brink. A flash of white swallowed in the dark chasm, a cry lost in the roaring of the river. The waters of Teiglin flowed on, but Cabed and Aras was no more. Cabed Naya Amath thereafter it was named by men, for no deer would ever leap there again, and all living things shunned it, and no man would walk upon its shore. Last of men to look down into its darkness was Brandir son of Handir, and he turned away in horror, for his heart quailed, and though he hated now his life, he could not there take the death that he desired.
Later in the narrative, Turin himself, before his death, called the place Cabed Naya Rammath, and it may be supposed that it was from the tradition of his last words that the later name was derived. The apparent discrepancy that, although Brandir is said both here and in the Silmarillion to have been the last man to look on Cabed and Aras, Turin came there soon afterwards, and indeed the elves also, and all those who raised the mound over him, may perhaps be explained by taking the words of the Narn concerning Brandir in a narrow sense. He was the last man actually to look down into its darkness. It was indeed my father's intention to alter the narrative so that Turin slew himself not at Cabed and Aras, but on the mound of Finduilas by the crossings of Teiglin. But this never received written form.
Then his thought turned to Turin Turambar, and he cried, "Do I hate you, or do I pity you? But you are dead. I owe you no thanks, taker of all that I had or would have. But my people owe you a debt. It is fitting that from me they should learn it. And so he began to limp back to Nen Girith, avoiding the place of the dragon with a shudder. And as he climbed the steep path again, he came on a man that peered through the trees, and seeing him, drew back. But he had marked his face in a gleam of the sinking moon. "Ha! Dorlas," he cried. "What news can you tell? How came you off alive? And what of my kinsman?" "I know not," answered Dorlas sullenly. "Then that is strange," said Brandir. "If you will know," said Dorlas, "the black sword would have us ford the races of Teglin in the dark. Is it strange that I could not? I am a better man with an axe than some, but I am not goat-footed." "So they went on without you to come at the dragon," said Brandir. "But how when he passed over? At the least you would stay near, and would see what befell." But Dorlas made no answer, and stared only at Brandir with hatred in his eyes. Then Brandir understood, perceiving suddenly that this man had deserted his companions, and unmanned by shame had then hidden in the woods. "Shame on you, Dorlas," he said. "You are the begetter of our woes, egging on the black sword, bringing the dragon upon us, putting me to scorn, drawing Hunthor to his death, and then you flee to skulk in the woods." And as he spoke, another thought entered his mind, and he said in great anger, "Why did you not bring tidings? It was the least penance that you could do. Had you done so, the Lady Niniel would have had no need to seek them herself. She need never have seen the dragon. She might have lived. Dorlas, I hate you." "Keep your hate," said Dorlas. "It is as feeble as all your counsels. But for me, the orcs would have come and hung you as a scarecrow in your own garden. Take the name Skulker to yourself." And with that, being for his shame the readier to wrath, he aimed a blow at Brandir with his great fist, and so ended his life, before the look of amazement left his eyes, for Brandir drew his sword and hewed him his death blow. Then, for a moment, he stood trembling, sickened by the blood, and casting down his sword he turned and went on his way, bowed upon his crutch. As Brandir came to Nen Girith, the pallid moon was gone down, and the night was fading, morning was opening in the east. The people that cowered there still by the bridge saw him come like a grey shadow in the dawn, and some called to him in wonder, "Where have you been? Have you seen her? For the Lady Niniel is gone." "Yes, she is gone," he said. "Gone. Gone. Never to return. But I am come to bring you tidings. Hear now, people of Brethil, and say if there was ever such a tale as the tale that I bear. The dragon is dead, but dead also is Turambar at his side. And those are good tidings. Yes, both are good indeed." Then the people murmured, wondering at his speech, and some said that he was mad. But Brandir cried, "Hear me to the end. Niniel, too, is dead. Niniel the fair whom you loved, whom I loved dearest of all. She leapt from the brink of the Deer's Leap, and the teeth of Teglin have taken her."
It seems from this that the Deer's Leap was the original name of the place, and indeed the meaning of Cabed and Harris.
"She is gone, hating the light of day. For this she learned before she fled. Hurin's children were they both, sister and brother. The Mormagil he was called, Turambar he named himself, hiding his past, Turin, son of Hurin. Niniel we named her, not knowing her past. Númenor she was, daughter of Hurin. To Brethil they brought their dark doom's shadow. Here their doom has fallen, and of grief this land shall never again be free. Call it not Brethil, not the land of the Halethrim, but Sach Nia Hin Hurin, grave of the children of Hurin. Then, though they did not understand yet how this evil had come to pass, the people wept as they stood. And some said, A grave there is in Teglin for Niniel the beloved. A grave there shall be for Turamba, most valiant of men. Our deliverer shall not be left to lie under the sky. Let us go to him. The death of Turin. Now even as Niniel fled away, Turin stirred. And it seemed to him that out of his deep darkness he heard her call to him far away. But as Glaurung died, the black swoon left him, and he breathed deep again and sighed, and passed into a slumber of great weariness. But ere dawn it grew bitter cold, and he turned in his sleep, and the hilts of Gurthang drove into his side, and suddenly he awoke. Night was going, and there was a breath of morning in the air, and he sprang to his feet, remembering his victory, and the burning venom on his hand. He raised it up, and looked at it, and marvelled, for it was bound about with a strip of white cloth, yet moist, and it was at ease. And he said to himself, Why should one tend me so, and yet leave me here to lie cold amid the rack and the dragon stench? What strange things have chanced? Then he called aloud, but there was no answer. All was black and drear about him, and there was a reek of death. He stooped and lifted his sword, and it was whole, and the light of its edges was undimmed. Foul was the venom of Glaurung, he said, but you are stronger than I, Gurthang. All blood will you drink. Yours is the victory. But come, I must go seek for aid. My body is weary, and there is a chill in my bones. Then he turned his back upon Glaurung and left him to rot. But as he passed from that place, each step seemed more heavy, and he thought, At Nengirith, maybe, I will find one of the scouts awaiting me. But would I was soon in my own house and might feel the gentle hands of Niniel and the good skill of Brandir. And so at last, walking wearily, leaning on Gurthang, through the grey light of early day, he came to Nengirith. And even as men were setting forth to seek his dead body, he stood before the people. Then they gave back in terror, believing that it was his unquiet spirit. And the women wailed and covered their eyes. But he said, Nay, do not weep, but be glad. See, do I not live? And have I not slain the dragon that you feared? Then they turned upon Brandir and cried, Fool, with your false tales, saying that he lay dead. Did we not say that you were mad? But Brandir was aghast, and stared at Turin with fear in his eyes, and he could say nothing. But Turin said to him, It was you, then, that were there and tended my hand. I thank you. But your skill is failing if you cannot tell swoon from death. Then he turned to the people. Speak not so to him, fools all of you. Which of you would have done better? At least he had the heart to come down to the place of battle while you sit wailing. But now, son of Handir, come. There is more that I would learn. Why are you here, and all this people whom I left at the Ephel? If I may go into the peril of death for your sakes, may I not be obeyed when I am gone? And where is Niniel? At the least I may hope that you did not bring her hither, but left her where I bestowed her, in my house with true men to guard it. And when no one answered him, Come, say, where is Niniel? He cried. For her first I would see, and to her first will I tell the tale of the deeds in the night. But they turned their faces from him, and Brandir said at last, Niniel is not here. That is well, then, he said. Then I will go to my home. Is there a horse to bear me? Or a bier would be better. I faint with my labours. Nay, nay, said Brandir in anguish. Your house is empty. Niniel is not there. She is dead. But one of the women, the wife of Dorlas, who loved Brandir little, cried shrilly, Pay no heed to him, lord, for he is crazed. He came crying that you were dead, and called it good tidings, but you live. Why then should his tale of Niniel be true, that she is dead, and yet worse? Then Turin strode towards Brandir. So my death was good tidings, he cried. Yes, ever you did begrudge her to me. That I knew. Now she is dead, you say. And yet worse. What lie have you begotten in your malice, clubfoot? Would you slay us then with foul words, since you can wield no other weapon? Then anger drove pity from Brandir's heart, and he cried, Crazed! Nay, crazed are you, black sword of black doom, and all this dotard people. I do not lie. Niniel is dead, dead, dead. Seek her in Teiglin. Then Turin stood still and cold. How do you know? He said softly. How did you contrive it? I know because I saw her leap, answered Brandir, but the contriving was yours. She fled from you, Turin, son of Hurin, and in Cabed en Arras she cast herself, that she might never see you again. Niniel. Niniel? Nay, Nienor, daughter of Hurin. Then Turin seized him and shook him, for in those words he heard the feet of his doom overtaking him. But in horror and fury his heart would not receive them, as a beast hurt to death that will wound ere it dies all that are near it. Yes, I am Turin, son of Hurin, he cried. So long ago you guessed. But nothing do you know of Nienor, my sister. Nothing. She dwells in the hidden kingdom and is safe. It is a lie of your own vile mind to drive my wife witless, and now me. You limping evil, would you dog us both to death? But Brandir shook him off. Touch me not, he said. Stay your raving. She that you name wife came to you and tended you, and you did not answer her call. But one answered for you. Glaurung the dragon, who I deem bewitched you both to your doom. So he spoke before he ended. Nienor, daughter of Hurin, here is thy brother, treacherous to foes, faithless to friends, a curse unto his kin, Turin, son of Hurin. Then suddenly a fey laughter seized on Brandir. On their deathbed men will speak true, they say, he cackled. And even a dragon too, it seems. Turin, son of Hurin, a curse unto thy kin, and unto all that harbour thee. Then Turin grasped Gurthang, and a fell light was in his eyes. And what shall be said of you, clubfoot? He said slowly. Who told her secretly behind my back my right name? Who brought her to the malice of the dragon? Who stood by and let her die? Who came hither to publish this horror at the swiftest? Who would now gloat upon me? Do men speak true before death? Then speak it now quickly. Then Brandir, seeing his death in Turin's face, stood still and did not quail, though he had no weapon but his crutch, and he said, All that has chanced is a long tale to tell, and I am weary of you. But you slander me, son of Hurin. Did Glaurung slander you? If you slay me, then all shall see that he did not. Yet I do not fear to die. for then I will go to seek Niniel, whom I loved, and perhaps I may find her again beyond the sea." "Seek Niniel," cried Turin. "Nay, Glaurung you shall find, and breed lies together. You shall sleep with the worm, your soul's mate, and rot in one darkness." Then he lifted up Gurthang and hewed Brandir, and smote him to death. But the people hid their eyes from that deed, and as he turned and went from Nen Girith, they fled from him in terror. Then Turin went as one witless through the wild woods, now cursing Middle-earth and all the life of men, now calling upon Niniel. But when at last the madness of his grief left him, he sat a while and pondered all his deeds, and he heard himself crying, "She dwells in the hidden kingdom, and is safe." And he thought that now, though all his life was in ruin, he must go thither, for all the lies of Glaurung had ever led him astray. Therefore he arose and went to the crossings of Teiglin, and as he passed by Howth-en Eleth, he cried, "Bitterly have I paid, O Finduilas, that ever I gave heed to the dragon. Send me now counsel." But even as he cried out, he saw 12 huntsmen well armed that came over the crossings, and they were elves. And as they drew near, he knew one, for it was Mablung, chief huntsman of Thingol. And Mablung hailed him, crying, "Turin, well met at last. I seek you, and glad I am to see you living, though the years have been heavy on you." "Heavy," said Turin. "Yes, as the feet of Morgoth. But if you are glad to see me living, you are the last in Middle-earth. Why so?" "Because you were held in honour among us," answered Mablung. "And though you have escaped many perils, I feared for you at the last. I watched the coming forth of Glaurung, and I thought that he had fulfilled his wicked purpose and was returning to his master. But he turned towards Brethil, and at the same time I learned from wanderers in the land that the black sword of Nargothrond had appeared there again, and the orcs shunned its borders as death. Then I was filled with dread, and I said, 'Alas, Glaurung goes where his orcs dare not, to seek out Turin.' Therefore I came hither as swift as might be to warn you and aid you." "Swift, but not swift enough," said Turin. "Glaurung is dead." Then the elves looked at him in wonder and said, "You have slain the great worm. Praised forever shall your name be among elves and men." "I care not," said Turin, "for my heart also is slain. But since you come from Doriath, give me news of my kin, for I was told in Dor-lomin that they had fled to the hidden kingdom." The elves made no answer, but at length Mablung spoke. "They did so indeed, in the year before the coming of the dragon. But they are not there now, alas." Then Turin's heart stood still, hearing the feet of doom that would pursue him to the end. "Say on," he cried, "and be swift." "They went out into the wild seeking you," said Mablung. "It was against all counsel, but they would go to Nargothrond when it was known that you were the Black Sword. And Glaurung came forth, and all their guard were scattered. Morwen none have seen since that day. But Númenor had a spell of dumbness upon her, and fled north into the woods like a wild deer, and was lost." Then to the wonder of the elves, Turin laughed loud and shrill. "Is that not a jest?" he cried. "Oh, the fair Númenor! So she ran from Doriath to the dragon, and from the dragon unto me. What a sweet grace of fortune! Brown as a berry she was, dark was her hair, Small and slim as an elf child, none could mistake her. Then Mablung was amazed, and he said, But some mistake is here. Not such was your sister. She was tall, and her eyes were blue, her hair fine gold, the very likeness in woman's form of Hurin, her father. You cannot have seen her. Can I not? Can I not, Mablung? Cried Turin. But why no? For see, I am blind. Did you not know? Blind, blind, groping since childhood in a dark mist of Morgoth. Therefore leave me. Go, go. Go back to Doriath, and may winter shrivel it. A curse upon Menegroth, and a curse on your errand. This only was wanting. Now comes the night. Then he fled from them, like the wind, and they were filled with wonder and fear. But Mablung said, Some strange and dreadful thing has chanced that we know not. Let us follow him and aid him if we may, for now he is fey and witless. But Turin sped far before them, and came to Cabed and Arras, and stood still. And he heard the roaring of the water, and saw that all the trees near and far were withered, and their sere leaves fell mournfully, as though winter had come in the first days of summer. Cabed en Arras! Cabed Naya Amarth! He cried. I will not defile your waters where Niniel was washed. For all my deeds have been ill, and the latest the worst. Then he drew forth his sword and said, Hail, Gurthang, iron of death. Thou alone now remainest. But what lord or loyalty dost thou know, save the hand that wieldeth thee? From no blood wilt thou shrink. Wilt thou take Turin, Turambar? Wilt thou slay me swiftly?
And from the blade rang a cold voice in answer.
Yea, I will drink thy blood, that I may forget the blood of Beleg my master, and the blood of Brandir, slain unjustly. I will slay thee swiftly. Then Turin set the hilts upon the ground, and cast himself upon the point of Gurthang, and the black blade took his life. But Mablung came and looked on the hideous shape of Glaurung lying dead. And he looked upon Turin and was grieved, thinking of Hurin as he had seen him in the Nirnaeth Arnoediad, and the dreadful doom of his kin. As the elves stood there, men came down from Nen Girith to look upon the dragon. And when they saw to what end the life of Turin Turambar had come, they wept. And the elves, learning at last the reason of Turin's words to them, were aghast. Then Mablung said bitterly, I also have been meshed in the doom of the children of Hurin, and thus with words have slain one that I loved. Then they lifted up Turin, and saw that his sword was broken asunder. So passed all that he possessed. With toil of many hands they gathered wood and piled it high and made a great burning, and destroyed the body of the dragon, until he was but black ash and his bones beaten to dust, and the place of that burning was ever bare and barren thereafter. But Turin they laid in a high mound where he had fallen, and the shards of Gurthang were set beside him. And when all was done, and the minstrels of elves and men had made lament, telling of the valour of Turambar and the beauty of Niniel, a great grey stone was brought, and set upon the mound, and thereon the elves carved in the runes of Doriath, Turin, Turambar, Dagnir, Glaurunga. And beneath they wrote also, Nianor, Niniel. But she was not there, nor was it ever known whither the cold waters of Teglin had taken her.
Thus ends the tale of the children of Hurin, longest of all the lays of Beleriand. Appendix to Nan Ihin Hurin. From the point in the story where Turin and his men established themselves in the ancient dwelling of the petty dwarfs on Amon Ruth, there is no completed narrative on the same detailed plan until the Narn takes up again with Turin's journey northwards after the fall of Nargothrond. From many tentative or exploratory outlines and notes, however, some further glimpses can be gained beyond the more summary account in the Silmarillion, and even some short stretches of connected narrative on the scale of the Narn. An isolated fragment describes the life of the outlaws on Amon Ruth in the time that followed their settlement there, and gives some further description of Bar-en-Danweth.
For a long while the life of the outlaws went well to their liking. Food was not scarce, and they had good shelter, warm and dry, with room enough and to spare, for they found that the caves could have housed 100 or more at need. There was another smaller hall further in. It had a hearth at one side, above which a smoke shaft ran up through the rock to a vent cunningly hidden in a crevice on the hillside. There were also many other chambers opening out of the halls or the passage between them, some for dwelling, some for works or for stores. In storage, Mim had more arts than they, and he had many vessels and chests of stone and wood that looked to be of great age. But most of the chambers were now empty. In the armories hung axes and other gear rusted and dusty, shelves and aumbries were bare, and the smithies were idle. Save one, a small room that led out of the inner hall and had a hearth which shared the smoke vent of the hearth in the hall. There Mim would work at times, but would not allow others to be with him. During the rest of that year they went on no more raids, and if they stirred abroad for hunting or gathering of food, they went for the most part in small parties. But for a long while they found it hard to retrace their road, and beside Turin, not more than 6 of his men became ever sure of the way. Nonetheless, seeing that those skilled in such things could come to their lair without Mim's help, they set a watch by day and night near to the cleft in the north wall. From the south they expected no enemies, nor was there fear of any climbing Amon Ruth from that quarter. But by day there was at most times a watchman set on the top of the crown, who could look far all about. Steep as were the sides of the crown, the summit could be reached, for to the east of the cave mouth rough steps had been hewn leading up to slopes where men could clamber unaided. So the year wore on, without hurt or alarm. But as the days drew in, and the pool became grey and cold and the birches bare, and great rains returned, they had to pass more time in shelter. Then they soon grew weary of the dark underhill, or the dim half-light of the halls, and to most it seemed that life would be better if it were not shared with Mim. Too often he would appear out of some shadowy corner or doorway when they thought him elsewhere, and when Mim was near, unease fell on their talk. They took to speaking one to another ever in whispers. Yet, and strange it seemed to them, with Turin it went otherwise, and he became ever more friendly with the old dwarf, and listened more and more to his counsels. In the winter that followed he would sit for long hours with Mim, listening to his lore and the tales of his life, nor did Turin rebuke him if he spoke ill of the Eldar. Mim seemed well pleased, and showed much favour to Turin in return. Him only would he admit to his smithy at times, and there they would talk softly together. Less pleased were the men, and Androge looked on with a jealous eye.
The text followed in the Silmarillion gives no indication of how Beleg found his way into Bar-en-Danweth. He appeared suddenly among them in the dim dusk of a winter's day. In other brief outlines, the story is that through the improvidence of outlaws, food became short in Bar-en-Danweth during the winter, and Mim begrudged them the edible roots from his store. Therefore, in the beginning of the year, they went out on a hunting foray from the stronghold. Beleg, approaching Amon Ruth, came upon their tracks, and either trailed them to a camp which they were forced to make in a sudden snowstorm, or followed them back to Baren Danweth, and slipped in after them. At this time, Androge, seeking for Mim's secret store of food, became lost in the caves, and found a hidden stair which led out onto the flat summit of Amon Ruth. It was by this stair that some of the outlaws fled from Baren Danweth when it was attacked by the orcs, the Silmarillion, chapter 21. And either during the foray just mentioned, or on a later occasion, Androge, having taken up again bow and arrows in defiance of Mim's curse, was wounded by a poisoned shaft, in one only of several references to the event said to have been an orc arrow. Androge was cured of this wound by Beleg, but it seems that his dislike and distrust of the elf was not thereby mitigated, and Mim's hatred of Beleg became all the fiercer, for he had thus undone his curse upon Androge. "It will bite again," he said. It came into Mim's mind that if he also ate the lembas of Melian, he would renew his youth and grow strong again. And since he could not come at it by stealth, he feigned sickness and begged it of his enemy. When Beleg refused it to him, the seal was set upon Mim's hatred, and all the more because of Turin's love for the elf. It may be mentioned here that when Beleg brought out the lembas from his pack, see the Silmarillion, chapter 21, Turin refused it.
The silver leaves were red in the firelight, and when Turin saw the seal his eyes darkened. "What have you there?" he said. "The greatest gift that one who loves you still has to give," answered Beleg. "Here is lembas, the waybread of the Eldar, that no man yet has tasted." "The helm of my father's I take," said Turin, "with good will for your keeping. But I will not receive gifts out of Doriath." "Then send back your sword and your arms," said Beleg. "Send back also the teaching and fostering of your youth, and let your men die in the desert to please your mood. Nonetheless, this waybread was a gift not to you but to me, and I may do with it as I will. Eat it not if it sticks in your throat. But others here may be more hungry and less proud."
Then Turin was abashed, and in that matter overcame his pride. Some slight further indications are found concerning Dor Cuarthol, the land of bow and helm, where Beleg and Turin for a time became, from their stronghold on Amon Ruth, the leaders of a strong force in the lands south of Teglin. The Silmarillion, chapter 21.
Turin received gladly all who came to him, but by the counsel of Beleg he admitted no newcomer to his refuge upon Amon Ruth, and that was now named Echad-i-Sedrin, Camp of the Faithful. The way thither only those of the old company knew, and no others were admitted. But other guarded camps and forts were established round about, in the forest eastward, or in the highlands, or in the southward fens, from Methed Englad, the end of the wood, to Bar Erib, some leagues south of Amon Ruth. And from all these places men could see the summit of Amon Ruth, and by signals receive tidings and commands. In this way, before the summer had passed, the following of Turin was swelled to a great force, and the power of Angband was thrown back. Word of this came even to Nargothrond, and many there grew restless, saying that if an outlaw could do such hurt to the enemy, what might not the Lord of Narog do? But Orodreth would not change his counsels. In all things he followed Thingol, with whom he exchanged messengers by secret ways. And he was a wise lord, according to the wisdom of those who considered first their own people, and how long they might preserve their life and wealth against the lust of the north. Therefore he allowed none of his people to go to Turin, and he sent messengers to say to him that in all that he might do or devise in his war, he should not set foot in the land of Nargothrond,
nor drive orcs thither. But help other than in arms he offered to the 2 captains, should they have need, and in this, it is thought, he was moved by Thingol and Melian.
It is several times emphasized that Beleg remained throughout opposed to Turin's grand design, although he supported him. That it seemed to him that the dragon helm had worked otherwise with Turin than he had hoped, and that he foresaw with a troubled mind what the days to come would bring. Scraps of his words with Turin on these matters are preserved. In one of these they sat in the stronghold of Echad-i-Sedrin together, and Turin said to Beleg,
"Why are you sad and thoughtful? Does not all go well since you returned to me? Has not my purpose proved good?" "All is well now," said Beleg. "Our enemies are still surprised and afraid, and still good days lie before us, for a while." "And what then?" "Winter. And after that another year for those who live to see it." "And what then?" "The wrath of Angband. We have burned the fingertips of the Black Hand, no more. It will not withdraw." "But is not the wrath of Angband our purpose and delight?" said Turin. "What else would you have me do?" "You know full well," said Beleg. "But of that road you have forbidden me to speak. But hear me now. The lord of a great host has many needs. He must have a secure refuge, and he must have wealth, and many whose work is not in war. With numbers comes the need of food, more than the wild will furnish, and there comes the passing of secrecy. Amon-Ruth is a good place for a few. It has eyes and ears, but it stands alone and is seen far off, and no great force is needed to surround it." "None the less I will be the captain of my own host," said Turin, "and if I fall, then I fall. Here I stand in the path of Morgoth, and while I so stand he cannot use the southward road. For that in Nargothrond there should be some thanks, and even help with needful things."
In another brief passage of speech between them, Turin replied to Beleg's warnings of the frailty of his power, in these words:
"I wish to rule a land, but not this land. Here I desire only to gather strength. To my father's land in Dor-Lomin my heart turns, and thither I shall go when I may."
It is also asserted that Morgoth for a time withheld his hand and made mere feints of attack, so that by easy victory the confidence of these rebels might become overweening, as it proved indeed. Androg appears again, in an outline of the course of the assault on Amon-Ruth. It was only then that he revealed to Turin the existence of the inner stair, and he was one of those who came by that way to the summit. There he is said to have fought more valiantly than any, but he fell at last mortally wounded by an arrow, and thus the curse of Mim was fulfilled. To the tale in the Silmarillion of Beleg's journey in pursuit of Turin, his meeting with Gwyndor in Tower Nufuin, the rescue of Turin, and Beleg's death at Turin's hands, there is nothing of any moment to add. For Gwyndor's possession of one of the blue shining Feanorian lamps, and the part that this lamp played in a version of the story, refer to of Tuor and his coming to Gondolin. It may be noted that it was my father's intention to extend the history of the dragon helm of Dor-Lomin into the period of Turin's sojourn in Nargothrond, and even beyond, but this was never incorporated into the narratives. In the existing versions, the helm disappears with the end of Dor Cuathl, in the destruction of the outlaws' stronghold on Amon-Ruth. But in some way it was to reappear in Turin's possession at Nargothrond. It could only have come there if it had been taken by the orcs that carried Turin off to Angband. But its recovery from them, at the time of Turin's rescue by Beleg and Gwyndor, would have required some development of the narrative at that point. An isolated scrap of writing tells that in Nargothrond, Turin would not wear the helm again, lest it reveal him, but that he wore it when he went to the battle of Tumhalad, the Silmarillion, chapter 21, where he is said to have worn the dwarf mask that he found in the armories of Nargothrond. This note continues,
For fear of that helm all foes avoided him, and thus it was that he came off unhurt from that deadly field. It was thus that he came back to Nargothrond wearing the dragon helm, and Glaurung, desiring to rid Turin of its aid and protection, since he himself feared it, taunted him, saying that surely Turin claimed to be his vassal and retainer, since he bore his master's likeness on the crest of his helm. But Turin answered, Thou liest, and knowest it, for this image was made in scorn of thee, and while there is one to bear it, doubt shall ever assail thee, lest the bearer deal thee thy doom. Then it must await a master of another name, said Glaurung, for Turin, son of Húrin, I do not fear. Otherwise is it, for he has not the hardihood to look me in the face, openly. And indeed so great was the terror of the dragon, that Turin dared not look straight upon his eye, but had kept the visor of his helmet down, shielding his face, and in his parley had looked no higher than Glaurung's feet. But being thus taunted, in pride and rashness he thrust up the visor, and looked Glaurung in the eye.
In another place, there is a note that it was when Morwen heard in Doriath of the appearance of the dragon helm at the battle of Tumhalad, that she knew that the tale was true, that the Mormegil was indeed Turin her son. Finally, there is a suggestion that Turin was to wear the helm when he slew Glaurung, and would taunt the dragon at his death with his words at Nargothrond about a master of another name. But there is no indication of how the narrative was to be managed to bring this about. There is an account of the nature and substance of Gwyndor's opposition to Turin's policies in Nargothrond, which in the Silmarillion is only very briefly referred to, chapter 21. This account is not fully formed into narrative, but may be represented thus.
Gwyndor spoke ever against Turin in the council of the king, saying that he had been in Angband and knew somewhat of the might of Morgoth and of his designs. Petty victories will prove profitless at the last, he said. For thus Morgoth learns where the boldest of his enemies are to be found, and gathers strength great enough to destroy them. All the might of the elves and the Edain united sufficed only to contain him, and to gain the peace of a siege. Long indeed, but only so long as Morgoth bided his time before he broke the leaguer. And never again can such a union be made. In secrecy only lies now any hope, until the Valar come. The Valar, said Turin. They have forsaken you, and they hold men in scorn. What use to look westward across the endless sea? There is but one Valar with whom we have to do, and that is Morgoth. And if, in the end, we cannot overcome him, at the least we can hurt him and hinder him. For victory is victory, however small, nor is its worth only in what follows from it, but it is expedient also, for if you do nothing to halt him, all Beleriand will fall beneath his shadow before many years are past, and then one by one he will smoke you out of your earths. And what then? A pitiable remnant will fly south and west, to cower on the shores of the sea, caught between Morgoth and Ossë. Better then to win a time of glory, though it be short-lived, for the end will be no worse. You speak of secrecy, and say that therein lies the only hope. But could you ambush and waylay every scout and spy of Morgoth to the last and least, so that none came ever back with tidings to Angband? Yet from that he would learn that you lived, and guess where. And this also I say, Though mortal men have little life beside the span of the elves, they would rather spend it in battle than fly or submit. The defiance of Húrin Thalion is a great deed, and though Morgoth slay the doer, he cannot make the deed not to have been. Even the lords of the West will honour it, and is it not written into the history of Arda, which neither Morgoth nor Manwë can unwrite? You speak of high things, Gwyndor answered, and plain it is that you have lived among the Eldar. But a darkness is on you if you set Morgoth and Manwë together, or speak of the Valar as the foes of elves or men. For the Valar scorn nothing, and least of all the children of Ilúvatar. Nor do you know all the hopes of the Eldar. It is a prophecy among us that one day a messenger from Middle-earth will come through the shadows to Valinor, and Manwë will hear, and Mandos relent. For that time shall we not attempt to preserve the seed of the Noldor, and of the Edain also? And Círdan dwells now in the south, and there is building of ships. But what know you of ships, or of the sea? You think of yourself and of your own glory, and bid us each do likewise. But we must think of others beside ourselves, for not all can fight and fall, and those we must keep from war and ruin while we can. Then send them to your ships while there is yet time, said Turin. They will not be parted from us, said Gwyndor, even could Círdan sustain them. We must abide together as long as we may, and not court death. All this I have answered, said Turin. Valiant defence of the borders and hard blows ere the enemy gathers, in that course lies the best hope of your long abiding together. And do those that you speak of love such skulkers in the woods, hunting always like a wolf, better than one who puts on his helm and figured shield and drives away the foe, be they far greater than all his host? At least the women of the Edain do not. They did not hold back the men from the Nirnaeth Arnoediad. But they suffered greater woe than if that field had not been fought, said Gwyndor.
The love of Finduilas for Turin was also to be more fully treated.
Finduilas, the daughter of Arodreth, was golden-haired after the manner of the house of Finarfin, and Turin began to take pleasure in the sight of her and in her company, for she reminded him of his kindred and the women of Dorlomin in his father's house. At first he met her only when Gwyndor was by, but after a while she sought him out, and they met at times alone, though it seemed to be chance. Then she would question him about the Edain, of whom she had seen few and seldom, and about his country and his kin. Then Turin spoke freely to her concerning these things, though he did not name the land of his birth nor any of his kindred. And on a time he said to her, I had a sister, Lalaith, or so I named her, and of her you put me in mind. But Lalaith was a child, a yellow flower in the green grass of spring, and had she lived she would now maybe have become dimmed with grief. But you are queenly, and as a golden tree. I would I had a sister so fair. But you are kingly, said she, even as the lords of the people of Fingolfin. I would I had a brother so valiant. And I do not think that Agarwain is your true name, nor is it fit for you, Adanethel. I call you Thorin, the secret. At this Turin started, but he said, That is not my name, and I am not a king, for our kings are of the Eldar, as I am not. Now Turin marked that Gwyndor's friendship grew cooler towards him, and he wondered also that whereas at first the woe and horror of Angband had begun to be lifted from him, now he seemed to slip back into care and sorrow. And he thought, It may be that he is grieved that I oppose his counsels and have overcome him.
I would it were not so. For he loved Gwyndor as his guide and healer, and was filled with pity for him. But in those days the radiance of Finduilas also became dimmed, her footsteps slow and her face grave. And Turin, perceiving this, surmised that the words of Gwyndor had set fear in her heart of what might come to pass. In truth, Finduilas was torn in mind, for she honoured Gwyndor and pitied him, and wished not to add one tear to his suffering. But against her will, her love for Turin grew day by day, and she thought of Beren and Luthien. But Turin was not like Beren. He did not scorn her, and was glad in her company. Yet she knew that he had no love of the kind she wished. His mind and heart were elsewhere, by rivers in springs long past. Then Turin spoke to Finduilas and said, "Do not let the words of Gwyndor affright you. He has suffered in the darkness of Angband, and it is hard for one so valiant to be thus crippled and backward perforce. He needs all solace, and a longer time for healing." "I know it well," she said. "But we will win that time for him," said Turin. "Nargothrond shall stand. Never again will Morgoth the Craven come forth from Angband, and all his reliance must be on his servants, thus says Melian of Doriath. They are the fingers of his hands, and we will smite them and cut them off, till he draws back his claws. Nargothrond shall stand." "Perhaps," said Finduilas, "it shall stand, if you can achieve it. But have a care, Adenethel. My heart is heavy when you go out to battle, lest Nargothrond be bereaved." And afterwards Turin sought out Gwyndor, and said to him, "Gwyndor, dear friend, you are falling back into sadness. Do not so. For your healing will come in the houses of your kin, and in the light of Finduilas." Then Gwyndor stared at Turin, but he said nothing, and his face was clouded. "Why do you look upon me so?" said Turin. "Often your eyes have gazed strangely at me of late. How have I grieved you? I have opposed your counsels, but a man must speak as he sees, nor hide the truth that he believes for any private cause. I would that we were one in mind, for to you I owe a great debt, and I shall not forget it." "Will you not?" said Gwyndor. "None the less your deeds and your counsels have changed my home and my kin. Your shadow lies upon them. Why should I be glad, who have lost all to you?" But Turin did not understand these words, and did but guess that Gwyndor begrudged him his place in the heart and counsels of the king.
A passage follows in which Gwyndor warned Finduilas against her love for Turin, telling her who Turin was, and this is closely based on the text given in the Silmarillion, chapter 21. But at the end of Gwyndor's speech, Finduilas answers him at greater length than in the other version.
"Your eyes are dimmed, Gwyndor," she said. "You do not see or understand what is here come to pass. Must I now be put to double shame to reveal the truth to you? For I love you, Gwyndor, and I am ashamed that I love you not more, but have taken a love even greater, from which I cannot escape. I did not seek it, and long I put it aside. But if I have pity for your hurts, have pity on mine. Turin loves me not, nor will." "You say this," said Gwyndor, "to take the blame from him whom you love. Why does he seek you out, and sit long with you, and come ever more glad away?" "Because he also needs solace," said Finduilas, and is bereaved of his kin. You both have your needs. But what of Finduilas? Now is it not enough that I must confess myself to you unloved, but that you should say that I speak so to deceive? Nay, a woman is not easily deceived in such a case, said Gwyndor. Nor will you find many who will deny that they are loved, if that is true. If any of us three be faithless, it is I, but not in will. But what of your doom and rumours of Angband? What of death and destruction? The Adonethel is mighty in the tale of the world, and his stature shall reach yet to Morgoth in some far day to come. He is proud, said Gwyndor. But also he is merciful, said Finduilas. He is not yet awake, but still pity can ever pierce his heart, and he will never deny it. Pity, maybe, shall be ever the only entry, but he does not pity me. He holds me in awe, as were I both his mother and a queen. Maybe Finduilas spoke truly, seeing with the keen eyes of the Eldar. And now Turin, not knowing what had passed between Gwyndor and Finduilas, was ever gentler towards her as she seemed more sad. But on a time Finduilas said to him, Thurin Adonethel, why did you hide your name from me? Had I known who you were, I should not have honoured you less, but I should better have understood your grief. What do you mean? He said. Whom do you make me? Turin, son of Hurin Thalion, captain of the North.
Then Turin rebuked Gwyndor for revealing his true name, as is told in the Silmarillion chapter 21. One other passage in this part of the narrative exists in a fuller form than in the Silmarillion. Of the Battle of Tumhalad and the sack of Nargothrond there is no other account, while the speeches of Turin and the dragon are so fully recorded in the Silmarillion that it seems unlikely that they would have been further expanded. This passage is a much fuller account of the coming of the elves Gelmir and Arminas to Nargothrond in the year of its fall, the Silmarillion chapter 21. Their earlier encounter with Tuor in Dor Lomin is elaborated in the introduction to this tale.
In the spring there came 2 elves, and they named themselves Gelmir and Arminas of the people of Finarfin, and said that they had an errand to the lord of Nargothrond. They were brought before Turin, but Gelmir said, It is to Orodreth, Finarfin's son, that we would speak. And when Orodreth came, Gelmir said to him, Lord, we were of Angrod's people, and we have wandered far since the Dagor Bragolach. But of late we have dwelt among Círdan's following by the mouths of Sirion. And on a day he called us and bade us go to you. For Ulmo himself, the Lord of Waters, had appeared to him, and warned him of great peril that draws near to Nargothrond. But Orodreth was wary, and he answered, Why then do you come hither out of the north? Or perhaps you had other errands also. Then Arminas said, Lord, ever since the Nirnaeth I have sought for the hidden kingdom of Turgon, and I have found it not. And in this search I fear now that I have delayed our errand hither overlong. For Círdan sent us along the coast by ship for secrecy and speed, and we were put ashore in Drengist. But among the sea folk were some that came south in past years as messengers from Turgon, and it seemed to me from their guarded speech that maybe Turgon dwells still in the north, and not in the south, as most believe. But we have found neither sign nor rumour of what we sought. Why do you seek Turgon? Said Orodreth. Because it is said that his kingdom shall stand longest against Morgoth, answered Arminas. And those words seemed to Orodreth ill-omened, and he was displeased. Then tarry not in Nargothrond, he said, for here you will hear no news of Turgon. and I need none to teach me that Nargothrond stands in peril." "Be not angered, Lord," said Gelmir, "if we answer your questions with truth. And our wandering from the straight path hither has not been fruitless, for we have passed beyond the reach of your furthest scouts. We have traversed Dorlomin and all the lands under the eaves of Ered Wethrin, and we have explored the pass of Sirion, spying out the ways of the enemy. There is a great gathering of orcs and evil creatures in those regions, and a host is mustering about Sauron's Isle." "I know it," said Turin. "Your news is stale. If the message of Círdan was to any purpose, it should have come sooner." "At least, Lord, you shall hear the message now," said Gelmir to Orodreth. "Hear then the words of the Lord of Waters. Thus he spoke to Círdan the shipwright. The evil of the north has defiled the springs of Sirion, and my power withdraws from the fingers of the flowing waters. But a worse thing is yet to come forth. Say therefore to the Lord of Nargothrond, shut the doors of the fortress, and go not abroad. Cast the stones of your pride into the loud river, that the creeping evil may not find the gate." These words seemed dark to Orodreth, and he turned as he ever did to Turin for counsel. But Turin mistrusted the messengers, and he said in scorn, "What does Círdan know of our wars, who dwell nigh to the enemy? Let the mariner look to his ships. But if in truth the Lord of Waters would send us counsel, let him speak more plainly. For otherwise it will seem better in our case to muster our strength and go boldly to meet our foes ere they come too nigh." Then Gelmir bowed before Orodreth and said, "I have spoken as I was bidden, Lord," and he turned away. But Arminas said to Turin, "Are you indeed of the house of Hador, as I have heard said?" "Here I am named Agarwain, the black sword of Nargothrond," said Turin. "You deal much, it seems, in guarded speech, friend Arminas. And it is well that Turgon's secret is hid from you, or soon it would be heard in Angband. A man's name is his own, and should the son of Húrin learn that you have betrayed him when he would be hid, then may Morgoth take you and burn out your tongue." Then Arminas was dismayed by the black wrath of Turin, but Gelmir said, "He shall not be betrayed by us, Agarwain. Are we not in council behind closed doors, where speech may be plainer? And Arminas asked this thing, I deem, because it is known to all that dwell by the sea that Ulmo has great love for the house of Hador, and some say that Húrin and Hur his brother came once into the hidden realm. If that were so, then he would speak of it to none, neither the great nor the less, and least of all to his son in childhood," answered Turin. "Therefore I do not believe that Arminas asked this of me in hope to learn aught of Turgon. I mistrust such messengers of mischief." "Save your mistrust," said Arminas in anger. "Gelmir mistakes me. I asked because I doubted what here seems believed, for little indeed do you resemble the kin of Hador, whatever your name." "And what do you know of them?" said Turin. "Húrin I have seen," answered Arminas, "and his fathers before him. And in the wastes of Dorlomin I met with Tuor, son of Huor, Húrin's brother, and he is like his fathers, as you are not." "That may be," said Turin, "though of Tuor I have heard no word ere now. But if my head be dark and not golden, of that I am not ashamed. For I am not the first of sons in the likeness of his mother, and I come through Morwen Elethwen of the house of Beor, and the kindred of Beren Camlost. I spoke not of the difference between the black and the gold, said Arminas. But others of the house of Hador bear themselves otherwise, and Tuor among them. For they use courtesy, and they listen to good counsel, holding the lords of the West in awe. But you, it seems, will take counsel with your own wisdom or with your sword only, and you speak haughtily. And I say to you, Agarwain Mormegil, that if you do so, other shall be your doom than one of the houses of Hador and Beor might look for. Other it has ever been, answered Turin. And if, as it seems, I must bear the hate of Morgoth because of the valour of my father, shall I also endure the taunts and ill-boding of a runagate, though he claim the kinship of kings? I counsel you, get you back to the safe shores of the sea. Then Gelmir and Arminas departed, and went back to the south. But despite Turin's taunts, they would gladly have awaited battle beside their kin. And they went only because Círdan had bidden them under the command of Ulmo to bring back word to him of Nargothrond, and of the speeding of their errand there. And Orodreth was much troubled by the words of the messengers. But all the more fell became the mood of Turin, and he would by no means listen to their counsels, and least of all would he suffer the great bridge to be cast down. For so much at least of the words of Ulmo were read aright.
It is nowhere explained why Gelmir and Arminas, on an urgent errand to Nargothrond, were sent by Círdan all the length of the coast to the Firth of Drengist. Arminas said it was done for speed and secrecy, but greater secrecy could surely have been achieved by journeying up Narog from the south. It might be supposed that Círdan did this in obedience to Ulmo's command, so that they should meet Tuor in Dorlomin and guide him through the gate of the Noldor. But this is nowhere suggested.
Part 2. The Second Age. 1. A description of the island of Númenor. The account of the island of Númenor that here follows is derived from descriptions and simple maps that were long preserved in the archives of the kings of Gondor. These represent indeed but a small part of all that was once written, for many natural histories and geographies were composed by learned men in Númenor, but these, like nearly all else of the arts and sciences of Númenor at its high tide, disappeared in the downfall. Even such documents as were preserved in Gondor or in Imladris, where in the care of Elrond were deposited the surviving treasures of the northern Númenorian kings, suffered from loss and destruction by neglect. For though the survivors in Middle-earth yearned, as they said, for Akallabeth, the downfallen, and never, even after long ages, ceased to regard themselves as in a measure exiles, when it became clear that the land of gift was taken away, and that Númenor had disappeared forever, all but a few regarded study of what was left of its history as vain, breeding only useless regret. The story of Ar-Pharazôn and his impious armada was all that remained generally known in later ages. The land of Númenor resembled in outline a 5-pointed star or pentangle, with a central portion some 250 miles across, north and south and east and west from which extended 5 large peninsular promontories. These promontories were regarded as separate regions, and they were named Forostar, Northlands, Andustar, Westlands, Hyanustar, Southwestlands, Hierostar, Southeastlands, and Orostar, Eastlands. The central portion was called Mittelmar, Inlands, and it had no coast except the land about Ravenna and the head of its firth. A small part of the Mittelmar was, however, separated from the rest, and called Arundor, the King's Land. In Arundor were the haven of Ravenna, the Meneltama, and Armenelos, the city of the kings, and it was at all times the most populous region of Númenor. The Mittelmar was raised above the promontories, not reckoning the height of their mountains and hills. It was a region of grasslands and low downs, and few trees grew there. Near to the centre of the Mittelmeer stood the tall mountain called Meneltarma, Pillar of the Heavens, sacred to the worship of Eru Ilúvatar. Though the lower slopes of the mountain were gentle and grass-covered, it grew ever steeper, and towards the summit it could not be scaled, but a winding spiral road was made upon it, beginning at its foot upon the south, and ending below the lip of the summit upon the north. For the summit was somewhat flattened and depressed, and could contain a great multitude, but it remained untouched by hands throughout the history of Númenor. No building, no raised altar, not even a pile of undressed stones ever stood there, and no other likeness of a temple did the Númenorians possess in all the days of their grace, until the coming of Sauron. There no tool or weapon had ever been borne, and there none might speak any word, save the king only. Thrice only in each year the king spoke, offering prayer for the coming year at the Eru Kierme in the first days of spring, praise of Eru Ilúvatar at the Eru Laitale in midsummer, and thanksgiving to him at the Eru Hantale at the end of autumn. At these times the king ascended the mountain on foot, followed by a great concourse of the people, clad in white and garlanded, but silent. At other times the people were free to climb to the summit alone or in company. But it is said that the silence was so great that even a stranger ignorant of Númenor and all its history, if he were transported thither, would not have dared to speak aloud. No bird ever came there, save only eagles. If anyone approached the summit, at once 3 eagles would appear and alight upon 3 rocks near to the western edge. But at the times of the 3 prayers they did not descend, remaining in the sky and hovering above the people. They were called the Witnesses of Manwë, and they were believed to be sent by him from Aman to keep watch upon the holy mountain, and upon all the land. The base of the Meneltarma sloped gently into the surrounding plain, but it extended after the fashion of roots, 5 long low ridges outwards in the direction of the 5 promontories of the land, and these were called Tarma Sundar, the roots of the pillar. Along the crest of the southwestern ridge, the climbing road approached the mountain, and between this ridge and that on the southeast, the land went down into a shallow valley. That was named Noirinan, the Valley of the Tombs, for at its head chambers were cut in the rock at the base of the mountain, in which were the tombs of the kings and queens of Númenor. But for the most part the Mittelmeer was a region of pastures. In the southwest there were rolling downs of grass, and there, in the Emerie, was the chief region of the shepherds. The Forastar was the least fertile part, stony with few trees, save that on the westward slopes of the high heather-covered moors that were woods of fir and larch. Towards the North Cape the land rose to rocky heights, and there great Sorontil rose sheer from the sea in tremendous cliffs. Here was the abode of many eagles, and in this region Tar Meneldur Elantirmo built a tall tower, from which he could observe the motions of the stars. The Andustar was also rocky in its northern parts, with high fir woods looking out upon the sea. 3 small bays it had facing west, cut back into the highlands, but here the cliffs were in many places not at the sea's edge, and there was a shelving land at their feet. The northmost of these was called the Bay of Andunier, for there was the great haven of Andunier, Sunset, with its town beside the shore and many other dwellings climbing up the steep slopes behind. But much of the southerly part of the Andustar was fertile, and there also were great woods of birch and beech upon the upper ground, and in the lower vales of oaks and elms. Between the promontories of the Andustar and the Hyanastar was the great bay that was called Eldana, because it faced towards Eressëa, and the lands about it, being sheltered from the north and open to the western seas, were warm, and the most rain fell there. At the centre of the Bay of Eldana was the most beautiful of all the havens of Númenor, Eldalonde the Green. And hither in the earlier days the swift white ships of the Eldar of Eressëa came most often. All about that place, up the seaward slopes and far into the land, grew the evergreen and fragrant trees that they brought out of the west. And so throve there that the Eldar said that almost it was fair as a haven in Eressëa. They were the greatest delight of Númenor, and they were remembered in many songs long after they had perished forever. For few ever flowered east of the land of gift, Oiolaire and Lyralosse, Nessamelda, Vardariana, Taniqualasse, and Yavanamire, with its globed and scarlet fruits. Flower, leaf, and rind of those trees exuded sweet scents, and all that country was full of blended fragrance. Therefore it was called Nisi Maldar, the fragrant trees. Many of them were planted and grew, though far less abundantly, in other regions of Númenor. But only here grew the mighty golden tree Malinorne, reaching after 5 centuries a height scarce less than it achieved in Eressëa itself. Its bark was silver and smooth, and its boughs somewhat upswept after the manner of the beech, but it never grew save with a single trunk. Its leaves, like those of the beech, but greater, were pale green above and beneath was silver, glistering in the sun. In the autumn they did not fall, but turned to pale gold. In the spring it bore golden blossoms in clusters like a cherry, which bloomed on during the summer. And as soon as the flowers opened, the leaves fell, so that through spring and summer a grove of Malinorne was carpeted and roofed with gold, but its pillars were of grey silver.
This description of the Malorn is much like that given by Legolas to his companions as they approached Lothlorien, The Fellowship of the Ring, Book 2, Chapter 6.
Its fruit was a nut with a silver shale, and some were given as a gift by Tar Aldarion, the 6th king of Númenor, to King Gil-galad of Lindon. They did not take root in that land, but Gil-galad gave some to his kinswoman Galadriel, and under her power they grew and flourished in the guarded land of Lothlorien beside the river Anduin, until the High Elves at last left Middle-earth. But they did not reach the height or girth of the great groves of Númenor. The river Nunduine flowed into the sea at Eldalonde, and on its way made the little lake of Nisinen, that was so named for the abundance of sweet-smelling shrubs and flowers that grew upon its banks. The Higher Nustar was in its western part a mountainous region, with great cliffs on the western and southern coasts, but eastwards were great vineyards in a warm and fertile land. The promontories of the Higher Nustar and the Higher Rostar were splayed wide apart, and on those long shores sea and land came gently together, as nowhere else in Númenor. Here flowed down Cyril, the chief river of the land, for all the others, save for the Nunduine in the west, were short and swift torrents hurrying to the sea, that rose in springs under the Meneltama in the valley of Neurinan, and running through the Mittelmar southwards became in its lower course a slow and winding stream. It issued at last into the sea amid wide marshes and reedy flats, and its many small mouths found their changing paths through great sands. For many miles on either side were wide white beaches and grey shingles, and here the fisher-folk mostly dwelt, in villages upon the hards among the marshes and meres, of which the chief was Nindamos. In the Higher Rostar grew an abundance of trees of many kinds, and among them the Laurinque, in which the people delighted for its flowers, for it had no other use. This name they gave it because of its long-hanging clusters of yellow flowers, and some who had heard from the Eldar of Laurelin, the golden tree of Valinor, believed that it came from that great tree, being brought in seed thither by the Eldar. But it was not so. From the days of Tar Aldarion, there were great plantations in the higher Rostar to furnish timber for shipbuilding. The Orostar was a cooler land, but it was protected from the cold northeast winds by highlands that rose towards the end of the promontory. And in the inner regions of the Orostar much grain was grown, especially in those parts near to the borders of Arandor. The whole land of Númenor was so posed as if it had been thrust upward out of the sea, but tilted southward and a little eastward. And save upon the south, the land in nearly all places fell towards the sea in steep cliffs. In Númenor, birds that dwell near the sea, and swim or dive in it, abode in multitudes beyond reckoning. The mariners said that were they blind, they still would know that their ship was drawing near to Númenor, because of the great clamour of the birds of the shore. And when any ship approached the land, sea-birds in great flocks would arise and fly above it in welcome and gladness, for they were never killed or molested by intent. Some would accompany ships on their voyages, even those that went to Middle-earth. Likewise, within the lands the birds of Númenor were beyond count, from the Kirinki that were no bigger than wrens, but all scarlet, with piping voices on the edge of human hearing, to the great eagles that were held sacred to Manwë, and never afflicted until the days of evil and the hatred of the Valar began. For 2,000 years, from the days of Elros Tar Miniatur until the time of Tar Ancalimon, son of Tar Atanamir, there was an eyrie in the summit of the tower of the king's palace in Armenelos, and there one pair ever dwelt, and lived on the bounty of the king. In Númenor all journeyed from place to place on horseback, for in riding the Númenorians, both men and women, took delight, and all the people of the land loved horses, treating them honourably and housing them nobly. They were trained to hear and answer calls from a great distance, and it is said in old tales that where there was great love between men and women and their favourite steeds, they could be summoned at need by thought alone. Therefore the roads of Númenor were for the most part unpaved, made and tended for riding, since coaches and carriages were little used in the earlier centuries, and heavy cargoes were borne by sea. The chief and most ancient road suitable for wheels ran from the greatest port, Ravenna in the east, to the royal city of Armenelos, and thence on to the valley of the Tombs and the Meneltama. And this road was early extended to Ondosto within the borders of the Forostar, and thence to Andúnie in the west. Along it passed wains bearing stone from the northlands that was most esteemed for building, and timber in which the westlands were rich. The Edain brought with them to Númenor the knowledge of many crafts, and many craftsmen who had learned from the Eldar, besides preserving lore and traditions of their own. But they could bring with them few materials, save for the tools of their crafts, and for long all metals in Númenor were precious metals. They brought with them many treasures of gold and silver, and gems also, but they did not find these things in Númenor. They loved them for their beauty, and it was this love that first aroused in them cupidity, in later days when they fell under the shadow and became proud and unjust in their dealings with lesser folk of Middle-earth. Of the elves of Eressëa in the days of their friendship, they had at times gifts of gold and silver and jewels, but such things were rare and prized in all the earlier centuries, until the power of the kings was spread to the coasts of the east. Some metals they found in Númenor, and as their cunning in mining and in smelting and smithying swiftly grew, things of iron and copper became common. Among the rites of the Edain were weaponsmiths, and they had with the teaching of the Noldor acquired great skill in the forging of swords, of axe-blades, and of spearheads and knives. Swords the Guild of Weaponsmiths still made for the preservation of the craft, though most of their labour was spent on the fashioning of tools for the uses of peace. The king and most of the great chieftains possessed swords as heirlooms of their fathers, and at times they would still give a sword as a gift to their heirs. The king's sword was indeed Aranruth, the sword of Elu Thingol of Doriath in Beleriand, that had descended to Elros from Elwing his mother. Other heirlooms there were beside, the ring of Barahir, the great axe of Tuor, father of Earendil, and the bow of Bregor of the house of Beor. Only the ring of Barahir, father of Beren Onehand, survived the downfall, for it was given by Tar Elendil to his daughter Silmarillion, and was preserved in the house of the lords of Andunier, of whom the last was Elendil the Faithful, who fled from the rack of Númenor to Middle-earth.
The story of the Ring of Barahir is told in the Silmarillion, Chapter 19, and its later history in The Lord of the Rings, Appendix A, Part 1. Of the great axe of Tuor there is no mention in the Silmarillion, but it is named and described in the original Fall of Gondolin of 1916-17, where it is said that in Gondolin Tuor carried an axe rather than a sword, and that he named it, in the speech of the people of Gondolin, Dramborleg. In a list of names accompanying the tale, Dramborleg is translated Thudder Sharp, the axe of Tuor that smote both a heavy dint as of a club and cleft as a sword.
A new sword was made for the king's heir to be given to him on the day on which this title was conferred. But no man wore a sword in Númenor, and for long years few indeed were the weapons of warlike intent that were made in the land. Axes and spears and bows they had, and shooting with bows on foot and on horseback was a chief sport and pastime of the Númenorians. In later days, in the wars upon Middle-earth, it was the bows of the Númenorians that were most greatly feared. The men of the sea, it was said, send before them a great cloud as a rain turned to serpents, or a black hail tipped with steel. And in those days the great cohorts of the king's archers used bows made of hollow steel, with black feathered arrows a full ell long from point to notch. But for long the crews of the great Númenorian ships came unarmed among the men of Middle-earth, and though they had axes and bows aboard for the felling of timber and the hunting for food upon wild shores owned by no man, they did not bear these when they sought out the men of the lands. It was indeed their grievance, when the shadow crept along the coasts, and men whom they had befriended became afraid or hostile, that iron was used against them by those to whom they had revealed it. Beyond all other pursuits, the strong men of Númenor took delight in the sea, in swimming, in diving, or in small craft for contests of speed in rowing or sailing. The hardiest of the people were the fisher folk. Fish were abundant all about the coasts, and were at all times a chief source of food in Númenor, and all the towns where many people congregated were set by the shores. From the fisher folk were mostly drawn the mariners, who as the years passed grew greatly in importance and esteem. It is said that when the Edain first set sail upon the great sea following the star to Númenor, the elvish ships that bore them were each steered and captained by one of the Eldar deputed by Círdan. And after the elvish steersmen departed and took with them the most part of their ships, it was long before the Númenorians themselves ventured far to sea. But there were shipwrights among them who had been instructed by the Eldar, and by their own study and devices they improved their art, until they dared to sail ever further into the deep waters. When 600 years had passed from the beginning of the Second Age, Veantur, captain of the king's ships under Tar Elendil, first achieved the voyage to Middle-earth. He brought his ship Entulesse, which signifies return, into Mithlond on the spring winds blowing from the west, and he returned in the autumn of the following year. Thereafter seafaring became the chief enterprise for daring and hardihood among the men of Númenor, and Aldarion, son of Meneldur, whose wife was Veantor's daughter, formed the Guild of Venturers, in which were joined all the tried mariners of Númenor, as is told in the tale that follows here. II. Aldarion and Erendis, the mariner's wife.
The chronology of this tale is as follows. Anardil, Aldarion, was born in the year 700 of the Second Age, and his first voyage to Middle-earth took place in 725 to 727. Meneldur, his father, became king of Númenor in 740. The Guild of Venturers was founded in 750, and Aldarion was proclaimed king's heir in 800. Erendis was born in 771. Aldarion's 7-year voyage covered the years 806 to 813. The first voyage of the Palaran, 816 to 820, the voyage of 7 ships in defiance of Tar Meneldur, 824 to 829, and the voyage of 14 years that followed immediately on the last, 829 to 843. Aldarion and Erendis were betrothed in 858. The years of the voyage undertaken by Aldarion after his betrothal were 863 to 869, and the wedding was in 870. Ancalame was born in the spring of 873. The Hirilonde sailed in the spring of 877, and Aldarion's return, followed by the breach with Erendis, took place in 882. He received the sceptre of Númenor in 883.
Meneldur was the son of Tar Elendil, the 4th king of Númenor. He was the king's 3rd child, for he had 2 sisters named Silmarillion and Isilme. The elder of these was wedded to Elatan of Andúnié, and their son was Valandil, lord of Andúnié, from whom came long after the lines of the kings of Gondor and Arnor in Middle-earth. Meneldur was a man of gentle mood, without pride, whose exercise was rather in thought than in deeds of the body. He loved dearly the land of Númenor and all things in it, but he gave no heed to the sea that lay all about it, for his mind looked further than Middle-earth. He was enamoured of the stars and the heavens. All that he could gather of the lore of the Eldar and Edain concerning Eya and the deeps that lay about the kingdom of Arda he studied, and his chief delight was in the watching of the stars. He built a tower in the Forestar, the northernmost region of the island, where the airs were clearest, from which by night he would survey the heavens and observe all the movements of the lights of the firmament.
In the description of Númenor, he is called Tar Meneldur Elentirmo, Star Watcher. See also his entry in The Line of Elros.
When Meneldur received the sceptre, he removed, as he must, from the Forestar, and dwelt in the great house of the kings in Armenelos. He proved a good and wise king, though he never ceased to yearn for days in which he might enrich his knowledge of the heavens. His wife was a woman of great beauty, named Almarion. She was the daughter of Veantor, captain of the king's ships under Tar Elendil, and though she herself loved ships and the sea no more than most women of the land, her son followed after Veantor her father, rather than after Meneldur. The son of Meneldur and Almarion was Anardil, afterwards renowned among the kings of Númenor as Tar Aldarion. He had 2 sisters younger than he, Eilenel and Almiel, of whom the elder married Orchaldor, a descendant of the house of Hador, son of Hatholdir, who was close in friendship with Meneldur. And the son of Orchaldor and Eilenel was Soronto, who comes later into the tale.
Soronto's part in the story can now only be glimpsed.
Aldarion, for so he is called in all tales, grew swiftly to a man of great stature, strong and vigorous in mind and body, golden-haired as his mother, ready to mirth and generous, but prouder than his father, and ever more bent upon his own will. From the first he loved the sea, and his mind was turned to the craft of shipbuilding. He had little liking for the north country, and spent all the time that his father would grant by the shores of the sea, especially near Ravenna, where was the chief haven of Númenor, the greatest shipyards, and the most skilled shipwrights. His father did little to hinder him for many years, being well pleased that Aldarion should have exercise for his hardihood, and work for thought and hand. Aldarion was much loved by Veantur, his mother's father, and he dwelt often in Veantur's house on the southern side of the firth of Ravenna. That house had its own quay, to which many small boats were always moored, for Veantur would never journey by land if he could by water. And there as a child Aldarion learned to row, and later to manage sail. Before he was full grown he could captain a ship of many men, sailing from haven to haven. It happened on a time that Veantur said to his grandson, "Anardilia, the spring is drawing nigh, and also the day of your full age," for in that April Aldarion would be 25 years old. "I have in mind a way to mark it fittingly. My own years are far greater, and I do not think that I shall often again have the heart to leave my fair house and the blessed shores of Númenor. But once more at least I would ride the great sea, and face the north wind and the east. This year you shall come with me, and we will go to Mithlond, and see the tall blue mountains of Middle-earth, and the green land of the Eldar at their feet. Good welcome you will find from Círdan the shipwright, and from King Gil-galad. Speak of this to your father."
As is told in the description of Númenor, it was Veantur who first achieved the voyage to Middle-earth in the year 600 of the Second Age. He was born in 451. In the Tale of Years, in Appendix B to The Lord of the Rings, the annal entry for the year 600 states, "The first ships of the Númenorians appear off the coasts." There is a description in a late philological essay of the first meeting of the Númenorians with men of Eriador at that time.
It was 600 years after the departure of the survivors of the Etani, Edain, over the sea to Númenor, that a ship first came again out of the west to Middle-earth, and passed up the Gulf of Hlun. Its captain and mariners were welcomed by Gil-galad, and thus was begun the friendship and alliance of Númenor with the Eldar of Lindon. The news spread swiftly, and men in Eriador were filled with wonder. Although in the First Age they had dwelt in the east, rumours of the terrible war beyond the western mountains, i.e. Ered Luin, had reached them, but their traditions preserved no clear account of it, and they believed that all the men who dwelt in the lands beyond had been destroyed or drowned in great tumults of fire and inrushing seas. But since it was still said among them that those men had in years beyond memory been kinsmen of their own, they sent messages to Gil-galad, asking leave to meet the shipmen who had returned from death in the deeps of the sea. Thus it came about that there was a meeting between them on the Tower Hills, and to that meeting with the Númenorians came 12 men only out of Eriador, men of high heart and courage, for most of their people feared that the newcomers were perilous spirits of the dead. But when they looked on the shipmen, fear left them, though for a while they stood silent in awe, for mighty as they were themselves accounted among their kin, the shipmen resembled rather elvish lords than mortal men, in bearing and apparel. Nonetheless they felt no doubt of their ancient kinship, and likewise the shipmen looked with glad surprise upon the men of Middle-earth, for it had been believed in Númenor that the men left behind were descended from the evil men who in the last days of the war against Morgoth had been summoned by him out of the east. But now they looked upon faces free from the shadow, and men who could have walked in Númenor and not been thought aliens, save in their clothes and their arms. Then, suddenly, after the silence, both the Númenorians and the men of Eriador spoke words of welcome and greeting in their own tongues, as if addressing friends and kinsmen after a long parting. At first they were disappointed, for neither side could understand the other. But when they mingled in friendship, they found that they shared very many words still clearly recognizable, and others that could be understood with attention, and they were able to converse haltingly about simple matters.
Elsewhere in this essay, it is explained that these men dwelt about Lake Evendim, in the North Downs and the Weather Hills, and in the lands between as far as the Brandywine, west of which they often wandered, though they did not dwell there. They were friendly with the elves, though they held them in awe, and they feared the sea, and would not look upon it. It appears that they were in origin men of the same stock as the peoples of Beor and Hador, who had not crossed the Blue Mountains into Beleriand during the First Age.
When Aldarion spoke of this venture, and asked leave to go as soon as the spring winds should be favourable, Meneldor was loath to grant it. A chill came upon him, as though his heart guessed that more hung upon this than his mind could foresee. But when he looked upon the eager face of his son, he let no sign of this be seen. "Do as your heart calls, Onya," he said. "I shall miss you sorely, but with Veantor as captain, under the grace of the Valar, I shall live in good hope of your return. But do not become enamoured of the great lands, you who one day must be king and father of this isle." Thus it came to pass that on a morning of fair sun and white wind, in the bright spring of the 725th year of the Second Age, the son of the king's heir of Númenor sailed from the land, and ere day was over he saw it sink shimmering into the sea, and last of all the peak of the Meneltarma as a dark finger against the sunset.
The son of the king's heir, Aldarion, son of Meneldor. Tar Elendil did not resign the sceptre to Meneldor until a further 15 years had passed.
It is said that Aldarion himself wrote records of all his journeys to Middle-earth, and they were long preserved in Ravenna, though all were afterwards lost. Of his first journey little is known, save that he made the friendship of Círdan and Gil-galad, and journeyed far in Lindon and the west of Eriador, and marvelled at all that he saw. He did not return for more than 2 years, and Meneldor was in great disquiet. It is said that his delay was due to the eagerness he had to learn all that he could of Círdan, both in the making and management of ships, and in the building of walls to withstand the hunger of the sea. There was joy in Ravenna and Armenelos when men saw the great ship Númenor, which signifies west wings, coming up from the sea, her golden sails reddened in the sunset. The summer was nearly over, and the Eru-Hantele was nigh.
Eru-Hantele, Thanksgiving to Eru, the autumn feast in Númenor. See the description of Númenor.
It seemed to Meneldor, when he welcomed his son in the house of Veantor, that he had grown in stature, and his eyes were brighter, but they looked far away. What did you see, Onya, in your far journeys that now lives most in memory? But Aldarion, looking east towards the night, was silent. At last he answered, but softly, as one that speaks to himself. The fair people of the elves, the green shores, the mountains wreathed in cloud, the regions of mist and shadow beyond guess. I do not know. He ceased, and Meneldor knew that he had not spoken his full mind. For Aldarion had become enamoured of the great sea, and of a ship riding there alone without sight of land, borne by the winds with foam at its throat, to coasts and havens unguessed. And that love and desire never left him until his life's end. Feantor did not again voyage from Númenor, but the Númarama he gave in gift to Aldarion. Within 3 years Aldarion begged leave to go again, and he set sail for Lindon. He was 3 years abroad, and not long after another voyage he made that lasted for 4 years. For it is said that he was no longer content to sail to Mithlond, but began to explore the coast southwards, past the mouths of Baranduin and Gwathlo and Angren. And he rounded the dark cape of Ras Morthil, and beheld the great bay of Belfalas, and the mountains of the country of Amroth, where the Nandor elves still dwell.
Sir Angren was the elvish name of the river Isen. Ras Morthil, a name not otherwise found, must be the great headland at the end of the northern arm of the Bay of Belfalas, which was also called Andrast, Long Cape. The reference to the country of Amroth, where the Nandor elves still dwell, can be taken to imply that the tale of Aldarion and Erindis was written down in Gondor before the departure of the last ship from the haven of the Sylvan Elves near Dol Amroth, in the year 1981 of the Third Age.
In the 39th year of his age, Aldarion returned to Númenor, bringing gifts from Gil-galad to his father. For in the following year, as he had long proclaimed, Tar Elendil relinquished the sceptre to his son, and Tar Meneldur became the king. Then Aldarion restrained his desire, and remained at home for a while for the comfort of his father. And in those days he put to use the knowledge he had gained of Círdan concerning the making of ships, devising much anew of his own thought, and he began also to set men to the improvement of the havens and the quays, for he was ever eager to build greater vessels. But the sea longing came upon him anew, and he departed again and yet again from Númenor, and his mind turned now to ventures that might not be compassed with one vessel's company. Therefore he formed the Guild of Venturers, that afterwards was renowned. To that brotherhood were joined all the hardiest and most eager mariners, and young men sought admission to it even from the inland regions of Númenor, and Aldarion they called the Great Captain. At that time he, having no mind to live upon land in Armenelos, had a ship built that should serve as his dwelling place. He named it therefore Eambar, and at times he would sail in it from haven to haven of Númenor. But for the most part it lay at anchor off Tol Uinen, and that was a little isle in the bay of Ravenna that was set there by Uinen, the Lady of the Seas.
For Uinen, the spouse of Osse, Maya of the Sea, refer to the Valaquenta in the Silmarillion. There it is said that the Númenorians lived long in her protection, and held her in reverence equal to the Vala.
Upon Eambar was the guild house of the Venturers, and there were kept the records of their great voyages. For Tar Meneldur looked coldly on the enterprises of his son, and cared not to hear the tale of his journeys, believing that he sowed the seeds of restlessness and the desire of other lands to hold.
It is stated that the guild house of the Venturers was confiscated by the kings and removed to the western haven of Andunier. All its records perished, i.e. in the downfall, including all the accurate charts of Númenor. But it is not said when this confiscation of Eambar took place.
In that time Aldarion became estranged from his father, and ceased to speak openly of his designs and his desires. But Almarion the queen supported her son in all that he did, and Meneldur perforce let matters go as they must. For the Venturers grew in numbers and in the esteem of men, and they called them Uinendili, the lovers of Uinen, and their captain became the less easy to rebuke or restrain. The ships of the Númenóreans became ever larger and of greater draught in those days, until they could make far voyages, carrying many men and great cargoes, and Eldarion was often long gone from Númenor. Tar-Meneldur ever opposed his son, and he set a curb on the felling of trees in Númenor for the building of vessels, and it came therefore into Eldarion's mind that he would find timber in Middle-earth, and seek there for a haven for the repair of his ships. In his voyages down the coasts he looked with wonder on the great forests, and at the mouth of the river that the Númenóreans called Gwathir, River of Shadow, he established Vinjalonde, the new haven.
The river was afterwards called Gwathlo or Grey Flood, and the haven Lond Dire. Refer to Appendix D of the History of Galadriel and Celeborn.
But when nigh on 800 years had passed since the beginning of the Second Age, Tar-Meneldur commanded his son to remain now in Númenor, and to cease for a time his eastward voyaging. For he desired to proclaim Eldarion the king's heir, as had been done at that age of the air by the kings before him. Then Meneldur and his son were reconciled for that time, and there was peace between them. And amid joy and feasting, Eldarion was proclaimed heir in the 100th year of his age, and received from his father the title and power of Lord of the Ships and Havens of Númenor. To the feasting in Armenelos came one Beregar from his dwelling in the west of the isle, and with him came Erendis, his daughter. There Almarian the queen observed her beauty, of a kind seldom seen in Númenor. For Beregar came of the house of Beor by ancient descent, though not of the royal line of Elros. And Erendis was dark-haired and of slender grace, with the clear grey eyes of her kin.
Compare with the Silmarillion, chapter 17. The men of that house, i.e. of Beor, were dark or brown of hair, with grey eyes. According to a genealogical table of the house of Beor, Erendis was descended from Bereth, who was the sister of Beregund and Belegund, and thus the aunt of Morwen, mother of Turin Turambar, and of Rhiann, the mother of Tuor.
But Erendis looked upon Eldarion as he rode by, and for his beauty and splendour of bearing she had eyes for little else. Thereafter Erendis entered the household of the queen, and found favour also with the king. But little did she see of Eldarion, who busied himself in the tending of the forests, being concerned that in days to come timber should not lack in Númenor. Ere long the mariners of the Guild of Venturers became restless, for they were ill content to voyage more briefly and more rarely under lesser commanders. And when 6 years had passed since the proclamation of the king's heir, Eldarion determined to sail again to Middle-earth. Of the king he got but grudging leave, for he refused his father's urging that he abide in Númenor and seek a wife, and he set sail in the spring of the year. But coming to bid farewell to his mother, he saw Erendis amid the queen's company, and looking on her beauty, he divined the strength that lay concealed in her. Then Almarian said to him, "Must you depart again, Eldarion, my son? Is there nothing that will hold you in the fairest of all mortal lands?" "Not yet," he answered. "But there are fairer things in Armenelos than a man could find elsewhere, even in the lands of the Eldar. But mariners are men of two minds, at war with themselves, and the desire of the sea still holds me." Erendis believed that these words were spoken also for her ears, and from that time forth her heart was turned wholly to Eldarion, though not in hope. In those days there was no need, by law or custom, that those of the royal house, not even the king's heir, should wed only with descendants of Elros Tar-Miniatur. But Erendis deemed that Eldarion was too high. Yet she looked on no man with favour thereafter, and every suitor she dismissed. 7 years passed before Aldarion came back, bringing with him ore of silver and gold, and he spoke with his father of his voyage and his deeds. But Meneldur said, "Rather would I have had you beside me than any news or gifts from the dark lands. This is the part of merchants and explorers, not of the king's heir. What need have we of more silver and gold unless to use in pride where other things would serve as well? The need of the king's house is for a man who knows and loves this land and people which he will rule." "Do I not study men all my days?" said Aldarion. "I can lead and govern them as I will." "Say, rather, some men of like mind with yourself," answered the king. "There are also women in Númenor, scarce fewer than men, and save your mother, whom indeed you can lead as you will, what do you know of them? Yet one day you must take a wife." "One day," said Aldarion, "but not before I must. And later, if any try to thrust me towards marriage. Other things I have to do more urgent to me, for my mind is bent on them. Cold is the life of a mariner's wife, and the mariner who is single of purpose and not tied to the shore goes further and learns better how to deal with the sea." "Further, but not with more profit," said Meneldur. "And you do not deal with the sea, Aldarion, my son. Do you forget that the Edain dwell here under the grace of the lords of the west, that Uinen is kind to us, and Osse is restrained? Our ships are guarded, and other hands guide them than ours. So be not over-proud, or the grace may wane. And do not presume that it will extend to those who risk themselves without need upon the rocks of strange shores, or in the lands of men of darkness." "To what purpose, then, is the gracing of our ships," said Aldarion, "if they are to sail to no shores, and may seek nothing not seen before?" He spoke no more to his father of such matters, but passed his days upon the ship Eambar in the company of the venturers, and in the building of a vessel greater than any made before. That ship he named Palaran, the far wanderer. Yet now he met Erendis often, and that was by contrivance of the queen. And the king, learning of their meetings, felt disquiet, yet he was not displeased. "It would be more kind to cure Aldarion of his restlessness," said he, "before he win the heart of any woman." "How else will you cure him, if not by love?" said the queen. "Erendis is yet young," said Meneldur. But Almarion answered, "The kin of Erendis have not the length of life that is granted to the descendants of Elros. And her heart is already won."
On different lifespans among the Númenorians, refer to the line of Elros.
Now when the great ship Palaran was built, Aldarion would depart once more. At this Meneldur became wrathful, though by the persuasions of the queen he would not use the king's power to stay him. Here must be told of the custom that when a ship departed from Númenor over the great sea to Middle-earth, a woman, most often of the captain's kin, should set upon the vessel's prow the green bough of return, and that was cut from the tree Oeolaire, that signifies ever-summer, which the Eldar gave to the Númenorians, saying that they set it upon their own ships in token of friendship with Osse and Uinen. The leaves of that tree were evergreen, glossy and fragrant, and it throve upon sea air. But Meneldur forbade the queen and the sisters of Aldarion to bear the bough of Oeolaire to Ravenna where lay the Palaran, saying that he refused his blessing to his son, who was venturing forth against his will. And Aldarion, hearing this, said, "If I must go without blessing or bow, then so I will go." Then the queen was grieved, but Erendis said to her, "Tarinya, if you will cut the bough from the elven tree, I will bear it to the haven by your leave, for the king has not forbidden it to me." The mariners thought it an ill thing that the captain should depart thus. But when all was made ready and men prepared to weigh anchor, Erendis came there, little though she loved the noise and bustle of the great harbour and the crying of the gulls. Aldarion greeted her with amazement and joy, and she said, "I have brought you the bow of return, Lord, from the Queen." "From the Queen?" said Aldarion in a changed manner. "Yes, Lord," said she, "but I asked for her leave to do so. Others beside your own kin will rejoice at your return as soon as may be." At that time Aldarion first looked on Erendis with love, and he stood long in the stern looking back as the Palaran passed out to sea. It is said that he hastened his return, and was gone less time than he had designed. And coming back he brought gifts for the Queen and the ladies of her house, but the richest gift he bought for Erendis, and that was a diamond. Cold now were the greetings between the king and his son, and Meneldur rebuked him, saying that such a gift was unbecoming in the king's heir unless it were a betrothal gift, and he demanded that Aldarion declare his mind. "In gratitude I brought it," said he, "for a warm heart amid the coldness of others." "Cold hearts may not kindle others to give them warmth at their goings and comings," said Meneldur. And again he urged Aldarion to take thought of marriage, though he did not speak of Erendis. But Aldarion would have none of it, for he was ever and in every course the more opposed as those about him urged it, and treating Erendis now with greater coolness, he determined to leave Númenor and further his designs in Vinja-Londe. Life on land was irksome to him, for aboard his ship he was subject to no other will, and the venturers who accompanied him knew only love and admiration for the great captain. But now Meneldur forbade his going, and Aldarion, before the winter was fully gone, set sail with a fleet of 7 ships and the greater part of the venturers, in defiance of the king. The queen did not dare incur Meneldur's wrath, but at night a cloaked woman came to the haven bearing a bow, and she gave it into the hands of Aldarion, saying, "This comes from the Lady of the Westlands," for so they called Erendis, and went away in the dark. At the open rebellion of Aldarion, the king rescinded his authority as lord of the ships and havens of Númenor, and he caused the guild-house of the venturers on Eambar to be shut, and the shipyards of Ravenna to be closed, and forbade the felling of all trees for shipbuilding. 5 years passed, and Aldarion returned with 9 ships, for 2 had been built in Vinja-Londe, and they were laden with fine timber from the forests of the coasts of Middle-earth. The anger of Aldarion was great when he found what had been done, and to his father he said, "If I am to have no welcome in Númenor, and no work for my hands to do, and if my ships may not be repaired in its havens, then I will go again, and soon, for the winds have been rough, and I need refitment."
This is to be understood as a portent.
Has not a king's son aught to do but study women's faces to find a wife? The work of forestry I took up, and I have been prudent in it. There will be more timber in Númenor ere my day ends than there is under your sceptre. And true to his word, Aldarion left again in the same year, with 3 ships and the hardiest of the venturers, going without blessing or bow. For Meneldur set a ban on all the women of his house and of the venturers, and put a guard about Ravenna. On that voyage Aldarion was away so long that the people feared for him, and Meneldur himself was disquieted, despite the grace of the Valar that had ever protected the ships of Númenor.
Compare with the Akallabeth in the Silmarillion, where it is told that in the days of our Pharazôn, ever and anon a great ship of the Númenorians would founder and not return to haven. though such a grief had not till then befallen them since the rising of the star.
When 10 years were gone since his sailing, Erendis at last despaired, and believing that Aldarion had met with disaster, or else that he had determined to dwell in Middle-earth, and also in order to escape the importuning of suitors, she asked the queen's leave, and departing from Armenelos, she returned to her own kindred in the Westlands. But after 4 years more, Aldarion at last returned, and his ships were battered and broken by the seas. He had sailed first to the haven of Vignalonde, and thence he had made a great coastwise journey southwards, far beyond any place yet reached by the ships of the Númenorians. But returning northwards he had met contrary winds and great storms, and scarce escaping shipwreck in the Harad, found Vignalonde overthrown by great seas and plundered by hostile men. 3 times he was driven back from the crossing of the great sea by high winds out of the west, and his own ship was struck by lightning and dismasted, and only with labour and hardship in the deep waters did he come at last to haven in Númenor. Greatly was Meneldur comforted at Aldarion's return, but he rebuked him for his rebellion against king and father, thus forsaking the guardianship of the Valar, and risking the wrath of Osse not only for himself, but for men whom he had bound to himself in devotion. Then Aldarion was chastened in mood, and he received the pardon of Meneldur, who restored to him the lordship of the ships and havens, and added thereto the title of Master of the Forests. Aldarion was grieved to find Erendis gone from Armenelos, but he was too proud to seek her, and indeed he could not well do so save to ask for her in marriage, and he was still unwilling to be bound. He set himself to the repairing of the neglects of his long absence, for he had been nigh on 20 years away, and at that time great harbour works were put in hand, especially at Ravenna. He found that there had been much felling of trees for building and the making of many things, but all was done without foresight, and little had been planted to replace what was taken, and he journeyed far and wide in Númenor to view the standing woods. Riding one day in the forests of the Westlands, he saw a woman whose dark hair flowed in the wind, and about her was a green cloak clasped at the throat with a bright jewel. And he took her for one of the Eldar, who came at times to those parts of the island. But she approached, and he knew her for Erendis, and saw that the jewel was the one that he had given her. Then, suddenly, he knew in himself the love that he bore her, and he felt the emptiness of his days. Erendis, seeing him, turned pale and would ride off, but he was too quick, and he said, "Too well have I deserved that you should flee from me, who have fled so often and so far. But forgive me, and stay now." They rode then together to the house of Berengar, her father, and there Aldarion made plain his desire for betrothal to Erendis. But now Erendis was reluctant, though according to custom and the life of her people, it was now full time for her marriage. Her love for him was not lessened, nor did she retreat out of guile, but she feared now in her heart that in the war between herself and the sea for the keeping of Aldarion, she would not conquer. Never would Erendis take less, that she might not lose all. And fearing the sea, and begrudging to all ships the felling of trees which she loved, she determined that she must utterly defeat the sea and the ships, or else be herself defeated utterly. But Aldarion wooed Erendis in earnest, and wherever she went he would go. He neglected the havens and the shipyards and all the concerns of the guild of venturers, felling no trees but setting himself to their planting only. And he found more contentment in those days than in any others of his life. though he did not know it until he looked back long after, when old age was upon him. At length he sought to persuade Erendis to sail with him on a voyage about the island in the ship Eambar. For 100 years had now passed since Aldarion founded the Guild of Venturers, and feasts were to be held in all the havens of Númenor. To this Erendis consented, concealing her distaste and fear, and they departed from Ravenna and came to Andúnié in the west of the isle. There Valandil, lord of Andúnié and close kin of Aldarion, held a great feast, and at that feast he drank to Erendis, naming her Uineniel, daughter of Uinen, the new lady of the sea.
Valandil was Aldarion's cousin, for he was the son of Silmarillion, daughter of Tar Elendil, and sister of Tar Meneldur. Valandil, first of the lords of Andúnié, was the ancestor of Elendil the Tall, father of Isildur and Anarion.
But Erendis, who sat beside the wife of Valandil, said aloud, "Call me by no such name. I am no daughter of Uinen. Rather is she my foe." Thereafter for a while doubt again assailed Erendis, for Aldarion turned his thoughts again to the works at Ravenna, and busied himself with the building of great sea walls, and the raising of a tall tower upon Tol Uinen. Calmindon, the Light Tower, was its name. But when these things were done, Aldarion returned to Erendis and besought her to be betrothed. Yet still she delayed, saying, "I have journeyed with you by ship, Lord. Before I give you my answer, will you not journey with me ashore to the places that I love? You know too little of this land for one who shall be its king." Therefore they departed together, and came to Emerie, where were rolling downs of grass, and it was the chief place of sheep pasturage in Númenor. And they saw the white houses of the farmers and shepherds, and heard the bleating of the flocks. There Erendis spoke to Aldarion and said, "Here could I be at ease." "You shall dwell where you will, as wife of the king's heir," said Aldarion, "and as queen in many fair houses such as you desire." "When you are king, I shall be old," said Erendis. "Where will the king's heir dwell meanwhile?" "With his wife," said Aldarion, "when his labours allow, if she cannot share in them." "I will not share my husband with the Lady Uinen," said Erendis. "That is a twisted saying," said Aldarion. "As well might I say that I would not share my wife with the Lord Orome of Forests, because she loves trees that grow wild." "Indeed you would not," said Erendis, "for you would fell any wood as a gift to Uinen if you had a mind." "Name any tree that you love, and it shall stand till it dies," said Aldarion. "I love all that grow in this isle," said Erendis. Then they rode a great while in silence, and after that day they parted, and Erendis returned to her father's house. To him she said nothing, but to her mother Núneth she told the words that had passed between herself and Aldarion. "All or nothing, Erendis," said Núneth. "So you were as a child. But you love this man, and he is a great man, not to speak of his rank, and you will not cast out your love from your heart so easily, nor without great hurt to yourself. A woman must share her husband's love with his work and the fire of his spirit, or make him a thing not lovable. But I doubt that you will ever understand such counsel. Yet I am grieved, for it is full time that you were wed, and having borne a fair child, I had hoped to see fair grandchildren. Nor if they were cradled in the king's house would that displease me." This counsel did not indeed move the mind of Erendis. Nevertheless she found that her heart was not under her will, and her days were empty, more empty than in the years when Aldarion had been gone. For he still abode in Númenor, and yet the days passed, and he did not come again into the west. Now Almarion the queen, being acquainted by Nuneth with what had passed, and fearing lest Aldarion should seek solace in voyaging again, for he had been long ashore, sent word to Erendis, asking that she return to Armenelos. And Erendis, being urged by Nuneth and by her own heart, did as she was bid. There she was reconciled to Aldarion, and in the spring of the year, when the time of the Eru Kieme was come, they ascended in the retinue of the king to the summit of the Menel Tarma, which was the hallowed mountain of the Númenorians.
Eru Kieme, prayer to Eru, was the feast of the spring in Númenor. This is referred to previously in the description of Númenor.
When all had gone down again, Aldarion and Erendis remained behind, and they looked out, seeing all the isle of Westerness laid green beneath them in the spring. And they saw the glimmer of light in the west where far away was Avalone, and the shadows in the east upon the great sea, and the Menel was blue above them.
It is said in the Akalabeth, in the Silmarillion, that at times when all the air was clear and the sun was in the east, they would look out and descry far off in the west a city white shining on a distant shore, and a great harbour and a tower. For in those days the Númenorians were far-sighted, yet even so it was only the keenest eyes among them that could see this vision. From the Menel Tarma, maybe, or from some tall ship that lay off their western coast. But the wise among them knew that this distant land was not indeed the blessed realm of Valinor, but was Avalone, the haven of the Eldar upon Erisea, easternmost of the Undying Lands.
They did not speak, for no one, save only the king, spoke upon the height of Menel Tarma. But as they came down, Erendis stood a moment, looking towards Emerie, and beyond towards the woods of her home. "Do you not love the Yozayan?" she said. "I love it indeed," he answered, "though I think that you doubt it. For I think also of what it may be in time to come, and the hope and splendour of its people, and I believe that a gift should not lie idle in hoard." But Erendis denied his words, saying, "Such gifts as come from the Valar, and through them from the One, are to be loved for themselves now, and in all nows. They are not given for barter, for more, or for better. The Edain remain mortal men, Aldarion, great though they be, and we cannot dwell in the time that is to come, lest we lose our now for a phantom of our own design." Then, taking suddenly the jewel from her throat, she asked him, "Would you have me trade this to buy me other goods that I desire?" "No," said he. "But you do not lock it in hoard. Yet I think you set it too high, for it is dimmed by the light of your eyes." Then he kissed her on the eyes, and in that moment she put aside fear and accepted him, and their troth was plighted upon the steep path of the Menel Tarma. They went back then to Armenelos, and Aldarion presented Erendis to Tar-Meneldur as the betrothed of the king's heir, and the king was rejoiced, and there was merrymaking in the city and in all the isle. As betrothal gift, Meneldur gave to Erendis a fair portion of land in Emerie, and there he had built for her a white house. But Aldarion said to her, "Other jewels I have in hoard, gifts of kings in far lands to whom the ships of Númenor have brought aid. I have gems as green as the light of the sun in the leaves of trees which you love." "No," said Erendis. "I have had my betrothal gift, though it came beforehand. It is the only jewel that I have or would have, and I will set it yet higher." Then he saw that she had caused the white gem to be set as a star in a silver fillet, and at her asking he bound it on her forehead. She wore it so for many years, until sorrow befell, and thus she was known far and wide as Ta Elestiane, the Lady of the Star Brow. Thus came, it is said, the manner of the kings and queens afterward to wear as a star a white jewel upon the brow, and they had no crown. Thus there was for a time peace and joy in Armenelos in the house of the king, and in all the isle, and it is recorded in ancient books that there was great fruitfulness in the golden summer of that year, which was the 858th of the Second Age. But alone among the people, the mariners of the Guild of Venturers were not well content. For 15 years Aldarion had remained in Númenor, and led no expedition abroad, and though there were gallant captains who had been trained by him, without the wealth and authority of the king's son, their voyages were fewer and more brief, and went but seldom further than the land of Gil-galad. Moreover, timber was become scarce in the shipyards, for Aldarion neglected the forests, and the venturers besought him to turn again to this work. At their prayer Aldarion did so, and at first Erendis would go about with him in the woods, but she was saddened by the sight of trees felled in their prime, and afterwards hewn and sawn. Soon thereafter Aldarion went alone, and they were less in company. Now the year came in which all looked for the marriage of the king's heir, for it was not the custom that betrothal should last much longer than 3 years. One morning in that spring, Aldarion rode up from the haven of Andunier to take the road to the house of Beregar, for there he was to be guest, and thither Erendis had preceded him, going from Armenelos by the roads of the land. As he came to the top of the great bluff that stood out from the land and sheltered the haven from the north, he turned and looked back over the sea. A west wind was blowing, as often at that season, beloved by those who had a mind to sail to Middle-earth, and white-crested waves marched towards the shore. Then suddenly the sea-longing took him as though a great hand had been laid on his throat, and his heart hammered, and his breath was stopped. He strove for the mastery, and at length turned his back and continued on his journey. And by design he took his way through the wood where he had seen Erendis riding as one of the Eldar, now 15 years gone. Almost he looked to see her so once more, but she was not there, and desire to see her face again hastened him, so that he came to Beregar's house before evening. There she welcomed him gladly, and he was merry. But he said nothing touching their wedding, though all had thought that this was a part of his errand to the Westlands. As the days passed, Erendis marked that he now often fell silent in company when others were gay, and if she looked towards him, suddenly she saw his eyes upon her. Then her heart was shaken, for the blue eyes of Aldarion seemed to her now grey and cold, yet she perceived, as it were, a hunger in his gaze. That look she had seen too often before, and feared what it boded, but she said nothing. At that Núneth, who marked all that passed, was glad, for words may open wounds, as she said. Ere long Aldarion and Erendis rode away, returning to Armenelos, and as they drew further from the sea he grew merrier again. Still he said nothing to her of his trouble, for indeed he was at war within himself, and irresolute. So the year drew on, and Aldarion spoke neither of the sea nor of wedding, but he was often in Ravenna, and in the company of the venturers. At length, when the next year came in, the king called him to his chamber, and they were at ease together, and the love they bore one another was no longer clouded. "My son," said Tar-Men-Eldur, "when will you give me the daughter that I have so long desired? More than 3 years have now passed, and that is long enough. I marvel that you could endure so long a delay." Then Aldarion was silent, but at length he said, "It has come upon me again, Atarinha. 18 years is a long fast. I can scarce lie still in a bed or hold myself upon a horse, and the hard ground of stone wounds my feet." Then Meneldur was grieved and pitied his son, but he did not understand his trouble, for he himself had never loved ships, and he said, "Alas, but you are betrothed, and by the laws of Númenor and the right ways of the Eldar and Edain, a man shall not have 2 wives. You cannot wed the sea, for you are affianced to Erendis." Then Aldarion's heart was hardened, for these words recalled his speech with Erendis as they passed through Emerie, and he thought, but untruly, that she had consulted with his father. It was ever his mood, if he thought that others combined to urge him on some path of their choosing, to turn away from it. "Smiths may smithy, and horsemen ride, and miners delve when they are betrothed," said he. "Therefore why may not mariners sail? If smiths remained 5 years at the anvil, few would be smiths' wives," said the king. "And mariners' wives are few, and they endure what they must, for such is their livelihood and their necessity. The king's heir is not a mariner by trade, nor is he under necessity." "There are other needs than livelihood that drive a man," said Aldarion, "and there are yet many years to spare." "Nay, nay," said Meneldur, "you take your grace for granted. Erendis has shorter hope than you, and her years wane swifter. She is not of the line of Elros, and she has loved you now many years." "She held back well nigh 12 years when I was eager," said Aldarion. "I do not ask for a third of such a time." "She was not then betrothed," said Meneldur, "but neither of you are now free. And if she held back, I doubt not that it was in fear of what now seems likely to befall if you cannot master yourself. In some way you must have stilled that fear, and though you may have spoken no plain word, yet you are beholden, as I judge." Then Aldarion said in anger, "It were better to speak with my betrothed myself, and not hold parley by proxy." And he left his father. Not long after he spoke to Erendis of his desire to voyage again upon the great waters, saying that he was robbed of all sleep and rest. But she sat pale and silent. At length she said, "I thought that you were come to speak of our wedding." "I will," said Aldarion. "It shall be as soon as I return, if you will wait." But seeing the grief in her face, he was moved, and a thought came to him. "It shall be now," he said. "It shall be before this year is done. And then I will fit out such a ship as the venturers made never yet, a queen's house on the water. And you shall sail with me, Erendis, under the grace of the Valar, of Yavanna and of Orome, whom you love. You shall sail to lands where I shall show you such woods as you have never seen, where even now the Eldar sing, or forests wider than Númenor, free and wild since the beginning of days, where still you may hear the great horn of Orome the Lord." But Erendis wept. "Nay, Aldarion," she said, "I rejoice that the world yet holds such things as you tell of. But I shall never see them, for I do not desire it. To the woods of Númenor my heart is given. And alas, if for love of you I took ship, I should not return. It is beyond my strength to endure, and out of sight of land I should die. The sea hates me, and now it is revenged that I kept you from it and yet fled from you. Go, my lord, but have pity, and take not so many years as I lost before." Then Aldarion was abashed, for as he had spoken in heedless anger to his father, so now she spoke with love. He did not sail that year, but he had little peace or joy. "Out of sight of land she will die," he said. "Soon I shall die if I see it longer. Then if we are to spend any years together, I must go alone, and go soon." He made ready, therefore, at last for sailing in the spring, and the venturers were glad, if none else in the isle who knew of what was done. 3 ships were manned, and in the month of Verese they departed. Erendis herself set the green bough of Oeolire on the prow of the Palaran, and hid her tears until it passed out beyond the great new harbour walls. 6 years and more passed away before Aldarion returned to Númenor. He found even Almarion the queen colder in welcome, and the venturers were fallen out of esteem, for men thought that he had treated Erendis ill. But indeed he was longer gone than he had purposed, for he had found the haven of Vignalonde now wholly ruined, and great seas had brought to nothing all his labours to restore it. Men near the coasts were growing afraid of the Númenorians, or were become openly hostile, and Aldarion heard rumours of some lord in Middle-earth who hated the men of the ships. Then, when he would turn for home, a great wind came out of the south, and he was borne far to the northward. He tarried a while at Mithlond, but when his ships stood out to sea once more, they were again swept away north, and driven into wastes perilous with ice, and they suffered cold. At last the sea and wind relented, but even as Aldarion looked out in longing from the prow of the Palaran, and saw far off the Meneltama, his glance fell upon the green bough, and he saw that it was withered. Then Aldarion was dismayed, for such a thing had never befallen the bough of Oeolire, so long as it was washed with the spray. "It is frosted, Captain," said a mariner who stood beside him. "It has been too cold. Glad am I to see the pillar." When Aldarion sought out Erendis, she looked at him keenly, but did not come forward to meet him, and he stood for a while at a loss for words, as was not his wont. "Sit, my lord," said Erendis, "and first tell me of all your deeds. Much must you have seen and done in these long years." Then Aldarion began, haltingly, and she sat silent, listening, while he told all the tale of his trials and delays, and when he ended she said, "I thank the Valar by whose grace you have returned at last, but I thank them also that I did not come with you, for I should have withered sooner than any green bough." "Your green bough did not go into the bitter cold by will," he answered. "But dismiss me now, if you will, and I think that men will not blame you. Yet dare I not to hope that your love will prove stronger to endure even than fair Oeolire?" "So it does prove indeed," said Erendis. "It is not yet chilled to the death, Aldarion. Alas, how can I dismiss you, when I look on you again, returning as fair as the sun after winter?" "Then let spring and summer now begin," he said. "And let not winter return," said Erendis. Then, to the joy of Meneldur and Almarion, the wedding of the king's heir was proclaimed for the next spring, and so it came to pass. In the 870th year of the Second Age, Aldarion and Erendis were wedded in Armenelos, and in every house there was music, and in all the streets men and women sang. And afterwards the king's heir and his bride rode at their leisure through all the isle, until at midsummer they came to Anduniae, where the last feast was prepared by Valandil, its lord. And all the people of the Westlands were gathered there, for love of Erendis, and pride that a queen of Númenor should come from among them. In the morning before the feast, Aldarion gazed out from the window of the bedchamber which looked west over sea. "See, Erendis," he cried, "there is a ship speeding to haven, and it is no ship of Númenor, but one such as neither you nor I shall ever set foot upon, even if we would." Then Erendis looked forth, and she saw a tall white ship, with white birds turning in the sunlight all about it, and its sails glimmered with silver, as with foam at the stem it rowed towards the harbour. Thus the Eldar graced the wedding of Erendis, for love of the people of the Westlands, who were closest in their friendship. In the Westlands and in Anduniae the elven tongue, Sindarin, was spoken by high and low. In that tongue Erendis was nurtured, but Aldarion spoke the Númenorian speech, although, as all high men of Númenor, he knew also the tongue of Beleriand.
Elsewhere, in a note on the languages of Númenor, it is said that the general use of Sindarin in the northwest of the isle was due to the fact that those parts were largely settled by people of Beorian descent, and the people of Beor had in Beleriand early abandoned their own speech and adopted Sindarin. Of this there is no mention in the Silmarillion, though it is said there, chapter 17, that in Dorlomin in the days of Fingolfin, the people of Hador did not forget their own speech, and from it came the common tongue of Númenor. In other regions of Númenor, Adonaic was the native language of the people, though Sindarin was known in some degree to nearly all, and in the royal house, and in most of the houses of the noble or learned, Sindarin was usually the native tongue, until after the days of Tar-Atanamir. It is said later in the present narrative that Aldarion actually preferred the Númenorian speech. It may be that in this he was exceptional. This note further states that although Sindarin, as used for a long period by mortal men, tended to become divergent and dialectal, this process was largely checked in Númenor, at least among the nobles and the learned, by their contact with the Eldar of Erisea and Lindon. Quenya was not a spoken tongue in Númenor. It was known only to the learned and to the families of high descent, to whom it was taught in their early youth. It was used in official documents intended for preservation, such as the laws and the scroll and annals of the kings. Compare with the Akalabeth. In the Scroll of Kings, the name Heranumen was inscribed in the High Elven speech, and often in more recondite works of law. It was also largely used in nomenclature. The official names of all places, regions, and geographical features of the land were of Quenya form, though they usually had also local names, generally of the same meaning, in either Sindarin or Adonaic. The personal names, and especially the official and public names of all members of the royal house and of the line of Elros in general, were given in Quenya form. In a reference to these matters in The Lord of the Rings, Appendix F, section of Men, a somewhat different impression is given of the place of Sindarin among the languages of Númenor. The Dunedain alone of all races of men knew and spoke an Elvish tongue, for their forefathers had learned the Sindarin tongue, and this they handed on to their children as a matter of law, changing little with the passing of the years.
Their ship was laden with flowers for the adornment of the feast, so that all that sat there when evening was come were crowned with Eleanor and sweet Lisuin, whose fragrance brings heart's ease.
Eleanor was a small golden star-shaped flower. It grew also upon the mound of Cerin Amroth in Lothlorien. The Fellowship of the Ring, Book 2, Chapter 6. Sam Gamgee gave its name to his daughter, on Frodo's suggestion. The Return of the King, Book 6, Chapter 9.
Minstrels they brought also, singers who remembered songs of elves and men in the days of Nargothrond and Gondolin long ago. And many of the Eldar, high and fair, were seated among men at the tables. But the people of Andúnié, looking upon the blissful company, said that none were more fair than Erendis, and they said that her eyes were as bright as were the eyes of Morwen Elethwen of old, or even as those of Avalone. Many gifts the Eldar brought also. To Aldarion they gave a sapling tree, whose bark was snow-white and its stem straight, strong and pliant as it were of steel, but it was not yet in leaf. "I thank you," said Aldarion to the elves. "The wood of such a tree must be precious indeed." "Maybe, we know not," said they. "None has ever been hewn. It bears cool leaves in summer and flowers in winter. It is for this that we prize it." To Erendis they gave a pair of birds, grey with golden beaks and feet. They sang sweetly one to another with many cadences never repeated through a long thrill of song. But if one was separated from the other, at once they flew together, and they would not sing apart. "How shall I keep them?" said Erendis. "Let them fly and be free," answered the Eldar, "for we have spoken to them and named you, and they will stay wherever you dwell. They mate for their life, and that is long. Maybe there will be many such birds to sing in the gardens of your children." That night Erendis awoke, and a sweet fragrance came through the lattice, but the night was light, for the full moon was westering. Then, leaving their bed, Erendis looked out and saw all the land sleeping in silver, but the two birds sat side by side upon her sill. When the feasting was ended, Aldarion and Erendis went for a while to her home, and the birds again perched upon the sill of her window. At length they bade Beregar and Nuneth farewell, and they rode back at last to Armenelos, for there by the king's wish his heir would dwell, and a house was prepared for them amidst a garden of trees. There the elven tree was planted, and the elven birds sang in its boughs. 2 years later Erendis conceived, and in the spring of the year after she bore to Aldarion a daughter. Even from birth the child was fair, and grew ever in beauty, the woman most beautiful, as old tales tell, that ever was born in the line of Elros, save Zimrafel, the last. When her first naming was due, they called her Ancalime. In heart Erendis was glad, for she thought, "Surely now Aldarion will desire a son to be his heir, and he will abide with me long yet." For in secret she still feared the sea and its power upon his heart, and though she strove to hide it, and would talk with him of his old ventures and of his hopes and designs, she watched jealously if he went to his house ship or was much with the venturers. To Eambar Aldarion once asked her to come, but seeing swiftly in her eyes that she was not full willing, he never pressed her again. Not without cause was Erendis' fear. When Aldarion had been 5 years ashore, he began to be busy again with his mastership of forests, and was often many days away from his house. There was now indeed sufficient timber in Númenor, and that was chiefly owing to his prudence. Yet since the people were now more numerous, there was ever need of wood for building and for the making of many things beside. For in those ancient days, though many had great skill with stone and with metals, since the Edain of old had learned much of the Noldor, the Númenorians loved things fashioned of wood, whether for daily use or for beauty of carving. At that time Aldarion again gave most heed to the future, planting always where there was felling, and he had new woods set to grow where there was room, a free land that was suited to trees of different kinds. It was then that he became most widely known as Aldarion, by which name he is remembered among those who held the sceptre in Númenor. Yet to many beside Erendis, it seemed that he had little love for trees in themselves, caring for them rather as timber that would serve his designs. Not far otherwise was it with the sea. For as Núneth had said to Erendis long before, "Ships he may love, my daughter, for those are made by men's minds and hands, but I think that it is not the winds or the great waters that so burn his heart, nor yet the sight of strange lands, but some heat in his mind, or some dream that pursues him." And it may be that she struck near the truth, for Aldarion was a man long-sighted, and he looked forward to days when the people would need more room and greater wealth. And whether he himself knew this clearly or no, he dreamed of the glory of Númenor and the power of its kings, and he sought for footholds whence they could step to wider dominion. So it was that ere long he turned again from forestry to the building of ships, and a vision came to him of a mighty vessel like a castle with tall masts and great sails like clouds, bearing men and stores enough for a town. Then in the yards of Ravenna the saws and hammers were busy, while among many lesser craft a great ribbed hull took shape, at which men wondered. Turufanto, the wooden whale, they called it. But that was not its name. Erendis learned of these things, though Aldarion had not spoken to her of them, and she was unquiet. Therefore one day she said to him, "What is all this busyness with ships, Lord of the Havens? Have we not enough? How many fair trees have been cut short of their lives in this year?" She spoke lightly, and smiled as she spoke. "A man must have work to do upon land," he answered, "even though he have a fair wife. Trees spring and trees fall. I plant more than a feld." He spoke also in a light tone, but he did not look her in the face, and they did not speak again of these matters. But when Ancalime was close on 4 years old, Aldarion at last declared openly to Erendis his desire to sail again from Númenor. She sat silent, for he said nothing that she did not already know, and words were in vain. He tarried until the birthday of Ancalime, and made much of her that day. She laughed and was merry, though others in that house were not so, and as she went to her bed she said to her father, "Where will you take me this summer, Titania? I should like to see the white house in the sheepland that Mamil tells of." Aldarion did not answer, and the next day he left the house and was gone for some days. When all was ready he returned, and bade Erendis farewell. Then against her will tears were in her eyes. They grieved him, and yet irked him, for his mind was resolved, and he hardened his heart. "Come, Erendis," he said, 8 years I have stayed. You cannot bind forever in soft bonds the son of the king, of the blood of Tuor and Eärendil. And I am not going to my death. I shall soon return." "Soon," she said, "but the years are unrelenting, and you will not bring them back with you, and mine are briefer than yours. My youth runs away, and where are my children? And where is your heir? Too long and often of late is my bed cold."
It is stated that the Númenorians, like the Eldar, avoided the begetting of children if they foresaw any separation likely between husband and wife between the conception of the child and, at least, its very early years. Aldarion stayed in his house for a very brief time after the birth of his daughter, according to the Númenorians' idea of the fitness of things.
Often of late I have thought that you preferred it so, said Aldarion. But let us not be wroth, even if we are not of like mind. Look in your mirror, Erendis. You are beautiful, and no shadow of age is there yet. You have time to spare to my deep need. 2 years is all that I ask. But Erendis answered, Say rather, 2 years I will take whether you will or no. Take 2 years then, but no more. A king's son of the blood of Eärendil should also be a man of his word. Next morning Aldarion hastened away. He lifted up Ancalime and kissed her, but though she clung to him, he set her down quickly and rode off. Soon after the great ship set sail from Ravenna. Hirilonde he named it, haven finder. But it went from Númenor without the blessing of Tar Meneldur, and Erendis was not at the harbour to set the green bow of return, nor did she send. Aldarion's face was dark and troubled as he stood at the prow of Hirilonde, where the wife of his captain had set a great branch of Oeolire. But he did not look back until the Meneltama was far off in the twilight. All that day Erendis sat in her chamber alone, grieving. But deeper in her heart she felt a new pain of cold anger, and her love of Aldarion was wounded to the quick. She hated the sea, and now even trees that once she had loved she desired to look upon no more, for they recalled to her the masts of great ships. Therefore ere long she left Armenelos, and went to Emerie in the midst of the isle, where ever far and near the bleating of sheep was borne upon the wind. Sweeter it is to my ears than the mewing of gulls, she said, as she stood at the doors of her white house, the gift of the king. And that was upon a downside facing west, with great lawns all about that merged without wall or hedge into the pastures. Thither she took Ancalime, and they were all the company that either had. For Erendis would have only servants in her household, and they were all women. And she sought ever to mould her daughter to her own mind, and to feed her upon her own bitterness against men. Ancalime seldom indeed saw any man, for Erendis kept no state, and her few farm servants and shepherds had a homestead at a distance. Other men did not come there, save rarely some messenger from the king, and he would ride away soon. For to men there seemed a chill in the house that put them to flight, and while there they felt constrained to speak, half in whisper. One morning, soon after Erendis came to Emerie, she awoke to the song of birds, and there on the sill of her window were the elven birds that long had dwelt in her garden in Armenelos, but which she had left behind forgotten. "Sweet fools, fly away," she said. "This is no place for such joy as yours." Then their song ceased, and they flew up over the trees. Thrice they wheeled above the roofs, and then they went away westwards. That evening they settled upon the sill of the chamber in the house of her father, where she had lain with Aldarion on their way from the feast in Andunie, and there Núneth and Berengar found them on the morning of the next day. But when Núneth held out her hands to them, they flew steeply up and fled away, and she watched them until they were specks in the sunlight, speeding to the sea, back to the land whence they came. "He has gone again, then, and left her," said Núneth. "Then why has she not sent news?" said Berengar. "Or why has she not come home?" "She has sent news enough," said Núneth, "for she has dismissed the elven birds, and that was ill done. It bodes no good. Why, my daughter? Surely you knew what you must face. But let her alone, Berengar, wherever she may be. This is her home no longer, and she will not be healed here. He will come back, and then may the Valar send her wisdom, or guile at the least. When the second year after Aldarion's sailing came in, by the king's wish, Erendis ordered the house in Armenelos to be arrayed and made ready, but she herself made no preparation for return. To the king she sent answer, saying, I will come if you command me, Ata Aranya. But have I a duty now to hasten? Will it not be time enough when his sail is seen in the east? And to herself she said, Will the king have me wait upon the quays like a sailor's lass? Would that I were, but I am so no longer. I have played that part to the full. But that year passed, and no sail was seen, and the next year came, and waned to autumn. Then Erendis grew hard and silent. She ordered that the house in Armenelos be shut, and she went never more than a few hours' journey from her house in Emerie. Such love as she had was all given to her daughter, and she clung to her, and would not have Ancalime leave her side, not even to visit Nuneth and her kin in the Westlands. All Ancalime's teaching was from her mother, and she learned well to write and to read, and to speak the elven tongue with Erendis, after the manner in which high men of Númenor used it. For in the Westlands it was a daily speech in such houses as Berengar's, and Erendis seldom used the Númenorian tongue, which Aldarion loved the better. Much Ancalime also learned of Númenor and the ancient days, in such books and scrolls as were in the house which she could understand, and lore of other kinds, of the people and the land, she heard at times from the women of the household, though of this Erendis knew nothing. But the women were chary of their speech to the child, fearing their mistress, and there was little enough of laughter for Ancalime in the White House in Emerie. It was hushed and without music, as if one had died there not long since. For in Númenor in those days it was the part of men to play upon instruments, and the music that Ancalime heard in childhood was the singing of women at work, out of doors, and away from the hearing of the White Lady of Emerie. But now Ancalime was 7 years old, and as often as she could get leave she would go out of the house and on to the wide downs where she could run free. And at times she would go with a shepherdess, tending the sheep and eating under the sky. One day in the summer of that year, a young boy, but older than herself, came to the house on an errand from one of the distant farms, and Ancalime came upon him munching bread and drinking milk in the farm courtyard at the rear of the house. He looked at her without deference, and went on drinking. Then he set down his mug. "Stare if you must, Great Eyes," he said. "You're a pretty girl, but too thin. Will you eat?" He took a loaf out of his bag. "Be off, Ebal," cried an old woman coming from the dairy door. "And use your long legs, or you'll forget the message I gave you for your mother before you get home." "No need for a watchdog where you are, Mother Zamin," cried the boy, and with a bark and a shout he leapt over the gate and went off at a run down the hill. Zamin was an old countrywoman, free-tongued and not easily daunted, even by the White Lady. "What noisy thing was that?" said Ancalime. "A boy," said Zamin, "if you know what that is. But how should you? They're breakers and eaters, mostly. That one is ever eating, but not to no purpose. A fine lad his father will find when he comes back. But if that is not soon, he'll scarce know him. I might say that of others." "Has the boy then a father too?" asked Ancalime. "To be sure," said Zamin. "Ulbar, one of the shepherds of the great lord away south. The sheep lord, we call him, a kinsman of the king." "Then why is the boy's father not at home?" "Why, Herinke," said Zamin, "because he heard of those venturers and took up with them. and went away with your father, the Lord Aldarion, but the Valar know whither or why. That evening, Ancalame said suddenly to her mother, "Is my father also called the Lord Aldarion?" "He was," said Erendis. "But why do you ask?" Her voice was quiet and cool, but she wondered and was troubled, for no word concerning Aldarion had passed between them before. Ancalame did not answer the question. "When will he come back?" she said. "Do not ask me," said Erendis. "I do not know. Never, perhaps. But do not trouble yourself, for you have a mother, and she will not run away while you love her." And Ancalame did not speak of her father again. The days passed, bringing in another year, and then another. In that spring, Ancalame was 9 years old. Lambs were born and grew, shearing came and passed. A hot summer burned the grass. Autumn turned to rain. Then out of the east upon a cloudy wind, Hirilonde came back over the grey seas, bearing Aldarion to Númenor, and word was sent to Emerie, but Erendis did not speak of it. There were none to greet Aldarion upon the quays. He rode through the rain to Armenelos, and he found his house shut. He was dismayed, but he would ask news of no man. First he would seek the king, for he thought he had much to say to him. He found his welcome no warmer than he looked for, and Meneldur spoke to him as king to a captain whose conduct is in question. "You have been long away," he said coldly. "It is more than 3 years now since the date that you set for your return." "Alas," said Aldarion, "even I have become weary of the sea, and for long my heart has yearned westward. But I have been detained against my heart. There is much to do, and all things go backward in my absence." "I do not doubt it," said Meneldur. "You will find it true here also in your right land, I fear." "That I hope to redress," said Aldarion. "But the world is changing again. Outside, nigh on 1,000 years have passed since the lords of the West sent their power against Angband, and those days are forgotten, or wrapped in dim legend among men of Middle-earth. They are troubled again, and fear haunts them. I desire greatly to consult with you, to give account of my deeds and my thought concerning what should be done." "You shall do so," said Meneldur. "Indeed, I expect no less. But there are other matters which I judge more urgent. Let a king first rule well his own house ere he correct others, it is said. It is true of all men. I will now give you counsel, son of Meneldur. You have also a life of your own. Half of yourself you have ever neglected. To you I say now, go home." Aldarion stood suddenly still, and his face was stern. "If you know, tell me," he said. "Where is my home?" "Where your wife is," said Meneldur. "You have broken your word to her, whether by necessity or no. She dwells now in Emerie, in her own house far from the sea. Thither you must go at once." "Had any word been left for me whither to go, I would have gone directly from the haven," said Aldarion. "But at least I need not now ask tidings of strangers." He turned then to go, but paused, saying, "Captain Aldarion has forgotten somewhat that belongs to his other half, which in his waywardness he also thinks urgent. He has a letter that he was charged to deliver to the king in Armenelos." Presenting it to Meneldur, he bowed and left the chamber. And within an hour he took horse and rode away, though night was falling. With him he had but 2 companions, men from his ship, Hendurch of the Westlands, and Ulbar, who came from Emerie. Riding hard, they came to Emerie at nightfall of the next day, and men and horses were weary. Cold and white looked the house on the hill in a last gleam of sunset under cloud. He blew a horn call as soon as he saw it from afar. As he leapt from his horse in the forecourt, he saw Erendis. Clad in white, she stood upon the steps that went up to the pillars before the door. She held herself high, but as he drew near he saw that she was pale and her eyes over bright. "You come late, my lord," she said. "I had long ceased to expect you. I fear that there is no such welcome prepared for you as I had made when you were due." "Mariners are not hard to please," he said. "That is well," she said. And she turned back into the house and left him. Then 2 women came forward, and an old crone who went down the steps. As Aldarion went in, she said to the men in a loud voice so that he could hear her, "There is no lodging for you here. Go down to the homestead at the hill's foot." "No, Zamin," said Ulbar. "I'll not stay. I am for home by the Lord Eldarion's leave. Is all well there?" "Well enough," said she. "Your son has eaten himself out of your memory. But go and find your own answers. You'll be warmer there than your captain." Erendis did not come to the table at his late evening meal, and Aldarion was served by women in a room apart. But before he was done, she entered and said before the women, "You will be weary, my lord, after such haste. A guest room is made ready for you when you will. My women will wait on you. If you are cold, call for fire." Aldarion made no answer. He went early to the bedchamber, and being now weary indeed, he cast himself on the bed and forgot soon the shadows of Middle-earth and of Númenor in a heavy sleep. But at cock-crow he awoke to a great disquiet and anger. He rose at once and thought to go without noise from the house. He would find his man Henderch and the horses, and ride to his kinsman Halatan, the sheep-lord of Hierostorni. Later he would summon Erendis to bring his daughter to Armenelos, and not have dealings with her upon her own ground. But as he went out towards the doors, Erendis came forward. She had not lain in bed that night, and she stood before him on the threshold. "You leave more promptly than you came, my lord," she said. "I hope that, being a mariner, you have not found this house of women irksome already, to go thus before your business is done. Indeed, what business brought you hither? May I learn it before you leave?" "I was told in Armenelos that my wife was here, and had removed my daughter hither," he answered. "As to the wife, I am mistaken, it seems. But have I not a daughter?" "You had one some years ago," she said. "But my daughter has not yet risen." "Then let her rise, while I go for my horse," said Aldarion. Erendis would have withheld Ancalime from meeting him at that time, but she feared to go so far as to lose the king's favour, and the council had long shown their displeasure at the upbringing of the child in the country.
In a note on the Council of the Sceptre, at this time in the history of Númenor, it is said that this council had no powers to govern the king, save by advice, and no such powers had yet been desired or dreamed of as needful. The council was composed of members from each of the divisions of Númenor, but the king's heir, when proclaimed, was also a member, so that he might learn of the government of the land, and others also the king might summon or ask to be chosen if they had special knowledge of matters at any time in debate. At this time there were only 2 members of the council, other than Aldarion, who were of the line of Elros, Valandil of Andunier for the Andustar, and Halatan of Hierostorni for the Mittelmar. But they owed their place not to their descent or their wealth, but to the esteem and love in which they were held in their countries. In the Akalabeth it is said that the Lord of Andunier was ever among the chief counsellors of the sceptre.
Therefore, when Aldarion rode back with Hendurch beside him, Ancalime stood beside her mother on the threshold. She stood erect and stiff as her mother, and made him no courtesy as he dismounted and came up the steps towards her. "Who are you?" she said. "And why do you bid me to rise so early, before the house is stirring?" Aldarion looked at her keenly, and though his face was stern, he smiled within, for he saw there a child of his own rather than of Erendis, for all her schooling. "You knew me once, Lady Ancalime," he said, "but no matter. Today I am but a messenger from Armenelos, to remind you that you are the daughter of the king's heir, and so far as I can now see, you shall be his heir in your turn. You will not always dwell here. But go back to your bed now, my lady, until your maidservant wakes, if you will. I am in haste to see the king. Farewell." He kissed the hand of Ancalime and went down the steps. Then he mounted and rode away with a wave of his hand. Erendis, alone at a window, watched him riding down the hill, and she marked that he rode towards Higher Astorni, and not towards Armenelos. Then she wept, from grief, but still more from anger. She had looked for some penitence, that she might extend, after rebuke, pardon if prayed for. But he had dealt with her as if she were the offender, and ignored her before her daughter. Too late she remembered the words of Núneth long before, and she saw Aldarion now as something large and not to be tamed, driven by a fierce will, more perilous when chill. She rose and turned from the window, thinking of her wrongs. "Perilous," she said. "I am steel hard to break." So he would find, even were he the king of Númenor. Aldarion rode on to Higher Astorni, the house of Halatan, his cousin, for he had a mind to rest there a while and take thought. When he came near, he heard the sound of music, and he found the shepherds making merry for the homecoming of Ulbar, with many marvellous tales and many gifts, and the wife of Ulbar, garlanded, was dancing with him to the playing of pipes. At first none observed him, and he sat on his horse watching with a smile. But then suddenly Ulbar cried out, "The great captain!" And Ebal, his son, ran forward to Aldarion's stirrup. "Lord Captain," he said eagerly. "What is it? I am in haste," said Aldarion, for now his mood was changed, and he felt wrathful and bitter. "I would but ask," said the boy, "how old a man must be before he may go over sea in a ship like my father?" "As old as the hills and with no other hope in life," said Aldarion, "or whenever he has a mind. But your mother, Ulbar's son, will she not greet me?" When Ulbar's wife came forward, Aldarion took her hand. "Will you receive this of me?" he said. "It is but little return for 6 years of a good man's aid that you gave me." Then from a wallet under his tunic he took a jewel red like fire upon a band of gold, and he pressed it into her hand. "From the king of the elves it came," he said, "but he will think it well bestowed when I tell him." Then Aldarion bade farewell to the people there, and rode away, having no mind now to stay in that house. When Halatan heard of his strange coming and going, he marvelled, until more news ran through the countryside. Aldarion rode only a short way from Higher Astorni, and then he stayed his horse and spoke to Hendurch, his companion. "Whatever welcome awaits you, friend, out west, I will not keep you from it. Ride now home with my thanks. I have a mind to go alone." "It is not fitting, Lord Captain," said Hendurch. "It is not," said Aldarion. "But that is the way of it. Farewell." Then he rode on alone to Armenelos, and never again set foot in Emeria. When Aldarion left the chamber, Meneldur looked at the letter that his son had given him, wondering, for he saw that it came from King Gil-galad in Lindon. It was sealed and bore his device of white stars upon a blue rondure.
It is recorded that Ereinion was given the name Gil-galad, Star of Radiance, because his helm and mail and his shield, overlaid with silver and set with a device of white stars, shone from afar like a star in sunlight or moonlight, and could be seen by elvish eyes at a great distance if he stood upon a height.
Upon the outer fold was written, "Given at Mithlond to the hand of the Lord Aldarion, King's heir of Númenor, to be delivered to the High King at Armenelos in person." Then Meneldur broke the seal and read, "Ereinion Gil-galad, son of Fingon, to Tar Meneldur of the line of Eärendil, greeting. The Valar keep you, and may no shadow fall upon the Isle of Kings. Long I have owed you thanks, for you have so many times sent to me your son Anardil Aldarion, the greatest elf friend that now is among men, as I deem. At this time I ask your pardon, if I have detained him over long in my service, for I had great need of the knowledge of men and their tongues which he alone possesses. He has dared many perils to bring me counsel. Of my need he will speak to you, yet he does not guess how great it is, being young and full of hope. Therefore I write this for the eyes of the King of Númenor only. A new shadow arises in the east. It is no tyranny of evil men, as your son believes, but a servant of Morgoth is stirring, and evil things wake again. Each year it gains in strength, for most men are ripe to its purpose. Not far off is the day, I judge, when it will become too great for the Eldar unaided to withstand. Therefore, whenever I behold a tall ship of the kings of men, my heart is eased. And now I make bold to seek your help. If you have any strength of men to spare, lend it to me, I beg. Your son will report to you, if you will, all our reasons. But in fine it is his counsel, and that is ever wise, that when assault comes, as it surely will, we should seek to hold the westlands where still the Eldar dwell, and men of your race, whose hearts are not yet darkened. At the least we must defend Eriador about the long rivers west of the mountains that we name Hithyglir, our chief defence. But in that mountain wall there is a great gap southward in the land of Calenarthon, and by that way inroad from the east must come. Already enmity creeps along the coast towards it. It could be defended and assault hindered, did we hold some seat of power upon the nearer shore. So the Lord Aldarion long has seen. At Vignalonde by the mouth of Gwathlo, he has long laboured to establish such a haven, secure against sea and land. But his mighty works have been in vain. He has great knowledge in such matters, for he has learned much of Círdan, and he understands better than any the needs of your great ships. But he has never had men enough, whereas Círdan has no wrights or masons to spare. The king will know his own needs, but if he will listen with favour to the Lord Aldarion and support him as he may, then hope will be greater in the world. The memories of the First Age are dim, and all things in Middle-earth grow colder. Let not the ancient friendship of Eldar and Dúnedain wane also. Behold, the darkness that is to come is filled with hatred for us, but it hates you no less. The great sea will not be too wide for its wings, if it is suffered to come to full growth. Manwë keep you under the one, and send fair wind to your sails." Meneldur let the parchment fall into his lap. Great clouds borne upon a wind out of the east brought darkness early, and the tall candles at his side seemed to dwindle in the gloom that filled his chamber. "May Eru call me before such a time comes," he cried aloud. Then to himself he said, "Alas, that his pride and my coolness have kept our minds apart so long. But sooner now than I had resolved, it will be the course of wisdom to resign the sceptre to him. For these things are beyond my reach." When the Valar gave to us the land of gift, they did not make us their vicegerents. We were given the kingdom of Númenor, not of the world. They are the lords. Here we were to put away hatred and war, for war was ended, and Morgoth thrust forth from Arda. So I deemed, and so was taught. Yet if the world grows again dark, the lords must know. And they have sent me no sign. Unless this be the sign, what then? Our fathers were rewarded for the aid they gave in the defeat of the Great Shadow. Shall their sons stand aloof if evil finds a new head? I am in too great doubt to rule, to prepare or to let be, to prepare for war, which is yet only guessed, train craftsmen and tillers in the midst of peace for blood-spilling and battle, put iron in the hands of greedy captains who will love only conquest and count the slain as their glory? Will they say to Eru, "At least your enemies were amongst them"? Or to fold hands while friends die unjustly? Let man live in blind peace until the ravisher is at the gate. What then will they do? Match naked hands against iron and die in vain, or flee leaving the cries of women behind them? Will they say to Eru, "At least I spilled no blood"? When either way may lead to evil, of what worth is choice? Let the Valar rule under Eru. I will resign the sceptre to Aldarion. Yet that also is a choice, for I know well which road he will take. Unless Erendis. Then Meneldur's thought turned in disquiet to Erendis in Emerie. But there is little hope there, if it should be called hope. He will not bend in such grave matters. I know her choice, even were she to listen long enough to understand. For her heart has no wings beyond Númenor, and she has no guess of the cost. If her choice should lead to death in her own time, she would die bravely. But what will she do with life and other wills? The Valar themselves, even as I, must wait to discover. Aldarion came back to Ravenna on the 4th day after Hirilonde had returned to haven. He was way-stained and weary, and he went at once to Eambar, upon which he now intended to dwell. By that time, as he found to his embitterment, many tongues were already wagging in the city. On the next day he gathered men in Ravenna and brought them to Armenelos. There he bade some fell all the trees save one in his garden, and take them to the shipyards. Others he commanded to raze his house to the ground. The white elven tree alone he spared. And when the woodcutters were gone, he looked at it standing amid the desolation. And he saw for the first time that it was in itself beautiful. In its slow elven growth, it was yet but 12 feet high, straight, slender, youthful, now budded with its winter flowers upon upheld branches pointing to the sky. It recalled to him his daughter, and he said, "I will call you also Ancalime." May you and she stand so in long life, unbent by wind or will, and unclipped. On the third day after his return from Emerie, Aldarion sought the king. Tar Meneldur sat still in his chair and waited. Looking at his son, he was afraid, for Aldarion was changed. His face was become grey, cold, and hostile, as the sea when the sun is suddenly veiled in dull cloud. Standing before his father, he spoke slowly with tone of contempt rather than of wrath. "What part you have played in this, you yourself know best," he said. "But a king should consider how much a man will endure, though he be a subject, even his son. If you would shackle me to this island, then you choose your chain ill. I have now neither wife nor love of this land left. I will go from this misenchanted isle of daydreams where women in their insolence would have men cringe. I will use my days to some purpose elsewhere, where I am not scorned, more welcome in honour. Another heir you may find more fit for a house servant. Of my inheritance I demand only this, the ship Hirilonde, and as many men as it will hold. My daughter I would take also, were she older, but I will commend her to my mother. Unless you dote upon sheep, you will not hinder this, and will not suffer the child to be stunted, reared among mute women in cold insolence and contempt of her kin. She is of the line of Elros, and no other descendant will you have through your son. I have done. I will go now about business more profitable." Thus far Meneldur had sat in patience with downcast eyes and made no sign. But now he sighed and looked up. "Aldarion, my son," he said sadly, "the king would say that you also show cold insolence and contempt of your kin, and yourself condemn others unheard. But your father, who loves you and grieves for you, will remit that. The fault is not mine only that I have not ere now understood your purposes. But as for what you have suffered, of which, alas, too many now speak, I am guiltless. Erendis I have loved, and since our hearts lean the same way, I have thought that she had much to endure that was hard. Your purposes are now become clear to me, though if you are in mood to hear aught but praise, I would say that at first your own pleasure also led you. And it may be that things would have been otherwise if you had spoken more openly long ago." "The king may have some grievance in this," cried Aldarion, now more hotly, "but not the one you speak of. To her at least I spoke long and often, to cold ears uncomprehending. As well might a truant boy talk of tree-climbing to a nurse anxious only about the tearing of clothes and the due time of meals. I love her, or I should care less. The past I will keep in my heart. The future is dead. She does not love me, or aught else. She loves herself with Númenor as a setting, and myself as a tame hound to drowse by the hearth until she has a mind to walk in her own fields. But since hounds now seem too gross, she will have Ancalime to pipe in a cage. But enough of this. Have I the king's leave to depart, or has he some command?" "The king," answered Tar Meneldur, "has thought much about these matters, in what seemed the long days since last you were in Armenelos. He has read the letter of Gil-galad, which is earnest and grave in tone. Alas, to his prayer and your wishes, the king of Númenor must say nay. He cannot do otherwise, according to his understanding of the perils of either course, to prepare for war, or not to prepare." Aldarion shrugged his shoulders and took a step as if to go. But Meneldur held up his hand commanding attention, and continued, "Nevertheless, the king,
though he has now ruled the land of Númenor for 142 years, has no certainty that his understanding of the matter is sufficient for a just decision in matters of such high import and peril." He paused, and taking up a parchment written in his own hand, he read from it in a clear voice. "Therefore, first for the honour of his well-beloved son, and second for the better direction of the realm in courses which his son more clearly understands, the king has resolved that he will forthwith resign the sceptre to his son, who shall now become Tar Aldarion, the king." "This," said Meneldur, "when it is proclaimed, will make known to all my thought concerning this present pass. It will raise you above scorn, and it will set free your powers so that other losses may seem more easy to endure. The letter of Gil-galad, when you are king, you shall answer as seems fit to the holder of the sceptre." Aldarion stood still for a moment in amaze. He had braced himself to face the king's anger, which wilfully he had endeavoured to kindle. Now he stood confounded. Then, as one swept from his feet by a sudden wind from a quarter unexpected, he fell to his knees before his father. But after a moment he raised his bowed head and laughed. So he always did when he heard of any deed of great generosity, for it gladdened his heart. "Father," he said, "ask the king to forget my insolence to him, for he is a great king, and his humility sets him far above my pride. I am conquered. I submit myself wholly. That such a king should resign the sceptre while in vigour and wisdom is not to be thought." "Yet so it is resolved," said Meneldur. "The council shall be summoned forthwith." When the council came together after 7 days had passed, Tar Meneldur acquainted them with his resolve, and laid the scroll before them. Then all were amazed, not yet knowing what were the courses of which the king spoke, and all demurred, begging him to delay his decision, save only Halatan of Higher Astorni. For he had long held his kinsman Aldarion in esteem, though his own life and likings were far otherwise, and he judged the king's deed to be noble, and timed with shrewdness, if it must be. But to those others who urged this or that against his resolve, Meneldur answered, "Not without thought did I come to this resolution, and in my thought I have considered all the reasons that you wisely argue. Now and not later is the time most fit for my will to be published, for reasons which, though none here has uttered, all must guess. Forthwith then let this decree be proclaimed. But if you will, it shall not take effect until the time of the Erukiame in the spring. Till then, I will hold the sceptre." When news came to Emerie of the proclamation of the decree, Erendis was dismayed, for she read therein a rebuke by the king in whose favour she had trusted. In this she saw truly, but that anything else of greater import lay behind she did not conceive. Soon afterwards there came a message from Tar Meneldur, a command indeed, though graciously worded. She was bidden to come to Armenelos and to bring with her the lady Ancalime, there to abide at least until the Erukiame and the proclamation of the new king. "He is swift to strike," she thought. "So I should have foreseen. He will strip me of all. But myself he shall not command, though it be by the mouth of his father." Therefore she returned answer to Tar Meneldur, "King and father, my daughter Ancalime must come indeed, if you command it. I beg that you will consider her years and see to it that she is lodged in quiet. For myself, I pray you to excuse me.
I learn that my house in Armenelos has been destroyed, and I would not at this time willingly be a guest, least of all upon a house ship among mariners. Here, then, permit me to remain in my solitude, unless it be the king's will also to take back this house." This letter Tar Meneldur read with concern, but it missed its mark in his heart. He showed it to Aldarion, to whom it seemed chiefly aimed. Then Aldarion read the letter, and the king, regarding the face of his son, said, "Doubtless you are grieved, but for what else did you hope?" "Not for this, at least," said Aldarion. "It is far below my hope of her. She has dwindled, and if I have wrought this, then black is my blame. But do the large shrink in adversity? This was not the way, not even in hate or revenge. She should have demanded that a great house be prepared for her, called for a queen's escort, and come back to Armenelos with her beauty adorned royally with a star on her brow. Then well-nigh all the isle of Númenor she might have bewitched to her part, and made me seem madman and churl. The Valar be my witness, I would rather have had it so. Rather a beautiful queen to thwart me and flout me, than freedom to rule while the Lady Elestierne falls down dim into her own twilight." Then, with a bitter laugh, he gave back the letter to the king. "Well, so it is," he said. "But if one has a distaste to dwell on a ship among mariners, another may be excused dislike of a sheep farm among serving women. But I will not have my daughter so schooled. At least she shall choose by knowledge." He rose and begged leave to go.
The further course of the narrative. From the point where Aldarion read the letter from Erendis, refusing to return to Armenelos, the story can only be traced in glimpses and snatches from notes and jottings, and even those do not constitute the fragments of a wholly consistent story, being composed at different times, and often at odds with themselves. It seems that when Aldarion became king of Númenor in the year 883, he determined to revisit Middle-earth at once, and departed for Mithlond either in the same year or the next. It is recorded that on the prow of Hirilonde he set no bough of Oyolare, but the image of an eagle with golden beak and jewelled eyes, which was the gift of Círdan.
It perched there by the craft of its maker, as if poised for flight unerring to some far mark that it espied. "This sign shall lead us to our aim," he said. "For our return let the Valar care, if our deeds do not displease them."
It is also stated that no records are now left of the later voyages that Aldarion made, but that it is known that he went much on land as well as sea, and went up the river Gwathlo as far as Tharbad, and there met Galadriel. There is no mention elsewhere of this meeting, but at that time Galadriel and Celeborn were dwelling at Eregion, at no great distance from Tharbad. Refer to The History of Galadriel and Celeborn, concerning Galadriel and Celeborn.
But all Aldarion's labours were swept away. The works that he began again at Vinjalonde were never completed, and the sea gnawed them.
This is discussed further in Appendix D to the History of Galadriel and Celeborn, the Port of Lond Daiar.
Nevertheless, he laid the foundation for the achievement of Tar Minastir long years after, in the first war with Sauron. And but for his works, the fleets of Númenor could not have brought their power in time to the right place, as he foresaw. Already the hostility was growing, and dark men out of the mountains were thrusting into Enedwaith. But in Aldarion's day the Númenorians did not yet desire more room, and his venturers remained a small people, admired but little emulated.
There is no mention of any further development of the alliance with Gil-galad or of the sending of the aid that he requested in his letter to Tar Meneldor. It is said indeed that
Aldarion was too late, or too early, for the power that hated Númenor had already waked. Too early, for the time was not yet ripe for Númenor to show its power, or to come back into the battle for the world.
there was a stir in Númenor when Tar Aldarion determined to return to Middle-earth in 883 or 884, for no king had ever before left the isle, and the council had no precedent. It seems that Meneldor was offered but refused the regency, and that Halatan of Hyrestoni became regent, either appointed by the council or by Tar Aldarion himself. Of the history of Anne Calamé during those years when she was growing up, there is no certain form. There is less doubt concerning her somewhat ambiguous character, and the influence that her mother exerted on her. She was less prim than Eärendis, and natively liked display, jewels, music, admiration, and deference, but she liked them at will and not unceasingly, and she made her mother and the White House in Emerie an excuse for escape. She approved, as it were, both Eärendis's treatment of Aldarion on his late return, but also Aldarion's anger, impenitence, and subsequent relentless dismissal of Eärendis from his heart and concern. She had a profound dislike of obligatory marriage, and in marriage of any constraint on her will. Her mother had spoken unceasingly against men, and indeed a remarkable example of Eärendis's teaching in this respect is preserved.
"Men in Númenor are half-elves," said Eärendis, "especially the high men. They are neither the one nor the other. The long life that they were granted deceives them, and they dally in the world, children in mind, until age finds them, and then many only forsake play out of doors for play in their houses. They turn their play into great matters, and great matters into play. They would be craftsmen and law-masters and heroes all at once, and women to them are but fires on the hearth, for others to tend until they are tired of play in the evening. All things were made for their service. Hills are for quarries, rivers to furnish water or to turn wheels, trees for boards, women for their bodies' need, or if fair to adorn their table and hearth, and children to be teased when nothing else is to do. But they would as soon play with their hounds' whelps. To all they are gracious and kind, merry as larks in the morning, if the sun shines, for they are never wrathful if they can avoid it. Men should be gay, they hold, generous as the rich, giving away what they do not need. Anger they show only when they become aware, suddenly, that there are other wills in the world beside their own. Then they will be as ruthless as the sea wind if anything dare to withstand them. Thus it is, Anne Calamé, and we cannot alter it. For men fashioned Númenor, men, those heroes of old that they sing of. Of their women we hear less, save that they wept when their men were slain. Númenor was to be a rest after war. But if they weary of rest and the plays of peace, soon they will go back to their great play, man-slaying and war. Thus it is, and we are set here among them. But we need not assent. If we love Númenor also, let us enjoy it before they ruin it. We also are daughters of the great, and we have wills and courage of our own. Therefore do not bend, Anne Calamé. Once bend a little, and they will bend you further until you are bowed down. Sink your roots into the rock, and face the wind, though it blow away all your leaves."
Moreover, and more potently, Eärendis had made Anne Calamé accustomed to the society of women. The cool, quiet, gentle life of Emerie without interruptions or alarms. Boys, like Ebal, shouted. Men rode up blowing horns at strange hours, and were fed with great noise. They begot children, and left them in the care of women when they were troublesome, and though childbirth had less of ills and peril, Númenor was not an earthly paradise, and the weariness of labour, or of all making, was not taken away. And Calime, like her father, was resolute in pursuing her policies, and like him she was obstinate, taking the opposite course to any that was counselled. She had something of her mother's coldness and sense of personal injury, and deep in her heart, almost but not quite forgotten, was the firmness with which Eldarion had unclasped her hand and set her down, when he was in haste to be gone. She loved dearly the downlands of her home, and never, as she said, in her life could she sleep at peace far from the sound of sheep. But she did not refuse the heirship, and determined that when her day came she would be a powerful ruling queen, and when so, to live where and how she pleased. It seems that for some 18 years after Eldarion became king, he was often gone from Númenor, and during that time Anne Calime passed her days both in Emerie and in Armenelos, for Queen Almarion took a great liking to her, and indulged her, as she had indulged Eldarion in his youth. In Armenelos she was treated with deference by all, and not least by Eldarion, and though at first she was ill at ease, missing the wide airs of her home, in time she ceased to be abashed, and became aware that men looked with wonder upon her beauty, now come to its full. As she grew older, she became ever more wilful, and she found irksome the company of Erindis, who behaved like a widow and would not be queen. But she continued to return to Emerie, both as a retreat from Armenelos and because she desired thus to vex Eldarion. She was clever and malicious, and saw promise of sport as the prize for which her mother and father did battle. Now, in the year 892, when Anne Calime was 19 years old, she was proclaimed the king's heir, at a far earlier age than had previously been the case, referred to Eldarion and Erindis, and at that time Tar Eldarion caused the law of succession in Númenor to be changed. It is said specifically that Tar Eldarion did this for reasons of private concern rather than policy, and out of his long resolve to defeat Erindis. The change of the law is referred to at the beginning of Appendix A to the Lord of the Rings.
The sixth king, Tar Eldarion, left only one child, a daughter. She became the first queen, i.e. ruling queen. For it was then made a law of the royal house that the eldest child of the king, whether man or woman, should receive the sceptre.
But elsewhere, the new law is formulated differently from this. The fullest and clearest account states in the first place that the old law, as it was afterwards called, was not in fact a Númenorian law, but an inherited custom, which circumstances had not yet called in question. And according to that custom, the ruler's eldest son inherited the sceptre. It was understood that if there were no son, the nearest male kinsman of male descent from Elros Tar Meneltor would be the heir. Thus, if Tar Meneltor had had no son, the heir would not have been Falandil, his nephew, son of his sister Silmarillion, but Malantor, his cousin, grandson of Tar Elendil's younger brother Eorendor. But by the new law, the eldest daughter of the ruler inherited the sceptre, if he had no son. This being, of course, in contradiction to what is said in The Lord of the Rings. By the advice of the council, it was added that she was free to refuse. A legitimate male heir, on the other hand, could not refuse, but since a king could always resign the sceptre, a male heir could, in fact, immediately resign to his natural heir. He was then himself deemed also to have reigned for at least 1 year. And this was the case, the only case, with Vardamir, the son of Elros, who did not ascend the throne, but gave the sceptre to his son Amandil. In such a case, according to the new law, The heir of the ruler was the nearest male kinsman, whether by male or female descent. Thus, if Ancalame had refused the sceptre, Tar Aldarian's heir would have been Soronto, the son of his sister Eilinel, and if Ancalame had resigned the sceptre, or died childless, Soronto would likewise have been her heir. It was also ordained, at the instance of the council, that a female heir must resign if she remained unwed beyond a certain time. And to these provisions Tar Aldarian added that the king's heir should not wed save in the line of Elros, and that any who did so should cease to be eligible for the heirship. It is said that this ordinance arose directly from Aldarian's disastrous marriage to Erendis, and his reflections upon it, for she was not of the line of Elros, and had a lesser lifespan, and he believed that therein lay the root of all their troubles. Beyond question, these provisions of the new law were recorded in such detail because they were to bear closely on the later history of these reigns. But unhappily, very little can now be said of it. At some later date, Tar Aldarian rescinded the law that a ruling queen must marry or resign, and this was certainly due to Ancalame's reluctance to countenance either alternative, but the marriage of the heir to another member of the line of Elros remained the custom ever after. It is said elsewhere that this rule of royal marriage was never a matter of law, but it became a custom of pride, a symptom of the growth of the shadow, since it only became rigid when the distinction between the line of Elros and other families, in lifespan, vigour, or ability, had diminished or altogether disappeared. At all events, suitors for Ancalame's hand soon began to appear in Emerie, and not only because of the change in her position, for the fame of her beauty, of her aloofness and disdain, and of the strangeness of her upbringing, had run through the land. In that time, the people began to speak of her as Emerwen Aranel, the Princess Shepherdess. To escape from importunity, Ancalame, aided by the old woman Zamin, went into hiding at a farm on the borders of the lands of Halatan of Hierastorni, where she lived for a time the life of a shepherdess. The accounts, which are indeed no more than hasty jottings, vary as to how her parents responded to this state of affairs. According to one, Erendis herself knew where Ancalame was, and approved the reason for her flight, while Aldarian prevented the council from searching for her, since it was to his mind that his daughter should act thus independently. According to another, however, Erendis was disturbed at Ancalame's flight, and the king was wrathful, and at this time Erendis attempted some reconciliation with him, at least in respect of Ancalame. But Aldarian was unmoved, declaring that the king had no wife, but that he had a daughter and an heir, and that he did not believe that Erendis was ignorant of her hiding-place. What is certain is that Ancalame fell in with a shepherd who was minding flocks in the same region, and to her this man named himself Marmandil. Ancalame was all unused to such company as his, and she took delight in his singing, in which he was skilled, and he sang to her songs that came out of far-off days, when the Edain pastured their flocks in Eriador long ago, before ever they met the Eldar. They met thus in the pastures often and often, and he altered the songs of the lovers of old, and brought into them the names of Emerwen and Marmandil, and Ancalame feigned not to understand the drift of the words. But at length he declared his love for her openly, and she drew back and refused him, saying that her fate lay between them, for she was the heir of the king. But Marmandil was not abashed, and he laughed and told her that his right name was Halakar, son of Halatan of Hierastorni, of the line of Elros Tar Miniator. And how else could any wooer find you, he said. Then Ancalame was angry, because he had deceived her, knowing from the first who she was, but he answered, "That is true, in part. I contrived indeed to meet the lady whose ways were so strange that I was curious to see more of her, but then I loved Emerwen, and I care not now who she may be." Do not think that I pursue your high place, for far rather would I have it that you were Emma Wen only. I rejoice but in this, that I also am of the line of Elros, because otherwise I deem that we could not wed." "We could," said Anne Calimé, "if I had a mind to such a state. I could lay down my royalty and be free. But if I were to do so, I should be free to wed whom I will. And that would be Una, which is no man, whom I prefer above all others." It was, however, to Halakar that Anne Calimé was wedded in the end. From one version, it appears that the persistence of Halakar in his suit, despite her rejection of him, and the urging of the council that she choose a husband for the quiet of the realm, led to their marriage not many years after their first meeting among the flocks in Emerie. But elsewhere it is said that she remained unmarried so long that her cousin Soronto, relying on the provision of the new law, called upon her to surrender the heirship, and that she then married Halakar in order to spite Soronto. In yet another brief notice, it is implied that she wedded Halakar after Aldarion had rescinded the provision, in order to put an end to Soronto's hopes of becoming king, if Anne Calimé died childless. However this may be, the story is clear that Anne Calimé did not desire love, nor did she wish for a son, and she said, "Must I become like Queen Almarion and dote upon him?" Her life with Halakar was unhappy, and she begrudged him her son, Anarion, and there was strife between them thereafter. She sought to subject him, claiming to be the owner of his land, and forbidding him to dwell upon it, for she would not, as she said, have her husband a farm steward. From this time comes the last tale that is recorded of those unhappy things, for Anne Calimé would let none of her women wed, and although, for fear of her, most were restrained, they came from the country about and had lovers, whom they wished to marry. But Halakar, in secret, arranged for them to be wedded, and he declared that he would give a last feast at his own house before he left it. To this feast he invited Anne Calimé, saying that it was the house of his kindred, and should be given a farewell of courtesy. Anne Calimé came, attended by all her women, for she did not care to be waited on by men. She found the house all lit and arrayed as for a great feast, and men of the household attired in garlands as for their weddings, and each with another garland in his hands for a bride. "Come," said Halakar, "the weddings are prepared, and the bride-chambers ready. But since it cannot be thought that we should ask the Lady Anne Calimé, king's heir, to lie with the farm steward, then alas she must sleep alone tonight." And Anne Calimé perforce remained there, for it was too far to ride back, nor would she go unattended. Neither men nor women hid their smiles, and Anne Calimé would not come to the feast, but lay abed listening to the laughter far off, and thinking it aimed at herself. Next day she rode off in a cold rage, and Halakar sent 3 men to escort her. Thus he was revenged, for she came back never to Emerie, where the very sheep seemed to make scorn of her. But she pursued Halakar with hatred afterwards. Of the later years of Tar Aldarion, nothing can now be said, save that he seems to have continued his voyages to Middle-earth, and more than once left Anne Calimé as his regent. His last voyage took place about the end of the first millennium of the Second Age, and in the year 1075 Anne Calimé became the first ruling queen of Númenor. It is told that after the death of Tar Aldarion in 1098, Tar Anne Calimé neglected all her father's policies and gave no further aid to Gil-galad in Lindon. Her son Anarion, who was afterwards the 8th ruler of Númenor, first had 2 daughters. They disliked and feared the queen, and refused the heirship, remaining unwed, since the queen would not in revenge allow them to marry. This is strange, because Anarion was the heir in Anne Calimé's lifetime. In the line of Elros, it is said only that Anarion's daughters refused the sceptre. Anarion's son Surion was born the last, and was the 9th ruler of Númenor. Of Erendis, it is said that when old age came upon her, neglected by Anne Calimé and in bitter loneliness, she longed once more for Aldarion, and learning that he was gone from Númenor, on what proved to be his last voyage, but that he was soon expected to return, she left Emerie at last, and journeyed unrecognised and unknown to the haven of Romena. There, it seems, she met her fate, but only the words "Erendis perished in water in the year 985 remain to suggest how it came to pass.
3.